This is our main character, Airen Pareira. He fights for his life every day, but his talent is limited, so he's still just a low-ranking grunt. Then one day he goes into battle and runs into some pro who's smurfing in the silver ranks. He's instantly killed. But a second later he's back to the day before the battle. And just like that he gets wiped out by that guy again. No dirty tricks, no power of friendship, just pure effort so relentless that even the Grim Reaper would get tired of him. After dying 136 times, he finally defeated his enemy. And, okay, enough with the intro, let's get started. As morning broke, loud shouting echoed from the courtyard. Get up, our main character was lying in bed, arm over his forehead, woken up by the yelling. The guy in the next bunk was taking off his shoe to check it. Huh, what's this in my shoe? He screamed his head off. Ah, a damn bug. It's already noisy outside, and now it's noisy in here too. Airen couldn't take it anymore, feeling extremely annoyed. Will you please shut up? The others in the room also woke up and started moving around. My name is Airen. After causing a lot of trouble, I was demoted to squad leader for these idiots. These were his bunkmates, and every single one of them looked like a bum. Every day they had to put on their armor and fight. The leader bellows at the top of his lungs. Charge. I don't have any special abilities or anything. I've trained relentlessly just to get this far. Every day is just killing, but this is the end for me. I have no talent and I know my dream is out of reach, just like right now. He even dropped his sword in the middle of a fight. Just then, an arrow flies out of nowhere, striking the comrade right behind him. He looks on in horror. I had hoped that even if everyone laughed at me and said it would never happen, as long as I held my sword tight, I could become a knight. But in the end, it was just a hopeless dream. The enemy's sword pierces straight through his throat. Blood gushes out. He was dead for sure. His whole body collapses to the ground, unable to hold on any longer. And I never even thought my death would be this pathetic. Suddenly, a blue flame appears in the pitch-black darkness. His eyes slowly close, sweat pouring off him like rain. His vision blurs, unable to see anything clearly. Airen sinks into death all alone. Who knows how much time passed before that voice called out again. Get up, get the hell up. Our guy jolts awake, sitting bolt upright. Was it a dream? It's the same room with the same comrade complaining. Huh, I think there's something in my shoe. Ah, this damn bug. Every word is exactly the same as before. He can't understand what's happening. Is this just a memory? A hallucination? He was clearly stabbed through the throat and died. The entire day plays out exactly like the last. Still the same fight, and in the end he gets stabbed through the throat. This was the second time. He thought it was over. But then came a third and a fourth. It's always the same pounding on the door and the same get up, get the hell up every morning. Every time he wakes up, he's stunned, his hand instinctively reaching for his neck. He can still feel the phantom of the enemy's sword piercing his throat, the searing pain, the gushing blood. But waking up doesn't change anything. He just has to fight again. Day after day, the same scene repeats. It's always that tall guy, completely covered in armor. He's always there. He's come to take Airen's life again. When Airen sees him, it's like seeing a ghost. His heart pounds with fear. Every time he sees the guy, he gets stabbed to death. He's so fast, thrusting his sword straight forward. A perfect thrust. The blade I've now seen for the 17th time. This time he doesn't go for the throat but stabs through my chest instead. My 17th death. If only I had trained a little harder with my sword. If only I'd been a little more diligent, maybe I wouldn't have died here. It's always the same. Dying full of regret for not trying hard enough. The space around him is pitch black with only a single flickering lamp. A voice echoes. Do you really think so? Try to struggle. Feel it, then give up. A face appears, but its features are unclear. The despair of facing a wall you cannot overcome. His words only ignite Airen's will to fight and survive even more. Another day repeats. He lies in bed and lets out a long sigh, waiting for today's death to arrive. Seeing him sit up, the guy next to him starts teasing. Squad leader, you're up on time today. It's the same as every other time, but this time he decides to warn him. Lem, there's a bug in your shoe. Lem hasn't put his shoes on yet, so he immediately looks inside and shakes out a real bug. He quickly stomps on it, killing it instantly. Even after being warned, he still yells and questions him. You put it in there, didn't you? What kind of stupid joke is this? So much for trying to help. Airen, annoyed, glares at him. Shut up. I just saw it crawl in. Looking at the dead bug, he counts silently. This is the 18th time I've seen this bug's corpse. If I see it a few more times, will this day finally end? I've been training with a sword since I was a child. My swordsmanship was taught to me by a retired mercenary who happened to visit my village. And as just a little kid, I even managed to defeat that mercenary. He was even surprised and praised me. Airen, if you're this good, you could become a knight. Because of those words, I started to dream of becoming a knight who could single-handedly defeat 100 men and change the tide of an entire battle, an invincible hero. The knight who can end a war. They would call him the Knight of Revelation. I thought I would be the hero of a song sung by a wandering minstrel. Let's go leave the village and become a knight. But life isn't a fairy tale. In a tavern, a group of soldiers were drinking and laughing. See that failed rookie over there, a coward scared of a stray dog wants to be a knight. He probably couldn't even make it as a freelance mercenary. The person they were talking about was Airen, who was quietly sitting in a corner bandaging the many wounds all over his body. I left my village and joined a mercenary corps, and I realized my talent wasn't that special. But it was still too early to give up after just one failure, because effort never betrays you. If I didn't have talent, I believed that with time and hard work, from summer to winter, from day to night, our guy never stopped training. I could overcome anything. I gained experience, I gained strength, and I earned the recognition of those around me. He could clearly feel himself getting stronger, that he could become a knight. But that burning hope began to shatter the moment that sword touched his stomach. And the one who stabbed him was just a kid. A child from my own village had challenged me to a duel. After the duel, he even looked down on him openly. "Mister, you're too weak." The kid was 12 years old and had only started learning swordsmanship 6 months prior. Sword until his hands bled was utterly pathetic before a genius who had only trained for 6 months. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach, devastated, and asked himself, "Was all my effort for nothing? Is there really no other way I want to become a knight? Everyone looks down on me, saying it's a hopeless dream, by spending less time eating and sleeping than anyone else." His life revolved around swinging his sword, and swinging his sword. He'd swing his sword like a madman all day, just him in a tree practicing relentlessly. He trained until the sword trembled in his hands, leaving him completely exhausted and drenched in sweat, practicing from dusk till dawn. But the tree trunk he used for practice was still the same, with just a few more shallow, insignificant cuts. He looked at it and knew his own limits. "Even if I can't become a knight, I absolutely refuse to give up." He raised his sword again and continued to slash wildly. "At least I can be an experienced soldier." And so, time passed. 3 years later, in the Kadu sector, 4th platoon of the 4th company, and under that the 4th squad, I became the squad leader of a second-rate team. It was the best position I could achieve through my relentless effort. Still, being a regular soldier is better than being a wandering mercenary. Suddenly, walking past a guy slumped over by a tent, he called out, "Hey Jason." The guy glanced over at him and replied indifferently what Airen told him, "Cover my morning duty today." He gave a cold nod, "You owe me one next time." After saying that, he started stretching to get up. His attitude was so annoying that old man Lem had to chime in. "Oh my, what a cunning stray. Look at the way he's glaring." Airen turned to Lem. The wary old man immediately went, "What are you trying to rope me into now?" Unexpectedly, Airen Pareira made a proposal. "The beast's heart. I want to learn it again." The old man stared at him like he was an alien, then gave a taunting laugh. "Thought you gave up on that a long time ago. You really think learning it again will do any good?" And so, despite some minor changes, the familiar battle was inevitable. I was revived and began to repeat those days over and over. Even though I learned the beast's heart from Lem every time I revived, I still couldn't handle the sword that pierced my throat. Today will be different. That's what I told myself every single day. For the 20th time in the same battle, I had completely memorized this constantly recurring situation. Dodge the spear thrust from behind, then the attack from the guy in the back, and I also have to worry about the teammate who's about to be shot by an arrow. Another squad member, Ven, he's going to die soon. Right at that moment, an arrow came flying. Ah no. Damn it. Airen managed to run over with his shield in time, blocking it and saving his life. The guy was still confused. What was that? Alright, even though I blocked the first arrow, he immediately kicked it away. I've completed my first objective for today. All that's left is that damn guy who always kills me. That's him, the one completely covered in armor from head to toe. I always face a pathetic defeat at the hands of this bastard. He has stabbed my throat and killed me 20 times. This time he was ready, sword in hand, waiting for him to charge. This time I will survive. Remembering Lem's instructions, you always squeeze your eyes shut whenever you're in danger, and the old man was right. As he casually twirled the axe in his hand, he suddenly lunged at him. See, just like that. Airen squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for death. The old man said it bluntly, "If you do that on the battlefield, you'll die instantly. Be braver. Don't get so easily agitated or startled. To become someone who doesn't know death like a beast. That's what it is. That is the beast's heart." Now it was time for him to apply the lesson. I have to be more ferocious. Open your eyes and watch the opponent's blood as it comes for you. A beast that doesn't know what death is. Airen had asked himself countless times, am I afraid of death? Of course not, because he knew he would just revive again. So what the hell is there to be afraid of? Death only makes me stronger. As always, the cold steel of the sword was right at his neck, his heart pounding like it would burst from his chest. For the first time, he dodged one of his fatal blows. Today, on the 21st try, I managed to dodge his strike for the first time. The other guy was also surprised by Airen's brand new skills. The two immediately clashed again. There was no way that guy was going to stop. Another fatal thrust straight for the throat. A glint appeared in his eyes. He dodged the first blow, but he wasn't fast enough for the second. Just like every other time, this damn guy pierced Airen's throat. Blood sprayed like a fountain, and he died again, an inescapable end. In that endless day, I was trapped, feeling pain and despair. The voice of that faceless man always urged me on. Give up and get on the boat, admit your weakness, and free yourself. But after dying so many times, I got used to it. He wasn't afraid of it anymore. That day will never come, you bastard. I saw his blade with my own 2 eyes, and dodged it. A new day began. As always, Old Man Lem turned to him in surprise and asked Squad Leader, "You're up on time today." But with every day he opened his eyes, Airen had grown much stronger. "I am moving forward one step at a time. This 22nd time I will challenge it again." Just like that, it was already the 33rd day. I can see the path of his sword clearly. I've dodged about 2 fatal blows. I will dodge it before it reaches me. Damn it, but I still can't escape. If I don't die one way, I die another. He tried everything, but that guy was too fast. The result was still defeat at his hands. This time, he even cut off Airen's necklace. The blue pendant fell to the ground. Back when I was a mercenary, I took on a few monster extermination requests. It's not that I had to take those missions, it was just that I happened to be asked for help by villagers in the places I passed through. The reason I chose to help them was because I aspired to be a knight, and protecting the weak is a knight's duty. That necklace was a gift. We don't have much, so this is the only thing we can offer as thanks. A protective charm. It was a joke, compared to the price of my life. But the old woman who gave it to him back then had said, "This charm can grant you the wish you desire most." Back in the present, Airen's gaze fell upon it, and suddenly, an idea clicked in his head. Could it be this thing? Is this charm making today repeat over and over because of my wish to become a knight? Airen was on the verge of death, but not quite there yet. The bastard walked over and sneered. "You must be in a lot of pain. This is my mercy." As he spoke, he raised his sword, preparing to strike down. Airen heard him and seethed. "Mercy, son of a bitch." The man's face was filled with bloodlust as he curled his lips into a crazed smile. Looking at his face, he knew for sure, "You're clearly a psycho who gets off on stabbing people." Another day repeated. As always, he called out to his roommate Lem, "I just dropped a bug in your boot." The guy's reaction was always the same. He roared, "What kind of prank are you pulling right after waking up? Have you lost your mind?" He had to save as much time as possible. He quickly urged him, "Stop being grumpy and come out here. Teach me the heart of the beast." The man was a bit stunned, but of course he didn't refuse. And so he trained him day after day. En's strength had clearly improved a lot. He could now dodge the dangerous blows Lem threw, which shocked Lem so much he couldn't believe it, and immediately questioned him. "You're a bit strange today. Where did all that fierce courage come from?" En answered vaguely. "From training." But Lem was still suspicious. "But this is way too fast." Only En knew he had repeated this conversation over 10 times. The man always said the same thing. The ultimate technique of Brett Lloyd isn't something you can learn just because you want to. On knew it right. She was right. He had gained this spirit by going through life and death situations multiple times, but he couldn't tell the truth, so he just dodged the question. "Is it that important? I guess I was just lucky enough to learn it." He then proactively challenged him. "Let's have another match." His hand was already on his sword, ready. The man laughed, delighted, and agreed immediately. "Sounds good. Even if you learn the heart of the beast, it's not enough if you can't land a blow." But what On was practicing now was dodging, weaving left and right, until Lem got frustrated. "How long are you going to keep dodging, Squad Leader?" The more En dodged, the more Lem enjoyed attacking. But only En knew that the only swordsmanship he could use was that of the mercenary Valen. A bizarre sword style created by a mercenary named Valen. Quite a few people looked down on this sword style, calling it a cheap, dirty trick. The old man charged straight at him, taunting as he attacked. "Your lower body strength is terrible. But right now, among all the things I have, this is probably my most proper technique. Well, I'll use what I've got." As he held his sword and got into a fighting stance, even old Lem was surprised. He imagined Lem was his fated rival and furiously thrust his sword forward, but Lem easily knocked his sword away. The sword flew far away, leaving him disarmed. En looked at his hand in confusion, which hadn't even lowered yet. He had just mimicked that psycho's thrust. Because he had died at his hands more than a dozen times, his body was beginning to remember it. The old man was startled too. "Damn it, that almost drew blood." He had to admit, "Among all the things you've shown me, that thrust just now was the most decent move. It should have been executed like this, with a bit more power. Do you understand? Ah, that's it, your hand. Your hand should have been more decisive." The man struggled to explain. "How should I put it? Hesitation. It's like you're still hesitating when you strike. And what if your attack glances off the opponent or gets blocked? What will you do then? You should be attacking with a determination that says, 'You can't dodge this, and you're already dead, kid.' That's how you should hold your sword and deliver fatal blows." This guy wasn't wrong at all. That was it. Even though his explanation was pretty bad, I could understand the difference between my thrust and that bastard's. I don't have enough determination and power in my sword path. Every time he pierced his throat, the man would say, "This is my mercy." Just thinking about it made his blood boil. En screamed, I have to deliver a resolute sword strike, and so the days repeated themselves, getting stabbed to death, then training again, moving forward step by step. Man, I will keep moving forward even if it's just half a step. On day 111 it was the same line, this is my mercy. On day 123 he was stabbed to death again. Finally, on day 124, things were a little different. After days of frantic training with Lem, On finally succeeded. Even Lem himself asked in disbelief, Are you crazy? Blood was dripping from his sword hand. Your hand is bleeding like crazy. Why are you grinning like a madman? How could he not be happy after this much success? It was frustrating to think about. With the determination to finish my opponent, my first thrust failed. It grazed past his face without hitting. I won't blink, and I won't let go of my sword. Everything that had happened from the previous loops to that recent thrust. He had beaten him once, but this time he lost again. The man even sneered, You look so miserable. This is my mercy. Just like every other time, he prepared to thrust his sword down. Suddenly, Airen Pareira spoke up. You are going to die. That's the only thought in my head, and I'm sure of it. Of course, the man wasn't afraid of someone who was about to die, and he grinned smugly. Ha, dead men have no tomorrow. With that, he sent En to his grave. Once again, the necklace activated. En started a new day, and there was that same black beetle. But this time, it wasn't Lem who squashed it but On. He explained briefly, I just saw it coming. The guy froze. He was speechless. Before he could say anything, En continued, If you're grateful, then be my bodyguard. The man was even more shocked. His face went blank. How can he give me orders so casually? Today was day 125. As soon as he stepped out of his tent, he saw another teammate standing there, and called out, Hey Big Eyes, and gave him an order. Find me some greaves, a shield, and a dagger. I'll pay you back later. The red-haired guy didn't dare refuse but sulked. Pay you back later. I'm only trusting you because you're the captain, you know. I don't normally help people. You know that. The man heard this too, and immediately wondered, did the captain used to give orders like this? But unexpectedly, the slacker sitting in the corner defended En. You guys are always pushing your work onto him, you lazy bums. The guy who got called out got angry. What did you say? You want a taste of my axe? The other teammates gathered around watching En's retreating back. Good luck, bro. That guy's acting weird today. He's not usually this tense. How could he not be mad, dying over and over, thinking he'd escaped only to die again? On had to vent his frustration by swinging his sword wildly. Every time I die, I feel excruciating pain. Suddenly, I started to worry. What if I still can't win after thousands or tens of thousands of attempts? If I find a way to escape, what will happen? Will I be able to wake up tomorrow, or will I have to live today over again? I'm stronger now, so should I be satisfied with that? No, I don't have that choice. En made up his mind. I have to overcome this wall and learn how to thrust and slash. I won't give up. This blessing, being able to live over and over, is a privilege that allows me to try. I have to keep moving forward. His strength had increased to the point where he could slice a large tree in half with a single swing. It was time for the next battle. This time, En prepared thoroughly, leaving nothing out. Victory was a must. The whole group followed him into battle, and he arranged the formation perfectly. I, a person with no skills, managed to survive this battle thanks to 3 things: preparation, luck, and a cool head. On day 46, my left shoulder was smashed by a club. On day 47, I rolled to dodge the club but got hit in the head by someone else. I have to spin around to slash him first. On day 71, a guy cut my leg, making it impossible for me to thrust or slash, and remembered all of this, and prepared to avoid every single one. Now those bastards can't even touch a hair on my head. On the 89th day, some guy's axe lopped my head off. If I let him live, he'll just interfere in this battle again, so I can't spare him. I've mastered how to throw weapons after going through this day so many times, so it's not hard at all. But after all that, the enemy was right behind me. An archer known as the Eagle's Talon appeared. I don't have time to eliminate him. It's time to face the wall, the only one worthy of being my opponent right now. Airen Pareira found him. The two stood facing each other. It's time to fight. That bastard charged in like a madman. Airen Pareira tried to raise his shield to block. If I just dodge and thrust, there's no chance of winning. But this supports me better. He's figured it out. The guy is just an ordinary soldier, but he's incredibly strong, almost reaching an extraordinary level. Just as he thought, this Wen guy can't predict his moves. I thought he was charging in, but he blocked instead. But he lacks real combat experience, so he's easily surprised. The Valen mercenary sword technique with its many variations is effective against him. Airen Pareira dug his toes into the ground, quickly kicking a pile of sand straight into his opponent's eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Airen Pareira raised his sword high, preparing to strike down. His eyes were bloodshot, but he still had the strength to charge forward. But it was too late. Airen Pareira finished his preparations and slashed with his sword, but the guy still managed to dodge. But Airen Pareira wasn't afraid. I now know everything I need to know about that thrust. The two swords lunged at each other. One of them shattered into pieces. Just then, an arrow shot in from a distance fast as lightning. It was the opponent's sword that broke. Now that he's unarmed, he's dead meat. Ding, 3 words rang out in his head. I am victorious. He'd cut him down so fast Airen Pareira didn't even notice. Suddenly, an axe came spinning through the air, precisely slicing the arrow in 2. At that same moment, Airen Pereira's sword plunged straight into his opponent's neck. That axe. It belongs to Lem. He rushed over, roaring, I'm going to clip all the talons off that hawk. A teammate quickly stopped him. It's too late, don't waste your energy. Airen Pareira won. He's incredible. The day had finally come. The battle still raged on around them, and now he finally had a moment to breathe, a sigh of relief. He glanced down at his dying opponent. One more strike to finish him off. And he whispered a single sentence to him, rest in peace. With one clean slice, the guy's head flew high into the air. The look on Airen Pereira's face was pure satisfaction, grinning from ear to ear. I finally overcame the wall. But before I could even close my mouth, something slammed hard into my shoulder. A sneak attack. Airen Pareira was in excruciating pain, writhing on the ground. His teammates rushed forward, screaming at the attacker. He saw that the one who ambushed Airen Pareira was some kind of frogman. Seriously, this guy was horrifically ugly. Neither man nor beast. He'd hit Airen Pareira with a devastating blow, and he looked furious. I spent so much effort raising him, and to think he'd fall to the likes of you. Airen Pareira was on the ground, unable to get up. He gritted his teeth, glaring at the creature. The monster raised its large weapon, ready to strike down. Die. Suddenly, an axe appeared, blocking the blow. It was Lem. He stood in front of Airen Pareira, saving his life. Lem showed no mercy, knocking the opponent's weapon away with a single swing. This monster was fast, though. He managed to block the downward strike. Lem had no intention of letting up and continued his assault. The monster seemed to be on edge. The two of them went back and forth, neither giving an inch. Over by Airen Pareira, another enemy rushed in for a sneak attack, trying to skewer him with a single thrust. But another teammate appeared out of nowhere and sliced his head clean off. Lem just needed to focus on fighting that monster. The two were evenly matched, staring each other down. Lem was a battle junkie. He never shied away from a challenge. If you want to take our captain's head, you'll have to get through me first. The monster heard this and snorted with contempt. Captain, this weakling is your captain. Lem didn't say much. He silently looked his opponent up and down, quietly sizing up the lineage of elite frog warriors, beings born to fight. The only way to beat this damn frog is to burn him with magic or land a direct stab through his heart. What a pain. I wonder why someone like him is on a pitiful battlefield like this. To kill him, I'll have to risk my own life. This Lem was truly ready to trade his life for the monster's. Seeing his killing intent, the creature started to get nervous and hastily backed away. This battle isn't worth it. Without another word, he decided to turn his back and leave. Lem watched him go with disgust and immediately cursed coward. On the other side, some stubborn soldiers were still charging in to fight, but Airen Pereira's teammates were no pushovers. Everywhere they struck, enemies fell. These guys were full of combat skills, taking out all the trash in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Airen Pareira was still on the ground, about to pass out. Even breathing was exhausting. Another unit arrived, shouting loudly at them, "Retreat, Cyrus, fall back." Hearing those words, he could finally close his eyes in peace. Airen Pareira returned once again to that inner world. The voice of the Faceless One rang in his ears. You survived today, but that's all. You will never be able to endure the wall that constantly stands in your way. Your destiny is nothing but despair and surrender. Airen Pareira pushed himself up. Destiny, look at the wall. I just shattered myself. To me, walls exist to be broken, and I succeeded. He couldn't give a damn about his empty words. The Faceless One let out a mocking laugh. I shall eagerly await the moment those eyes so full of selfishness and ambition lose their light. Airen Pereira's eyes shot open. This time, unlike before, he was still alive. The only problem was, his body was covered in wounds. He stared blankly at the unfamiliar ceiling. He was confused about where he was when a voice spoke up beside him. Healing tent. You've been out cold for 2 whole days. It was Lem. Seeing him sit up, he excitedly bragged, I saved you from that damn frogman, remember? Airen Pareira didn't remember a thing. What FR? Before he could finish, a sharp pain shot through his chest. This pain. Was it really from that frogman? I'm still alive. This guy is still joking around at a time like this. You don't have any broken bones, but you took a serious hit to the head. Do you even remember me? Your soulmate Airen Pareira was still conscious and looking as handsome as ever. I never said we were friends. Before Airen Pareira could finish, the guy suddenly clamped a hand over his mouth. Quiet. There are other people sleeping in this room. It went silent. Not another sound was heard. Airen Pareira thought it was something serious, but it turns out the guy was just messing with him. Just because no one cares about that secret, you're just going to blurt it out like that. Airen Pareira was speechless. So, are you just some unrelated guy, or are you my best friend? Pick one. A new day isn't today. The real new day has come. I survived. He had just woken up when Brett Lloyd showed up to collect a debt. Captain, you'll have to pay me back triple. Do you have any idea how much money I had to spend to get you in here? So, that's how it is. I was wondering how a common soldier like me ended up in the healing tent. He turned to ask him, I didn't see you at all during the battle. Same as always, huh? But even when asked, that Brett Lloyd guy only seemed to care about one thing. I'm giving you a special discount just for you. That'll be double the price. On was laid up all day until evening. Unexpectedly, that guy Jason also came to visit. It was truly unbelievable. Annoyed, he lazily asked, what is it? If you have something to say, just spit it out. The guy didn't say a word, just threw something onto the bed, and before leaving, he tossed out a single sentence. Remember to apply this twice a day, morning and night. Don't ask me where I got it. N looked at the jar and recognized it immediately. This was the same type of ointment Jason used. Didn't he hate sharing his stuff? Next up was a big, muscular guy who sat there crying. It was Auden. He came to visit but just sat by the bed and cried the whole time. N's head was throbbing with frustration. Go away, I'm not dead yet. Why the hell are they taking shifts? He finally had a moment of peace to himself. They've always just minded their own business. But now they're doing this because they're worried about me. How strange. But after just a few minutes of quiet, someone else came in. The guy peered inside, looked surprised to see him, and then, while munching on an apple, asked, Why are you here, Captain? That was Jana. Before On could even answer his question, he was already gone. Now I can finally sleep in peace. Or not. That kid didn't seem to care at all. Besides me, there were 2 other injured soldiers in the tent. One was a platoon leader from another company. He'd picked a fight with me before, so the moment he saw me, he asked with obvious annoyance, What are you looking at? I didn't know the other guy's name. He just stared into the void all day. Looking at him and wondered, he seems like a low-ranking soldier. What's he doing in here? Just then, there was a noise outside the tent entrance, and everyone looked over to see what was happening. A tall figure walked in. This person had elven ears and was a beautiful blonde woman. As soon as she entered, she asked who the squad leader of Squad 444 was. Who else could it be but our boy N, who wondered why she was asking for him. Everyone else in the room just stared at her dumbfounded. One guy was the first to react, asking an elf. She looked at him and asked, What unit are you from? Her powerful aura startled him. I'm Vengean Platoon, leader of the 3rd Platoon, 2nd Company. Her face was ice cold. She glared at him and asked in a stern voice, Does your company teach you to address a superior officer by pointing out their race? He immediately cowered, bowing his head as obediently as a puppy. I'm sorry. It served him right for being a racist. Unguessed it right away, a superior officer. So, this was the new commander of the 4th Company. Now it was N's turn to speak up and introduce himself. I am N, squad leader of the 4th Squad, 4th Platoon, 4th Company. She looked over at our boy N, her gaze not the least bit gentle. I've heard you lead your squad members very well. I have high expectations for you. After saying that, she turned and left, leaving the men completely stunned. She came all this way just to say that. Suddenly, she stopped dead in her tracks, turned back, and looked at the scholarly-looking blonde guy sitting on the other bed. And what's your name? He stammered, unable to get a word out. Brett Lloyd. Yes, I am Brett Lloyd. Our boy N immediately knew something was off. Did he just make that up on the spot? His attitude in front of the company commander is terrible too. Is he a noble? The commander just stared at him intently without another word, then turned and left for good this time, and continued to watch her as she walked away. The next morning he was still recovering here. He clenched and unclenched his fist, testing his muscles and tendons. He could clearly feel his body getting better. The pain was almost gone. I can make this body even stronger now. I have to start training. No sooner said than done. He got dressed, put on his boots, and prepared to leave. Vengean asked curiously, Where are you going? He answered curtly, The training grounds. As On walked away, Vengean spat out a nasty comment, Idiot. Just a low-ranking soldier putting on airs. Outside the tent, Brett Lloyd sat quietly and thought, his sword gleaming brightly in the early morning sun. I have to recall the last battle. This is one of the few useful techniques I spent a fortune to learn as a child. He remembered the moment he thrust his sword straight into that guy's chest. That final moment thrust. What if it had failed? I really shouldn't have put all my eggs in one basket. If that attack had failed, I would have been a goner. Lem's axe attacks were all fatal blows. After using all my strength for that thrust, the next step would be. He was deep in concentration when a voice cut through his thoughts. Working hard, I see. It was Brett Lloyd. He was squatting nearby, resting his chin on his hands. I don't get what you're doing. Your hand was already twitching inside the tent, and now you're out here staring at... What exactly? And lowered his sword, his eyes still fixed on it. I'm doing this to train my grip strength. I'm just simulating the battle. The guy asked naively. Why do you have to do that? On didn't really know how to explain it. To stay out of trouble? The guy's face remained blank. And then what? What do you hope to become by staying alive? This guy really had a couldn't-careless attitude, but our boy N was different. What I want to become is my dream, but if I say it out loud, people will laugh at me. A dream I'm trying to achieve with my meager talents, but I have never stopped yearning for it. He raised his sword high, stared at it, and finally dared to say it out loud. A knight. Brett Lloyd, who seemed completely unfazed, now stared with wide-eyed surprise. On wasn't kidding. He was dead serious when he said it, but he also hadn't expected that reaction from him. This is the first time. The first time someone hasn't laughed at me. He really wasn't mocking or belittling him at all. He stood up, resting a hand on his knee. I forgot. You just reminded me. Looking at you, I now know what I have to do. After saying that, he walked straight into the forest, leaving N standing there alone. For N, this was the first time he'd ever felt supported. The guy suddenly stopped and looked back at him, smiling sincerely. If you become a knight, remember my name. The scene shifts to outside the tents, where a group of soldiers sat around gossiping. Who is the hero of the battlefield? The whole group shouted. Cyrus. The guys in his room were complaining, their heads aching. Why isn't breakfast here yet? Are they planning to eat everything and leave us the scraps? N was fed up. After waking up to that same old chant and waiting for a late breakfast, I went for a stroll instead of heading to the training grounds. I happened to run into Brett Lloyd. He asked with concern, Captain, how's your wound? On replied politely. The medicine works great, thanks. Unexpectedly, he said, if you're so grateful, then hurry back. But since your wound hasn't fully healed, you still have to rest in the infirmary tent. Before going to sleep, Brett Lloyd even gave him a friendly wish. Sleep well. Our boy N flopped onto his bed and replied nonchalantly, you too. All I did was go to bed early, but it's so noisy outside. Those crazy bastards talked all night. A whole day of doing nothing. The next morning, the same thunderous shouts echoed from outside. Who is the hero of the battlefield, Cyrus? He was getting so annoyed he couldn't sleep anymore. Is that wandering minstrel here again today? I thought he'd already wandered off for good. Vengeance, as usual, was screaming. Why isn't breakfast here yet? Are they going to eat it all and leave us the scraps? Anne looked at him with disgust. He's so damn loud. He said the exact same thing yesterday. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat in panic, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be? I have to see if I'm right. Passing by Jason, he asked again, Captain, how's your wound, Airen? Pareira replied nervously, just like before. The medicine is working great, thanks. His expression was exactly the same. He said those exact words. If you're so grateful, then get back to it. Damn it. I was right. Airen Pareira's brows knitted together, his face growing pale. I'm certain today is exactly the same as yesterday. That faceless person in red once said, another wall will just block you. Just try to survive. That was it. Now there's no damn doubt. Did I die in my sleep, without even knowing I died again? Before me now stands a towering wall, and this time it feels even more hopeless than when I was stabbed. Even though it's incredibly frustrating, it pisses me off. The fact that I died without even knowing it makes me even more determined. It's another trial. That fateful night is coming again with that same flickering candle. Airen Pareira lay in bed, racking his brain over who killed him. And how. They would have had to get past all the guards to get in here. Only a knight could do that. No. It has to be a stealthy assassin, and it's highly likely they're one of us. They know the location of the healing tent and how to stay hidden. Someone highly skilled in assassination. For some reason, when I thought of that, the image of that female elf immediately popped into my head. The swift, silent footsteps of an elf are perfect for an assassination. So did she come that day to scout the location beforehand? I need to see it with my own eyes to confirm. So he lay down facing the entrance. The healing tent only has a single entrance. I can scream to wake the other soldiers when she shows up. All I have to do is wait for the assassin to arrive. His eyes were wide open, lying in wait, too tense to sleep. But then, out of nowhere, a sharp pain. A pointed object plunged straight into his neck, and he died instantly. He only had time to realize, a poison needle. I didn't even see my killer. With the last of his strength, he thrashed violently, his body tumbling off the bed. He couldn't move or speak. It was a paralyzing poison. Now he understood. So this is why I died without knowing what happened. The others, like platoon leader Vengeance, were in the same state, but since they were asleep, they were completely unaware. Looking over at Brett Lloyd's bed, he saw the assassin completely cloaked in black, standing right beside it. Airen Pareira was finally about to see him. It was that bastard, the assassin. As the poison spread, Airen Pareira's body trembled violently, blood trickling from his mouth. He watched clearly as the assassin raised a sword with both hands and plunged it straight into Brett Lloyd's chest, killing him instantly. Stabbed Brett Lloyd could only lie there motionless, his eyes wide in a vacant stare as blood pooled around him. Airen Pareira desperately clung to his last breath, enduring the pain determined to see it all. Just then, on the other side of the tent, he saw one figure slitting the tent fabric. Another figure entered, also dressed in an identical concealing black cloak. Airen Pareira understood instantly he had an accomplice. Straining his eyes, he managed to see a distinct pointed elf ear. The figure was holding a large staff wrapped in vines. He couldn't see a face, just those features. But for Airen Pareira, that was enough to confirm it. So, it was her, the company commander. As he stared, the image became clear. It was her face unmistakably. That familiar shout rang in his ears once more. Who is the hero of the battlefield? Cyrus. This time Airen Pareira couldn't just go through the motions. He sat on the edge of the bed, mind racing to find a way out. 3 mornings all exactly like this. It's agonizing. I still can't think of a way to avoid it. I'm always on alert, but I never detect anyone. This isn't going to be easy. And besides, there's the company commander. Even if I manage to stop the assassination, I'll have to deal with her immediately after. It feels so hopeless. I felt this way a few days ago too. My head is throbbing. I'm not strong enough and I don't know what to do. He remembered the last trial, how he had to motivate himself on the battlefield. But even so, I came out the victor then. I'll definitely find a way this time too, as long as I don't give up. If I'm not even afraid of dying, what the hell else is there to fear? With that, Airen Pareira swiftly yanked the blanket off the other guy. Startled, the man shouted, "What's wrong with you today? Are you crazy?" Airen Pareira had already thought it through. His theory about the assassins infiltrating the base must have been wrong. That means I have to be on guard against the outside as well. Vengeance cursed at him. "You psycho. What are you planning to do today? Practice your swordsmanship on cockroaches or something." He even sneered. "I guess that's a suitable task for a low-ranking soldier." Airen Pareira paid him no mind, feigning ignorance as he replied, "I had no idea you were so concerned about me." Failing to provoke him only made the man angrier. "I'm being serious, you idiot." Airen Pareira just laughed. "I was just teasing you too. That guy can dish it out, but when someone teases him back, he gets mad. Get lost, I don't want to see your face." Just then, Brett Lloyd entered. "Ah, you two arguing again?" he asked, looking embarrassed and forcing a smile. "I'll come back later then," Airen Pareira casually told him. "It's fine, come in." Only Vengeance was being difficult, flopping onto his bed and muttering, "So annoying." Airen Pareira silently observed Brett Lloyd. The assassins were watching him so carefully. He must be the main target. He's really suspicious. But what's his true identity? I don't plan on being like those other jerks prying into things he doesn't want to talk about. But I got dragged into this whole assassination plot because of him, so I should at least figure that much out. With that, he decided to get straight to the point. He put on a slightly intimidating air and asked Brett Lloyd, "What are you?" The guy's blank, confused stare made Airen Pareira wonder if he'd said the wrong thing. "My social skills are probably on the level of a golem's." Yeah, that question came out wrong. Brett Lloyd thought for a moment. "What am I?" To his surprise, the man refused outright. "I can't tell you that." Airen Pareira pushed. "Why not?" But Brett Lloyd didn't seem annoyed in the slightest. He just kept smiling. "It's a long story, if you say so." Airen Pareira wouldn't press him. He gave a slight nod to show he understood. But Vengeance, who was sitting nearby, suddenly blew up. "Are you kidding me? You obviously wanted an answer. If you were just going to back down like that, you shouldn't have asked in the first place, you blockhead." He even pointed a finger as he spoke directly to him. "Brett Lloyd, or whatever you are, you're definitely not from this kingdom. I can tell just by looking at you. Spit it out, what country are you spying for?" Hearing this, Brett Lloyd's expression turned icy and a menacing aura instantly flared up around him. It was the first time they had ever seen him that angry. Vengeance immediately shrank back, too intimidated to say another word. He retracted his pointed finger. Brett Lloyd walked straight up to him until the two were standing face to face. His presence was completely overwhelming as he declared, "I have never and I will never betray this kingdom." Airen Pareira watched the entire exchange, thinking I can see it in his eyes, and the way he carries himself. He has the aura of a knight. He's not the deceitful type you'd expect from a spy. Vengeance took a fearful step back, but still tried to act tough. "Is that any way to speak to a superior officer?" Brett Lloyd just laughed, mocking the meaningless title. "Oh, a superior. My deepest apologies, sir. Ha ha ha." But Airen Pareira felt differently. Brett Lloyd couldn't be a knight. He was just as helpless as everyone else when the assassins attacked. And yet, looking at that carefree, smiling face, Airen Pareira was certain he was hiding something. That night, he still wished Airen Pareira sleep well. Airen Pareira lay down and replied, "You too." Hearing them, Vengeance gave an awkward cough. Seeing his attitude, Airen Pareira knew at once. Is he scared of Brett Lloyd now? Acting so meek all of a sudden? He didn't dwell on it and simply turned his gaze outside. The most important thing is that the tent flap is still open. If those assassins rush in here, we'll all die. He couldn't lie still any longer. He grabbed his sword and immediately got to his feet. The other guy looked at him standing there, wondering why he wasn't going to sleep. Airen got straight to the point, glaring at him and saying, "Assassins are about to storm this place. If you want to live, you'd better cooperate." The guy absolutely refused to believe it, looking at him like he was some kind of alien. Finally, he just spun around, went back inside, and threw a curse over his shoulder. That lunatic. He glanced over at Brett Lloyd, who was still fast asleep. Their reactions made sense. He'd already predicted they'd look at him that way. Suddenly, he heard a voice ask, "How did he find out we were coming to assassinate him?" Just then, something sharp whizzed past and sliced through his throat, sending blood gushing everywhere. Even as he was dying, he wanted more information, so he glanced behind him. He'd lost his life before his hand could even touch his sword. Next were the others in the room. They were all cut down and killed in just a few strikes. Airen's body collapsed to the ground, his life over once more. And then he heard that same voice again. Who is the hero of the battlefield? Airen's head was throbbing. This was his fourth time. Since he had no proof the assassins were coming, he couldn't ask Vengeance or Brett Lloyd for help. He immediately thought about reporting it to his superiors to increase the number of guards, but all he got in return was an angry glare and a shout. "Are you out of your mind? Get out of here, before I make sure you can never speak again." It seemed he'd have to handle this himself. He hid by the door. "Alright, I'll just have to predict the exact moment those assassins show up and scream before they can attack." Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past him. Is this it? Now? The tension was unbearable. He had no idea if he was right or not. Maybe it's right now. But while Airen was still hesitating, a sharp object pierced straight through his neck. He couldn't even react. His body collapsed to the ground, soaked in his own blood. Damn it, they're too fast. There's no way to get help from anyone else. Every time he woke up, Airen had to come up with a new plan, immediately changing his position. I have to ambush and defeat them before they can make their move. But it was the same result every single time. He didn't know how to fight back, when he couldn't even see his enemy. He couldn't see them. Airen couldn't sense them even when they were standing right behind his back, but they could see his every move. If he couldn't dodge that poisoned arrow, he couldn't do anything at all. For days, it had been the same thundering shout, "Who is the hero of the battlefield?" It was now the morning of his 20th attempt, and he had made absolutely no progress. He felt so helpless he could go insane. "There's nothing I can do." 20 times in a row. His face was grim, but he eventually cracked a smile, determined not to give up. Dying over and over again like this didn't scare him. "I've only died 20 times after all." Airen paced around the tent, observing everything. He had to figure out a way to dodge that poisoned arrow first, then he could worry about dealing with them. A way to avoid the attack before the enemy even. As he was thinking, he saw Jason sitting nearby. Airen's attention was immediately drawn to him. He was surprised, his eyes widening at the sight before him. Lem was here too. "Why is Jason a perverted wildcat?" Lem immediately explained. "Because he fights dirty, that's why. He never attacks head-on. He only likes to stab them in the back and then run away." Doesn't that sound just like a cunning, perverted wildcat? Just then, Jason looked up at him. "Captain." Still thinking about that question. "How's your wound?" he asked. But Airen Pareira was lost in thought. This guy could probably defeat those assassins with ease. But I can't just keep him by my side. I don't have the right to do that. Even if I did, this is a wall I have to climb myself. Then an idea struck him. I'll just have to become as skilled as Jason. He called out to him, "Seriously, Jason." Airen got straight to the point. "If someone like you were to stab me in the back, what would I have to do to stop the attack?" Jason didn't expect him to ask something like that. He thought for a moment before replying, "I don't know. No one's ever survived one of my ambushes." That was a shock. Airen's face darkened with dread. He wasn't joking. He was telling the absolute truth. Jason then lowered his head, while Airen stood there waiting for the secret technique. Jason pointed behind himself. "You need to have eyes in the back of your head." That was a little hard to understand, so he had to ask again. "Eyes in the back of my head? What are you talking about?" As if to demonstrate, Jason asked. "You see that cart over there?" Airen immediately looked over. A cart Jason specified that it was behind the barracks. Only then did Airen notice it, and he was shocked. What? How can he see something that far away? Does he really have eyes in the back of his head? But what Jason said next was even more unbelievable. He said it with his eyes closed. "That cart is about to break." As soon as he finished speaking, the cart jolted, and a wheel fell right off. Airen felt like he had just witnessed a magic trick. He was so startled he just stared wide-eyed and unblinking. He was so shocked that he asked Jason, "Are you a prophet?" Jason was speechless, his face darkening with irritation. "What are you even talking about? Have you been hanging around those savages so much, you've caught their stupidity?" Airen was getting impatient. He pressed him urgently. "Stop joking around. Just tell me how you did it." Jason pointed to his ear, revealing the key. "Sound. I heard the joint of the wheel rattling. Once I heard that, I could predict what would happen next." It was unbelievable. Airen stared at him without blinking. He can hear a sound that small. He thought, "I'm not even sure my own ears could clearly hear the cart approaching." This meant he didn't necessarily have to use his eyes to perceive everything. Jason pushed himself up to his feet. "If you want to train a skill like mine, you can try listening. Focus your senses and trace even the smallest of sounds." He was being surprisingly helpful. "You're explaining it pretty thoroughly. Before you seemed annoyed whenever I asked you anything. My cold attitude is still the same though. It's still annoying." But he figured this was better than having Airen whining in his ear forever. He looked directly at him, amused. "Lately, Captain, you seem determined not to give up, don't you?" That night, everything was the same. Airen lay on his bed with his eyes closed, waiting. "The second wall I have to overcome is the Grim Reaper's invisible scythe. Only by seeing it can I survive. I have to focus all of my senses into my hearing." He could hear the steady footsteps of the patrolling soldiers, the crackling of the torch outside his door. The time had come. An assassin appeared on the roof, but his ears hadn't picked up a thing. His mind was still racing. Where? Just as he thought that the assassin loomed in the doorway. Airen furrowed his brow, straining his ears, but it was no use. Where is the sound he's making? With a whoosh, the assassin vanished without a trace. The next second, blood spurted from Airen's throat. Another death. Still, he encouraged himself. Failure is to be expected. He woke up to the same situation, the same shout. Who is the hero of this battlefield? What worried him most now was that he hadn't improved in the slightest. But his body still remembered. It remembered the long days of training where he forged a courageous heart and a sharp sword technique. There's a lot of information you can gather just by listening. You can pinpoint a location based on the direction and intensity of the sound, and when you can hear the faintest sounds from the farthest distances. He taught him a new piece of knowledge. If you can master it, your ears will become a second pair of eyes. Sound is a wave. These waves are always around us, even in the quietest of places. Among the hundreds, thousands of complex, interwoven sound waves, you must grasp a single one. That's how I was able to snap that bastard's neck. Our hero started practicing immediately, overhearing some soldiers gossiping. Have you been to that village yet? There's a really pretty girl there. Nonsense. This trickster closed his eyes, focusing 100%. Within that chaotic mess of sound waves, which sounds were blending together, listen, distinguish, and grasp. The sound of fluttering flags sounded like a single, large flag. How many flags are there here? 7 or 10? From right to left, 3 people are nearby, 2 are farther away. He had to remind himself to feel the sound waves. The familiar sounds washing over him, as well as the unfamiliar ones. Just then, someone approached Airen Pareira. It was Brett Lloyd. Carrying a small bag on his shoulder, he smiled and asked, "So, what's this training exercise?" He got his name wrong. Airen Pareira, he asked, still smirking. It's Airen Pareira. Airen Pareira, sure, if you like. Not that I care. I don't really like it, but if you want to call me that, go ahead. Airen didn't want to say much more. I'm just resting. How does this look like training? Of course, Brett Lloyd didn't believe him. He stared intently. You're not the type to just sit around doing nothing, are you? But Airen ignored him, just staring back without another word. That night, it was the same sharp blade that had killed him countless times. A single, perfect strike straight to the neck. Our hero tried to look over at his other roommates. Brett Lloyd was run through the stomach dead before he could react. But one stab wasn't enough. The assassin raised his sword to strike again. Brett Lloyd wasn't quite dead yet, just barely breathing, and Airen returned to this day once more. The third failure. The 34th time the assassin appeared. But he still hadn't improved. I still can't hear anything. Failure. The last thing he saw was always Brett Lloyd being stabbed to death. Failure after failure. To overcome this massive wall, he needed not only motivation, but also focus. This was all about effort. It didn't require some sudden enlightenment or divine intervention. He just needed to repeat the simplest things without rest, without stopping his thoughts, observations, and listening. He could almost hear a bird landing on top of the tent, so light and quiet, not unlike that assassin. Today was different. Just as Brett Lloyd arrived, Airen opened his eyes at the perfect moment. The younger man jumped bewildered. Whoa, you knew I was here. You opened your eyes so fast, I thought you had them closed this whole time. Are you practicing sensing killing intent or something? You're not the type to just slack off, right? He had improved a lot. That night, the assassin came as usual, throwing a dagger. But this time was a little different. Airen tilted his head to the side and dodged it. With his sword already in hand, he had just enough time to swing, slashing horizontally. The assassin flinched in surprise, but still managed to dodge. It didn't matter if he won this fight or not. From now on, the assassin was no longer an invisible grim reaper. Airen had caught on to his rhythm. The assassin was startled, cursing under his breath. You damn bastard. Seeing how he moved, our hero guessed that this assassin was only good at stealth kills. As for close quarters combat, he couldn't be as skilled as the one who had killed him so many times on the battlefield before. This guy might be a worthy opponent to test his skills against in a chaotic fight like this. As for the others, he glanced over at his 2 roommates. Venjin was already dead, and Brett Lloyd was fighting. Even though everyone was awake and fighting back, he still needed to be careful. Even if he wasn't strong in close combat, he was still an assassin. He wasn't to be underestimated. He lashed out with a slash. Airen Pareira was wounded, blood spraying through the air. The blow hurt badly, sending him staggering backward. Just then, he looked towards the door and saw a figure appear. Platoon leader Igna. She had appeared. He had to strike first. I need to make the first move, or I'll fail. He hadn't even finished with one opponent, and now she was here. He was dead for sure. But surprisingly, the crazed assassin threw another volley of daggers, shouting, "You called for reinforcements." He went all out furiously, throwing dozens at once. Airen turned to see the terrifying sight, noticing that he was also throwing daggers at Brett Lloyd at the same time. He was so busy looking behind him, he didn't notice the woman in front. She whipped off her red cloak, blocking the daggers. With a single flick of her cloak, she stopped the entire volley. She even managed to block the daggers meant for Brett Lloyd. Airen was shocked. Before he'd thought she was involved with the assassins, but it seemed more like she had appeared to save everyone. Of course, this gave their side a huge advantage. All he had to do now was deal with the assassin. The two fought fiercely, sparks flying. They were evenly matched, with neither side gaining an upper hand. It seemed the assassin was starting to panic. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, if I can't win, I'll run." Before our hero could react, he was gone. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished. For now, it was quiet. Airen didn't have to die. The assassin had escaped. Brett Lloyd suddenly walked over. "It seems that assassin was targeting me." This was something Airen had figured out a long time ago. "I know." He was taken aback, asking in disbelief, "How could you know?" That Airen gave a vague explanation. "That assassin. They carefully calculated their target before acting. It seems the rest of us have nothing to do with them." The woman had to agree. "That's right. That assassin was quite dangerous. It's a good thing I arrived in time." She looked at him with interest. "I'm quite surprised by how you reacted to the situation." Platoon leader. He no longer felt hostile towards her. He knew the platoon leader was here to protect everyone. But he had no idea what her relationship with Brett Lloyd was. What if she was here to protect one of Brett Lloyd's secrets? He still remembered her from that day. If he became a target because of it, he needed to be on his guard. He had to ask his question now. "I have something to say." Before he could say more, the other man cut him off. "Everyone got dragged into this because of me. I wish no one had to die today." This time only Vengean had died. Igne placed a hand on her chest and bowed with unusual respect. "That is a wish that must be fulfilled." He looked at the man lying unconscious on the cot. From the looks of it, Vengean had been poisoned. He probably wouldn't make it. "I wonder if anyone else in the barracks got dragged into this because of me." The woman calmly reassured him. "Don't worry. We have an antidote, so he's not necessarily going to die." This was news to our hero. It seemed the platoon leader also knew a lot about poisons. Brett Lloyd looked around. "All right, we need to deal with this area first. It's a bit of a mess, and we need to work fast before a crowd gathers and makes things complicated," Airen immediately suggested. "We can look for more information on the killer based on what he left at the scene to learn more about him." The three of them looked in the same direction, acting like that he was bound to have left plenty of clues. Just then, blazing red flames erupted. "Fire! Everyone hurry, put out the fire!" The crowd outside descended into chaos, grabbing buckets of water and rushing to extinguish the flames. A few people managed to escape the tent, even carrying Venge with them. Airen was furious. That damn assassin. Before leaving, he'd set a fire to erase his tracks. Now, finding clues about him would be much more difficult. Meanwhile, Igne and Brett Lloyd headed into the forest together. He was only carrying a single bag. She spoke up. "If he hadn't woken up in time to warn you, you might be dead right now." "Is the reason you trust him so much because of his strength and courage?" He nodded in confirmation. "That's right. Don't you find him to be a trustworthy person?" She remained silent, not answering. "For now, we need to pay attention to our surroundings and stay safe." Brett Lloyd was lost in thought, wondering to himself, "I tried my best to lay low in the camp, but I don't understand why those assassins came after us." He suddenly remembered the scene of Airen practicing his swordsmanship the other day. He stopped in his tracks, bowing his head in thought. Suddenly, he smiled. "I was too careless. I hope nothing like this ever happens to anyone again. For now, farewell. I hope we can meet again someday." In the darkness of Airen's mind, the Grim Reaper's scythe was still there, but now it was decayed and shattered. Airen stood there watching the distant, faceless rider. The figure was still threatening him, vowing they would meet again soon, no matter what it took. The next day, I had escaped the loop. I had survived and escaped that silent death. This was the morning after the battle with the assassin. I felt like I had a better sense of what I could hear and observe, but I was completely unable to perceive the platoon leader's presence. I guess I'll have to train a lot more in the future to get stronger. I was really lucky I didn't get injured at all last night. Suddenly, Venge looked at him and asked, "Thanks to your warning, I was saved from the fire last night. But why would you save me?" His tone was incredibly irritating. Airen was taken aback. "What the hell is this? I saved his life, and now he's acting like he's blaming me. I don't understand what I did wrong here." Deciding not to bother with him, Airen gave a simple answer. "You're my comrade. Saving you is nothing to talk about." "Is that right?" Venge's brow furrowed, and he looked down feeling a sense of shame. "I did a lot of things to wrong you before, yet you still treat me so well. Thank you." "Where are you going now?" Airen replied. "I'm going to train." Venge suddenly struck up a conversation. "You know, a lot of strange things have been happening at the camp since the fire yesterday, right?" This sounded interesting. Airen stopped immediately. "Huh, what's going on?" "There's a rumor that our camp has been hit with a death curse." As soon as Airen returned to the camp, he saw a couple of his idiotic teammates cursing at each other. "Don't be so full of yourself." That bastard then started getting physical, shoving and pushing the other guy. The guy was furious. Gritting his teeth, he decided he wasn't going to take it anymore and started fighting back. The surrounding crowd scattered in fear. Someone screamed, "Hey, are you guys crazy? Why are you fighting inside the camp? This bastard wants to die. Where are the squad leaders? Get over here now. Come manage your own squad members. How can you let them act like this? Damn it, this is not good." But the two of them couldn't care less. They ignored everything. The fight was on. "If you get up again, you're dead." The fighting grew more intense, and one of them even drew his weapon. "All right, that's great. Let me use this axe to give you a haircut." Hey, don't use weapons. If you've got the guts, come at me and let's see who dies first. The other guy drew his sword as well. The scene was total chaos. The onlookers could only scream. Someone stop them before there's a murder. Just then, Airen Pareira arrived. He was still wondering where that baseless rumor could have come from, but it seemed like a lot of complicated things really were happening here. He had no choice but to walk straight towards the two of them. Stop it right now, I'm not dead yet. Alright, if you two want to fight to the death, you at least need to tell me why you're doing this right. And just like that, the fight ended. It had been 3 days since he returned to the squad. Airen was sleeping when he suddenly startled awake, his eyes wide open. In front of him, Jason was walking past. He seemed surprised and asked I was walking without making a sound. Did I wake you up? Well, since you're up, you might as well stay up. Airen answered him. Sir, I was planning to get up and train anyway. But Jason knew it was the skill he had taught him. You only started learning to perceive sound a short time ago, but your hearing is already this good. Airen could only reply. It's because I've been training diligently. Jason simply advised, keep up your training. It will be a great help to you on the battlefield. Winter was approaching, and the battles were becoming less frequent. Airen's daily routine was to train until his muscles were toned and ripped. Thanks to the lull, they had more free time. It was the perfect time to train. As he was training hard, someone approached. Good morning. It was the squad leader, Auden. The giant of the group was carrying a boulder twice his size on his back. It was also training, but on a completely different level. You're out for a morning workout. You're really diligent, he said. He threw the massive rock to the ground. You should think about it. A strong body is like a sturdy shield. At the very least, you should be able to take a single kick from me. When he stood up, he looked like a mountain. He then bluntly criticized, you're still too weak. You need to train much more. Airen felt a bit ticked off and thought to himself, he talks as if he's so strong, but he still replied humbly, I still have many shortcomings. Auden stood with his hands on his hips and began to lecture. As for the muscle training method I showed you, while the two were talking outside, shouting erupted from the tent. This lazy bastard just eats and sleeps all day. This useless guy was the old man Lem. His face was a mask of extreme annoyance. The person he was picking a fight with was none other than his sworn enemy. The other guy couldn't take it anymore. Having his bed flipped while he was sleeping, he decisively grabbed his enormous sword, swung it hard and yelled, grab your shoes and get out. Just as Lem was about to bring his axe down, he froze. They're at it again. Airen walked in. Both of you stop. He looked dead serious. Auden standing beside him began to pray. Violence never solves anything. The two of them stopped fighting, but they wouldn't stop arguing. That lazy bum is trying to starve us. He's too lazy. The old man has a point. Gah, if the squad leader ordered it, then go take care of breakfast. He obediently did, as he was told, without a single complaint. If the squad leader said so, he'd do it. But Lem was still jeering at him with mocking gestures. That bastard's finally willing to work, acting all high and mighty. Jana couldn't stand it and immediately moved his things elsewhere. It stinks to high heaven. The old man stubbornly argued back, sniffing the blanket. It smells perfectly fine to me. What's wrong with him? Airen was getting annoyed, just looking at him. Stop causing trouble. Or are you just bored with nothing better to do? The old man's face immediately lit up like a flower. Oh, you noticed I can't go to the battlefield and my hands and feet are just itching for a fight. Well, might as well burn off some of this old guy's energy so he stops causing trouble. Airen, grab your sword and stop your whining. Come on out and let's have a match. Just like that, the sky began to darken, but the two of them were still fighting relentlessly. The old man was having the time of his life, shouting taunts and criticisms as he fought. Hey, your stamina is pathetic. Airen was barely managing to parry his blows. He maintained his focus with the heart of a beast. The old man was fighting for real, that massive axe of his crashing down again and again, while Airen listened with his sharp ears dodging the attacks. And the fatal thrust perfected through hundreds of failures. The moment old Lem charges in, you have to seize that opportunity. At that exact moment, he unleashed a critical strike. The old man leaned to the side, dodging it, but the sword got stuck in his axe. In a flash, Airen Pareira was slammed to the ground as the old man grabbed him by the collar. Even after the fight, the old man wasn't satisfied. I was expecting quite a lot after seeing how much you've improved. And yet, why did you become so boring and weak in this fight? That thrust of yours is old news now. I've already figured out its weakness. Don't you have any other moves? So that's how it is. Airen propped himself up with his sword, trying to stand sweat pouring down as if he'd just taken a shower. But now I understand. I'm different now, both mentally and physically. From now on, even if I have to repeat this hundreds, thousands of times, I will keep moving forward. It's okay to lose this battle. He looked the old man straight in the eye, challenging him. Come on, this time I'm going to crush you. The old man was speechless, cursing under his breath. What a mediocre skill. But the blazing determination in Airen's eyes could not be ignored. And yet, why can't I look away from those eyes? Why? Suddenly, the old man found it interesting. If you want to fight, you'll get one. But first, you have to at least touch a single strand of my hair. Just then, the sky opened up, but the two of them ignored the downpour and continued their fight in the rain. They only went inside when the rain became a torrential storm. Standing at the tent's entrance, they watched the erratic weather. Old Jensen sat perched on his bed, lifting his leg to examine it. Damn it, with all this rain my feet are going to get fungus. Jana was asleep and Auden was praying. Just then, Brett Lloyd opened the flap and entered. Damn it all, how many times have our plans been ruined by the rain, he muttered, shaking the water from his hair with a scowl. At this rate, the curse on our camp must be real. That's when Airen finally paid attention. What curse? He looked at Airen in surprise. You haven't heard about it, squad leader, he said, which made Airen recall. Now that you mention it, I think Captain Vengeance said something before I returned. There's a curse spreading through the camp. He explained to Airen about the strange weather, the sudden increase in injuries, and even the fires. The reconnaissance team got hit the worst. They were torn to shreds, and many were injured. Everyone is saying it's all because of a curse. Of course, there's no such thing as a curse, but the weather has been changing so erratically, it's as if magic was cast on this camp, so the rumor just spread like wildfire. All Airen cared about was that it wasn't good to let false rumors spread through the camp, and the higher-ups would surely put a stop to it soon. Airen just kept standing there, which made the other man curious. Hey, why are you just standing at the entrance? Right now, 100% of Airen's being was focused on training, this time on sensing presence. The man was shocked. What? In this rainstorm, Airen gave a firm nod. It's precisely because the rain is so heavy that I have to train. The old man looked annoyed. What kind of foolishness are you up to now? Standing there like that is just asking for bad luck. But Gensen praised him. That's not a bad training method. You're doing well. It had been a while since he'd spoken up. The old man Lem spun around and yelled, "What the hell? Did you teach him that? Since when did you care so much about the squad leader?" The two of them started bickering loudly. How dare this disrespectful brat ignore me? Airen was getting fed up. It's too noisy. I can't even hear the rain. Suddenly, Auden suggested, if you're looking for training exercises in the camp, there are many ways to train even while sitting in one place. Jana also joined in with Brett Lloyd. It's been a while. Let me check your sword stance. The old man looked back at them in disbelief. What is this? Right, do they want to train in here too? Everyone was doing it voluntarily, even smiling with satisfaction at the thought of teaching Airen something. Even the guy who slept all day wanted to teach him something, and as for Lem, it was obvious how thrilled he was. See, everyone is working very hard, not just you. The scene shifts to another tent where the leaders were meeting. A voice rang out, have the captains get their soldiers under control. We need to send out another reconnaissance team to scout the situation before winter arrives, but we don't have enough soldiers to fill the empty positions in the camp. The Lady Igni proactively suggested, what about the squad leader of the 44th squad? The old man next to her glared. That nameless squad leader, he seems a bit incompetent. Won't he just be a hindrance to the reconnaissance team? But she seemed to have a lot of faith in Airen. Who knows, he might bring back some unexpected results. The old man questioned her. What reason do you have to think that? The young woman replied firmly, it's just an elf's intuition. The next morning, the sun was finally shining. Airen was summoned to Igne's tent. He heard the news and asked in disbelief, I've been chosen for the reconnaissance team. She wasn't joking, confirming it with a steady gaze as she rested her chin on her hand. When Airen returned to his tent, someone asked, were you summoned by the platoon leader? Airen tried to act cool. You think I just let her order me around like that? But this was Brett Lloyd. He knew without even asking. Then why did you go there? She ordered you to go on reconnaissance, didn't she? He remembered that night. He knew she had taken notice of him after the assassin's attack. From that day on, Brett Lloyd had also left the camp. Lem was also curious. So, are you really going? But if you don't like the assignment the platoon leader gave you, you can just tell her. Airen was all talk. He wouldn't dare. Alright, that's just talk. When a superior gives an order, I have to obey. The old man burst out laughing, teasing him. What an exemplary squad leader you are. Well, I'm really just trying to set an example for everyone. If I don't, things around here will just fall into chaos. Auden began to pray again. O Lord, why do you give me such difficult trials? In any case, I pray that you may achieve all that you hope for. And most importantly, they'd make it through these tough missions safely. It's a nice thought, but it's exhausting for me. Man, I'm dead tired. Suddenly, the guy named Jana stood up. Let me go in your place, sir. Of course, Airen. Pereira refused instantly. That's not a good idea. You don't have any experience in this area. Brett Lloyd agreed with him. He's right, Jana. Look, I'd say you have other strengths, but in this you can't compare to him. Jason also chimed in with a few questions. So, the reconnaissance point the platoon leader mentioned is in the wide open fields. If you're out there and you hear any sound, other than the wind and the rustling grass, you need to be on alert. That would be highly unusual. It's a basic way to avoid a surprise attack. This guy just loves to start trouble. Hearing Jason talk, Lem roared again. Are you trying to lecture the squad leader now? The only thing you're good at is sneak attacks. What do you know about reconnaissance? And so they started arguing like a bunch of kids. I couldn't help but let out a long sigh. What a pain, right? If I go, who's going to stop them? If I leave them like this, they'll just end up fighting. But, no matter how I think about it, there's no one more suitable to go than me. After I enlisted, I didn't have any special abilities. Because of that, I was often assigned to undesirable places. I've worked in every position, but I never gained much experience in a place where I felt most useful. While I was lost in thought, Lem had already grabbed his axe to start a fight. You bastard. Jason also drew his dagger, his eyes flashing with a murderous glare as he lunged forward. I was so fed up I didn't even bother to say anything. I just walked straight out. The two of them about to clash were startled. Luckily, they stopped just in time or they would have skewered me. This is what I was thinking about. This position as a squad leader. The squad I manage is the one that no one else in the entire camp wants anything to do with. Despite their aggression, En wasn't afraid to push Lem's axe away. What is wrong with you guys? The old man always playing, the victim yelled loudly. Squad leader. He was trying to start a fight, so I couldn't just stand there and take it. Jason, not backing down, kept taunting the old man. You should thank the squad leader. If it weren't for him, you'd be dead for sure, you get it. And so the bickering started again. Honestly, with the way they were talking, you couldn't tell which one of them would die first. But Airen knew that despite their constant arguments, they were both capable warriors on the battlefield. He just hoped they could get along and help each other in this brutal war. This reconnaissance mission was going to be filled with danger, but I'm fully aware of my own capabilities. What I need to do now is train even harder. The scout team goes ahead of the main force to gather information, so being cautious and prepared for anything is essential. The man walking in front suddenly turned and stared straight at me. Hey newbie, can't you walk any faster? Even if you were a squad leader before in this scout team, you're just a rookie. Here I'm the one in charge of everything. You will follow my every command, understand. This arrogant man was Anil, the leader of the scout team. The other guys snickered and joined in. What can a guy like him even do, leader? Just ignore him, act like he's not even here. I bet he won't be able to do anything, and will just die early. Look how clueless he is. The commander Anil even laughed mockingly. Of course I'll keep an eye on you during combat. Otherwise you might get yourself killed. I know you were the leader of Squad 4. That squad is full of difficult bastards. The fact that you could lead them. I guess someone must have pulled some strings to get you that position, huh? He stopped targeting me, and planting his hands on his hips, shouted to the whole team. All right, enough talk. Stay sharp. If we encounter the enemy, be careful. First, we take them all down, then we'll talk. En watched him and his crew shouting and was at a loss for words. What a bunch of loudmouths. What kind of scouts yell this much? And the leader is as competitive as a child. I don't know how this scout team is going to survive this battle. Just then, one of the men pointed to the ground and shouted, There are tracks here, leader. He immediately knelt to examine them, then grinned with delight. Looks like gazelle tracks. All right, let's follow these tracks and we'll have ourselves a barbecue. Only Airen Pareira was clear-headed enough to realize, don't gazelles travel in herds of 30? How can there be so few tracks? He had no idea what they were talking about. Just as he was wondering about this, the person next to him spoke up. Gazelles, what are you talking about? These are tracks from a different species. They're related, but they look completely different. The man had said exactly what he was thinking, and I immediately turned to look at him. Our eyes met, and he flinched in surprise. Ah, he said, smiling brightly, you don't have to pay any attention to the leader. He's just a bit childish. This man was Enli, a member of the scout team. Enli used to be a hunter, so he had the skill and experience for this kind of work. He told me things from which I could learn a great deal. Things that would be incredibly useful to me. Things that would help me survive this war. He even told me that on a prairie like this, there are many paths that only animals use. Tomorrow I'll tell you more about this stuff. Just as Enli predicted, that night was filled with angry shouts. Damn it, because they had spent the day chasing after those gazelles, the team had accomplished nothing of value. That idiot leader Anil was still stubborn. They were definitely gazelle tracks, weren't they? Alright, whatever. We're already here. We need to scout the area and report back. On lay on the ground, preparing to sleep, watching Anil's antics with resignation. The next morning, the group set out again. In front of them was a field of grass so overgrown it was taller than a person. We're here. This is the location our scout team needs to investigate. It's called the Green Prairie Battlefield. A vast expanse of green grass stretched out before them as the group slowly made their way in. They looked like tiny people in this environment. The squad leader's mouth was like a loudspeaker, never stopping. We need to carefully cross this area to find Aben's team, then try to capture a few enemies for interrogation and earn some merits. En started walking straight in. Enli immediately had to stop him. Are you just going to walk in there like that? The mission is to scout the perimeter. Airen Pareira just had to accept it. He parted the grass to make a path. Those are the leader's orders. What can we do? The whole group followed in a long line. As I walked with them, I thought, getting through this head-high grass is not going to be easy at all. To be honest, I had to try really hard just to do this. It was so difficult. If you don't do it yourself, you'd never understand. But I also really admired the members here. Not a single one of them complained at all. En suddenly looked around and said, Looking around, there don't seem to be any signs of animals here, huh? I thought to myself that might be the problem. In a place with grass this tall, there should be plenty of herbivores, right? So if there aren't any, Doesn't that mean something's wrong? No sooner had he said that a massive, pitch-black monster's foot appeared, stomping down hard on the ground. Airen heard it and jumped in fright, his eyes wide with terror. He clearly sensed it behind him and whipped around in an instant. It was a blue-eyed panther. Airen quickly grabbed the captain's head and shoved him to the ground, yelling, "Get down now!" Just then, a weapon pierced straight through one man's head, killing him instantly. The captain was so scared he could have wet himself. He screamed, "It's an enemy attack." A group of fully armored soldiers emerged from the tall grass. The men turned and ran for their lives, but the enemy appeared from all sides, closing in on them in a flash. They were surrounded with no easy way to escape. Behind the towering blades of grass, crossbows were drawn and aimed, and Airen couldn't possibly watch every direction at once. This was clearly a situation where the sound sensing technique I'd learned could be useful. However, I could only use it to detect a few simple arrows. With so much chaotic noise here, I was helpless. Everything I'd learned was completely useless. Before I could even do anything, I saw a massive volley of arrows flying straight toward me, piercing my body until I looked like a porcupine. And that was the end of me. If only I knew which direction the enemy was coming from, I could have dodged. But there were too many of them here. A new life begins. I tried to warn him, but the captain completely ignored everything I said. He even had the nerve to bring up the name Cyrus Brett Lloyd. "What did you say? I ought to slit your throat right now? Stop talking nonsense." Airen had no choice but to act on his own. From now on, I have to find a way to survive by myself. Soon, loud screams echoed through the air. "It's an ambush. Run." Even though I tried running in every possible direction, the enemy was always one step ahead, blocking my path. I was killed again and again. But I won't give up. I'll find another way because I can relive the previous day over and over. This time, I was attacked and killed by 20 archers approaching from the west. After that, I ran north to avoid them, but was intercepted and surrounded by a cavalry unit. The result was the same, me, dead on the ground. This time, I wasn't completely gone yet. I could still hear voices. "Find him, he must be close." Whether I ran east or west or tried to hide, they always found me in the end. These pursuers, they all wore green uniforms, allowing them to easily blend in with the tall grass. Why are their defenses so tight? There are so many soldiers in this field. I don't understand what they're trying to protect here on these plains. Night had fallen. A flag fluttered in the wind. Airen finally saw it, but just as his eyes landed on it, an assassin with a sword stabbed down, taking his head clean off. Even as he died, he was still wondering, what the hell are these bastards hiding? The captain, as always, was yelling his head off. "We need to cross these green plains and find the Airen forces. Then we'll take a few of them prisoner and extract information." Airen Pareira listened, feeling incredibly frustrated. "Even though I've died and come back so many times, I haven't been able to do a single thing. The moment I step into that grass, I know I'm going to die. Why the hell have those bastards set up such a massive ambush? What are they hiding? I have to survive and find out. But it's all useless if I don't have a plan to avoid death right now." Before he could even think of a solution, that arrogant captain called out, "Hey you, got something you want to say?" Airen knew everything would just repeat itself, but he couldn't keep dying like this. "I have to do something. I've made my decision." That guy was still shouting, "Hey new recruit, what are you doing just standing there? Get moving." One of the men tried to calm him down. "I know you're not happy with what the captain said, but we're on the same team. Just let it go. We need to be united, right?" Airen was fed up and said it plainly. "To be honest, I can't stand having a man like him as our captain. We're all going to die. He doesn't know the first thing about reconnaissance. Siding with him won't change anything. This mission is doomed to fail." The scar-faced man was shocked. "What did you just say?" Airen shoved his hand off his shoulder. "All right, I'm coming." The captain had overheard Airen's words. His face twisted in a scowl as he growled. "Are you saying you're going to disobey a direct order?" Of course, Airen had planned this all out. "I have my own strategy." He was openly confronting him now. "What did you say? How dare you speak to me like that? I need to take control of this fight, and I will survive," he told him directly. "From now on, I'm the commander here. Got it." By utilizing the full potential of every person in this recon squad, the captain gritted his teeth, his face darkening as he cursed, "You bastard." In this squad, the recon captain Enley and that tall knight were the three strongest people, the ones who survived the longest in the ambushes I'd witnessed. The tall knight. He fought with incredible bravery against the enemy. However, the problem was that he only followed the captain's orders, so you could think of him as a knight escorting a nobleman. Captain Cyrus Lloyd laughed and drew him his sword for a challenge. "All right, if that's what you want, then let's see who's stronger. The winner earns the right to command the other. Pick up your sword." Suddenly, it all clicked for Airen. If this guy were just an ordinary captain, he wouldn't need an escort. The way he held his sword, it was clear he'd had formal training. However, his actual combat skills were pretty weak. Could he have grown up in a noble family? But if that were the case, he wouldn't need to risk his life like this, just to earn some battlefield glory. His noble family is in decline, so he needs to do something glorious to restore its honor. Seeing Airen hadn't moved, he pointed his sword and mocked him. From what I can see, you have no ability whatsoever, and you intend to lead everyone. You're just an arrogant fool who doesn't know his place. Come on, I'll teach you some manners. Alright, Airen thought, first things first, I need to focus on defeating this idiot, then I'll figure out the rest. His mouth just kept on running. I'm doing this for a reason completely different from yours. I have a mission I must complete. Airen was sick of hearing it, and beckoned mockingly with his hand. Alright, bring it on. I only need one move to take you down. Like an unleashed dog, the captain charged forward instantly. Airen could tell at a glance that he was charging recklessly because he'd been provoked rather than observing his opponent. He was clearly underestimating him. In that case, there was only one possible outcome for such carelessness. Airen simply used his bare hands to knock the captain's sword aside, then landed a single, powerful punch straight to his gut. He was bound to fail. And he did. The punk captain collapsed from the hit, unable to get back up. The onlookers were completely stunned, their jaws hanging open. A single blow. Unbelievable. Isn't he just a low-ranked knight? And just like that, it was over. Now Airen had the right to command. He looked over the entire squad. From now on, I'm in command of this recon squad. Anyone have anything to say? Of course, not a single one of them dared to speak up. They had made their bet and had to live with it. The scar-faced man remained silent, while the bitterly defeated captain struggled to push himself up. But the scar-faced man had decided to abandon him, not even bothering to speak in his defense anymore. It seemed the first step was a success. This time, Airen took the lead, while the men in the back started whispering among themselves. That bastard. What the hell is he thinking? Suddenly, Airen asked the man he was friendliest with. What's your dream? The man looked over, startled. Why are you asking all of a sudden? For me. I've always dreamed of living a quiet life, in peace with the woman I love back in my village. Airen nodded slowly. I get it. Well, if you want to have that life, then we all need to make it out of this alive. He then turned his head to another man. And you, the man replied, my wife just had a baby. I see. You need to get back to your child. Airen then looked at the other soldiers. What about the rest of you? They answered one by one. I want to live peacefully, running a small business. I want to go back to Brett Lloyd and live as a farmer. Andre, what about you? He replied with a sneer. I want to fulfill my mother's last wish. When he spoke of this, he suddenly became unusually serious. This mission will help me do that. I will restore the glory of my Brett Lloyd clan. That's all you need to know. Alright, everyone has their own dream, but to achieve it, you have to survive and return home. I will do everything in my power to help all of you achieve that. In that moment, everyone was listening to his instructions. There's no better motivation than sparking hope through their dreams. For now, he had achieved what he wanted. The first step was complete. On to the next step. He pointed and said, Hey Enli, shoot an arrow into that tallest patch of grass over there. The man looked in the direction he was pointing, a bit surprised. There's nothing there. Hesitate and you die. Just do what I say. Enli glared annoyed. I said just do it. Now, fire the arrow. He did as he was told, firing a shot straight through the grass, but nothing happened. This made Airen a little uneasy. Did I miscalculate? But what he didn't realize was that a single arrow had in fact killed an enemy soldier. The other men finally realized someone was hiding in there, their faces turning pale as they screamed. An enemy ambush. Airen had been right. He quickly drew his sword and shouted, Move now. The former Captain Andre finally understood, his face flushing with anger. What the damn it? Airen watched the chaos and let out a small sigh of relief. They had now gained a slight advantage. All that was left was to charge in and finish them off quickly. They had proactively found the enemy and made the first move. An enemy soldier saw him looming and roared, What the hell? Kill them all. The moment the words left his mouth, Andre grabbed him from behind and slit his throat. The enemy was caught off guard by our ambush. We needed to take advantage of this moment to reduce their numbers as much as possible. With Captain Andre in the fight, his bodyguard, a massive knight, also had to follow closely to provide support. The two of them managed to cut down quite a few of the enemy soldiers. At this rate, it looked like the attack would be somewhat successful. The enemy force, which started at 12, was now down to just 8. Unlike his past lives, this time it was the enemy's turn to scatter and scream in fear. We've been ambushed by these bastards. Call for backup. We don't know how many of them there are. Airen knew the enemy had already stabilized their formation. He had to change tactics. Everyone group up, he commanded the squad. Take them down quickly. In this tall, vast field of grass, it wasn't easy for them to spot us. The reason they were able to detect our squad last time was because of an unexpected intervention from nature. Just then, the Black Panther from before appeared again. The soldiers panicked when they saw it. Damn it! The Black Panther ran back and forth, exposed by the battle. A soldier on the other side targeted it and lunged with his spear, a foolish move that would cost him his life. But before he could even touch it, Airen Pareira lunged out of nowhere and dealt a fatal blow. His eyes also met the Panther's. This was the beast he had encountered the first time he entered this field, and now he'd met it again in this same place. It was being hunted by the enemy and fled, accidentally running into him. It seemed that this time they couldn't immediately detect. Our ambush, because they were distracted by this beast. It was because of its presence that his plan succeeded. He decided he would spare the animal's life. And just like that, everything went off without a hitch. The other men shouted their report to him. We've cleared them out over here. This time he hadn't died. He turned to face them. All right, let's move to the next location immediately. Unexpectedly, the Black Panther started following him. It stared at him intently, but showed no intention of attacking. Airen didn't have the mental energy to worry about it. In that first fierce battle, we had lost 1 man. Now the squad was down to only 6. Even if this day were to repeat, over and over again, his struggle wouldn't change much. However, this time marked our very first success. Now, it was on to the next location. At each of these points, enemy soldiers were waiting. Thanks to the day repeating, he already knew where the enemy would ambush them, allowing him to avoid them and make critical decisions for the mission. If they had continued moving straight ahead, they would have faced nearly 30 enemies waiting with crossbows. So he immediately led them in a different direction. This way, quickly, so we don't lose any more of our men. Therefore, the only option was to go around and avoid them. However, they still spotted a lone enemy straggler on the path. Naturally, the first priority was to eliminate that enemy quickly before he could alert his comrades. This was the only thing he could do right now. Once that man was taken down, they would move quickly to get past the enemy's perimeter here. His men were surprisingly skilled fighters. He even noticed Anil. The guy was getting a little too bloodthirsty. The main goal of this fight was to escape safely, not to kill every enemy in this field. There were too many of them. He immediately put his thoughts into action. Airen gave the order to his men. We need to get to the other side of this grass field before nightfall. Let's move forward quickly. The big scar-faced man asked in surprise. Do you even know the exact way to go? The deeper we go, the more dangerous it gets. Of course I know. Then stop talking and move. All right, I know the way, so just follow me. I'm the commander here, so everyone just do as I say. Fannan couldn't argue. Andre was incredibly annoyed while the others just stared their jaws agape. Because In never expected the scar-faced man to actually put a blade to his neck as a warning. This battle had reached a dangerous point. I hope the path you've chosen is a safe one. If I feel for even a second that your actions are out of line, I will cut you down right here and now. Understand, you may be the commander, but we're not going to blindly follow your every word. These guys are a real headache. He glared back at him, his voice ice cold. It's too late to turn back now. We have to move forward. You know that, don't you? The grass here has been cut down a lot, so we need to move fast. If we stand here arguing like this, we're all going to die. The other man stubbornly asked again. You mean we just have to do everything you say, and that'll be safe? Annoyed, An placed his hand on the man's sword. There's something I need to make clear to everyone. We all want to live. Andre stood off to the side, watching the scene. He silently sized N up. He had once thought the guy was just another useless, good-for-nothing. Just like his alcoholic father, who had squandered the entire fortune of the Brett Lloyd clan while he watched helplessly. But now, it didn't seem that way. That determined look in his eyes. He remembered sitting by his father's sickbed. His father had called out, Andre, my son. Perhaps this is the end for the Brett Lloyd clan, but you're a grown man now. The old man, his face pale, tried to impart some desperate final words. As long as you have the determination and the strength, you can lead our people from the Brett Lloyd clan to a new life. You must train hard and study so that one day you can restore our clan. Become a clan leader that everyone can rely on. He had bitten his lip, trying to hold back his tears. He knew that look. It was the mark of a person with vision and excellent leadership. An repeated to them once more, trust me, we will survive and get out of this place together. This Andre wasn't very skilled, but at least he was a good judge of character. He was the first to step forward. All right, I trust you. Captain An, please lead us to victory. The scar-faced man, still skeptical, tried to object. But Sir Andre right now. Andre cut him off directly. That's enough. The commander of this battle is N. We need to follow his instructions. Only then did the scar-faced man shut his mouth. The group set off again with N crouching down lower than the grass. Everyone kept low as they moved since the grass here was much shorter. Stay close to me, move quietly, and stick together. The men followed his orders to the letter, obedient as puppies. Today he had to calculate everything very carefully. I've figured out a path to escape this field after failing so many times. Now that we've made it this far, we just need to quietly avoid the enemy and get away. Of course I'll need a backup plan no matter what. After dying and coming back to life so many times, I've found a few key points for this operation. Just then, one of the men stepped on something. The whole group froze, their faces pale with terror. An sniffed it out immediately. At this exact time and in this exact place, we have a chance to escape the enemy's encirclement without a direct confrontation. The entire group was right in the heart of enemy territory. Everyone was tense, breaking out in a cold sweat, afraid to even move. N strained his mind, calculating every move as the team slowly and cautiously parted the grass to move forward. Everything I've done up to this point has been perfect. Now that we're here, I just need to stay calm. The grass is low here, so we're easily spotted. We need to hide and wait for nightfall. It gives us a better chance of escape than rushing it. That's what caused me to fail in the past. This time, I'll learn from that experience. Ain reminded his comrades, looks like there are a lot of enemy patrols here. Enli looked on in horror. Oh my god, we've walked right into the enemy's den. The scar-faced man put his face in his hands and groaned. We're so unlucky. This is the enemy's main camp. In front of them were piles of supply, wagons, and tents. Ununderstood immediately. It seems these guys are hiding something here, something they don't want us to find. Anyone who enters this green plain will surely be killed by them. In the middle of the camp stood a large flagpole. Only by looking very closely could Igne make out what was drawn on it. The flag was mysteriously tattered. So our mission now is to find out what's in this camp that's so important to them. He still told the men, all right, let's go. This is the only way we'll be able to escape. The group stealthily peeked out from behind some tents. The scar-faced man started protesting again. You're really going to start a fire in the enemy camp? That's insane. We're in the middle of their base. One small mistake, and we're all dead. You talk too much. En's ears were ringing. He turned and asked, hey, what's your name? He replied, just call me Mark. This was the guy who complained the most, so On gave him a warning. Mark, I won't accept any objections here. He was furious at being shut down so publicly. He was about to retort, but before he could finish it was Andri's turn to curse him out under his breath. Andri, however, was actually interested in this plan. He followed immediately, ignoring Mark standing there. But if Andri was going, Mark had to go too and could only think to himself, I understand Sir Andri's intentions, so I'll just have to follow the captain's lead. The clouds are now covering the moon. At this point, all I can do is trust the captain's decision and hope it's the right one. Anne ran straight for a tent, slicing it open with a single cut. Mark, following behind, was shocked. He's crazy, just barging in and destroying the tent like that. He was completely stunned when nothing dangerous happened. An empty tent. Meanwhile, Anne kept charging forward and Mark couldn't understand what the hell was going on. What's with this guy? He's running through the enemy camp like it's deserted. It's so reckless. But he had to accept the reality of the situation. Even running this fast, we haven't encountered a single enemy soldier. We've almost made it all the way through. But how is this possible? Where are all the soldiers? Suddenly, Anne stopped behind a tent and told them to wait there. Only he knew that he had infiltrated this place countless times. The first time he had discovered the flag and managed to touch it, all the enemy troops here had swarmed him, focusing on protecting the flag. As he was thinking about that flag, Andri suddenly spoke up. For Aen's soldiers, that flag is the most important thing on the battlefield. It's their primary objective to protect. On asked them, what would happen if that flag were to burn? The scar-faced man was growing more and more incredulous. He questioned him again. Captain, you knew that flag existed beforehand. How? Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Could this be what the commander was talking about? He remembered what Igne had said, that the commander herself had personally chosen the captain for the reconnaissance team. That must mean she knew his true abilities. He calmed down and shared what he knew. Ain. They would focus all their efforts on recovering and protecting the flag. In his mind, Mark thought, the captain, a man who's always so careful with every move, is now recklessly infiltrating deep into the heart of enemy territory. It's all to complete this secret mission, isn't it? All right then. Airen Pareira has already calculated the next step. Once the banner fiend is gone, we'll make our escape. From now on, we'll split into two teams. One will act as a decoy to draw the enemy's attention. This is a tough challenge. If our decoy gets figured out, the other team will burn the flag. His sudden serious cooperation makes me pretty suspicious. He was against Brett Lloyd's side this whole time, and now he's cooperating so abruptly. Well, this will make things much easier. Looking over at Enli's group, I've led my people into the Ain barracks a few times before, but this is the first time with so many. It's a beautiful day, and I'm feeling pretty good. If everything keeps going like this, we can do it. This is our most favorable chance yet. My men immediately moved in and shot down an enemy soldier. Mark's group was the decoy. They intentionally let themselves be seen, shouting, "Intruders!" Immediately, a whole squad chased after them. I've made up my mind. We have to succeed in this mission. Now it's my turn. I rush forward and grab a torch, clenching it tightly in my hand. With just this one torch, it's either success or another loop tomorrow. Just then, a massive giant of a man appeared out of nowhere, right next to Airen Pareira, raising his weapon high, ready to strike down. I've never seen this in any of the previous loops. Luckily, I managed to leap to the side, narrowly avoiding it. My face went pale, drained of all color. When did he get so close without me even noticing? An enemy who looks incredibly strong, someone I've never seen until now. Judging by that murderous look on his face, this is going to be a tough fight. I can't figure out where this guy suddenly came from. It seems they were lying in wait. His face was as dark as a pot's bottom as he cursed us, calling us little rats. But Airen calmly said just one thing. Too late. The man didn't understand. Suddenly, a bright light flashed and the massive tent right next to them burst into flames. The soldiers rushed over, shouting, "Fire! Fire! The tent's on fire! There are multiple intruders! Catch them, but we can't let the flag burn!" That big guy ignored them, barking out an order to put out the fire first. My plan was meticulous. Mark's team was the bait to draw their attention, while Andu started the fire and ran just as we planned. Now it's time to get out of here. All of my attacks start by focusing power from my legs, stomping the ground and lunging my entire body forward. I see it. I'll launch a sneak attack while that big guy is distracted by the burning tent. His weak spot, the one I'm aiming for, is his head. But this guy is no pushover. It was like he had eyes in the back of his head. He whipped around before I could even touch him. His movements were so fast that now I was the one in shock. He dodged my thrust as if it were nothing. Airen was stunned. This isn't going according to plan. Not only did he avoid the attack, but he also managed to land a painful blow on me, drawing blood. I couldn't believe it. That was a near-perfect thrust. He looked absolutely furious, annoyed, while I was in considerable pain from the wound. He came at me with his sword again. Airen was finally afraid. I can't beat him. With my current abilities, I'll never be able to defeat him. To get this far to cross the Reed battlefield, I've had to die countless times and avoid being killed in countless ambushes. I finally thought I could clear this mission today. Looking at that man, I wondered, but you? Are you really a wall I can't break through? Airen glanced down at his bleeding wound. If I keep fighting him, I'll die. Then I'll have to lead the team across the battlefield once again, reliving this same day over and over. After experiencing so many deaths, I can't afford to fail. The man's face suddenly twisted with extreme irritation. He glared at me, his eyes burning with rage, and growled, "Are you laughing? It was because I was making a resolution. I will kill you." The man didn't say another word, simply raised his sword and charged. "I'll turn you into fodder for the beasts." But Airen stood his ground, getting into his stance. At this point, I'm not afraid of death. I will break through this wall. Airen Pareira had made up his mind. He would fight, even if it meant dying. But this opponent was on a whole other level. He blocked my attack. He was so big and strong, and every one of his swings was incredibly powerful. I was lucky to lean back and dodge it. I was shocked he could block me from that position. His movements are too complex. I don't have a single opening to counterattack. Indeed, the difference in our levels was crystal clear. He was even pulling off moves I couldn't have imagined. The longer Airen fought, the more panicked he became. "Did you just parry my dagger with your bare hand?" It was clear this guy wouldn't stop until he killed me. Just as his sword came thrusting forward, a shout rang out. "The fire is spreading." The flames were growing higher, distracting him. Airen seized the opportunity to dodge to the side, escaping the blow. Someone had spilled oil. The fire spread to where the two of them were fighting. For the enemy, things were even more chaotic, with the flames getting close to the flagpole. One of their mages shouted from behind him, "Commander, don't you know what's important right now?" He was forced to leave Airen. Airen's defiant, unafraid of death expression had been enough for him. In his eyes, I didn't seem like someone who would be easily swayed, even in a weakened state. But despite that, he still had to leave. Before he left, he tossed one last line over his shoulder. "You just wait until next time." And just like that, Airen Pareira escaped a fateful encounter. I couldn't understand it. Is he really retreating from this fight? He's just letting me go like that. Does that mean he wasn't a wall I needed to overcome after all? But we're enemies. There's no escaping him. Even if he wasn't a wall for me to overcome, today we will definitely meet again later. Regardless, today is now coming to an end. For now, the battle has come to a temporary close. Suddenly, a frantic, and Andri ran over shouting, "Commander, we have to leave right now." Airen kept looking back at the scene behind him, despite Andri's frantic urging. "Commander, let's go." My eyes couldn't leave the man's silhouette amidst the massive fire. He was also turning back, glaring at the two of us. We were like wild beasts, wanting to tear each other limb from limb. But now wasn't the time, and I wasn't strong enough to win a fight against him. I could only sheathe my sword and yell at my comrades to retreat. The immediate situation was the most important thing, and that guy wasn't free to pursue us either. He was busy commanding his men. Put out the fire. They rushed toward the flag as Airen's group made a hasty retreat. We escaped without a single casualty, all 5 members of the team intact. The scar-faced man was worrying loudly as usual, shouting, "Was doing all that enough? A large-scale pursuit force probably won't chase after us, will they?" Right. It was a question I couldn't answer. I could only guess that they probably wouldn't. Suddenly I glanced over and saw that Enli was injured. He looked like he couldn't run anymore, and several enemy soldiers were hot on our heels, shouting, "Catch those intruders, don't let them escape alive." A fight was unavoidable. Airen immediately stopped, drew his sword, and began slashing at the pursuers. They were all just grunts, easy to deal with. While fighting them, I yelled to my team, "Don't hesitate, just keep running." Enli knows that if we can escape to where the plains foxes live, then we'll be close to our territory, so the enemy pursuit force probably won't follow us there, Old Mark shouted as he helped him along. "But wouldn't that make it harder for us to get out too?" "But Enli is a desert hunter," he smirked. "I know a safe place. It's a path that hunters use." En was sold. "I trust you. Lead the way for us." After a while, we couldn't hear the footsteps of the enemy soldiers chasing us anymore. "You guys have reached a safe place. Thanks to an Andri and M's excellent combat skills, we were able to kill a few of them on Sirius's retreat path without any difficulty. If it weren't for Enli leading the way back then, we never would have been able to evade the enemy so easily. We made it this far, thanks to everyone on the team working together. After that scouting and attack on the enemy camp, I was completely exhausted. You guys ran through the night until the sun came up, and finally made it back to your own tents. Everyone who saw you was shocked and asked what the hell happened to you guys. Every single one of them looked exhausted and battered, barely able to speak. I think I'm about to pass out. But our guy was overjoyed. Once again, I've managed to survive today's loop 2. Witness the early sunrise of yet another day. Things weren't so cheerful on the enemy's side. They were also up all night putting out the fires. The leader looked over at the mage. That banner in the camp has been burned. Their only option. We'll just have to prepare again. I never thought the famous Hound unit would be nothing but a burden in this battle. Right, this curly-haired blonde guy is the captain of the Hound unit. He was being mocked, and he was seething. I can't understand it at all. How could just a few guys follow the trail left by the Hound unit's elite soldiers in the tall grass? They successfully crossed the field, teeming with enemy troops. The team lying in ambush set fire to the flag and made their escape. They were the Hounds, a special unit authorized to act independently within the Airen army. The unit's name comes from the Hounds of Airen, known for their gray coats and tenacious nature. They are famous for pursuing their targets, to the very end, whether in love or war. That's why this special unit, originally named the Hounds, is also known as the reckless lovers in battle. They fight with incredible ferocity. The disbelieving captain wondered to himself, was he really that strong during the fight? Commander Hoyson, the man who just fought him, replied immediately, "If someone hadn't complained and made us put out the fire to save the banners, I would have finished him off. Nothing to be done about that." The captain could only acknowledge how lucky the guy was. In the end, he still managed to escape. But the next time we meet, he won't be so lucky. The scene changes to N's tent. He's sitting there bandaging his own wounds, his mind still replaying that night's battle. What's bothering me is that I couldn't break through that wall after facing him. I always want to fight no matter how dangerous the battle is. One day. His opponent declared, "Next time I will definitely catch and kill him." Meanwhile, our guy was filled with his own fierce determination. "You will definitely be defeated by my hand." The other people in the room were lying around leisurely, especially Lem, who was bored out of his mind. "I'm bored to death. It's almost time for the scout team to get back, so why isn't there any news?" He suddenly sat up thinking, or did he kick the bucket? He's clearly missing N. Lately he seems to have improved a little, but he's still a rookie when it comes to scouting, so it wouldn't be too surprising if he died in the line of duty. Strangely, I actually kind of like that personality of his. Well, if he's dead. Just the thought gave him a headache. He sighed. I guess that's that. Just then, Jana also woke up. He was yawning widely until he saw the guy sitting there, which woke him right up. The two of them, 4 eyes locked on each other. As if on cue, they started stirring up trouble. "What are you looking at?" The guy didn't say much, just shot him the middle finger. Ga wasn't about to back down and raised his middle toe. Lem, feeling saltier than a chili pepper, couldn't take it anymore. "Hey." His muscles started bulging, and he grinned with amusement as he looked at his prey. "Want me to kill you?" Jana drew his sword instantly, never one to refuse a challenge. "You psycho." Over with Airen Pareira, he's in Igne's tent. You ambushed the enemy, infiltrated their base, and set fire to their camp. Our guy is man enough to own up to his actions. It was all a spur-of-the-moment decision, and I was lucky to have pulled it off. How can you describe such a series of dangerous events so simply? Of course, the young lady didn't believe him. She glared and asked, "Lucky, huh?" N said nothing more, a silent admission with a resolute look in his eyes. She knew she wouldn't get another word out of him. "I understand. You can go back and rest your injuries." Truthfully, she had expected more. I thought he would have handled everything as smoothly as he did last time in the camp. She told herself, "I guess you shouldn't get your hopes up just to be disappointed. What's wrong with him anyway?" After their conversation, he was also extremely annoyed. What the hell is that commander thinking? I have no idea. Does she think just waltzing into an enemy camp and breaking through is that simple? Outside, someone was waiting and called out squad leader N. It was Andu and his group. He bowed his head seriously. "I was rude earlier. I'm sorry. It's thanks to you that I'm still alive." He then proposed, "Could we be in the same squad again next time?" Our guy wasn't too interested in the invitation and gave a half-hearted reply. "If we end up fighting on the same front, then sure." That's all he said, before walking away. The others didn't say anything more, just put their hands on their waists. And Andri himself bowed respectfully. After that battle, he was filled with admiration for him. All the others followed his lead. As An walked away, he thought, "They're thanking me, saying they're still alive because of me. Even though I only managed to save those 4, was that really the best I could do? In the end, I still lost 2 members of my squad on the battlefield. If only I were a little stronger, I could have saved them too. Today, I've pushed past my own limits by reliving the present over and over again. So from now on, I won't fight needlessly anymore. It's time for me to pursue the image of the knight I want to become." Surviving today is my goal, and to make sure a day like today never happens again, I have to get stronger. I absolutely must. But he couldn't even look cool for 5 seconds. When he got back to his tent, he saw a crowd of people gathered and shouting. Those lunatics were fighting again. And of course, Lem had to be there. His #1 arch-nemesis was none other than Jana. These two were fighting with real weapons, showing no mercy, and treating each other like mortal enemies. Even N, watching from the sidelines, felt intimidated. I'd never seen those kinds of expressions on their faces before. I've fought alongside my comrades countless times, but I've never once seen that look on their faces when they were up against me. That look of wanting to tear each other limb from limb. They just couldn't hold it back anymore. The others had to grimace and admit it. Watching him fight, he was a monster, not a man. N tightened his grip on his sword's hilt. I shouldn't have been so impatient from the start. So from now on, I'll accomplish the goals I set for myself one by one and get better. First, I need to make them show that expression when they face me. On realized something, that look only comes out when you're fighting a truly worthy opponent. Suddenly, Ga stopped and glanced over. Squad leader. The two guys caught fighting are still running their mouths and acting tough. If you were coming, you should have let me know. Why are you sneaking around like a cat and spying on me, huh? You're always like this. Is this fun for you? If you're not going to spar with me, then get out of here. The others gathered around, asking if he was hurt anywhere. N replied, just a few scrapes. Let's not talk about that. Lem. Just now when I blocked Jana's attack. Before he could finish, the guy just turned and walked away. This guy. He's at it again. If you're back, go wash your feet and get some rest. Then he looked at the other guy, Nado, who had just attacked. He looked at N, thinking, what is he doing now? On was just thinking, I just asked a simple question. What's the big deal? This Ga guy is just like Lem. He just turned and walked away. Oh well, it's nothing. But he still felt like the guy had something he wanted to say. But N let it go. Well, he'll say it when he's ready. By the time the commander discovered the enemy ambush, he had already dispatched all the troops to the battlefield. While they were moving locations, their wounds healed quickly, and they took the opportunity to train. Brett Lloyd saw him taking off his shirt to prepare, and couldn't help but advise him. Training again, we're marching tomorrow. You should get some rest. Okay. Of course not. Just a little longer, then we'll come back. The man clicked his tongue, speechless. TS key. If he keeps this up and doesn't improve, we're all going to die. The next morning, before the others were even awake, they heard noises outside and immediately guessed the squad leader was training again. Jana was always the last one to wake up, stretching for ages before even getting out of bed. The first thing he did was grab the sword propped in the corner. He had a talent for swordsmanship, so getting stronger wasn't hard for him, which is why he'd once seen a clear path to becoming a knight. The only reason he was still here was because it was boring. What's the point of becoming a knight if I don't even want to? Do I really have to put in all this tedious effort just to become a knight? I've lost my sense of self-worth, and I no longer have a goal to strive for. So I just stopped. He went outside and sure enough, saw N with a sword practicing his swings relentlessly. But after just a few swings, his wounds flared up in sharp pain. His whole body froze, and he dropped his sword in agony. One look was all it took for Jana to know the commander had learned everything completely wrong from the very beginning. When I first picked up a sword, I mastered the basic stances first. Because you've learned a bunch of tricks and bad habits, no matter how much you practice, you'll never get any stronger. But even he had to be surprised. After the wave of pain, On didn't give up. He just picked his sword back up. That determined look, in N's eyes, the one that refused to give up even without making progress, was always there. Jana wondered, why does he push himself so hard? Why does he sacrifice so much? After watching for a while, he couldn't help but ask, why are you pushing yourself so hard? N's answer was simple, because I want to become stronger. He asked again, and once you're stronger, what will you do? Then I will become a knight. But in his eyes, a knight is just someone who's good at fighting, right? So what's the point of becoming one? N had a completely different perspective. For me, becoming a knight means doing what I believe is right. It's for the poor and the sick. It's for honor. He held his sword, pointing it to the sky. It's to wield this sword for the one I love. That's what my dream of becoming a knight means. Jana understood. So that's what belief and honor are, huh? In the end, strength is just a means to an end. What does it mean to be a knight? What does this sword mean? What am I truly searching for? I won't know until I walk that path myself. He decided to approach N. Hey, squad leader. N turned his head to look at him. He looked very serious as he asked, do you want to learn how to become a knight? Is that even a question? It's what I've been dreaming of. Of course. Jana looked him up and down, then let out a frustrated sigh. He cursed himself. I spoke out of turn. This is such a pain. Why did I even ask? But still, that look in his eyes is actually kind of interesting. He volunteered to teach N a little something. So what about that beast's heart, and the thrusting attack you learned from those barbarians? Yeah, that and the thrust. Besides, those two things throw everything else away. N couldn't believe it and asked again. Even the Valen mercenary sword techniques, Jana nodded firmly. especially that. If you don't get rid of it when you learn new swordsmanship, you'll unconsciously fall back on your old tricks. If that's the case, you're better off just staying as you are. Make your choice. Abandon everything and start from scratch, or be content with where you are now. This guy was obviously way better than those crazy tricks. An made his choice in a heartbeat. I'll start over from the beginning. That was fast. Jana's eyes widened, and he asked again just to be sure. Really, absolutely. An had been waiting to hear those words from him for a long time. Let's get to it then. What's first? The lazy Jana was now forced to teach N. This guy is really not normal at all. He held out his own sword. Squad leader, you're naturally strong. There's no need for you to use a light weapon. A long sword would be better. How about we trade? Are you sure it's okay to give me your sword? It's fine. I just picked it up somewhere anyway. For the long sword, right hand in front, left hand behind, grip it tight. And so on followed his instructions. He guided him step by step right by his side, starting with the very basics. Why are you gripping it so tight? You're afraid of dropping the sword. Who taught you that, Lem? Just hearing the name made him grimace. Jana's contempt was obvious. That useless monkey. He suddenly said, hold that pose. Before Anne could react, this Jana guy suddenly raised his sword and brought it down in a straight slash. It was incredibly dangerous. Luckily, Anne managed to raise his sword to block in time, but after blocking the blow, both of his hands were shaking uncontrollably. Are you crazy? What was that for? It hurts, I know. Of course he knew. If you're as stiff as a block of wood, you'll just break. You're like a dry twig, something like that. It turned out he used a direct demonstration to show and the weakness in his grip. But Airen Pareira didn't get it, thinking to himself, this guy's always saying nonsensical things. What kind of weird comparison is that? Are you saying my hands are as stiff as a piece of wood? If you don't want them to break, you have to know how to bend with the sword's momentum. You have to be more flexible. And just like that, Airen Pareira changed his grip, relaxed, and began to practice. The two of them trained until the sun was high in the sky, without stopping. This guy, Jana, was also enthusiastic in his instruction, telling him to pay attention to your center of gravity. Where are your toes pointing? And you're tensing up again. Are you trying to break your neck? What was that pathetic dance just now? It's safe to say Airen Pareira was getting chewed out, and in the end he was even knocked to the ground. He didn't get it either, resting his chin on his hand as he watched him. He never expected someone to be this incompetent. He didn't even know the most basic things about swordsmanship. Teaching him like this probably won't work. Drenched in sweat, he struggled to breathe. But Airen Pareira was still the same, never giving up, as he picked up his sword again. He knew this type, and if he was going to be this persistent, he might as well indulge him. Let's start over from walking. Just as they were getting into it, some guy showed up shouting, haven't seen you all day. So you were hiding here, playing children's games. That voice belonged to none other than Lem. Are you bullying our squad leader? Want me to teach you a lesson on his behalf? Jana immediately grabbed Lem's arm, turned his head, and asked Airen Pareira for his opinion. Should I just sever his tendons? Airen Pareira knew Lem didn't come here for no reason, so he immediately asked, what's wrong? Why are you all dressed up today? The old man seems pretty excitedly. He's called an emergency assembly for the entire camp. The enemy is approaching. Everyone else in the tents is already prepared. They went to the assembly point together. Suddenly, Jana felt a bit worried. Did I really have to teach him swordsmanship right now? If he changes to a new sword style now, he definitely won't be used to it in a fight. He could die today because of this. He made up his mind. I'll stay close to him today. As for Airen Pareira, he was extremely disappointed. Damn it, I wanted to learn more swordsmanship, but I guess I can't. Murmurs began to spread around him. What are the enemy troops doing? Their formation is strange. It's still the same people, the same flags. The old mage on the other side seemed very confident. This is the end for all of you. The moment he acted, a fog immediately enveloped the entire area. Even Igne was startled. She was getting nervous. Is that real magic? The mist was so thick you couldn't see anything. Airen Pareira was also panicked by the sudden fog. Even the people standing right in front of him were now invisible. Airen Pareira's entire army fell into chaos as if their ranks had broken. What? Why is there suddenly fog? I can't see a thing. Airen Pareira had to calm down and observe the situation. He suddenly saw enemy soldiers appear. Huh. What is this? Did you hear something just now? What? What sound? What's happening in front of us? Airen Pareira managed to realize and shout arrows, but by the time he did, it was too late. Arrows rained down, and countless soldiers on his side were hit. That girl now understood that this wasn't a natural fog, but a surprise tactic by the enemy. She looked around and screamed, "Get down! Shields up! We've been tricked!" The mage stood there with a smug smile on his face. Haha, do you have any idea how hard I worked to complete this spell? I had to collect the blood of countless animals, water from the purest lake, and I even had to continuously use a rain summoning spell. When the spell is cast, a thick fog will obscure all vision, but as long as you stand under the flag, which is the focal point of the spell, I can see everything clearly. Then my troops can attack the enemy with ease. I call it the fog of death. The captain standing behind him said, "You seem pretty happy." He laughed. Of course I am. I had to risk my life to keep the flag from being burned just to cast this spell successfully. TSK, if it weren't for that bastard burning the camp, things wouldn't have been this difficult. There's a guy named Husin in this group. I've been looking forward to meeting him again. He's going to die by my hand in this battle. Airen Pareira's group was constantly dealing with the arrows. Arrows, they're coming. Squad leader, don't move. He recognized the voice immediately. Huh, is Jana right behind me? Then he heard another voice cursing. Is this magic? Which bastard? He could only see a blurry shadow but recognized Lem's voice. He's right in front of me, but I can't see him clearly because of the fog. We can't attack with our full strength. Just being able to dodge these arrows is lucky enough. My breathing is getting heavier and I'm using too much energy. Damn it, my legs are frozen solid. I haven't even had a chance to use the method Jana taught me. I don't think I can master everything, but he had already predicted this, warning him. Even if you learn from me, you'll soon revert to your old habits. Until you've mastered these new sword techniques, you should refrain from fighting. But if you insist on staying and fighting on the battlefield, you will die. Airen Pareira knew that well. That's it. Something clicked in his head. Death. If he died, he would have endless opportunities to practice more. In that case, screw fighting. I'll just stand still until I die. Jana moved closer. Squad leader, let's fall back. But of course he refused. I found the way out. If I can't succeed in one try, I'll just die multiple times. No, sooner said than done. He dashed into the thick fog, ignoring Jana's shouts. Squad leader, are you insane? A sharp spear suddenly emerged from the fog, stabbing straight through his neck. Airen Pareira died instantly. The spear went right through my throat. With this death, I'll get to learn swordsmanship from Jana again. He even smiled happily. The soldier who stabbed him looked on in horror. You crazy psycho, just die. And just like that, Airen Pareira returned to that moment in training. Jana stood before him lecturing, why did you fail? Do you still not understand? In truth, Jana wasn't that great of a teacher. From the perspective of a genius, his explanations were incredibly vague and hard to understand. On top of that, he was always condescending. I understand, but my body can't keep up. I'm just asking you to swing a sword. Is it that hard? He said that, but he knew. I don't mean to be insulting, I'm just curious. Airen Pareira didn't take his words to heart and asked directly, where is the optimal center of gravity for the stance? He asked back in surprise. The center of gravity. His whole body swayed. Like this. If I'm not mistaken, it seems to be like this. Airen Pareira chuckled. He knew it. How could a genius like him understand the mechanics of his own body? Jana's explanation was hard to follow, but one of his special abilities was being able to focus intently on lectures. No matter what, I have to master the stance and the footwork. As I swing my sword, that battle will still come, just as it did before. Arrows flew from every direction. Arrows, they were coming for him. This time he could block them using the sword technique Jana taught him. Time to put his training into practice. But Airen still felt his body was too stiff. No matter, I'll just die and learn again. He kept dying and coming back, practicing countless times. Today was already the 13th day. My body is gradually becoming more flexible, and I finally got a word of praise from that guy, Jana. That last move wasn't bad. When did you learn how to do that? Now you can start learning basic swordsmanship. The basic attacks include cutting, slashing, and thrusting. To defend, use the flat of your blade. If you have a good enough sword, you can use the edge. The closest distance between you and your opponent is called the sword's path. Limiting your opponent's swinging range while increasing your own, that's what swordsmanship is. Imagine your opponent in your mind and swing your sword. When it was time to fight that guy, I did exactly that. I dodged the first fatal thrust. My feet felt light, and escaping that spear point was easy. But in this battle, dodging one meant getting stabbed by 4 or 5 others at the same time. There were too many enemies, so Airen Pareira still died. But today things were slowly changing. Jana was getting more and more shocked. You just parried that, just by watching my sword's path. Although it was still a blur, and I still died in that same spot, my skills were improving by leaps and bounds. There was no longer a trace of criticism on Jana's face. That diagonal slash just now was pretty good, wasn't it? Those small improvements gradually accumulated, but on the battlefield, Jana was still yelling, "Squad leader, are you insane?" It proved my abilities still weren't enough. I could see my progress, but the attacks Jana used in training were also getting harder. Today was the 100th day. This time felt like a milestone. Jana's eyes widened in shock. He was frozen in confusion. He looked at me, standing before him in disbelief, and asked, "Who are you?" I knew Jana's perspective had changed a talent I never thought I could develop. This time on the battlefield, as he watched me run off, he instead yelled, "Squad leader, wait." Airen knew he had reached a new level. This time, he expertly dodged the incoming spears. The things that killed me before couldn't kill me anymore. I headed for where I wanted to go. The path of a knight lies beyond this pain. I ran a little farther, but it was still the same death, a spear straight through the chest. Airen had died so many times he'd grown familiar with the pain. Every death brought progress. This fight was fun. So fun it was driving me insane. When the time looped back, Jana approached him. Squad leader, do you want to learn how to swing a sword? If it meant getting stronger, our hero wouldn't hesitate to agree. Of course. I'm willing to die and be reborn 100,000 times to achieve it. This time, even he had to admit I never expected the squad leader to do so well. Or maybe you were just pretending to be bad this whole time. I didn't know what to say. I've been training over and over for more than 100 days. No, that's not it. Finally, I'd reached a real turning point. Jana voluntarily admitted, the basics are enough for now. It seems the squad leader needs more real combat. And real combat meant that battle, which had now repeated over 200 times. I had memorized the basic parries and just charged straight ahead. Let's see how far the power I've forged all this time can take me. This time, not only did Airen dodge the spears, but he also managed to kill a few of them. I remember exactly where and when the enemies will appear in this fog. Even without seeing them, I can still take a few down. The enemies were thrown into a panic, screaming, "Who is it who?" Like I'd ever tell you. Now all they could see was fog, leaving them completely bewildered. What? There's no one there. Just then, our hero rushed in and slashed a man's leg off, and the others didn't dare to charge. What's going on? What's happening in front of us? On the ground. Watch the ground. Jana had instructed me. Remember this well. Eyes, feet, hands. Observe and predict with your eyes, move with your feet, and finish them with your hands. Now I was doing exactly that, and it made a huge difference. Proper training really pays off. Compared to before I honed my basic skills, it felt completely different. Plus, I was so into the fight, I didn't want to stop. I finally pushed deeper into the enemy's ranks. It was easier to see in the fog now. They looked at me in surprise. You've infiltrated this far, but with so few people, do you really think you can make it back alive? Seeing the whole group holding crossbows, I knew this wasn't good. I'm still not strong enough. But if I die, I die. What's there to be afraid of? Our hero was as aggressive as ever, challenging them. Fight me honorably with your swords. I want to test myself further. But the enemy wasn't having it. Why would he duel with swords when he has a better weapon? He cursed, "You crazy bastard." They fired a volley of bolts, turning me into a human pincushion. My mind returned to that pitch-black place with the faceless man. He mocked me. "You fool. You walked right into your own death. Have you gone mad now?" When I woke up, it was still the same day. Thinking back to the faceless man, I was speechless. What was that? We haven't seen each other in ages, and you only show up to curse at me. Suddenly, I heard a voice ask, "What are you doing just sitting there spacing out?" I focused on that guy. I remembered what he had yelled on the battlefield. Sorcery. Which bastard did this? I realized that every time the fog appeared, he would yell, "Sorcery." The enemy's formation had no real strategy or tactics. Just like in the tall grass fields, they're protecting that flag. This made me wonder why. I went to ask him directly if he knew anything about sorcery. He replied, "Sorcery? Why are you suddenly asking about that? If you know something, just tell me." Our hero was getting impatient. "I'm just curious. If you know, spit it out." The old man finally relented. All right. Do you know the difference between magic and sorcery? Is magic more common? That's not wrong. He began to explain. Sorcery requires a medium, and it's not just required, it's critically important. Without a medium, sorcery is useless. That sentence was a revelation for me. A medium. So that's what it is. This fog was created by the enemy's sorcery, and the medium is that flag. In other words, if I destroy the flag, the fog will disappear. Does your tribe use this stuff too? I was really curious about that. Sorcery originated in the West, and Lem was from the Western wildlands. He grinned smugly and boasted, "I've seen it before. Did you know? The number of true sorcerers is incredibly small. Most of the wanderers on this continent are just quacks and charlatans." As we were talking, I suddenly walked out. Where are you going? To train, of course. Still training with the sword. Fortunately, what the squad leader learned shares the same origin as my own style. He asked me, "Have you heard of the 5 great sword schools?" 500 years ago, a world-class genius was born into a poor peasant family. At the age of 5, the boy used a hoe to kill all 12 bandits who attacked his farm. Orphaned at a young age and forced to fend for himself, the boy came to understand the principles of the sword. Later, a nobleman heard of the boy's fame, sought him out, and adopted him. And that genius came to be known as Leon Oniak. However, Leon was both a gifted prodigy and an unfortunate soul. From the age of 10, his limbs began to weaken, and before he turned 12, he contracted an incurable disease that left his entire body paralyzed. An unfortunate genius who seemed to have been forgotten. However, at the age of 20, despite being completely paralyzed, Leon wrote a new chapter in the continent's history of swordsmanship. He systematized all existing schools of swordsmanship into 5 types. They were the swordsmanship of precision and finesse, the swordsmanship of power and ferocity, the swordsmanship of agility and flexibility, swordsmanship as fast as lightning, and the swordsmanship of unpredictable transformations. Leon rewrote the history of swordsmanship, and because of this, the Oniak clan's Brett Lloyd became the most powerful in the empire. This school of swordsmanship was passed down through generations and became the standard. Today we have the Northern Greatsword style, the Central Orthodox and Roaming sword styles, the Western Swift sword style, and the Southern Shifting sword style. There is also the Eastern Strange sword style. To use the Northern Greatsword style, I developed a technique myself. I think it was called the Beast's Conscience. Airen corrected him on the name. The Heart of a Beast. Janna continued. Anyway, this technique is even more useful. Absolute focus. Forgetting everything around you. Focusing only on your opponent and your own sword. Sounds good to me, he thought. Looks like I'm learning a new move today. Tell me more. Airen stared straight at him. But before he could finish speaking, the sharp tip of a sword shot forward. Airen couldn't even dodge it. A cut appeared on his neck, drawing blood. He attacked with lightning speed but had no intention of killing him, just showing him. Airen was horrified. A strike faster than Lem's kite. I almost died. After cutting him, Janna calmly asked, "Didn't you feel anything?" Just then, Lem's voice boomed. "You bastard, are you trying to kill the squad leader? What's the big deal?" Janna was unfazed. When faced with death, focus increases. "I'm just helping him train." Lem got angry hearing that. You have to be alive to use a sword skill. It took the squad leader a very, very long time to learn the Heart of a Beast. The two immediately started arguing. That's because that stupid barbarian taught him. Are you that eager to taste my axe? Only Airen, who was taught by these two, would know. Both of them were equally vague in their explanations. These two argued loudly every time they met. Hey you're from the far north, right? That place is full of genuine barbarians, isn't it? They traded insults. And you're from a barbarian tribe in the west. All right then. Just carve on my tombstone that I died at the hands of barbarians. The old man was arguing so much he forgot to report. Airen had to remind him. Lem, are you here because of the summons? Janna looked at him and finished his lesson. Feel the sensation of your nerves stretched to their absolute limit when facing death. When absolute focus kicks in, everything around you will disappear, and you'll feel the sword move as you wish. They arrived at the gathering point, but Airen was still processing Janna's words. It was similar to the Heart of a Beast, yet completely different. The Heart of a Beast is courage in the face of death, while absolute focus requires intense concentration. I need more real combat experience to grasp this feeling, and the flag is the medium for the magic creating the fog. We have to destroy it to stop the enemy's one-sided attack. Another objective for this battle, first I have to destroy that flag. If I took Lem or Janna with me, I could get to the flag easily, but I want to try it myself. Airen wasn't satisfied with his skills yet. He'd try on his own first. Absolute focus wasn't easy at all. I've died and come back to life so many times and still haven't grasped it at all. He trained his hearing to survive an assassin's blade. The Heart of a Beast was forged by being stabbed, slashed, and struggling on the battlefield. But absolute focus, he still couldn't use it. This time, Janna's sword tip shot forward again. Can you feel anything? They say, when you succeed, you'll see the sword's tip move in slow motion. You have to feel it. Airen closed his eyes and tried to sense it. I wonder if the courage from the Heart of a Beast is getting in my way. It seems so. Janna pulled his sword back and explained, everything around you fades, leaving only your opponent's sword. You can predict its path. Can't you feel anything? Using the fear of death to focus. It doesn't sound right. But Airen couldn't get it no matter how much he practiced, so he had to ask. So how did you learn absolute focus? That comes down to individual talent. What else? Janna was at a loss for words. Learn what I could just do it naturally. Well, that's no help at all. Janna tried to explain further. It's true. If you just focus on one point, you'll be able to do it. Airen could only sigh helplessly. Expecting a clear explanation from Janna was a mistake. Looks like I can only experience and understand it on my own. He encouraged himself. Don't rush. I'll continue practicing absolute focus later. Right now I have to destroy the flag first. He weaved through the enemy ranks, trying to minimize casualties for his allies as much as possible. On the battlefield, it was always the same. The soldiers still had to shout. What is this? I can't see anything. Airen was all too familiar with this scene. He roared at the men. Everyone get down. Shields up. They didn't understand, turning to look at him in shock. The moment he finished shouting, a volley of arrows rained down, thudding into their shields. Without these shields, they would have all been wiped out. I've repeated this process more than 3 times. I can predict their attack timing even with my eyes closed. While an enemy soldier was still wondering what was happening, Airen appeared right behind him and sent him to the afterlife with a single strike. This time he killed countless enemies first, and the rest of the enemy troops could only stare in horror. That crazy bastard. Is he alone? There's only one of them. Get him quickly. But however, many of them charged. Airen cut them all down. The other soldiers could only stand and shout, "You useless fools, what are you standing there for? Stop him." The more they rushed to block him, the happier Airen was fighting without rest. I've been through today's events 10 times to get here. He finally reached the flag and broke it with one swing. But things didn't go as planned. His eyes widened in shock. I don't get it. I definitely destroyed the flag, but the fog is still as thick as ever. Nothing's changed. While Airen Pareira was wondering why the fog remained a dozen spears pierced through his body, The soldier who killed him laughed smugly and mocked him. Heh, looks like you know a little something about magic, huh? You've been tricked. Only then did Airen understand. There was only one real flag, the other 5 were fakes. I have to find the real flag among them. And so in his subsequent rebirths, Airen's goal was to find the real flag. His comrades didn't understand. Clamoring, "Sir, where are you going, alone?" He had already calculated it. The probability was 1 in 5 among the remaining flags. Again, he shouted the same command he'd given countless times. "Get down, shields up." The enemy soldiers were dumbfounded. "What's that guy doing? I can't see anything. Damn it, what's going on?" He dodged every single arrow that flew his way. "I get it now. Why can't we keep up this time? Is it because of the time limit? We need to give them some time to observe and catch their breath." It took me 3 tries today to reach the second flag, only to find it was a fake. 4 flags left. The third flag took 5 attempts today, and it was a trap. And the fourth flag, I died 7 times today. It was the same every time. The outcome was always being tricked and dying a miserable death. Now there are only 2 flags left. If I have to guess which one is real, I'll use every ounce of my brain power. Let's rack my brain. One of them catches my eye. That's it. If I have to guess which flag is real, it's most likely the one in the innermost position. Looking closer, I see a suspicious shadow standing next to it. It seems like this is the one for sure. Everything at the start of the battle is the same. I yell for the men to bring out their shields to block the arrows. The only difference is that this time I want to bring that damn magic user with me. "Lem, follow me." He doesn't understand, but he runs after me anyway. What are you planning to do? I don't explain, just silently calculate. It's still a long way off. We'll be exhausted before we even reach the real flag. Bringing Lem along is really convenient. Any soldier that appears gets killed by him instantly. You bastards, let Lem draw their attention, and I'll use that chance to infiltrate. On top of that, Lem kills them while interrogating them. Who cast this spell? Not talking, then I'll ask the next one. And so, countless enemy soldiers died horrible, agonizing deaths. A whole year has passed today, and I still haven't escaped death in this fog. But this fog ends here. I'm betting it all on today. I'm going all out. Suddenly, a voice echoes. Is this a dream? The face of that guy from that day appears. Finding me is like striking gold for him. The gods have answered my prayers. His eyes gaze at me with a strange affection as he declares, "I will kill you with my own 2 hands. I've been living and dying for over a year now, so my memory of him is hazy. Who are you?" The man Hyson is speechless. A vein pops on his forehead. "It's only been a few days since we last met, and you've already forgotten me." I don't know how to explain it to him. Judging by his attitude, he must have missed me a lot. Now, whatever he says in my eyes, it's still. "So who are you, Hyson?" Doesn't waste any more words and draws his sword, Cirrus. "You'll remember once you've been stabbed." With that, he charges forward to get things heated up. I hastily dodge to the side, avoiding the blow. It's time for a real fight. I spin gracefully, aiming my blade straight at him. He can't believe that after such a short time, my sword skills are completely different from our last fight. What the hell is this? He even has to ask himself, is this the same guy from before? His strength has increased significantly. His face contorts and he grinds his teeth. You think you can attack me with just one move. After a few exchanges, I realize he uses a standard swordsmanship style focused on fundamental techniques, combined with a flowing style that specializes in defense. This fight seems evenly matched. Both of us are fighting with all our concentration focused on what's in front of us. If either of us lets our guard down for just a moment, the balance will be broken. I decide to pour everything I have into this. Forget the flag. He's my next target. If I can't beat him, I'll never touch that flag anyway. As I fight, I mutter my teacher's words. Victory, defeat, swordsmanship. Everything around me vanishes. All that's left is my sword and my opponent. The techniques are unleashed, and our 2 swords clash, sending sparks flying. But in this fight, I'm no match for him. After a flurry of moves, I'm stabbed and killed by him. That's right, taking that blow. It finally clicked. I remember now. You're the guy who was standing in front of the flagpole in the grassy field, right? He introduces himself, Hyson, captain of the Hound Squad of the Ain Duchy. Blood spews from my mouth, but I try to return the courtesy and state my name. Squad leader of the Nyla Kingdom, Airen Pareira. At that moment, other enemy soldiers run over and surround us. Enemy troops. Yes, it seems he's very good at hiding. Then Hyson adds in a mocking tone. This is a bit disappointing, squad leader. His face is filled with disgust as he looks down on me. What are you talking about? Why are you smiling? I lost this round, but I unlocked a new skill. Jana, this guy's insane. It's not the focus that comes from the fear of death, but from a worthy enemy, an opponent who can make you go all out and hone yourself in every life or death moment. Hyson watches me smile, saying with disgust, so he really is crazy. With that, he delivers the final blow, severing my head. I revive again. It's time to train with Jana. He's still lecturing. Absolute focus. That feeling is like facing death. This time, it sinks in. I casually reply, just to get it over with, and he immediately questions me. Why do you seem so indifferent? Have you given up? Just then, the announcement comes. Time to assemble. I look over at the other guy. Jana, let's go. He stands there looking dumbfounded, wondering to himself, was I wrong? He seems so eager though. He stares at Airen Pareira's retreating back. What a strange fellow. I suppose I should warm up properly today too. This time I stick to the same strategy as before. I call for everyone to bring out their shields to block the arrows, then call for Lem to follow me. He reacts exactly the same as last time, full of questions. What are you planning? Are you just going to charge straight in? But another difference is that this time Ga follows closely behind us. Lem sees him and immediately starts trouble. What's with this guy? Did he get shot in the head with an arrow? Bicker ing at a time like this. Ga is speechless. He's furious but holds it in. If you don't want to die, watch where you're going. The two of them then proceed to provide cover for me. I clear a path using the old method and once again face off against Hoisin. Our eyes meet and that old rivalry flares up. This time I greet him first eagerly. We meet again, my friend. Come on, let's fight. The other guy is taken aback and asks immediately, you came here for me. I grin at him like he's a tasty meal. What's wrong? Is this your first time being confessed to? For me, it was love at first sight. It sounds quite pitiful, doesn't it? The other guy retorts. My squad is called the Hounds, not the Lovelorn. This is the first time someone has sought me out first. He gets provoked by me and attacks first. Nonsense. Once again, I immerse myself in a state of absolute focus, a place where only the sword remains. But this time, I'm the one who falls first, and he mocks me. You fall this easily. What gave you the right to dare and face me? I didn't expect to lose so pathetically either. My mindset was wrong. Don't force it. Let yourself naturally become one with the sword. Repeat it over and over and find that feeling. That absolute feeling. The 18th time. We meet again. The 28th time. Trying to enter the state of focus. The 48th time. It's been so long and I still haven't defeated him. In the end, I still need his help. Let me show you the secret. His sharp sword thrusts straight forward. Airen Pareira's eyes fly open. He can clearly see the sword rushing towards him, but its speed seems to have slowed. I effortlessly raise my sword and block it perfectly. Jana, who is standing to the side, freezes, staring at me like I'm an alien. Did you just block that with absolute focus? How? There's no way I'm telling him how, but I know. I've succeeded. Absolute focus. It was a state of complete control over his sword and his body. His strength, his technique, everything had improved by leaps and bounds compared to before today's loop. Seeing that he was quiet, Jana tagged along, asking him constantly, Squad leader, what's wrong today? I've made up my mind. I'm going to see the company commander. It's time to end today. The young lady Igne was sitting at her desk and asked, you wanted to see me. What is it? He looked her straight in the eye and said, seriously, it's about magic. I just remembered something I saw while scouting. The Aeon soldiers called a suspicious person a mage. She was immediately interested and demanded, tell me more. I've already shared everything I can to win this battle, while you just stick to the old plan of kneeling as a shield wall. The rest can only depend on the skill of our commander. His face darkened as he stared in one direction. That was where that guy, Hu Di, was standing next to the flagpole. En made up his mind. He had to surpass that man no matter the cost. He was so excited he called out his name directly, skipping any introduction. Hoisin, from the moment we first met, I've wanted to settle the score with you. He'd been killed by him so many times he was furious. This time he charged forward on his own. Today I will defeat you. The man didn't say a word and immediately met his attack. Whatever On threw at him, he was ready. Just like every other time, the two were evenly matched, but his strength had increased considerably. His opponent was actually struggling. This guy. He was having a hard time blocking the strikes not as effortlessly as before. The more they fought, the more intimidated he seemed to become. He immediately asked, are you hiding your true strength? En looked straight at him and replied, it's a coincidence. Only then did the man remember to ask, what's your name? Remember it. There's no need. If you forget this week, Apocalypse Night will remind you. Perhaps this time he really didn't need to remember En's name. It was time to activate absolute focus. He shifted his weight to his right foot, preparing to unleash a diagonal slash. The technique he had honed today, the experience accumulated through each loop, everything combined, and became crystal clear before his eyes. Finally, En's sword was at his throat. He was lucky he managed to dodge it, nearly pissing his pants in fear. Why, I thought I could take him down in just a few moves. He racked his brain but couldn't accept it. How could I be on equal footing with this guy? Now, this is unacceptable. The Airen Pareira sword and wandering sword styles I use are both defensive and lack killing power. That's why I painstakingly trained in this secret technique, he said, swinging his sword from below in a large circle. The move he was using was the wheel slash, but nothing could escape En's experienced eyes. I see it. That guy's technique. I've been hit by it dozens of times because I could never predict its timing and trajectory, but this time, I have absolute focus. Hoisin froze, too shocked to speak. He read the trajectory and blocked that move. The Hoisin family, one of the three families holding power in the Ain Duchy. The Hoisin family is a symbol of martial prowess. They recruit and train anyone with martial talent, regardless of whether they're from the main or a branch family. I was one of them. An illegitimate child taken in by Brett Lloyd of the Hoisin clan. After taking the Hoisin name, I proved my worth with my innate talent. At 15, I could easily handle 2 adult soldiers. At 18, I defeated every swordsman representing their villages. By 22, I had become a renowned master. With my natural talent alone, I became one of the top 3 masters of the Hound. Very few could match me. Why did I have to train until my thighs were swollen? Why did I have to swing my sword until my hands were torn to shreds? I only needed to try a few times. Why did I have to train so hard? I was content with where I was. I was complacent with my own strength. That was my arrogance. And now there's no way he can block the sword thrust aimed straight at his heart by N. He was sure he had won. His opponent collapsed, clutching the wound as blood gushed out. He stared at, and helpless and in despair. I was careless. I thought the attack was a sure hit. Even at death's door, he still managed to stammer out a taunt. You. Someone as weak as you. And looked down on him. You're right, but I'm the one who won. A loser had no right to call others weak. He cursed bitterly. Damn it, he looked at the sword, and raised, filled with utter regret. If only I hadn't given up, and had kept trying. You've lived long enough. Time to die. N's sword aimed straight for his neck and swung, lopping it off. Just then, a shout rang out. Protect the captain. A blonde-haired man rushed out of nowhere, blocking the way in front of Hoisin and saving his life. A few soldiers rushed over to help him. Captain, wake up. The blonde man ordered, get Hoisin to safety. You've really made quite a mess here. I can't believe you dared to charge in here alone and cause this much chaos. You won't get an easy death. Focusing too much on that guy had made him careless. He immediately reminded himself, that's right. I can't forget. This is the enemy's den. And just like that, he was surrounded by enemies on all sides. From now until he destroyed the flag and opened a path for Sirius to retreat. This blonde man was the wall standing between him and victory. Before he could even think of a way to escape, the man roared. A volley of arrows flew straight at Airen Pareira. It looked like he wouldn't make it out of this alive. I can't dodge all of his attacks. Rushing in like this won't work. A storm of arrows rained down and he could already see the man raising a 2-handed sword ready to strike. How dare you, and managed to block the blow, but with just one swing the man had already overwhelmed him. He seems to be using a great sword. If I face him head on, I'll die countless times. But my goal is to win this battle by destroying that flag. When their army's magical conduit is destroyed, the fog will also disappear, and my army will be able to attack. He immediately put his thought into action, throwing a slash. But it wasn't what he expected. Aiming for the flagpole has no effect. Seeing his actions, the captain grew even angrier. That bastard Airen Pareira had to fight that guy, while also figuring out that he needed to attack the link between the flagpole and the flag. He tried another slash. This time the flag was torn, but the fog remained as thick as ever. He thought bitterly, damn it. I told the commander the enemy was using magic, so we could prepare countermeasures. But there were no countermeasures at all. This kingdom is too corrupt. They promoted an incompetent fool to be the commander on the battlefield. At this rate, we're all going to die. Just then, that woman Igne realized the fog had disappeared. The enemy soldiers were also completely baffled. The bone magic is gone, and succeeded, a soldier shouted. What happened to the flag? Just as he finished speaking, he was stabbed to death by Igne. The bones are gone, the enemy is in a panic. Now is the time to counterattack. All troops attack, charge forward and wipe them all out. Now's our chance to counterattack. Don't miss this opportunity to kill. With the bone screen gone, the situation improved. But who could have dispelled this fog? Could it be the squad leader? She quickly scanned the area, searching for him. Airen stood there, an arrow piercing his bicep. It looked painful, but he could still fight. I miscalculated. I thought if I destroyed the flag and got back to the barracks quickly, I could meet up with Lem and get out of here. But where did everyone go? Now he was standing alone, completely surrounded by enemies. The guy who had killed a ton of them was asking each one before he killed them, hey, bring the sorcerer Brett Lloyd out here, or I'll kill all of you. Jana was also fighting against a huge crowd. When the fog cleared, he realized this was the enemy's camp. He was screwed. The enemies surrounding Airen jeered, you disgusting bastard, you're still alive after that move. One of them lunged, yelling, give up and die. Just then a black panther leaped out of nowhere, mauling the soldier and saving Airen from a fatal blow. He recognized it. This beast was just like the panther he'd met in the fields. The soldiers panicked, huddling together. What the hell is that? This panther looked ferocious. It wasn't afraid of anything. Its eyes glowed as it charged at them, leaping and taking down 3 men at once. The soldiers' formation broke. The panther even snapped their bowstrings, then stood protectively in front of Airen, baring its teeth and glaring at the enemies. Airen was exhausted, but having the panther there was reassuring. You should all get out of here, if you don't want to die here. The enemy captain's face was twisted with frustration, but there was nothing he could do. However, he was looking at the person behind Airen. A man walked up and clapped him on the shoulder. Cyrus, fall back, you idiot. I'll save you. This was Captain Vengian. He was a man of his word and immediately charged forward with his sword. The two sides clashed violently, but it was no contest. Vengian was knocked to the ground with every strike. Damn it, he's too strong. Airen gave up. You said you were going to save me. We might be losing, but we have the numbers. Vengian ordered Surus to fall back, then pointed and commanded fire. Shoot him. But the enemy captain wasn't scared at all. He just kept charging forward. What the hell? He's so strong. But he never expected the Black Panther to leap at him from a distance as he advanced. Even so, he reacted in time to stab the panther, which fell to the ground in pain. Airen had no choice but to save himself. His eyes blazed as he entered a state of absolute focus. He knew he couldn't block that great sword with brute force, so he had to parry and then counterattack when he saw an opening, and he did it. The captain was shocked. That was surprising. That parrying technique. Where did you learn it? He thought he was the only one who knew it. Airen smirked and asked slyly, what about it? Just as the tension mounted, that Vengean guy charged in again with a flashy-looking stab. Of course, it didn't hit a thing. But what the enemy captain noticed was the large group of soldiers that had gathered behind Airen. He knew he couldn't win this one. Furious, he turned to leave, but not before throwing out a warning. I'll remember your face. Airen was like, yeah, I'm so scared. Whatever. The enemy captain was forced to order a retreat. Vengean rushed over. Your shoulder isn't bandaged, so just sit tight for now and stop the bleeding. But Airen was worried about the Black Panther. We need to bring this panther back with us too. Are you crazy? Worry about yourself first. Vengean had to support Airen, while Airen himself carried the huge Black Panther. He vaguely heard the voice of that faceless man echoing in his head. So you've finally achieved your goal, have you? You truly are a formidable one. What made you this way? The battle was over. Airen's today had finally passed. Before Airen even woke up, he could hear a lot of noise around him. Who did this? So ruthless. Didn't the two of you charge out there together? Did I get separated from the squad leader? Anyway, the company commander said he needs to rest now. Let's just pray our squad leader is all right. What's all the noise? He slowly opened his eyes. He was bandaged up and lying in a bed with the Black Panther next to him, also treated. A group of people from his unit were crowded around. The squad leader's awake. We really thought you were a goner this time, sir. But you're safe, thank heavens. That Brett Lloyd guy even thoughtfully brought him some water. Brett Lloyd said, you lost a lot of blood, sir. Luckily the medic said there won't be any permanent damage. The goddess of luck was on your side. Our squad leader is so fortunate. Now he remembered. I think. I passed out while we were retreating. The men started to disperse one by one. He's awake. Then, I'm out of here. I just want to get some sleep. Airen looked outside at the blue sky, white clouds, and golden sun. He'd finally survived the day. Only Lem remained sitting by his bed. Airen noticed his gaze. Why are you staring at me like that? You want to pet it? Lem immediately shook his head. Nah, I'm not interested in animals. What he was really interested in was how the squad leader knew about the spell. Before answering, Airen had to think carefully. If I tell him I knew because today was repeating itself, he'll never believe me. Should I just make something up? No, Lem helped me with everything he had. I have to be sincere with him. So, he replied, I used to live with a guy who was a nomad, just like you. I heard a few things from him and just put two and two together. After saying it, he reassured himself. All right, I'm not lying. The stories I heard from him were true. Lem understood immediately. He knew Airen was talking about him, but he didn't press the matter. Think whatever you want, but don't be a fool and get mixed up in things like magic. He was being strangely considerate, which made Airen think, this guy is sharper than he looks. So where did you run off to then? Lem chuckled. I went to see the face of the guy who used the flag, but since he was so ugly, I decided to let it slide. By let it slide, he meant he'd chopped the guy's head off with an axe. Airen guessed as much. The sorcerer is nowhere to be found, so he must have been taken care of. Just then, that Brett Lloyd guy curiously reached out to pet the panther. It immediately reacted, baring its fangs and growling ferociously. It was damn intimidating. Airen Pareira warned him right away, be careful, you might get scratched. The kid was persistent, but if I miss out on 10,000 Zona, my heart will be broken. 10,000 Zona, yes sir. I heard it from Enli, the one who went on reconnaissance with you, squad leader. They call it a lake-eyed leopard, because its eyes are as blue as a lake. It's a sacred creature that lives by absorbing energy from the heavens and the earth. Just one of its claws is worth more than 10,000 Zona. And since it has to sharpen its claws regularly, we might be able to. It was only now that Airen realized one gold coin was worth 1 Zona. So 10,000 Zona is equivalent to a gold coin. That's more than my entire salary. No wonder Brett Lloyd was being so reckless. After I collapsed, our forces gained the upper hand because the fog was gone, but we still couldn't secure a complete victory. After that, we neither retreated nor attacked. A few days passed and Airen continued to train as usual. He kept thinking about his fight with that enemy captain and the feint he'd used back then. Could I do that again? I'm not so sure. Jason would occasionally remind him, be careful, you don't want to get injured again. Airen would reply, I'm just making adjustments. Moving like this is fine. Jana reminded him, for now you should only do some stretching exercises, or maybe you should try to get a little shut-eye. Every time Jana said something old, Lem would immediately pick a fight. Are you trying to infect the squad leader with your laziness? Just focus on standing guard properly. Jana tried his best to hold it in. Where's my sword? The old man was still eager. What you want to fight me? But N was only focused on his own questions. I have a question about swordsmanship. I naturally used a technique I've never even practiced before. That was the first time I'd ever experienced something like that. Is it possible that? Before he could finish, old Lem cut him off. That's normal, what's so special about it? When Igni's beast heart synchronizes with you, you can look straight into your opponent, allowing you to observe their sword usage and power distribution more closely. Jana added, if you have a solid foundation, you can easily grasp the movements. Besides squad leader, you succeeded because of your absolute concentration. Your perspective has broadened even more. Still, you were very lucky. At the squad leader's current level, it should take hundreds of real battles to achieve that. He was right. Anne had died over and over for more than a year to get to this point. Now it all made sense. Yeah. So for me, the days that have passed weren't just single days. They were hundreds of days where I risked my life fighting and studying to win. I didn't just simply remember. What happened? I became stronger through my own effort. No matter how mediocre my talent is, I can still become stronger. But to get stronger, he needed the help of those two thugs. Lem and N were getting excited. I want to spar. The other two who were bickering had to stop. Even though people call me crazy, the squad leader is even crazier than I am. For once, I agree with this guy. You want to spar in this condition. Just then, Igne pushed open the tent flap and walked in. You probably need some rest, squad leader. She didn't even bother with greetings and got straight to the point. About the destruction of the magic catalyst, the Brett Lloyden flag. Was that your doing? N thought to himself. I figured headquarters would ask about this soon, but why did the company commander come here herself? He nodded, admitting it. Yes, it was me. I saw it while scouting, and I also have some knowledge of magic. There were 5 fake flags. How did you find the real one? It was simple. His answer was either that he got lucky, or it was just a wild guess. She couldn't press him any further. All right, is that all? I was just passing by to check on you. Suddenly, he felt like something was off. He strained his ears to listen to her. We have a fateful connection, you and I. What on couldn't understand. Fate. What the hell are you talking about? The other two with Brett Lloyd couldn't pass up this chance to tease him. Ooh, what's the secret? I want to hear it. You've got some skills, kid. Even with the company commander, N got annoyed. It's not like that. Shut up. The gossip-loving Brett Lloyd also chimed in. As expected of the man born to open a tea shop with me, I'll give you the best benefits. N's head was starting to throb. No way. Be quiet. I'm the one who's curious about what the company commander is planning. She's my superior's superior. This is so uncomfortable. Suddenly, Brett Lloyd announced, oh right, I've got some hot news. I heard a Marquess from the Night Order has arrived. The word night was music to his ears. The Red Cloak Knights, the name of the division I'm serving in, is named after a knight from the Cirrus division. And the Night Order that Cirrus was part of is none other than the Red Cloak Knight Order. Knights are individuals who possess extraordinary talent, a rarity on this continent. Because of that, a Night Order isn't composed entirely of knights. Following the knights are disciples known as Marquesses. Once recognized by a knight, a Marquess becomes a vice knight, and finally rising above all are the knights who have surpassed human limits. A Marquess doesn't usually join a knight on the battlefield, so the one who came here must be on the verge of becoming a vice knight. Suddenly, a thunderous shout was heard from outside. Move out, move out. Brett Lloyd and the others pulled back the tent flap to look. It seemed they were waiting for this Marquise to launch the attack. The moment he arrived, they were heading into battle. Someone reminded him, squad leader, you should get some rest this time. But he didn't want to. I want to watch. Seeing that he didn't reply, the man guessed, you look like you want to rush out there right this second. Then go. He knew how much N longed to be a knight, the dream I've cherished for so long, and now a piece of it is right before my eyes. There, a majestic figure in a red cloak stood in the middle of the crowd, the very image N aspired to be. The soldiers had their bows drawn and ready. With a single loud command from the knight, all the soldiers unleashed a rain of arrows. The knight stood below arrows, flying over his head like shooting stars. Yet he seemed to be enjoying the sight of his handiwork. He lowered his stance, and a white light wrapped around his ankles. Jana realized he was channeling his will into his legs. The knight glowed like a god and moved as fast as lightning. No wonder N was standing there completely mesmerized. That knight, single-handedly fighting an entire army, was a real thing. Fighting like that is just too cool. On watched without blinking, filled with admiration. The enemies were so scared they could piss their pants. What the hell is that? The knight spun his sword in a circle, and the soldiers' heads popped off and fell like ripe fruit. At this point, the enemy soldiers panicked and ran for their lives. Damn it, Cirrus retreat. How is this possible? This is insane. Stop him, you idiots. Stop him. But he didn't say how. In fact, before he could even finish his sentence, his head was already gone. The knight leaped in a single bound, landing directly on the head of an enemy's horse. Even Lem had to admit, His Excellency is truly terrifying. He really is a god of war, Janna thought. At that level it won't be long before I can. While another felt at least 5 times. I saw at least 5 chances to finish off that Marquess. The enemy commander was a complete idiot. Auden, on the other hand, stood there praying. May the Lord protect his brave children. Brett Lloyd saw that there was no need to retreat. It was all over. En's mind had never been so blown. Is that Marquess's swordsmanship the true sword? He also has the heavy sword and the swift sword. The true sword is a righteous and refined blade that guides the opponent into one's own stance for a counterattack. The heavy sword is a powerful and ferocious blade. It cuts and crushes everything with sheer power. The spirit-enchanting sword mesmerizes the mind. It deceives and strikes unexpectedly. This is the style of the Valen mercenary swordsmanship. The swift sword, fast as lightning, overwhelms opponents with speed. The flowing sword, a flexible blade, neutralizes the opponent's attacks and counters. A heavy greatsword and a nimble fast sword are completely different in nature, and yet, I can feel them both at the same time. Even though each sword style has its own unique characteristics, they all stem from the same root. That's what Janna said. If I can just understand the common ground between the heavy and the fast, and control the sword as if it were a living creature. Just then, a horde of enemy soldiers charged in, ready to attack. Everyone turned to look at him, even that guy, Brett Lloyd. It seemed like they understood something. Hey you idiots, the squad leader is about to break out of the moon's cocoon. Don't let him get distracted. Understanding the command, all of them formed a circle around Airen Pareira. He closed his eyes tightly, deep in thought. Realizing the truth doesn't mean everything will suddenly change. Airen Pareira entered his inner world, needing absolute silence to connect the pieces of his swordsmanship. It just shows me how long the road ahead truly is. No matter how the enemy soldiers charged, his squad held their position with him at the center. He resolved to climb over that high wall. I will reach that peak. Push forward. They've lost their will to fight. Kill the rest of them. Attack. Attack. Tonight, we redraw the map of this continent. As fierce as the battle was, outside the struggle within Airen, Pereira's mind was just as intense as he fought to overcome his own limits. We won. The soldiers roared in celebration. The war had finally come to an end. He knew this winter and spring were going to be very busy. The nation was built by 3 powerful clans, the Duchy of Aen. Duke Aen sat on his throne, his head throbbing as he scowled and cursed. Those bastards. They dared to break the unwritten rule of not using the Knight Orders, the Hyson family, the symbol of military power, and the Ekin family, which controls politics and administration. An old man reported, they used the general's appearance in battle as an excuse. With his power mobilizing, a Knight Order was to be expected. Duke Aen continued, if only that damn guy hadn't shown up. He has always been a free spirit. This was bound to happen sooner or later. Even if it wasn't him, they would have found another reason. If the spell had succeeded, it wouldn't have come to this. That mutt will have to take responsibility for this mess. The blonde-haired captain, being reprimanded, couldn't argue back. He could only mutter that he wouldn't let this go. The scene shifts to Airen Pareira. After a long and fierce battle, Aen was forced to retreat, and our army began its march home. We are at Fortress City Border War, a border fortress managed directly by the king located right on the border with Aen. The military makes up 15% of the population. This is a true military city. A man standing on a high platform began to speak. Once again, I would like to commend the elite sons of Nozilla who have brought glorious victory to our nation. Now I shall bestow rewards upon the soldiers who have shown their loyalty and courage. Airen Pareira, of the 4th Company, 4th Platoon, who broke Aen's cowardly spell, I hereby bestow a reward upon you. The crowd below immediately started whispering and talking trash. That no-name squad leader, how could he have broken a spell? He's weak as a kitten. What's going on? Is he stealing his comrades' credit? The company commander must have been bribed. Just bribed. You think that's all? As they were eagerly badmouthing him, Mac, the one with the scar, stood right behind them and growled, why don't you test his strength for yourselves and find out? And Andre also warned the group he is not someone you can speak of so casually. These guys had witnessed his abilities firsthand. They all smiled with satisfaction as they watched him standing on the stage. They all shared the same thought. Airen Pareira is an extraordinary person. Airen Pareira's reward was a fat purse of gold, a truly tempting sight. As soon as he stepped down, Lloyd immediately asked, Squad leader, what are you going to do with that prize money? Booze? Women? I know a few good spots. Airen Pareira hadn't even thought about it. Ah, right. Good spots. But the first thing I'm doing is going to the best blacksmith in the city. The whole squad's jaws dropped in shock. What? You're going to spend all that money on a sword? The standard issue swords are good enough. The notoriously stingy Lloyd was determined to stop him. There's no shortage of swords on the battlefield. We could just scavenge enough to last our squad a lifetime. Airen Pareira had already thought it through. To become a knight, I first need a worthy weapon, and to prove my own strength. The other guy just kept grumbling. What's the point of that shiny piece of metal? Airen Pareira, holding his new sword, made an announcement for him to hear. I'm going to take the soldier promotion test. It's time I moved up from this rank. He'd heard the nasty things those guys were saying, and it stung like hell. Lloyd asked in surprise. A promotion test? I thought you weren't interested in that kind of thing. I'm different now. I can't stay stuck in this place forever. He chuckled and thought for a moment. You're right. Well then, let's get started. Now, an Andre uses a soldier ranking system to boost troop morale, ranging from the lowest to the highest rank. There's also a special rank for soldiers with overwhelming power, and each rank comes with corresponding benefits. To get promoted, a soldier has to win sparring matches against 3 soldiers of the same rank. So, for the soldiers watching, it's pretty much a betting game. Lloyd, the business-savvy one, got right to it. He stood up and yelled, Place your bets. Place your bets now. Any mid-rank soldiers want to fight squad leader Airen Pareira? The loudmouths who had been eyeing Airen Pareira for a while couldn't pass up the chance to mock him. That trashy squad leader dares to challenge a mid-rank? He got a reward thanks to someone else's work, and still doesn't know his place. Airen Pareira looked at the man walking towards him. My first opponent is him? A famous mercenary, a pretty strong mid-rank soldier. The others standing around jeered. Hey, go easy on the little guy. Even if he starts crying, don't hold back. In the betting box, there was a single coin in Airen Pereira's slot. Huh, someone actually bet on that no-name squad leader. What kind of idiot was that? Lloyd grinned from ear to ear and replied, You don't know who'll win until the very end. Airen Pareira had already calculated everything. In the past, I grew stronger through repeated deaths, but this fight has almost no risk, because I only have one chance. I have to be focused and careful. Mediocre talent. The limits of effort. Most of the people here have strength that I couldn't have even dreamed of before. As soon as he had that thought, his own mind immediately reminded him, Don't get complacent. Fight as if you're facing death itself. His opponent seemed fired up. He wildly charged forward with his sword, screaming, Here I come, you fool! Airen Pareira was actually glad he attacked first. A straightforward strike, forged on the battlefield. If it connects, it could create a small opening. But that move was way too simple for Airen Pareira to block. With a single strike, he sent his opponent's sword flying into the air. Even Airen Pareira himself was surprised. Humph. The other guy, meanwhile, was screaming in agony. What the? My fingers! Not only was his sword gone, but Airen Pareira had also broken his fingers. This was his chance. Without another word, Airen Pareira shoved his sword hilt right into the guy's whining mouth. Done. 2 simple moves. His opponent trembled violently before passing out cold. And what do you know? The MC was speechless, thinking to himself, how could they be this weak? The crowd went wild. Did that nameless captain really win? One guy even questioned the long odds. You're the one who bet on that nameless captain, right? Did you know the outcome beforehand? Even Brett Lloyd's face went pale. You're telling me our squad leader is that strong? I only bet on him to save face. Oh my god. That was amazing. That shut him up real quick. You're his squad mate, and you don't trust your own squad leader? What's the big deal? It's so hard to believe. I have to ask. Was it just because his opponent underestimated him and got careless? But normally, a fight isn't decided that easily, right? A mid-rank soldier is no pushover. If you have doubts, just try again and you'll see. Just as they'd hoped, another guy stepped up, thinking N was just getting cocky after one lucky win. This one was an older guy who looked much more experienced, wielding a long spear. This time, I'll be your opponent. Someone in the crowd recognized him as a member of the armored infantry, the elite unit of our company. The old guy just kept twirling and flicking the spear in his hand. A feint to distract with the spearhead, followed by a surprise attack. Everything he's doing is exactly what I predicted. This is too simple. On just leaned to the side and dodged it like it was child's play. It was so easy that On started to second-guess himself. Is this just a simple thrust, or is it a trap? He'll probably use the butt of the spear to launch another attack. But the old guy was just staring, jaw agape, at his shattered spear, which made On pause. Looking at his face, it wasn't a trick. Was that really just a simple thrust? Seriously? Am I allowed to counterattack? Well, might as well finish this. In charged forward and slammed a kick right into the old guy's stomach. He went tumbling to the ground, stunning the entire crowd of onlookers. Dead silent. He won again. Only N's group was laughing with delight. The people who bet against him were getting nervous now. You can't call it luck twice. A supposedly trash-tier squad leader was easily defeating 2 mid-rank soldiers. Brett Lloyd looked at the crowd and shouted, Next! Who wants to go next? Why are there so many spectators all of a sudden? The men muttered to each other, Damn, if I go out there and lose, it'll be humiliating. And Andre stood in the crowd with his arms crossed, sneering. You fools. A moment ago you were all looking down on N, and now you're scared. The guy standing next to him immediately called him out. Squad leader, you were looking down on him too. He immediately denied it. Shut up, I never did that. And Andre thought to himself, after my last defeat, I've been practicing my swordsmanship with MC day and night. This time, I will challenge Sir Un again. But just as he was about to step forward, MC stopped him. This MC guy is sharp. He could tell that even though Andre's skills had improved greatly, if he fought now, even MC himself would have a hard time beating squad leader N. And Andre trusted him completely and obediently sat back down. Neither of them dared to move another muscle. A guy sitting nearby got a shove from behind. Hey, you go out there. He was still trying to figure out what was going on. He turned around and saw Lem, who startled him into a yelp. Ugh, you psycho. When it comes to stirring up trouble, that guy is the best. Lem leaned on his chin with a grin. You were just sucking up to the squad leader a minute ago. Scared now, are we? The guy was provoked, his face turning beet red. I'm not scared. N stood silently in the middle of the arena, waiting for his next opponent. I've always had to struggle in my past battles, so I didn't realize it. From that pervert who just stabbed and slashed at me on my first day, to that dangerous assassin I fought so hard to beat. The Hoisin I just fought, and even the comrades I spar with daily. I've only ever fought opponents who were way too strong for me. As soon as he had that thought, his brain immediately corrected him. My old swordmaster warned me to never underestimate an opponent. The guy who'd been goaded finally stepped out. What are you thinking about? N shook his head. Nothing. In reality, he was thinking, I used to think that advice was useless to me, but I never thought there'd come a time when I'd be the one looking down on my opponent. The guy looked visibly annoyed and stared at him. Nothing. My ass. Then what's with that look on your face? There wasn't a mirror, so N had no idea he was wearing an incredibly smug grin. His nostrils were practically flaring. He couldn't stop the thought. I'm now strong enough to overwhelm mediocre opponents like this. His smile grew wider. It's just interesting to have gotten this much stronger. Fueled by this thrill and excitement, N went all in and attacked first. I thought this guy would put up a fight, but he screamed at the first move, practically pissing his pants in fear. Ninla, the land of knights, a place where strength is revered. After just a few seconds, his opponent's sword was shattered into pieces by N. The man was drenched in sweat, frozen with a deer-in-the-headlights look, simply waiting for N's finishing blow. N raised his sword high over his head with both hands, but the guy dodged by dropping flat on the ground. He managed to keep all his teeth, but his spirit was completely broken. He fainted on the spot. N knew that right here, he had proven himself. Now, not a single person could say a word. They stood as silent as soaked grain. Anyone who challenged him had been utterly crushed. Suddenly, someone spoke up. The Spellbreaker. So it's true. That squad leader destroyed the flag not because of his teammates, but with his own strength. Now they were finally acknowledging his past achievement. And Andre was so thrilled he leaped to his feet, jumping and waving his arms as he screamed. The Spellbreaker! On glanced over at them, confused. What is that guy doing? And Andre even turned to his old teammates. You all should be cheering too. If it weren't for squad leader N, half of you would be dead. The whole group started roaring. The Spellbreaker! The Spellbreaker! One person, two people, then 10, and finally everyone was chanting in unison. The Spellbreaker! The Spellbreaker! N the Spellbreaker! The Spellbreaker! They were cheering for him, and he couldn't help but feel a little thrilled. Brett Lloyd ran over, clutching a box of money. Amazing, squad leader. You're a mid-rank soldier now, but everyone wants more, right? The MC replied instantly. It's still too early to celebrate. This isn't enough to satisfy me, especially when it was this ridiculously easy. There's still the high rank. Brett Lloyd's jaw dropped in shock. What? You still want to continue? Just then, a large, muscular man stood up. He'd heard everything. Well, now. This is interesting. The entire crowd turned to look at the big man. On his shoulder was the insignia of an eagle, the border guard, who reports directly to the king. An elite unit composed entirely of high-rank soldiers and above? Why is the border butcher here? On watched without a hint of fear as the man approached. The man made the offer himself. Squad leader of the 44th, fight me. The man's face was filled with smug contempt. He even cracked his knuckles and smirked. The crowd fell silent, waiting with bated breath. Even Lem looked worried. Oh man, this is going to be tough for the squad leader. N knew the border guard was a unit on par with the Hounds of Airen. So this guy must be as strong as Myson. I'm genuinely curious. If I fight a master like this now, without my ability to return from death, what would the outcome be? Despite the thought, he wasn't afraid. He held his sword forward with both hands, getting into his stance, and immediately accepted. Bring it on. The big man looked surprised, his face like a hungry tiger about to pounce. Huh? Look at that. You're not afraid of me? A soldier from the special forces? This guy's more interesting than I thought. The spectators were on the edge of their seats, each one roaring at the top of their lungs. Don't get cocky just because you're a border guard. Show us what you've really got. The Spellbreaker. Fans on both sides were screaming their support. Infantry, the flower of the battlefield. But really, what was the point of yelling like that? The old man was speechless. Fools. Don't they know Special Forces soldiers are also infantry? They get one small victory and suddenly they're so arrogant. The more worked up they got, the more he focused his attention on Airen. Let me teach you a lesson in humility. He planned for a quick victory, lunging forward with all his might. But Airen instantly activated his absolute focus skill. His opponent's movements slowed to a crawl. He could perfectly read the path of the man's sword and stopped it cold. The man was pretty surprised. Incredible concentration and minimalist yet balanced movements. That's quite impressive. The old man's other hand suddenly grabbed Airen's collar, intending to throw him. I'll take you down. But Airen was as solid as a rock. Quick as a flash, he grabbed the man's wrist, holding him in place with one hand while raising his sword to the sky with the other, preparing to strike down. The man's face went pale with fright. There was no escape this time. Airen looked so terrifying that the only thing running through his mind was, I'm dead, I'm dead. But Airen's sword stabbed straight into the ground, missing him completely. That old guy's no slouch either. But the one who deflected the fatal blow, changing the sword's trajectory, was the old man himself. Tense as a bowstring, he deliberately aimed for Airen's chest and lunged. Airen Pareira wasn't afraid to fight to the end. He grabbed the man's blade with his bare hand, holding it in place while his own sword remained stuck in the ground between them. The man charged forward, taking advantage of Airen being disarmed. But Airen had a dagger on him. Use what you've got, right here, right now. One used a sword, the other used a dagger, stabbing straight ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, this seemed to be going beyond a friendly duel. Just then, Igna appeared, and with a single slash, she knocked them both apart. Stop! A second longer, and you would have killed a comrade. Only then did they stop, staring in horror at the scene. It was Jason. When did he get right behind the old man? In another moment, the sharp tip of his dagger would have pierced the old man's neck. And it wasn't just him. The other 3 members of the squad had surrounded his opponent at some point. If the old man had stabbed Airen, he would have died instantly. It was absolutely terrifying. If Igna hadn't arrived, she wouldn't have been able to save him. The old man showed clear disappointment. This guy's lucky. He couldn't believe it and had to say it out loud. That was truly scary. Good thing his ancestors were looking out for him. It was just a sparring match. One more move and he would have been full of holes. Airen knew that he had missed a critical moment just now. He'd almost been killed, but if the fight had continued, the spectators would have gotten quite a show. He's a damn good fighter. Is that really the nameless squad leader we know? The two stood facing each other seriously. The old man seemed rather appreciative. I didn't have high hopes, but I can't deny your skill. He took the initiative to introduce himself. I am 2. Captain of the Border Guard. They shook hands, a formal introduction of sorts. Airen, leader of the 4th Squad, 4th Platoon, 4th Company. Only now did the crowd realize who he was. He's the captain of the Border Guard? So that means his opponent was a Special Forces soldier. The whole crowd was stunned. With that level of skill, he should at least be promoted to a high rank. I respect you, sir. Sir Airen is the best. So handsome. Their attitudes did a complete 180. They changed their tune faster than flipping a pancake. Airen had a headache, but was enjoying it nonetheless. The old man saw it and burst out laughing. Haha, I quite like that smug look on your face. I'll see you around. Airen, senior soldier. He knew he had taken another step forward. This was what he wanted. That evening, the captain of the 1st Squad, the captain of the Armored Division, Raham, came to his door with a proposal. Join my squad. It seemed Airen was the new rising star. This was the 3rd offer he'd received. Was it thanks to his promotion to senior soldier and the title of the Spellbreaker? The man tried to persuade him. The Armored Division is the core force of the entire division. You understand the value of this invitation, don't you? Of course, Airen knew. This was a direct path to the Army's elite ranks. A tempting offer, but he still bowed his head and refused. I'm sorry. The old man immediately wondered. Why? If you're worried about the captain of the 4th Squad, just leave it to me. Airen started to say, that's not it. But the old man cut him off. You don't seem to have any attachments here, do you? He wasn't one to insist. All right then, just consider me a little disappointed. Airen then made a counter-proposal. How about taking him instead of me? But the old man avoided it like the plague. I must decline that sly fox. The old man waved goodbye. Thanks to you, I survived that last battle. Keep up the good work. Brett Lloyd poked his head out from inside the barracks. Well, the first squad this time? Need me to help you pack? Is that guy selectively deaf or something? Didn't he hear him refuse? I'm not going. The others were also curious. Why did you refuse all of them? With your current reputation, you could be valued anywhere. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a noise from behind them. They turned their heads to see yet another person had come looking for him. How have you been? Squad leader Airen. He just arrived this afternoon, and he got straight to the point. Let me be direct. Come join the border guard. Airen knew this group. The border guard was the army directly under the king's command, an offer even more valuable than the armored division. The rest of the guys sat quietly, eavesdropping on the conversation. One of them looked a bit sad. The captain knew that normally, a squad leader like him would never get this chance. Even if you've refused other offers, you shouldn't pass this one up. The old man was still talking. After you landed that blow on me, I realized something. You hunger for battle. If you come with us, you'll experience grueling training and battles straight out of hell. Brett Lloyd. Joining the border guard means pushing yourself to your absolute limit. It was truly an offer he couldn't refuse. Brett was already mentally prepared for Airen to leave. So was Jana. He was even happy for him. Jason couldn't think of any reason to advise him against it either. But Airen Pareira had his own plans. When it comes to hellish training and combat, no place can compare to this one. He knew exactly what he wanted and what he needed. Because my goal isn't just to reach my limit, but to shatter it. And so, time passed. Winter arrived. Lem was curled up in a ball, shivering on his bed and whining, "It's too cold." I'd rather be dead at this point. Seeing Airen heading outside, he quickly tried to ask for a favor. "Squad leader, where are you going? Get me a few hot bricks, will you?" Meanwhile, Airen was thinking, it seems like I have nothing to do after a battle. It's been a while, hasn't it? Auden was also shivering from the cold, and even came over to tug on Lem's blanket. It's better to get up and move around to stay warm. Come on. Let's have a sparring match with our fists. You crazy fox. Get out of here before I kill you. Unable to persuade him, he turned to someone else. Squad, leader, you really don't want to train? It'll help keep your body from stiffening up in the cold. But Airen had other things to do. I have to go on a mission right now. We'll train after I get back. As I walked away, I could still hear the old man shouting, Squad leader, don't you forget my heated bricks. I couldn't just ignore him. I knew, you fool. It was only after going outside that I realized just how cold it was. I just thought it would be a little chilly. Who knew people would still be doing business as usual in the market? Special for the winter, freshly baked bread here. The duty of the guards is to fight, but when there's no war, we patrol to maintain order in the city. Today, 2 guys were with me. I'm Rach, and this is Bon. They both introduced themselves. The 3 of us will form a patrol team today. Airen Pareira suddenly wondered. Rach and Bon? Aren't they from the scout unit? The names sounded so familiar, but it wasn't a good time to ask. On the way, they kept showering me with compliments. It's such an honor to patrol with the man who broke the enemy's mist magic. I heard you were promoted to a higher rank, right? Unbelievable. How could you climb to such a high position so quickly with such a low military rank? It's beyond imagination. I just gave a vague reply. I was just lucky. They kept prying. I'm curious what kind of combat skills a grim warrior like you must have. Can we have a little sparring match when we get back? I'm always ready. Is that a promise? The farther we walked, the colder it got. The 2 of them huddled closer to me. Ugh, do we really have to patrol in this damn weather? This winter is seriously cold, isn't it? I felt something was off. Why are they huddling so close? I'm not big enough to block all the wind. The streets weren't too crowded, and people were still trading normally. Everyone, look here, we've got ready-made dried fruit. Suddenly, a figure in a hooded cloak staggered nearby, catching my attention. All of a sudden, his foot slipped, and his whole body stumbled. On moved to catch him. Hey kid, you okay? But the guy was lightning fast, whipping out a dagger he had hidden. On saw it, but before he could react, he was stabbed straight in the stomach, blood splattering everywhere. What the hell? The stab was too fast, too deadly, and it took his life instantly. Just like that, all 3 of them swarmed around me. The other 2 held me on either side. Whoa, you've had too much to drink. Are you okay? The one who stabbed me clamped a hand over my mouth, and the three of them dragged me away from the market crowd without anyone noticing anything unusual. They were covering up the situation. These guys were all in on it together. The stabber even asked smugly, "Surprised?" A diligent hunter never forgets his prey. Before I died, I managed to recognize him, a half-elf, one of Aben's men. He'd sent an assassin to kill me as revenge for dispelling the mist magic in the last battle. He drew the dagger back and slashed sideways again. My whole body collapsed. This was definitely the end. Only then did they scatter. Mission complete. Let's go. Jotun. On a distant clock tower, there was another one of them. Before dying completely, I managed to gather one more piece of information. Rach, Bon, Jotun. Now I remember. They were the scouts Commander Brett Lloyd had mentioned, the ones injured in that battle. At the time, he had told me, especially the scout unit, Rach, Bon, Jotun, and the others. Many of them were wounded. They used that injury as an excuse to leave the scout unit and conspire with Aben's army. Now I get it. A 3-on-1, huh? It wasn't until after I was dead that someone in the market noticed. An old woman saw me lying in a pool of blood, so scared that her face turned deathly pale. My final thought was, this is going to be interesting. As always, if I win, great. If I lose, I revive. I woke with a start, right back in that same morning. The old man in the next bed greeted me. Ready for a dreamy morning? I had to start my revenge immediately. Not at all. I just want to start the day with a ton of energy. He was just like last time, insisting, "Squad leader, if you go out, remember to bring me some heated bricks." Going outside, I saw Auden training by dousing himself with cold water in the snow, bare-chested. He was truly built like a tank. He turned his head and grinned at N. "You called me? Squad leader?" I asked him first. "You mentioned a training method to generate body heat." "That's right," he explained at once. "The method you're talking about uses your hands. In this winter cold, training is necessary to keep your body from getting stiff from the cold. You always have to be prepared for any situation. That was exactly what I needed, to at least be flexible enough to handle those assassins. Show me." I remembered that moment when I saw him draw the dagger. I couldn't react in time. My body was stiff from the cold, and I couldn't respond to it. Auden showed me several exercises in a row, and I had to endure them, training right out in the snow. I also used the time to think of a plan. I should have realized when. Rach and Bon got too close to me. I'll take out those two first. No, if I do that, I'll lose track of the half-elf when I'm close enough to catch him. He grinned. "If you can't get used to this training, your muscles will get tense and sore." He wasn't wrong. I was in so much pain I felt like I was dying. It's true. Just like last time, the two of them introduced themselves. "I'm Rach, and this is Bon. The three of us will form a patrol team today." The moment I saw them, I already had a plan in my head. Take them all down, one by one, in order. This time, I didn't even bother wearing a coat. They immediately questioned it. "Aren't you cold? I just finished training." "Well, it seems your reputation as a mighty warrior is well-founded, huh?" They still moved in close to me, their mouths constantly running. "Ugh, do we really have to patrol in this damn weather? This winter is seriously cold, isn't it?" Anne quietly clenched and unclenched his fists, flexible as ever. Thanks to Auden's instruction, my body now felt charged up, and I was mentally prepared to take on the enemy. My eyes were focused intently on the crowd ahead. There he was. The guy in the hooded cloak had appeared. The moment he came into view, I took action immediately. First, a single attack to take down the two beside me. The one named Bon reacted, drawing his sword instantly. He noticed? My eyes never left the man in the cloak. The other guy would have two options. 1, retreat alone, or 2, have Brett Lloyd join them. I have to get past these two as quickly as possible. I had to draw my sword at once. Just then, from the other guy's direction, he made some kind of move. I had only just registered a sound when a sharp dart was already lodged in my chest. This is new. Last time, there wasn't a thrown Brett Lloydo. More than that, the dart was already deep inside me, and he was standing quite far away, far enough to get through. From this distance, he threw a Brett Lloydo straight through the crowd. So precise. This guy is no ordinary person. He's worthy of being the wall I have to overcome. He still said the same thing as I fell. A diligent hunter never forgets his prey. He knew it the moment he recognized the sound. The knife was already in his heart, a knife faster than sound itself. The one who discovered the incident was again the fat lady in the green dress, who screamed in terror, "There's been a murder!" Even as he died, he was already thinking about how to handle the next attempt. Looks like I have to deal with both near and far enemies at the same time. What should I prepare to deal with this situation? The goblin mongrel will stab if it gets close, otherwise it'll throw deadly daggers, just a few simple tricks. N hadn't yet realized the seriousness of the problem. Still thinking this wall was pretty easy, he still chose to warm up with Auden first. I'm gonna die. Auden was always by his side to help. You're exaggerating, sir. But the MC wasn't kidding. They just didn't know. He's about to die. Jana also came out to watch him practice. What have you been doing? Practicing torture endurance? Good heavens. Is that position really that hard? Come out and do it like this. Jason also appeared. Squad leader, you just need to keep stretching like this, but I guess you can't even do that. Maybe I should teach you some extra flexibility exercises. And just like that, the entire team went from watching to training alongside the MC. Haha, you lazy brothers, leave this to me. Only Jason didn't join in. He stood there watching, getting annoyed. The others immediately argued back. What are you looking at? We're just training. After training, N sat and thought for a long time. That throwing dagger he uses. I just need to block it and I'm good. Its sharpness and speed are on a completely different level from normal daggers. To his surprise, Jason recognized the shape of the dagger he drew. Is that a blood whistle dagger? The MC had no idea. He just drew it, and unexpectedly, Jason knew what it was. Blood whistle dagger? Is that what this type of dagger is called? Jason explained. It's called the blood whistle dagger because of the sound it makes when thrown. If you encounter a skilled user, the target will die instantly. So it's best to just dodge it, and had to agree with that. He'd experienced it firsthand, after all. True. But he understood one thing. No matter how good the dagger throwing skill was, as long as he could block it, he'd be fine. So, in the next attempt, the MC was mentally prepared to block that throw. He'd still deal with the two closest enemies first, control the small fry, then use his shield to block the dagger. But this time, he didn't expect that while he was busy dealing with one guy, the other one would just nail him with a dagger. Why wait for him to deal with them one by one? They were even willing to throw the dagger right through their own ally to hit him. The next dagger finished off the tattered guy who was even worse than Bixerbo. N's eyes were opened. In that brief moment, the man had thrown 3 daggers. It was him again. This wall was tougher than it looked. After killing his own comrades, the guy just smiled, not caring about them at all. This time, all 3 of them died right then and there. He understood now. If his teammates were useless, he would kill them himself. Does that guy not have a shred of camaraderie? He walked straight up to the MC and sneered. I'm very impressed with your tenacity. A true hunter never forgets his prey. Is that so? The MC wouldn't forget him either. He smiled back and replied, It's a pleasure to see you again. The guy didn't understand. Huh. Are you joking when you're about to die? This one's interesting. He even pulled the dagger out of the MC's body. As he died this time, a thought occurred to him. I admit, I underestimated you. The wall is still a difficult wall to overcome, but the harder it is, the more I like it. The voice of the red-masked, faceless one rang out. You seem to be enjoying this, don't you? Go ahead and smile all you want. Despair will come for you, multiplied by the joy you feel now. That is why it is called a curse. He woke up again, unable to agree with the man. No. In my eyes, this is a blessing. This time, he didn't go warm up. He went to find Jason first. Tell me about the blood whistle dagger. The man was surprised that he asked about it so directly. The MC's response was even more blunt. If I beat around the bush, would you tell me? In the end, Jason still had to tell him. Thin blades are stacked on top of each other, so when thrown, they create a characteristic whistling sound. It was once known as the shadowless dagger for a speed that the naked eye can hardly follow. The MC wanted to ask the most important thing. What if I want to see and dodge the blood whistle dagger? Even Jason had to say it was impossible to see. But when it came to stubbornness, no one could beat Un. What if I absolutely have to see it? Jason looked deep into his eyes and asked again. Absolutely, the MC confirmed. Dead serious. Absolutely. Jason's head started to ache. This guy's starting again. I don't get where he thinks he's gonna see that dagger. Of course, he has a way. Seeing the dagger after it's been thrown is meaningless. If you want to see it, watch the movement of the hand. After all, the path of the dagger is decided by the fingertips. Though there are techniques to conceal the throwing motion, if you know the technique, it's not hard to see through the hidden hand movements. This was exactly what the MC needed to learn. With my level, can I learn that technique? Of course not, Jason said bluntly. With your rock throwing skills? No way. N was seething but had to hold it in. This guy always loved to be sarcastic, but then he took the initiative. Do you want me to teach you how to throw daggers? This was truly strange. What did he eat today? Jason wants to teach me voluntarily? What is happening? Before N could even feel moved, he added another jab. If you're not confident, don't bother learning. Of course, he couldn't pass up this God-sent opportunity. He took the offer immediately. I'll learn. And so, things continued as they were. The three of them went on together. Those two kept running their mouths. It's an honor to be with you, sir. The one who breaks spells. Are you still training in this cold weather? You're incredible. And ignored them, his mind focused on Jason's words. Throwing is just a fleeting moment. Keep your whole body relaxed, then concentrate all your strength at the instant of the throw. Dodging is similar. You have to remember these things, and your eyes must be quick, constantly scanning the crowd, searching for his shadow. Just as he escaped and saw the guy's hiding figure, our man Cyrus immediately drew his sword, killing the wretch with one slash. The next blow was for that guy, Conan. The entire crowd gasped and panicked. Someone got killed, and he started putting theory into practice. Seize the moment your opponent relaxes. Focus on listening and observing, and protect your heart so you don't die instantly. He focused on the man's fingertips. But what the hell? While his mind was reciting the theory, his hand took a deep stab from a blade. That actually hurt a lot. His face went pale, scrunching up in pain. He glanced at his hand, only to get stabbed right through the chest, straight to the heart. This was it. He was definitely dead, but he still looked optimistic. It was so fast. Though it was just a flash, I saw a glint of light in that moment. I'm sure that, just like every other time, he was standing in front of you, saying those meaningless words. Hopeless romantics never forget. Anne continued the sentence. They never forget their prey. Roten cut in, his signature line suddenly stolen. How? How did you know? He even smiled, awaiting death. Just a few more times. See you again. All of your attacks are within my grasp. The next time, the experienced Airen Pareira Cyrus drew his sword first, striking as fast as he could. He stabbed the scumbag to death, then with another thrust, finished off Bon all much faster and custer and cleaner than before. 2 men were taken down. The whole market erupted in chaos, screaming that there was a murderer. He calculated every move more carefully. I'm no longer the dreamer I used to be. A figure completely cloaked in black appeared in the crowd. Now, with enough effort, I can achieve anything. The man's hand was twirling a small dart. He threw one, and our hero immediately raised his hand to block it. He then pulled out a second one. This psycho. Airen knew what was coming. He launched a direct attack, so Airen dodged to the side, but the small dagger was still spinning on the man's finger it hadn't been thrown. Truly skillful. Only then did he realize it was a feint. In the end, he was still tricked, taking a dagger straight to the heart. Blood splattered everywhere as his body collapsed to the ground. Now he understood. The assassin could adjust his attack timing based on his opponent's movements. This weapon is amazing. It was worth dying just to discover another one of its secrets. The better it was at killing him, the more he liked it. I want that. Coming back to life once more, entrained maniacally with throwing daggers. A sharp little blade spun furiously in his hand as he aimed for the orange in front of him and threw. Jason watched him practice with the throwing dagger and walked over. Squad leader, what are you doing? Anne replied. Practicing how to throw a whistling blood dart. Jason could tell with half a glance that wasn't how you throw a whistling blood dart. Our guy was still confidently spinning the dagger. I'll perfect this technique soon. Before he could even finish his sentence, the cord holding the blade snapped, and the sharp piece of metal flew right past Jason's cheek, nearly killing him. He was speechless. Forget being scared, he was lucky to be alive. If it had been anyone else, they probably would have killed On right then and there. On his 8th try, the assassin in black still used the same old dagger-throwing trick. This time, our hero dodged more skillfully. I won't fall for your trap again. He really did manage to avoid it this time, but an arrow came flying from behind, shot by an assassin hiding in a nearby tower. Only now did he notice that guy's role. Jotun, so you're part of this too. On the 9th try, he had to focus on dealing with the man in black while also handling Jotun up above. He proactively threw a dart to kill the guy in the tower first. But the moment he did, the other one charged. Fool, you dare lose focus while facing me? So, of course, he had to go back and practice throwing daggers again. The more he practiced, the better he got. He hit the orange with one throw, and even Jason was surprised watching him. Anne asked confidently, the hand and arm are the launcher, using the full spring of the body. Am I missing anything? Jason looked at the dagger stuck in the orange, quite satisfied. That's good enough. Sir, where did you learn to throw a dagger like that? In his head, Anne thought, I learned it from you. But all he could say was, I saw a guy on the battlefield who was really good, so I copied him. It was incredibly difficult. I had to practice until my hands were sore. Jason couldn't help but be suspicious. To reach this level just by watching. Could he be a genius? So, Jason proactively taught him another technique. Sir, have you ever heard of the true sword bullet? It was a throwing weapon technique created by a legendary assassin named Ki Sang. Its name comes from the whistling blood dart. They tried to create a silent throwing dagger with just a thin blade, but because it was too difficult to use, it was modified into the current whistling blood dart. Of course, I don't know about it. It's a technique with a long history, Jason asked again in surprise. Is this really the first time you've heard of it? No way. It's normal not to know. There was no reason for him to make that face. Why would you think that? Jason got straight to the point. Because your posture when using the whistling blood dart is perfect, the scene changes to Airen meeting those other guys. On his 10th try, Ann didn't say a word and simply changed his route. The scumbag asked in surprise, "Sir, where are you going?" "I already told you, I'm going to patrol somewhere else." Were they trying to stop him? But our designated area is the market. If we do this, we'll be disciplined. N's brows furrowed, his gaze sharper than a knife. Am I not the highest ranking officer here? I'll take responsibility. Just follow me. Their plan had been disrupted. The two of them whispered worriedly to each other. Damn it, what do we do now? We have no choice but to follow. Our guy was smarter this time. The market was a trap set by the assassins. There was no need to walk right into it. They kept following behind him, nagging. Squad leader N, we should head back to the market. This time, he confronted them directly. What do you gain by being spies as mere privates? The two of them jumped, nearly soiling themselves in shock. Damn it, we've been found out. Both of them drew their swords to fight. Kill him. Of course, they were no match for him. One sword strike was enough to kill them both. He finished both of them in an instant. Suddenly, the sound of laughter echoed out. The remaining two assassins quickly appeared right in front of him. They hadn't expected him to change his route either. N lifted his chin in a disdainful challenge. You're a little late. Come at me at the same time. The one in the red cloak struck first, throwing 3 daggers at once. Our guy dodged them all. 3 or 4, it doesn't matter. I just need to watch your fingertips. The other one, Jotun, took the opportunity to raise his crossbow and take aim, and spun around and threw a dagger of his own. The man died on the spot. Very quickly, only one bastard remained. He roared and threw his dagger. Fool, you dare get distracted? Why the hell wouldn't I dare? N let him have that one, raising his ironclad arm to block it. The guy was stunned. He never expected his surprise attack to be useless. N's face darkened. I've been waiting a long time for this. A one-on-one. It's either you or me. Seeing how skilled N was, the other guy was starting to get spooked. Who are you? N chuckled and pulled the dagger from his arm. Doesn't matter. What matters is how many of these you have. He couldn't believe it. This guy knows how to throw daggers. Could he be like me? So, he probed by saying the number 2. N just smiled and circled him. Lucky for you, I only have 1. The man watched him tensely. Joking at a time like this? You're crazy. Don't you realize you only have 1 dagger? But N wasn't afraid. Yeah, we'll see about that. With a sword in one hand and a dagger in the other, N got into his stance. Let's see what the final outcome will be. He had it all calculated. Even if you try to hide your hands, you can't hide your movements. He had mastered the theory of reading an enemy's posture to dodge attacks, the very essence of intuition. The assassin's fingers started spinning the daggers furiously. N's eyes widened, trying to follow his movements. 2 at once? In a flash, he threw them with incredible speed. But N still managed to lean back and dodge them cleanly. He then quickly threw one back in return, which the assassin also dodged. And I wasn't stupid enough to believe his words. And of course, you have more than that, right? The assassin instantly produced 2 more daggers in his hands. But our guy wasn't to be outdone. He already had another one ready, who knows from where. The one who had been fooled was the assassin. His face went blank with shock when he saw N still had a dart. This time, our hero threw first, and the assassin barely managed to dodge the attack. That shameless bastard has the nerve to blame me? He dares to lie? Airen Pareira chuckled, raising his sword. You're no different. He's got something, a weapon I've never seen before. Well, isn't he an assassin? That means he only specializes in long-range attacks. Just as I thought. This guy charges in with his sword for close-quarters combat. I've never fought him like this in any lifetime. In this low stance, he's moving so fast. Another new attack. But this is way too easy. I can grab him with just one hand. I might as well mock him. Are you going to stab me or not? For some reason, the guy lunged right at me. He couldn't believe it, his eyes widening in horror as he stared at me. There, one of my hands held his arm tight, while the other swung my sword down. I've really won. This has to be the last time. I've finally killed him. 10 times. That's how many times I've tried to conquer this wall. To lose and then come back stronger. It's an exhilarating feeling. I took down 4 of them all by myself. Nice. Nice. Then I remembered something. I pulled up his shirt, and there it was. A band of throwing knives. Sweet. If these don't belong to me now, who else would they belong to? This haul wasn't half bad. Back in Captain Igny's tent, she asked in disbelief, "You were almost killed? So you predicted it and abandoned your post?" The 3 knives from that guy were now proudly on Airen Pareira's chest. He calmly replied, "Nah, it was just a coincidence." But the more he said it, the less she believed him. A coincidence? You fought 4 men and survived, and that was also a coincidence? He had nothing else to say except, "I guess I was lucky." That was all he'd give her. She stared straight into his eyes, searching for a lie. But he simply ignored her, refusing to say another word. She gave up. "All right, go back to your barracks." Airen Pareira returned to his tent just as Lem's enormous axe came flying straight at him. Luckily, he leaned back and dodged it. The old man even had the nerve to laugh excitedly. "Oh, you dodged the ambush. If I hadn't, I'd be dead. Are you insane? I almost bought the farm." The old man argued stubbornly. "The assassins have started to show up. We have to practice for this." Airen Pareira knew exactly what the old man wanted. He tossed him half a potato. "Here, eat." The man was ecstatic. "Oh, it's still warm. Thanks." Finally, Airen Pareira could get some peace. What a headache. Turning to the other guy, he said, "Hey Carl, give me a haircut. 10 coins. 5. How about 8? After a lot of haggling, they finally agreed. Haircuts are expensive. You won't even give a comrade a discount? The guy was a skilled barber and confidently shooed him away. "If you don't like my price, go get it cut in town." Airen Pareira immediately refused. "No way. The barbershop down there is terrible." Suddenly, snow began to fall in a white blanket. No wonder it felt cold. Everyone went outside to gather around. Lem even tasted the snow, remarking that it tasted like demon vomit. Auden, who was still training, agreed. Airen Pareira was speechless. This is truly a trial from the gods. So why is everyone outside? He was still lost in thought. How did the assassins manage to infiltrate the border patrol? Since when did Rabor and Rotten become spies? Someone must have helped them. Remembering Brett Lloyd, Airen Pareira decided to ask him, "Those 3 who just died, do you know where they came from?" Rebor was conscripted after being caught stealing, and Bo was conscripted after insulting a nobleman. "Are you a man of the law?" he guessed. Jotun used to be a guard for a merchant guild that went bankrupt, I think. All 3 of them and Brett Lloyd joined around the same time last year. They also used to be in the same guild. Airen Pareira knew about this. A year ago, a shocking event occurred within a certain guild, the Thieves Guild. They were more of a criminal organization than a proper guild. They know everything about this town, which makes them the #1 suspects. To find out more, he'd have to ask the next person. "Jason, what about the Thieves Guild? I thought you knew about them." Jason did know, but he was reluctant to speak. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spat it out. "After our initial contact with the Thieves Guild was cut off, I don't know much." Airen Pareira looked up as the snow fell thicker and thicker. "The snow is so heavy." Jason suddenly raised his hand. "Squad leader, I'd like to request to be excused from the night shift." The man next to him started cursing. "You coward! You just don't want to shovel snow, do you? You just want to be lazy, right?" The 2 of them started bickering loudly again. Nobody liked it. Airen Pareira felt the same. He suggested to the group, "How about we all go on a mission with squad leader Brett Lloyd? That way, they could all avoid shoveling snow." Without a second thought, the entire group immediately agreed. "Let's go." "Awesome, count me in. I'm ready." "Just waiting for your orders, sir." Airen Pareira was speechless. "Do you guys really hate shoveling snow that much?" The entire group was geared up and ready to go. Airen Pareira then said, "First, we need the squad leader's permission." Jana immediately grumbled in annoyance. "Are you still dawdling? Stop being lazy." Auden eagerly urged him on. "Hurry up, brother." Airen Pareira was at a loss for words. Why is everyone suddenly so friendly? Not wanting to disappoint them, Airen Pareira went straight to the captain's tent. She thought for a moment before asking, "You suspect the Thieves Guild is behind this, so you want to pursue them?" He answered with conviction, "Yes, if you'll allow us." Of course, she wasn't entirely convinced. She stared intently at Airen Pareira before making her decision. He stared right back, putting on his best performance. Unexpectedly, she saw right through him. "Are you sure this isn't just because you want to get out of shoveling snow?" He had to try his hardest not to flinch as he gave a firm reply, though his heart was pounding. "She's way too sharp," he thought. And just like that, the team was on its way. As they walked and talked, one of them said, "And suddenly the Thieves' Guild was wiped out." "What? Are you talking about what happened to the Dalen Guild? Is there any information?" "No. We're going to gather some now." Brett Lloyd addressed Jason. "We'll wait at the inn. I need you to go find out about the Dalen Guild's base." He hesitated. "How should I?" "You know how better than anyone," Airen Pareira said. "Try everything you can." Carl, who was standing to the side, didn't understand a thing. "Huh? Were there some secret instructions?" Jason simply nodded. "I understand." The more Carl watched them, the more confused he got. "What? Am I the only one who thinks this is weird?" The men sat discussing the matter in Vanessa's Pumpkin Soup Inn. But what if the Dalen Guild is innocent? Even if they're not connected to the assassins, they're all still criminals. Regrouping in the morning is one option. Carl, who had been listening, suddenly called out, "Jaya, come over here for a second." The young waitress came over immediately. "What can I get for you, sir?" He leaned in and whispered something in her ear. Meanwhile, Airen Pereira looked out the window as the snow fell thicker and thicker, thinking to himself, "Jason is late, huh? Well, it makes sense. I sent him out without any solid evidence. Was that an irresponsible order? I feel a little guilty." Elsewhere, Jason was taking his mission very seriously. He stood on a high perch looking down, his body covered in snow. It looked like he had been there for a very long time, his eyes never leaving his target. Back in the inn, two figures were moving about below. The guys gathered around and started teasing Carl. "Hey, you know that waitress from before? Her name is Jaya. I heard her father is a shoemaker, and her dream is to open an inn in the capital." "Wow, you really know the details." "Of course. Beautiful women will be my future customers." After all, as they were chatting lively, Jason walked in. "I've found their hiding place." The group was sitting around a warm, cheerful table, eating and drinking, a stark contrast to Jason, who stood there completely covered in snow. Who could see this and not feel a little bitter? Anne was enjoying a delicious piece of meat, but he awkwardly offered it to him. "Here, eat." But Jason was sulking. "I don't need it." He was completely focused on the mission. "Are you trying to stall, Brett Lloyd? Let's get moving." The guy whined. "Ugh, I hate this. It's cold, so I really hate going outside." Jason was getting annoyed. He shot him a warning glare. "Then how about I make you bleed? That should warm you up." An had to step in. "I want to leave right away too, but the snow is coming down so hard, it'll make moving difficult. We need to be careful, so we'll set out when the snow stops." He said this while looking outside, where the snow was still falling heavily. Then, in a complete 180, he said, "Never mind. Let's go now." Brett Lloyd was speechless. "What the? You just said we had to be careful," and decided that's what he wanted. "It's fine, as long as we're cautious." And so, the group trudged off together. Lem was shivering uncontrollably. So cold. It was so warm back at the inn. The group passed a beggar sitting on the side of the road. Suddenly, the man radiated a murderous aura as Cirrus pulled out a sharp knife. Not just one, but two of them rushed forward with knives. But how could they possibly get past these guys? Lem alone was enough to kill them all. One swing of his axe straight to the head, and it was over, followed by another punch straight to the face. They kept one of them alive to ask why he'd suddenly run headfirst into danger. "Are you guys friends with the stray cats? Don't tell me you're from the Diaban Guild." Jason had been observing everything. He lifted a cloth from the ground. "Come, look at this. This is a shortcut to the barracks. The homeless people were here guarding the entrance. There was a passage under the ground. The door's locked." Auden stepped forward. "Move aside a bit. Let me try knocking." He said knock, knock, but he raised a clenched fist. With a single punch downward, the entire wooden cellar door shattered into pieces. Auden grinned from ear to ear and called out, "All right, let's go in." Even someone as brutish as Lem was taken aback. "Don't you know what knocking means?" N, however, was very pleased with this quick and efficient method. As long as the door was open, it was all good. The group walked straight inside. "All right, if we run into them, what's the first thing we should ask?" N had already thought it through. "We'll deal with that later. First, we need to gain the upper hand with force." But after just a few steps, they came across another closed wooden door, with the sounds of conversation coming from inside. "Are you sure that squad leader is coming?" "Yes. I've confirmed it through the information network. It's difficult to have to report that this assassination attempt was a failure." The group of them, 7 in total, stood with weapons in hand, staring warily at the door. If we had just killed him ourselves, this would have been resolved easily. "I don't know if this is a good idea. I heard his entire squad is coming too." The arrogant leader scoffed. No matter how many idiots bring themselves here to die." Before he could even finish his sentence, the wooden door exploded into 100 pieces. Auden grinned. "Knock knock." The group inside froze, struck completely silent. One of them, enraged, roared excitedly, "Awesome! Let's kill them all." But On was different. With a cold, deadpan expression, he said, "Since the day I was born, I have never killed the weak." On placed a hand on his sword threateningly. "You will all be sent to hell in silence." Then, looking cool, he plunged the tip of his sword into the ground. "If you don't want to die, drop your weapons and step over here. Otherwise, I'll kill every last one of you." Lem, completely shocked, turned to him. "Squad leader, didn't you say we should overwhelm them with force first?" And immediately changed his tune. "I've changed my mind. It turned out the reason was, I probably looked pretty cool just now, right?" The leader on the other side wasn't scared. He laughed mockingly in response. "You stupid knights, do you think we're that easily fooled?" Even Auden, the calmest one in the squad, had to speak up. "They've been blinded by their own demons. If you don't open their eyes for them, they won't listen." Squad leader. In struck a pose he'd never used before, still remaining patient. "Then allow me to enlighten you. Who is the strongest in the Pin Guild?" A man with a scarred face smirked. "This should be interesting." The biggest man in the guild stepped forward. "This is our guild's strongest swordsman, John." He ordered, "Take care of them." John stepped out and arrogantly provoked N. "You think you can block this sword of mine?" He let out a thunderous yell and lunged forward with his sword. "Since I was a kid, I've never lost, not even once." The two of them immediately clashed. After just a few exchanges, N recognized the style. The Valen mercenaries' heart-piercing sword technique. "This used to be my standard, huh?" The scar-faced leader fidgeted, unable to sit still while watching. Because in the end, their strongest man was defeated at N's hands. N looked over the group once more. "If this is your strongest, then I guess there's nothing left for me to see. I'm giving you all one last chance." He pointed his sword straight ahead. "Obey my command, or die." His squad mates watched him like they were watching a play. No one said a word, all sharing the same thought. Is the squad leader trying to act cool right now? Is he just showing off? A weapon clattered to the ground as one of them fearfully raised his hands. I surrender." Seeing this, the scar-faced leader charged forward. "You coward." He was about to strike down his own comrade. But before he could land a blow, an arrow shot straight through his forehead. It was none other than N who had acted. He was making a statement. Anyone who doesn't surrender will die. The scene was so shocking that Lem had to squeeze his eyes shut. Seriously, our squad leader seems way too cool today. It's different from how he usually is. Brett Lloyd was completely starstruck. The squad leader is so amazing. Wow, so cool. Even the stoic Jason approved. That was a pretty good performance. The rest of the gang was incredibly jealous. Man, seeing him act like that is kinda annoying. But N was secretly ecstatic. It wasn't often he got to show off his authority like this. As for the other thugs, every single one of them kneeled. "We surrender. Please, spare our lives." The man next to On proposed, "So what's the plan? If we want to eliminate any future trouble, killing them all is the cleanest solution." The bald guy frantically begged, "Please, spare us. Some of us are struggling to support our sick, elderly mothers. Hardship is no excuse for crime." He fell to his knees, on the verge of tears. "But if you must kill someone, please, just kill me. Spare them. I am Zin." N looked at him and asked, "You're Zin from the Zin Thieves Guild? So you're the leader, not that other guy?" He shook his head. Is he telling the whole truth? Him, the leader? Something feels off. So, doesn't that make him Dibin? The bald guy shook his head again. "My grandfather is the Bin," N thought. "What the hell is this?" Killing intent flared. Luckily, the clever Brett Lloyd was behind him to explain. They intentionally name their gang after a subordinate. If they're caught by the army, the subordinate is left behind, while the leader escapes. The bald guy was terrified, thinking, that bastard of a leader. In any case, the other members don't deserve the death penalty. If you must kill someone, please, kill me. The other thieves rushed to crowd around him, crying and trying to stop him. Kind Zin. Zin took care of my elderly mother. Zin always treated our wounds whenever the leader beat us. Just kill me instead. I don't know what got into that guy, but he stormed forward and screamed, "You still want to kill them after all this? I was wrong about you. You're a true demon." This guy was the epitome of a hypocrite. N was furious. "Weren't you the one who wanted to kill them?" Suddenly, the bald guy yelled out, "Ah, the guild's assets. If you spare our lives, we will offer you all of the guild's assets." Now there was a reason to let him live. Brett Lloyd was the happiest one to hear that. "There are a lot of things inside this safe." Auden stepped forward, not even needing to look for a key, and ripped the treasure chest apart in one go. The bald guy pointed out everything the leader had hidden from Brett Lloyd over the past few years. Here it is. Please take it. Lem and his group gathered around happily. A hand warmer. It's so warm. Is this your most prized possession? An also found something in the chest. This is a set of leather armor, both durable and flexible. The quality is quite good, isn't it? I'll take it. I'm keeping this. Brett Lloyd suddenly called out to him. Squad leader. He then proposed, let's take over this guild. That was a bit strange. An asked him again, just to be sure. You want me to become a thief? He nodded eagerly. Yes, but a non-lethal thief. It seemed he had thought this all through. Brett Lloyd pointed towards the thieves. Even if we disband the Bin Guild, it won't be long before someone else forms another one. It's better to let this guy be the figurehead, while we hold the real control. An understood. You planned this from the start, didn't you? How meticulous. He recalled the moment Brett Lloyd had whispered to the waitress. It was from that moment, wasn't it, Brett Lloyd? You leaked the information to the waitress? No wonder the thieves all gathered there. He grinned, not denying it. Ah, so you figured it out? But because of that, we were able to catch them all in one fell swoop. If you agree, I will pay you a monthly bribe, and I will control the information. N had to think about it for a moment. I'm not particularly greedy for money, but having more is always more comfortable. And so, the deal was sealed. I agree. Brett Lloyd immediately pointed at the bald guy. Did you hear that? From now on, Zin will be a non-lethal thieves guild. We will eliminate the wicked ones and put them in prison, then gradually reform the guild. The bald guy stammered in fear, but if we don't disband, we'll definitely be killed. Anne didn't quite get it. Why? Only then did the man explain everything. As I said, our dead leader worked for someone from IN. Every spring and autumn, that person comes from AN to inspect the guild. If he finds out about the current situation, that monster will slaughter all of us. Brett Lloyd, however, wasn't afraid of that. That won't be a problem, because we are the real monsters. He looked completely serious, filled with confidence. The man in the corner screamed furiously. What did you just say? An finished up, took what he needed, and was ready to head back. Lem suddenly went quiet, his smile vanishing. The only thing he was worried about now was whether or not the snow had stopped falling. That sentence flipped a switch in N's mind. His brain went into overdrive as he glanced out the window. The snow was still falling. His heart sank. Looks like we still have work to do here. Whatever it was, Auden tried to dodge it, turning his face toward the fireplace. I'd like to spread the word of God here for a little longer. Jason quickly bailed. I have something urgent to attend to. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Anne knew exactly what was going on. You're all such busy people, aren't you? Well, no point in rushing back. The whole group gathered by the fire to sleep warmly and figure things out. The next morning, with ice coating the dry trees, the group returned to the barracks. Reporting, the squad has returned in full. We located the Thieves Guild and eliminated them. However, the only thing Igne asked was, how could you manage to live without shoveling the snow at the barracks? His face was dead serious and stiff as he replied, it's fine, we'll handle it. Inwardly, he cursed, she's so meddlesome. The two of them stood there talking. I heard you've never refused an invitation to spar. Yes, that's usually the case. To his surprise, she drew her sword. Fight me. What was there to be afraid of? If you insist. It would be my pleasure. She immediately lunged at him. As An fought, he thought, this isn't a punishment, it's a sparring match? Isn't she angry? But after the very first exchange, N was knocked flat on his back. She turned and yelled, get up, and they clashed again. N was completely shocked. What is this? The company commander's sword? Is this thin? It's like a whip. They went back and forth, on and on. Get up, damn it, get up. What am I supposed to do without a sword? Again. In the end, he was left lying on the ground, struggling to breathe. She stood over him, silently sizing him up. I once saw you react with the swiftness of someone who could see the future during that assassination attempt. Yet now you're as clumsy as if you can't see anything at all. You may be hard to predict, but the fact that you broke the spell and eliminated 4 assassins is undeniable. She seemed bored of fighting, looking up at the sky. It's snowing again. Before leaving, she tossed one last sentence at him, I'll be watching you. He watched her leave, and immediately understood. She left in disappointment? How pathetic of me. I've practiced swordsmanship to the brink of death, but I've never learned how to properly use this body. His weakness was glaringly obvious. His skill in using his hands, feet, and torso was unrefined. An knew instantly what he needed. Martial arts. That's what I need. An image of Auden immediately popped into his head. He went to find him, and Auden immediately began to instruct him on the fundamentals of martial arts. He tossed a massive log to the ground. That is a trained body. An was intimidated. The guy was 10 times his size. Auden flexed his muscles, honed to their absolute limit. N was starting to have second thoughts, but told himself, I have a method for this. But the man didn't give a damn, smiling from ear to ear. It's called the isolation technique. It's going to be extremely painful. Just think of it as dying and coming back to life a few times. N's face was dead serious as he declared, I'm used to that. And just like that, his trainer threw him into the grinder. The first exercise was to lift a massive boulder. N's whole body trembled, his face went pale, and he thought, I'm going to die. As he helped On train, he explained everything in detail. The basis of the isolation technique is endurance. The more your muscles tear and recover, the stronger they become. Try to hold on for 10 seconds. You can do it. I know the squad leader's limits. N was speechless. How do you know my limits? The man grinned and asked, Don't you regret not learning martial arts sooner? To use true martial arts, you need to train your body much more. If you had started just a little earlier, N was already exhausted. He cut him off. Regret is useless. N knew the past was the past. He had to focus on the present. Otherwise, I'd still be stuck on day one. He glanced at the man, drenched in sweat. You too. Instead of talking so much, how about you teach me a few more moves? Auden was surprised. From the moment they met, the guy had been straightforward, determined, and relentless. He was really starting to like him. I have great respect for you, he said. All right, squad leader. He switched up the exercise. Let's move on to the next one. His expression darkened as he gave a warning. Today, the squad leader will have to crawl back to his tent. Push through it. You can do it. Besides Auden's voice, there were also N's pained groans. No one noticed the Black Panther standing nearby. It just stood there silently, watching him train. It stared at him intently, without looking away. Just as Auden had said, N collapsed the moment he reached the tent's entrance, unable to say a word. Jen saw him and had to ask, Are you being hazed in the army? Why are you always beaten black and blue? He barely managed to crawl to his bed. It's just normal training. The Black Panther appeared from nowhere and nuzzled up against him affectionately. Lem watched this and wondered, Are you planning to keep it here? You should give it a name then. On hadn't thought about that. A name? How about Heater to keep me warm? Or Blue-Black because of its eye color? The panther heard this and bared its teeth in anger, and even the blunt Lem couldn't stand it. Don't you like panthers? Why would you give it such a torturous name? Am I the only one who thinks Blackie is cute? On. Flopped onto the bed. I'll think about a name later, if you're planning to stay here. The panther lay down beside him. Before he could finish his sentence, he was so exhausted he fell asleep and immediately started dreaming. The surroundings were a strange, deep blue. It didn't quite feel like a dream. He felt completely awake and wondered, What is this? The ground below is covered in blue flowers. The scene was both beautiful and bizarre. He asked himself, Am I dreaming? Oh, that grim trainer isn't here. Then again, a place like this doesn't suit that gloomy guy. Suddenly, there was a sound behind him. N turned around to see a girl approaching. She was quite beautiful. Their eyes met. N had never seen a girl so beautiful. He was completely stunned. She said just one word, Ether. She said it very clearly. My name is. And just as she finished, N woke up. He looked down and saw something was wrong. The Black Panther had now transformed into the girl from his dream, lying in his arms. He didn't think much of it and just went back to sleep, holding the beautiful girl. She woke up too, her eyes wide with shock, her face flushing red. On mumbled in his sleep, Ether, live well. After saying that, he fell right back asleep, his arm around her tightening slightly. The next morning, he woke up and was about to leave. Lem immediately asked, Where are you off to again? N replied, Training. The girl had turned back into a normal Black Panther. Lem asked in surprise, Seriously? After getting beaten to a pulp yesterday, you're not in pain? N rubbed his muscles. I don't get it. You're right. Why do I feel so light? Only Ether knew. Of course you do. Because I used healing magic on you. She watched his retreating back. You are necessary to break my curse. Don't go getting yourself killed recklessly. Lem teased him. Squad leader. Did you sneak off to meet a healer last night? On vaguely recounted. No way. I just dreamed of a woman who said some strange things. Oh? I didn't know you had dreams like that. Who was she? On recalled the face of the girl from his dream. The main thing that stuck in his mind was that she was very beautiful. The panther on the floor closed its eyes, looking extremely pleased. You have good taste. The desire to understand charms and mysteries is the instinct of every mage. I was cursed because of my obsession with researching charms, turned into a wild beast, and lost all my power. Then one day, while wandering the plains, I was led by the scent of a curse, and found this man. Every time entrained, Ether would come to watch. Auden had to praise him. Unbelievable. Squad leader. Normally, it takes at least a week for the body to recover from injuries like these. Yet after just one night, you're even stronger than you were yesterday. Un, breathless and exhausted, leaned on the boulder. He looked up at the panther and called out, "Blackie." It was that ugly name again. The panther was furious, its expression changing instantly. He quickly corrected himself. "Ah, Ether. How long have you been there?" Only the Black Panther knew that a sorcerer's world is influenced by their name. If I'm called by another name, my world is affected. I used what little strength I had left to appear in his dream and tell him my name. Although I made a mistake by using my power in an unstable state, luckily, he's too dense to figure out my identity. And as for right now, I suspect he's definitely afflicted by a powerful curse. Although it hasn't completely taken over his body, it's much stronger than mine. A powerful curse will gradually absorb weaker curses around it. If I stay by this man's side, I can regain all of my power after my curse is completely absorbed by his. Every day, entrained with Auden. But as the days went on, Auden became more aggressive, striking without mercy. The two fought like madmen, and in a flash, Auden pinned N to the ground. He grinned, rubbing his wrist. Martial arts require physical strength as a foundation, and if you're not quick enough, it's all useless. Even though you used to be as slow as a turtle, your body is starting to change. You never give up, do you, squad leader? A month passed. The seasons changed, and leaves began to sprout. Every day, N dedicated himself to constant training, and improved more and more, to the point where even Lem had to praise him during their spars. Nice. Fighting you is starting to get interesting. The grueling training began. N even started to proactively challenge him. Time to train, right? The man put a spoonful of rice in his mouth. I'm still eating, but despite his confidence, when it was time to train, he still got his butt kicked. You're still slow at learning new skills, but your fundamentals are solid, so I don't need to teach you anymore. Now you have to train your body to the point where you can fight in your sleep. That means you have to do it over and over, and the process will be grueling. I've been through hell and back, so what's a little training like this to be scared of? He agreed immediately, a confident, radiant smile blooming on his face. When it came to that, he was an expert. That night, he sat by his bed, admiring the sword in his hands. Training with teammates was good, but it was time to test himself in real combat. Suddenly, he was startled, reacting with lightning speed. Turns out it was Jason launching a surprise attack, and yet N actually managed to block it. The guy seemed quite pleased with his performance. At least now you won't die from a sneak attack. Your senses have improved a lot. Brett Lloyd, clearly annoyed, poked his head out from under the blanket and yelled, "If you want to train, go outside. Don't do it in here." Our guy looked at him and asked, "So why are you back so early? Don't you still need to earn money?" Brett Lloyd's expression changed instantly. The moment money was mentioned, he couldn't lie still any longer. Looked like he really needed to get out there and earn some cash. And he actually left. N was speechless, unsure if the guy was hardworking or just greedy. Just then, Igne came to his door. "Squad leader, I need you to come outside for a moment." As soon as they were outside, N cut her off. "The snow has melted, but you've got the wrong idea." She replied immediately, "Let's not talk about that for now. There's a new mission. One from the mercenary policy." This was one of the two key policies, alongside the soldier ranking system. This policy allowed citizens to hire active duty soldiers for missions. It was a more economical solution than hiring mercenaries, and the soldiers also had formal training. Therefore, they were more elite. I've been waiting for a real fight, so this mission came at the perfect time. Right near their tent, a soldier was yawning and complaining. "Ah, finally, I can sleep. Lately, all I do is work, sleep, work, sleep. I miss my colorful life." As he walked by, he saw the two of them talking. "That's the squad leader." An asked her, "What about the teammates who'll be coming with us?" She said the team would have 3 people. "You and 1 other member will participate, and I'll be the 3rd. This is a bit strange," he couldn't help but wonder. A direct commander going on a mission like this? Why would that be? The eavesdropping soldier was immediately curious. "They've been talking a lot lately. It's so weird. I heard they've been training together a lot recently too. I wonder what their relationship is. Could they be secretly dating? Ha. Seeing his suspicious look, she asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Does working with me make you that uncomfortable?" But in the ears of the eavesdropper, it became a different story. He immediately started spreading the news, running his mouth. "Have you heard? The commander and that squad leader who broke the curse the other day. No way. I knew it. The way they look at each other is so suspicious. They're definitely dating. One person told 10, and 10 told 100. Not only that, but from what I heard, they're expecting their first child soon. The group even openly discussed it right in front of N. With that grumpy face of his, he managed to seduce a goddess like her? I'm so jealous. Hey, they make a good couple. An was speechless. He couldn't even train in peace. He had just returned to his room when the guys inside started shouting. Our dad is here. The loudest one was, of course, Lem. How long has it been? When is your child due? N's face turned black as thunder. It's not like that. It's just a misunderstanding. Some idiot spread a false rumor. Brett Lloyd even chimed in. No need to be shy. Everyone already knows. Now, even if he had 100 mouths, he couldn't explain his way out of this. I told you it's a false rumor, Gianna even suggested. All right. Hurry up and propose to her. Then ask her to teach you her sword techniques too. Even the quiet Auden joined in. Wishing you a bright future, squad leader. In was too tired to even argue anymore. His face grew more and more sour as he thought to himself, what is this? Why is my entire squad teasing me like this? Lem then suggested, shall we go for a walk then? Being the third wheel is a bit embarrassing. But what can I do? In turned and looked at him seriously. You mean go on the mission together? Not with you. That sentence was like a bucket of cold water dumped on Lem's enthusiastic head. Lem was acting way too familiar for their relationship. What do you mean, squad leader? If not me, then who are you going with? Jason was the only one who hadn't teased him, and he was standing right there. Ann, I'm ready. Let's go. The two of them said nothing more, ignoring the frozen Lem, and simply turned and walked away. The old guy was furious, screaming like he'd just been dumped. You're going to abandon me and go on a mission with that guy? Are you insane? Team leader, Ann explained curtly. You're the type of person who would throw an axe at a client's head over a minor issue. How can I possibly bring you along? Once they were outside, Jason figured it out. So you chose me because you thought I wouldn't cause any trouble? Everything has its reason. You've done a lot of mercenary missions, so you should be able to help us. He suddenly got serious. As an experienced man, let me give you some advice. An thought he was done, but it turns out he was just starting to tease him. Don't love a woman too much. In the end, only your heart will be broken. N was absolutely fuming, his face beet red and his eyes glaring, with nowhere to hide from the embarrassment. Why are you giving me advice like that? The three of them gathered at the market, and N asked Igne, when will our client arrive? They should be here soon. If not, we'll be the only ones in trouble. Seeing that she was acting normal, N silently prayed that the ridiculous rumors hadn't reached the commander's ears. But life is never that simple. Before he could finish the thought, she turned to look him straight in the eye. By the way, squad leader, did we ever do anything that could result in a child? N was completely speechless, frozen solid. Never. Jason, standing next to him, couldn't hold back his laughter. You dare to laugh? His face was a perfect mask of innocence. What? I didn't. I just saw you snickering. The commander intentionally pushed further. Did my question excite you? The whole time, he just stood there like a statue. Not at all. Then are you satisfied doing this? His brain couldn't keep up. As if possessed, he replied, yes. The more he acted like this, the more she pressed him, teasingly. What is it that excites you? What? How did her questions suddenly take a turn in that direction? Luckily, his salvation arrived. A horse-drawn carriage pulled up beside the group. Jason looked over. Our client is almost here. Igne, unable to tease him anymore, looked disappointed. I was having fun. Ain had never been so shocked in his life. He couldn't believe it. Having fun? Was she joking? Why was her expression so deadpan? The people from the carriage disembarked. The mission was to escort an heir to the Merchant Guild. One of the two heirs of the Lockford Merchant Guild would be chosen as the next guildmaster. To ensure the safety of both individuals, the army had been requested to provide protection and act as a neutral party. Anne looked at the person stepping down and found it strange. I always thought an heir would be some fat guy, but it turned out to be a beautiful, blonde-haired young woman. She bowed slightly and introduced herself. I am Guy, an heir to the Lockford Merchant Guild. My name is Leona. I hope we can work well together. My men escorted them away. Our boy followed behind, silently sizing them up. After that initial greeting, she didn't speak to us again. Even when she needed to communicate something, she did it through the woman named Umo. She told my men, first we will rent a room at the inn and wait for the others. He understood. Just protect her and don't interfere with anything, huh? Auden had once told him, age, posture, position, gaze, it's all information. My friend, grasping the opponent's strength is also a skill. He immediately applied this lesson through observation and analysis. That bodyguard is left-handed, her footsteps are heavy, she's probably carrying a heavy weapon. She has a long sword, so she must have good strength. He estimated they were all below the special grade. That's all I can figure out from a preliminary analysis. Jason suddenly spoke up from behind him. If you're bored, let's play a little game, Squad Leader. A sound guessing game. This wasn't much different from helping him train. He would name the sound, and N would point to its location. The rustling of wrapping paper came from the woman in front of the opposite grocery store. The sound of a hammer striking from the smithy in the alley. The clicking of a tongue, this one he couldn't hear, but Jason did. Got it. The man in front of the shoe store on the left. And understood that the key to this game was to quickly and accurately guess the source of the sound. This is harder than I thought. Suddenly, the group stopped. We will be in the room upstairs. You all wait in the main hall. Igne, having nothing better to do, made a suggestion. You two are doing something interesting. Let me join Brett Lloyd in on this. They say an elf's senses are twice as sharp as a human's, and so the three of them sat there, focused, playing their own little game. The sound of a sword being sharpened on the second floor, in the room before the stairs, the sound of Cyrus's short sword near the inn's entrance, the soft sound of bated breath, a hand covering a mouth, but it was mostly just Jason and Igne showing off. I was just sitting there like a third wheel. She was talking so fast I couldn't even get a word in. The man sitting stock still at the table to the right was looking toward the entrance. I was starting to feel a little annoyed. But what about this situation? This wasn't a question about sounds. The two of them had their eyes closed, but I was the only one who could see the man secretly observing us. That's right, behind you. They said they were playing a game, but they had already predicted all the assassins' movements. They struck as fast as lightning, and the ambushers were killed instantly. Jason finished with one last sentence, predicting a surprise attack. The young lady replied, I thought so too. The other soldiers finally realized they were assassins. One of them dared to stab at Airen's back, but of course, he was taken down in an instant. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from upstairs. Arr! Airen immediately went on alert. Protecting the client was the top priority. He grabbed his sword and flew up the stairs. A man with throwing knives chased after him. You're not getting up there. Like a flash, Jason blocked every single knife, covering Airen's back. Igne wasn't slacking either, dealing with the rest of the mob in a flash. The assassins immediately chickened out, fearfully telling each other, These guards are so strong, don't be scared, we have more men. So much for having more men. Before he could even finish his sentence, Jason stabbed him to death. Igne couldn't help but wonder as she watched the scene. The squad members were stronger than their own squad leader, yet every member of Squad 4 trusted and followed him. What made them do that? As she was lost in thought, an assassin charged at her with a knife. She let out a laugh. Well, this is certainly interesting. She turned and skewered the assassin without even looking. Upstairs, Airen Pareira was also killing a whole bunch of assassins. First, it was the assassin targeting Brett Lloyd, and just now, it was this half-elf hybrid trying to assassinate me with a dart. He could feel it clearly. These kinds of simple attacks can't kill me anymore. I'm not who I used to be. And what's more, the martial strength I've honed has also improved. Even though Auden said I was still slow and clumsy, I can feel that my movements are much faster and more agile than before. As he ran to the room on the second floor, he saw an assassin charging straight ahead, screaming, Glory to Ain! A bodyguard shielded Leona, ready to sacrifice himself to save his master. Run! Airen Pareira quickly made a rough calculation. It's too close for me to use the blood whistle darts. With my current strength, I can't be sure I'll take him down with a single dart. Can I catch up and stop him in time? The way Cyrus could close a distance like this in a flash. I've seen it once before. There's no way I can perfectly imitate that move. But if I can copy even a small part of it, the moment he thought it, he did it, rushing forward to shield the other two, taking the full force of the stab. He didn't hesitate for a second, sacrificing his body to save them. The assassin's knife slashed straight across Airen Pereira's back. The man flinched, unable to believe his eyes. His knife had cut through 2 layers of Airen's clothing, but when it reached the final layer, it couldn't cut through. Airen knew it. Although there was still a little pain from his old wound, thanks to the armor I got from Jinpin, I wasn't seriously injured. His eyes glared menacingly at his enemy. Looks like we need to take this downstairs. With that, he hoisted the man onto his shoulder. Both he and his foe plunged through the window, using the man as a cushion as they slammed into the ground. The assassin was crippled, if not completely broken. He lay sprawled on the ground while Airen managed to get up on one knee. Good thing I used him as a cushion to reduce the impact. He looked up at the second floor and saw the young woman standing by the window, looking down in horror. It seemed there were no enemies left on the second floor, just the one in front of him. He took the full force of the impact when they hit the ground, and yet he's still standing. His endurance is impressive. He still had a dagger at his hip he hadn't drawn. You bastard. Are you a border guard? Airen shook his head. Nope. The two men faced each other, swords drawn. If you're not a border guard, there's no way you could be this strong. I can tell this guy is no pushover either. Two swords of different lengths, and he can still maintain his balance to fight? Is that the eccentric sword style? If not, how should I deal with him? Come at me, the other man roared threateningly. I'll kill you first, and then my prey. As if Airen was scared. He beckoned tauntingly. Do people often tell you that you talk too much? His contemptuous attitude would piss anyone off. The man charged at him like a moth to a flame. As Airen fought, he thought, it's been a long time since I've had a real fight like this. Though my opponent seems pretty strong, which technique should I use to fight right now? Knowing too much is also a pain. I don't know how to fight stylishly. This guy was actually really good. Two sword paths, with different rhythms. I thought it looked familiar. Turns out it's an old acquaintance. The Hoisin sword of Valen. The two fought back and forth, unable to determine a winner, perfectly matched in skill, neither giving an inch. After fighting for a while, the other guy finally came to a realization. He dodged all of my attacks, a lowly soldier like him, but Airen was looking at him with open disdain. I'm so jealous. I could never master that sword skill myself. That speed and precision. Does he go around stabbing people like this often? The man lunged forward like a madman. What nonsense are you spouting, you little brat? Airen instantly entered a state of absolute focus. The gears in his mind spun furiously. I see, so that's your attack signal. He could foresee the path of the man's every move. This is just too simple. The game is easy. And once again, I'm aiming for your heart. He was killed on the spot by a single thrust of Airen's sword. I won. But there are still so many things I didn't do well. Should I ask Yana or Jason to teach me? Just then, a few assassins who had been thoroughly beaten ran out of the building. Damn it, fall back. Airen quickly gave chase. I have to go after them. Jason also came out. They've really made a scene. Airen pointed and told him. Those guys are running away. He nodded calmly. Yeah, I see them. Airen was even more shocked. Aren't you going to chase them? The man taught him a lesson. Our mission isn't to eliminate criminals. If they run away, then our client is safe. This was news to Airen. Oh. So we only need to focus on protecting the client according to the mission. Just then, Igne also walked over. That was impressive. His squad leader also came back to check in. Commander, are you all right? How could she not be? She's the strongest of the bunch. Her face was as cold as ice. Not looking like she was joking at all, she teased. With Brett Lloyd so worried about his girlfriend, I guess I'll be losing sleep tonight. Airen was utterly speechless. He had no idea how to respond. This was getting really uncomfortable. Even an outsider like Leona had to ask, are you two dating? He naturally affirmed. But that damn woman started acting all wronged and aggrieved. He's just toying with my heart. She's taking the teasing too far. His face grew darker and darker. What the hell is wrong with you? Leona seemed quite interested in him, walking over to ask, what's your name? Aimen. She bowed her head slightly, speaking sincerely. Thank you for protecting me. I will be sure to repay you properly in the future. But this was normal for him. He even bowed deeper. It's nothing. This is my duty. She understood, and said no more. That night, the captured bandits were escorted back to the barracks, and reinforcements arrived to join the second attack. En sat in his room, pondering the purpose of that mercenary group's visit. The swordsmanship of some of them was quite good, so this wasn't just a simple robbery. Just as I suspected, the target seems to be the heir. Lost in thought, he didn't notice Leona approaching. Are you awake? And explained, I'm on watch. She sat down opposite him to talk. The squad leader suddenly made him an offer. Come with me, I'm giving you a chance to become a special bodyguard for the Lacerda Guild. In her mind, she was smugly thinking, we are the top mid-tier merchant guild on the continent. Our partners are often factions living in the Beast territories, the Black Guild that specializes in hunting dragons, and the Frost Guard. Furthermore, the Lacerda trade map, which contains all the trade routes across the continent, is an incredibly valuable treasure. If sold, one could live a life of luxury. She had it all planned out. That treasure cannot fall into the hands of the former guild master's son. I must protect my ancestors' assets and this guild. That's why I need to recruit more talented people. Your skills that saved my life, along with your humble nature. My guild has a position that everyone desires, and it seems you need that position too. Seeing that Anne hadn't answered, she continued her invitation. I'll give you anything you want, just come with me and become a guild bodyguard. Huh? To her surprise, Anne refused without a second thought. I'll have to decline this offer. Her eyes widened in astonishment. You refused so quickly? Why? Just then, Jason's voice rang out from right behind her, being rejected yet still so persistent. You're quite brave. Then came Igne, right behind him. So what? My actions now are what's truly brave. Leona knew her chance was gone and stood up. I understand. Before leaving, she added, the other heir will arrive this afternoon. I need to prepare to receive them. With only the three of them left in the room, Jason immediately started teasing. Were you flirting with her? So your type is women with careers and fame, huh? You should stop flirting around everywhere. Getting teased wherever he went was starting to piss him off. No, I wasn't. His comrade Igne didn't miss this golden opportunity to tease him either. Are you cheating on me? You're hurting your commander's feelings, you know, squad leader. You've gone too far. On was now so angry he was grinding his teeth, glaring at his captain and warningly saying, my taste in women has changed recently. Jason didn't expect him to dare talk back like that. Igni was speechless too. Now it was her turn to be confused. Is he rejecting me? As soon as he finished speaking, the two guards outside began to whisper to each other. Hey, did you hear that? He was just flirting with another woman and dumped his commander. So cruel. What a shameless man. Igne also heard their words and couldn't help but smirk victoriously. On was finding it harder and harder to know what to say. Very quickly, the story spread to the barracks tents. Corbett came all the way here to tease him. I know everything, Captain. They say you spent the night with a client on the very first day. They're twisting the story. Now, I hear you're flirting with the Merchant Guild's heir. Are you breaking charms or breaking hearts? On asked angrily. Did you come here just to mess with me? He whispered back. I came to manage the Euban Guild. I have to keep a close eye on them. And suddenly looked at him seriously. Good timing. I need you to do a few things for me. Corbett, you must find the identities of yesterday's attackers and capture them. Zeno Locerda, the former master of the Locerda Guild, was a man renowned for his business and communication skills. He believed his adopted daughter, Leona, with her strong and wise character, would be the suitable successor for the guild. However, he couldn't ignore his own biological son, so he felt conflicted. In the end, Zeno Locerda passed away without deciding on an heir. In a carriage running through the streets, a few men were talking. Unfortunately, the attempt on her life was unsuccessful. You should have left this to us. You were too hasty. The fat guy in the carriage listening with a scowl is Blokva, the son of the former Locerda guild master. The other two spoke without paying him any mind. I'll find another way. Our agreement is still in effect, right? The fat guy quickly replied. Of course. Once I become the guild master, I won't forget your reward. The group finally arrived. Inside the building, Anne and Jason immediately looked towards them. The fat boy complained as soon as he entered. Ugh, it's so dusty and smelly. Calling me to a place like this. Leona has terrible taste. On immediately noticed one person in this group. That guy. He could clearly feel the immense power radiating from him. Just then, the man also turned to look at him, their eyes meeting in a glare. He was the one who broke eye contact first. The fat boy, Blokva, pointed here and there, shouting, Hey, you, go call Leona, quick. Jason sat calmly, not saying a word. If it were him, the fat guy would probably get an axe to the mouth. N let out a sigh of relief. Good thing I came with Jason. If he had come along, things would have gotten complicated due to his hot temper. He even imagined old Lem finishing the guy off and blaming it on a demon. It's happened before, but just then, he saw Jason silently drawing a knife from behind his back, and quickly grabbed his hand, barely managing to hold him back with all his strength, while the fat guy just kept yelling at Jason. What are you still standing there for? I'm talking to you, you red-headed brat. Hurry up. Just then, Leona walked down the stairs, looking extremely annoyed. She said loudly, Stop making a scene like a thug. You're late, aren't you? He yelled back at her. I'm late? Late for what? You can't even discipline your guards properly. But before he could finish, he got a slap that sent his head spinning. Now, that was satisfying. Our boy even thought, a slap right to the face? Brett Lloydson was speechless. Besides him, everyone here was insane. The fat guy's face stung from the slap, and he was furious, but could do nothing. He started playing the victim. Are you crazy? Leona's voice was ice cold. You're the one who's crazy. How dare you touch my soldiers? You want to rot in a cell? The fat guy immediately got scared, holding his cheek and mumbling, I didn't know they were border guards. Just as he was losing his nerve, the guy behind him let out a loud cough. The big guy jumped in fear, but quickly regained his composure and started yelling his head off again. No, this is all wrong. He even pointed a finger right at the young lady. A stray like you, picked up off the street, dares to scold me? Leon didn't back down and admitted it. Yes, just as you said, I was adopted. Meanwhile, you, the biological son, know nothing about the Brett Lloyd Guild or how to manage the guild's finances. The fat ass couldn't argue back, sweat pouring down his face as he stammered. That's the work of servants. The young lady was getting fed up. If it weren't for the old master's will, which states the heir must be decided with his son's approval, this pointless meeting never would have happened. Anyone with a brain can see the old master was a soft-hearted man. From any perspective, Leona is the more suitable heir. Did he want to give his son one last chance? Leona harshly insulted him to his face. The only reason you have any claim to inheriting the guild is because you share the old master's blood. This fat idiot still didn't get it. Is there any reason more important than that? The young lady even pinched his flabby, pig-like cheeks, mocking him. But even so, you're nothing like him. With your arrogance and that ugly face of yours, I'm not even sure who your parents are. The fat ass was furious, gritting his teeth as he drew his sword. The bodyguard, naturally having to protect his client, rushed forward immediately. Our guy's heart skipped a beat. That high-level assassin also drew his sword, standing right behind the fat ass. Both sides were poised for battle, and all of his men were ready. Our guy stood protectively in front of Leona, with Jason right behind him. A low-level soldier from the other side rushed up, standing in front of the fat ass. Our guy recognized his stance, but the only thing he cared about from the start was that assassin. Is that a speed sword style? I'm curious about the speed of his draw. Is it faster than Lem's axe? Or Fi Dao's? Our guy was even looking forward to it. Come on, show me what you've got. And so, he decisively drew his sword in challenge. The man moved like lightning, attacking instantly. This was exactly what our guy wanted. He was getting excited all over. But just as things were getting good, the party was crashed. A firm voice from the door cut in. Everyone, stop. We are the Border Patrol, under the King's authority. If you do not lower your weapons immediately, you will all be charged with rebellion. The fat idiot didn't understand anything, looking around blankly. Well, that settles it. Our guy was forced to sheath his sword and stand down. Jason, standing to the side, watched him the whole time. The more he thought about it, the more he realized what our guy said earlier was dead wrong. He's the only one here who isn't crazy. That's what it should be. The old man in charge looked over the crowd. Because the assassins captured by the army are from another nation, Brett Lloyd, the Border Patrol will handle this case. They confessed they were hired by a merchant guild. The old man confronted the fat ass directly. Did you really hire assassins just to win the inheritance? One of the men from his group stepped forward to argue. Did they say which guild hired them? You can't arrest someone without sufficient evidence. The old captain knew what was up and chuckled. You talk too much. You think the Border Patrol can't investigate a simple case like this? Leona suddenly spoke up. I have an idea. Let's find new evidence to convict the culprit. The old man informed them that during these 2 days of investigation, both heirs would be detained. The guy named Blockfa yelled, Sir, I do not agree. Ether looked at the young lady, confused. The person who was directly attacked was suggesting they be detained. The old man said, The ones arrested by the army are just small fry who don't know anything. They only know how to say they were following orders. The young lady was perfectly calm. There are still others to interrogate. Some of them escaped and are still at large. Among them, there's probably someone who knows who their master is. Capture and interrogate them. The old man then asked, And if we still can't trace the ringleader? The young lady had it all figured out. Then the Border Patrol can just continue the investigation. However, the matter of deciding the inheritance cannot take place inside the Border Patrol's garrison. Therefore, we will return to the city where the Guild's headquarters is located, on the condition that both parties agree to be summoned at any time. Our guy knew this. Leaving the Border Patrol meant losing the Army's support. With their current guards, Leona couldn't fight against Blockfa's forces, especially against that thin sword user. Once the Border Patrol leaves, they'll be annihilated. There's no way she doesn't know that. So, what's her plan? Leona took something from the hand of the attendant. I am a merchant. I wouldn't do this without putting up a reward. Whoever catches the assassins, I will reward them with this. The fourth item in the Kamen collection. The moment he saw it, Jason's whole body jolted slightly. It was clear he wanted it. It was Kamen's sharp dagger. I will give it to you when you catch the culprit. Sure enough, Jason couldn't stand still anymore. Squad leader. He had to claim the spot right then and there. Give this mission to me. Our guy noticed it immediately. Jason, who usually doesn't care about anything, was suddenly this excited. What on earth is that dagger being offered as a reward? Even our guy had to look at the item curiously. The fat-ass Blockfa frantically pointed and screamed throughout the room. Cayman's sharp dagger. Leona, are you insane? Do you have any idea how much that's worth? To offer it as a reward? The young lady calmly retorted, I am the manager of Tito. It's mine, so I have the right. Meanwhile, our guy asked his comrade, Jason, is it really that impressive? He told him, if you knew about it, you'd be even more impressed. The master weaponsmith. It's a weapon forged by Kamen. Kamen, a slave, became an assassin. He lived only for revenge and used 7 weapons he crafted himself to carry it out. The 4th piece is the tiltado. There are people who would risk their lives to possess one of his weapons. The old man finally agreed. Everyone here will be temporarily detained by the border patrol for 2 days. No one is allowed to leave the inn. Remember, our guy reassured Jason. Don't worry about the Teto. I've already ordered the guards to retrieve it. We'll hear news soon. The fat ass was the most annoyed. His whole body trembled. Damn it. This is ridiculous. Ether suddenly felt a pair of eyes on him from the crowd. It was the long-haired assassin from the other side. When he looked back, the man quickly turned his head and left. He was probably also disappointed about the fight that almost happened. That night, the fat ass and his cronies were holed up in their room, discussing their plans. If we just sit here and get caught, we can't be reckless and become targets for the border patrol. For now, let's just wait. If neither of them can be confirmed as the heir, the final choice will fall to the investors. That's when we'll make our move. The assassin listened to the two of them talk while looking outside. That's not a problem. I've already sent letters everywhere, promising rewards if they vote for me as the guild master. If I can get more than half on my side, I'll win. Outside the window, he saw our guy training. He was always like this, never skipping his routine. A few border patrol soldiers sat around watching. The captain asked, you just keep up that boring training routine without getting tired. Our guy shook his head. Not for me. The old man chuckled. Don't you think this is a rare opportunity to be lazy? You, of all people, should know that. If time were fair, maybe I could. But time is different for the talented and the talentless. What they can master in a week might take me a month. No, maybe even a year. So, I can't afford to waste time, can I? I don't want to waste it by just accumulating effort day by day. I want to build a wall of effort, even if it's just a little bit taller. The man next to him folded his arms, sighed, and looked at the captain. What a peculiar person. Are you saying we're lazy? The old man couldn't just sit and watch anymore. He stood up and asked, Hey, N, that's enough strength training. From what I can see, your strength is already incredible. I didn't know that, and it ended in a fiery disaster. What about now? That's right. I still remember that match between you two. Covered in sweat, but still smiled and nodded in agreement. The two started fighting, tense as a fiddle string, while the others stood around shouting, He's pretty good. Not bad at all. Huh? Oh, he's charging in. He's going for it. The lieutenant has won 7 rounds, see? That's my level, you brats. You've lost 4 rounds. What are you still bragging about? Even the old man was surprised and had to ask him, Don't you ever get tired? You madman, we've already fought 11 rounds. Even though our boy lost most of the time, he still wanted to keep fighting, and he was fighting different people, one after another. It's my turn to fight. Oh, what's this? You too. I'm next. The line of people waiting to fight him grew longer and longer. Take him down. He dodged that? That's insane. He's in. They're locked in combat. The fat guy was also drawn by the shouting. He looked out, annoyed, muttering about those barbarians. What are they doing? It's the middle of the night. Down below, our boy was fighting one person after another. The assassin stood on the floor above, watching without blinking. On lost. But he just asked his opponent, What was that just now? Let's do it again. Everyone who fought him had to say it. Are you really crazy? You just don't know the meaning of tired. He could see that failure didn't seem to hurt the boy's pride at all. Instead, he was like a child who had found a fun new game to play. Furthermore, even though you know I'm much stronger, you don't hide your fighting spirit. You truly are a special person. He stood above, watching, never getting bored. But despite that spirit, the boy couldn't deal with a new technique until he'd been hit by it 3 to 4 times. His combat sense is really poor. His assessment was spot on. Our boy lost again and again to that one move, unable to learn from the experience. It took him a long time to finally counter it. The crowd watching was even happier than he was, grinning from ear to ear. You did it! They cheered as if they were praising a small child. The girl, Igne, watched from a distance. He charms everyone, men and women, even the wicked. A confused Leona asked, Ah, Are you two actually a couple? She shook her head. Oh, it's really hard to understand. So, was that a joke? But she replied, We're married. Huh? Married? Igne nonchalantly repeated all the rumors. We didn't have a ceremony, but it looks like we're about to have a child. Leona couldn't make any sense of it. N, hearing this from afar, felt secondhand embarrassment. How cringe. I wonder what her commander is even doing. Just then, the long-haired assassin couldn't resist coming down to join in. If it's not too much trouble, may I join in? Anne looked at him. Overjoyed, the old border captain immediately became wary, wondering what the man's motive was. He silently assessed him. His name is N, right? He doesn't seem to have any special talent. I want to teach him. I can't suppress the urge. Before An could say anything, one of the guys turned and said sarcastically, Hey, you're in a different league than us. Just sit quietly in the corner and watch. Of course, our boy quickly stopped him. No, I've been waiting for a chance to face him. The assassin's face brightened up. Ji-sun sat on a distant corner of the roof, watching everything. He also noticed something unusual about that assassin. Even if he's only holding a wooden stick, he's still dangerous. I need to be ready for anything that might happen. With that thought, Ji-sun placed his hand on his sword, ready to protect En at all costs. The two faced each other, staring intently. Before the assassin even moved, En started to feel anxious. His aura is making my body feel heavy. It feels like I'm standing on a real battlefield right now. He struck with incredible speed, and instantly entered a state of absolute focus. I can see it clearly. His attack path has a slight change in its trajectory, but it's definitely aimed at my neck. If I can intercept his attack, and complete my own sword strike. But what the hell? No one had even had time to do anything. Just as he finished his thought, before he could even act, the assassin had already completed his move. The tip of the sword was touching En's neck. On a real battlefield, he'd be dead. Even the crowd watching was tense. The assassin pulled his sword back. You read the path of my sword correctly, but you were one step too slow. Only now did En realize that a swift sword's thrust is much faster than I thought. It's so overwhelmingly fast compared to what I imagined. I thought I had gotten stronger, but I was wrong. It's still on a completely different level, a height that's just staggering. In front of this man, En was nothing more than a naive child, but the harder it got, the more he liked it. He was determined not to give up. Again, the man chuckled and immediately agreed. Your stance is remarkable. They continued like that late into the night, long after everyone else was tucked in and asleep. Our boy just kept saying, again, with only Igne left watching. Do that last move again. The other man, while knocking him to the ground, thought to himself, anyone who fights with a sword would fall into despair when faced with an overwhelming opponent. The gap in power between me and him is obvious, so why hasn't he lost his will to fight? In was so stubborn that even he couldn't understand it. Jason also saw that the squad leader's reaction speed was too slow to keep up with his opponent's sword techniques. At this rate, he'd never break through that wall, no matter how many times he tried. He made up his mind. He would have to teach him the right way to handle any situation that might arise. He fought until the other guy was exhausted and had to call out, let's stop here, I need some sleep. Drenched in sweat, he gritted his teeth, unable to suppress his admiration. You're incredible, he said with a smile, declaring, one day, I'll master that swift sword technique. The man didn't say anything, but in his heart, he had already grown fond of him. From my perspective, you're the incredible one. It's a shame. I won. If only you had a bit more talent, things would have been different. The next morning, a loud shout called out, Sir Toet, we've captured the mercenaries who ran away. It was Brett Lloyd. This kid did a great job, took down several of them himself. Anne gave a slight nod of praise as the man grinned sheepishly, shrugging. Finding a few runaways is no big deal. Leona could tell at a glance that he must be the squad leader's subordinate. Thanks. Toet squatted down and began the interrogation. Hey, who gave you your orders? Which merchant guild? The fat boy watched this scene, terrified and about to wet his pants. The captured assassin, his face covered in blood, stammered, unable to form words. It was. Unexpectedly, he spoke a name. Aben. The Aben Merchant Guild. They did it to monopolize the Brett Lloydo territory of the merchant caravan. Other than that, I swear I don't know their exact intentions. I just received some money, a letter, and a promise of a completion fee. The fat boy's face went pale with fear as he listened. Leona, standing behind them, asked, He's confessed. So from now on, it's the Border Patrol's responsibility, right? The old man tilted his chin, looking puzzled. You seem unusually pleased, don't you? Weren't you hoping that ugly fool was the culprit? The young woman didn't deny it. Of course. The Toledo treasure was offered as a reward, after all. That's why I was hoping to find the real mastermind. The old man had nothing more to say. Fine. Dealing with this bunch is our job. Release the Loaferdye Merchant Guild. And with that, Jason was able to get his hands on the knife he wanted. The man watched him hold it and freaked out. Don't just swing that knife around like that. He quickly put it away. Sorry. The man was surprised. He didn't expect him to have such a childish side that he was only now seeing. Brett Lloyd kept teasing him. Squad leader, don't fall for that Leona woman. How many times do I have to deny it? It's not like that. But he just kept rambling on. Aren't you listening to me? She's a terrifying person. Isn't it strange? No matter how you think about it, those mercenaries were definitely hired by Blokva. But suddenly, it's Aben. Last night, we tracked and wiped them out. One of them recognized the leader of the Jabin Guild. You're Brett Lloyd from the 44th Border Patrol, aren't you? I serve Lady Leona. Brett Lloyd told him everything. She knew their location and everything about the Jabin Guild. As for the mercenaries, she suggested turning them over to the army for a reward, which would then force them to give the answers she wanted. And couldn't have guessed this either. Why would she have such a plan? If it was revealed that Blokva was behind the assassination attempt, how would it harm Leona that she had to cover it up? As the two were whispering and talking behind her back, Leona suddenly peeked out with a smile. I'm so glad Blokva wasn't the culprit. It could have tarnished the honor of our family and our guild. So that's what it was. Her answer perfectly addressed his question. Is that your loyalty to your former master and the guild? She suddenly asked. Squad leader N, you're not interested in these things, are you? He asked back. Are you sure about this? About leaving us? Once you leave the Border Patrol's jurisdiction, we can't protect you. What if Blokva's men attack? Her face showed no fear at all. She had clearly planned for everything. If that's the case, I've already taken care of it. And just like that, she left the place, followed by a large contingent of soldiers. The man in the lead announced loudly, Captain Mattis of the Loaferdye Merchant Guild's protection squad. With the unanimous consent of the shareholders, I am here to escort the designated guild master. The entire squad knelt respectfully. Lady Leona. N finally understood. She had deliberately let Brett Lloyd detain that fool for 2 days. During that time, she gathered the investors to vote and revoke the fool's inheritance rights. Loyal, intelligent, and decisive. Just as Brett Lloyd said, she's a terrifying person. Before leaving, she still had something she wanted to say. Forcing things is unwise, so I won't ask you to come with me. You have a strength that makes others want your support. I hope that one day, we can help each other as friends. It seemed she was speaking from the heart. The two shook hands to seal the deal, and he replied softly, with pleasure. The Fatso, Blokva, absolutely refused to accept it. He even pointed aggressively at the squad captain and yelled, Mattis, you bastard. What do you think you're doing? My father treated you so well, and you betray him like this? Mattis looked at him with extreme annoyance, his expression dangerously threatening. Don't tarnish the name of your former master or the guild any further. He cursed straight to the fat boy's face. You stupid fool. As this happened, the two assassins in the carriage told each other, the plan failed. But the long-haired assassin didn't think so. He glanced towards Airen Pareira. There was one major gain. The information that the head of the Loaferdye Merchant Guild was highly capable, and also about that Border Patrol soldier with unusual strength. The night before, he had told N, I'll give you some advice. Put down your sword. Although I admire your will and effort, you lack the talent to apply it. As he said this, he even winced. It's very sad and painful. And listened with genuine seriousness. It was something he hadn't heard in a long time, but he had never paid those words any mind, and that's the reason he had made it this far. After saying his piece, the man left. Finally, Airen returned to find Lem still lying on the bed, sulking. He wouldn't get up when called, and even yelled, Don't say my name. You were having so much fun playing with that stray cat. Why are you calling me? Airen ignored his tantrum and said seriously, I want to train this skill, and for that, I need you. The man's face immediately lit up, and he sprang up like a blooming flower. Really? Only I can be of use, right? And so, the two began to spar. As he fought, Airen thought about what was essential for a high-speed sword stroke. First, the ability to judge and visualize the fastest, most effective sword path. And then, he added absolute focus. Lem wielded 2 axes, adding a burst of explosive power that made his sword movements flow smoothly. It allows one to control the path of the sword at will. Blood sprayed into the air from his straight sword thrust. Unbelievable. He had managed to land a clean, sharp cut across Lem's neck. The man looked down in surprise. Huh? He had finally achieved some success. All right, I've gotten faster. The repetition of basic movements, the flexibility gained from relieving tension, the honed muscles. It's all come together to produce today's results. Lem wiped the blood from his neck. That's enough for now. Oh, our little squad leader is quite impressive. Looks like you finally understand what it means to be truly fast with a sword. Looks like I'll try picking up my pace too. His face looked as excited as a wild beast escaping its cage. Airen was completely confused, his face blank. What? So it turned out he was never faster than him, just faster than the speed he let him see. When that guy got serious, Airen couldn't even block. His axe flew like lightning. If he hadn't dodged, he would have been dead without even knowing it. Airen was terrified. He could have never imagined this scenario. The axe in his hand, which was already like a flexible whip, was now moving at an incredible speed. He knew for sure that he still had a long way to go to surpass him. There was no other way but to train relentlessly. After training with Lem, he would train with Ji-sun. That guy even complimented him, saying his senses had gotten much sharper. It seems this kind of training is no longer necessary. He thought he was going to teach him a new move, but who knew he'd just leave? You came all this way just to say that? The guy turned and walked away. For now, that's enough. I understand. He let out a sigh. So that's why Lem calls him the Cat King. But before he could even finish the thought, the guy suddenly spun back around with a clean slash. Blood spurted from his neck instantly. It was too fast, too dangerous. He didn't even see it coming. Clutching his neck, which was throbbing with pain, he heard the man toss out a sentence, his killing intent flaring up. It's the kind of aura that radiates from the will of an enemy who wants to kill you on the battlefield. It's something that attacks you in a way you can't track with your eyes or ears. Therefore, you'll need to be able to sense that killing intent, to react to it. This is the technique for sensing an aura that transcends the five senses. The gateway to the sixth sense. He raised his dagger. I'll teach you, as my way of thanking you for Toledo. How interesting. There's always something new to learn from everyone. All right, let's do this. Let's get started. These are the things that make you feel so small and weak in this world. The man began his lecture. The gateway to the sixth sense belongs to the realm of instinct. You can't rely on just hearing or seeing. That perception transcends the five senses, like your sense of direction or your sense of movement. Even a hunter's intuition when tracking prey is a sense based purely on instinct. If you sharpen all your senses like a blade and fight over and over again, your instincts will begin to predict killing intent. The man lectured while having him practice. At first, it'll obviously be hard to aim correctly, but if you train by repeatedly sensing killing intent, the squad leader's gateway to the sixth sense will open more clearly. That evening, while they were resting, Lem, who was sitting nearby with his chin in his hand, suddenly spoke up. Looks like you've changed a bit. Airen didn't quite get what he meant. Really? Have I gotten tougher or something? Lem shook his head. That's not what I mean. Auden gave a thumbs up. You smile more than before. Jana seemed to feel there was more to it than just that. But Brett Lloyd shouted excitedly. He's gotten crazier than before. Bingo! Lem yelled. That's exactly what I was trying to say. The perfect answer. Airen sighed. Well, when you have a group of lunatics like you guys, and then there's someone who looks normal like me, I guess it's understandable why you'd see it that way. Jason was speechless, thinking to himself, when will you realize you're just as much of a crazy squad leader as the rest of us? Late that night, the Black Panther once again climbed onto his bed. Someone asked in confusion, You're clinging to the squad leader again? Geez, did he cover himself in honey or something for that beast to follow him around like that? Only Ether sensed it. Looks like he's pushed his body to the limit again. He trains to the brink of death every single day. If it weren't for my magic, he would have collapsed a long time ago. She had it all figured out. If he dies like this, my curse will never be broken. Suddenly, she noticed his jacket on a chair, walked over, and infused it with power, as if to increase his chances of survival. Every day, Airen Pareira continued his training, so consistently it felt as if he were stuck reliving the same day over and over. Day after day, the same routine repeated, but I never got bored. Because I knew this repetition would bring me joy and real growth in my abilities. Suddenly, while sitting, goosebumps erupted all over his body, and his heart skipped a beat. Over here! That's right, it was Brett Lloyd passing by. He was practicing sensing killing intent, and so, no matter where he was, every time the man appeared, his job was to identify him and shout, Over here! The others were too fed up to even speak. We look at him like he's a madman every single day. Lem exclaimed, I take back what I said about him changing. He hasn't improved at all, not one bit. Even Auden, the kindest of them, had to wonder. It's strange. There were times when he improved so drastically, There were moments I thought he might be a genius, but looking at him now, it seems I was wrong. Jason also agreed. No matter how much he trains, he's not getting any better. So the only answer is actual combat experience. Right now, Aben's forces are pretty quiet. If he took on an outside mission and hunted some monsters, perhaps he could gain some combat experience. No sooner said than done. The next morning they sent him out into the city. He looked at the jam-packed notice board and thought, the four of them ganged up to pressure me into taking an outside mission. It's as if they want me to test my improved skills, but their expressions don't look like that's their intention. I know I haven't been making any progress lately. Suddenly, someone held a piece of paper in front of him. Hey, if you can't find a suitable mission, just take care of this one. Let's see. Investigate the basement of a shoe shop? Airen turned to the guy, confused. To investigate a basement, you could just send a patrol team, couldn't you? The man shook his head and replied, a patrol team won't do. The shoemaker says there might be an undead monster down there. Holding the mission request, Airen felt something was off. A creature like that couldn't possibly exist inside the city. He probably just misheard some rats and got the wrong idea. However, since I need the practical experience, a request like this, the people around also wanted to push it onto him. Hey, you're an exorcist, right? Can you handle it? As you can see, nobody else is willing to take this mission. The shoemaker is a bit hot-tempered, but he's a decent man. His wife went missing recently, so he seems very anxious. I'd like you to go check it out and help calm him down. Airen thought for a moment, then handed the paper back. I'm sorry, but this kind of mission, how the hell did I end up getting convinced? I've already accepted it. As soon as he arrived, someone ran out to open the door. Soldier, you're here. Please, hurry down to the basement. A worried young woman led the way. This way, he's stubbornly digging down there. Airen could hear it too. The old man really was impatient. As soon as the old man saw him arrive, his face lit up with joy. Ah, you're finally here. Over here. The old man pointed down at a huge hole. Look, when I was digging, I found this. It was so large that Airen's eyes widened in astonishment. An underground cave in the middle of the city. Looks like it wasn't rats, after all. He grabbed a torch and went down first, with the old man behind him. The markings are clearly man-made, and the scale is massive. At this scale, it wouldn't be surprising if there really was a monster. Deeper inside, strange cellar doors appeared before the two of them. Beyond the passageway, this is a deliberately created maze. As he was thinking, a blinding green light flashed past them both. Airen snapped his eyes open to find himself lying in bed, the panther beside him. Before I could even take another step, the moment I felt the heat, I was incinerated. That was definitely a magic trap. He died in an instant and returned to today. When it comes to magic, there are certain rules. Having just woken up, he rushed out immediately, ignoring Lem, who was rambling on behind him. Squad leader, we were thinking about yesterday. If you get into a real fight with a mage, just run. Brett Lloyd's advice is, if you die fighting a mage, consider yourself lucky. If you survive, you'll find yourself in an even worse situation. And that advice applies equally to traps set by mages. A magic trap. What can I possibly do against something like that? Is this a wall I can't overcome? No matter what skills I train, while he was lost in thought just like last time, a guy brought him that same piece of paper. Hey, if you can't find anything suitable, just take care of this one. He was very hesitant. So, I already understand what this mission requires. This needs support from a magic specialist, or I'll have to request reinforcements from Brett Lloyd. This directive from a superior isn't the kind of obstacle you can just brute force your way through. That Elven Company commander might listen to my request, before that impatient master of the house walks right into the trap himself. As he thought of this, an idea suddenly clicked in his head. Damn it. This is bad. He immediately rushed off, kicking the door of the house open and bursting inside. The young woman at home jumped in shock. Soldier, where's your father? He's in the basement. He rushed straight down there, hoping he wasn't too late. No more running, he slid straight down to be faster. Inside, the old man was holding a lamp, already approaching those caves. He desperately yelled out, "Stop!" The old man, startled, stopped and turned to look, but it seemed it was too late. His foot had already stepped on the spot, triggering a brilliant blue flame. Airen died yet again, completely obliterated without a single piece left. Waking up now, he thought, damn it. I need to find a faster and better solution. First, I have to talk to the shoemaker and demand that he stay absolutely away from that place, even if it's just for a moment. The blackened face of the faceless one appeared. Your skin must have been burned, your whole body turned to ash in agony. Yet you still want to step into that flame? Airen had to nod. Ah, you're right. It's like a million needles piercing your body all at once. All. That's the kind of pain it is. But to let an innocent person die, that is an even greater pain for me. A true knight is someone who stands up in situations like this. The moment he woke up today, he had to rush out before it was too late. Lem, draped in a blanket, followed behind him. Where are you going in such a hurry? I have something to tell you. He told him to go save an unlucky civilian in a shoe shop. The guy didn't believe him, and even teased. A shop owner turning into a monster, huh? This time, he arrived earlier. Holding a shovel, he thought, I could just ignore it. Stop digging and ignore the trap. But leaving something so dangerous in the city isn't a good option. This time, I won't let the old man go down. I'll go in alone. Don't you follow me. The old man stubbornly argued back. But, this is my house. I can't let you go alone. Airen was resolute. No arguments. I'm going alone. Airen Pareira held a torch and went inside alone, looking for the magic sorcerer Brett Lloyd. How long would it take? Would calling for backup actually solve anything? Airen had already calculated it. This was an unknown trap with no clues. The death rate during the investigation would be very high. Even if he brought the whole team, the result would be the same. Airen held the torch out in front of him. I have to go in first and gather as much information as possible. At a glance, it seems one of these entrances must be free of traps. But I'll just have to check them all by dying at each door. Is this really the right way to do this? Just relying on repeating today is too simple. I need to find the best possible solution right now. He raised the torch high, stood still, and concentrated. If only I could sense the presence of the trap before stepping in. He wondered, how many times have I died? What did I feel each time? When did I think, I've lost this time? When exactly was that moment? Was it when the blade was at my throat? When the enemy swung their sword? He took a step forward, imagining an armored figure in the darkness. That was it, bloodlust. Ji-sun had taught him that bloodlust reveals itself clearly when it desires to bring death to an enemy. He could feel that very thing in this basement. A light flashed in the darkness as a sharp blade came flying. Airen's eyes widened, staring, his heart pounding. But this time he wasn't afraid, and continued to take a few more steps forward. But a few steps later, he took a blade straight to the back, blood gushing everywhere. He still forced himself to take a few more steps to see what was there. I can feel it now, the bloodlust of the trap. He returned again, still going to the basement alone. The key is to recognize the trap's killing intent. By not stepping recklessly, I have to enter each passage until I can clearly feel the intent from them. He tried again, probing step by step, this time moving in a different direction. Another entrance, a place where a wind as sharp as a sword blew back and forth. He took one more step, and the sharp blade flew out, just like last time. What I felt before wasn't killing intent, but just the memory of a dead person. The old man stubbornly followed behind him. Why are you wandering around like a lost puppy? Airen got annoyed. I already told you not to come down here. He looked at the caves in front of him again and entered a passage he had never chosen before. Until he could feel a similar aura, the old man always stood waiting above the cave entrance. You haven't eaten anything since last night. What are you doing? Airen had to warn the old man. I'll be back tomorrow. So don't go into the cave. It's very dangerous because it's full of traps. The old man looked like he was about to cry. Please, solve this problem. I can't sleep. I'm worried my daughter will go missing too. Is there any news about your wife? The old man nervously fiddled with the ring on his hand. Recently, the number of missing people in Brett Lloyd has increased, and they can't be found. By the way, sir, have you seen a girl with brown hair and acne wearing this wedding ring? If you find her, please let me know. There was no reason to refuse, so Airen agreed immediately. All right. That night, back in his room, Airen sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes in thought. Even while sitting still, he suddenly jumped and looked to the side. I'm over here, but you looked the wrong way. The guy looked irritating. Tisk tisk, this is what happens when you don't listen to me. Stop training and go to sleep. Yeah, time to sleep. Come to think of it, this is the first time I've lived through today without dying. What would it be like if days just kept passing like this? Will I finally see tomorrow? I should just close my eyes and sleep. Maybe then I'll find out. The next morning, a guy saw him getting ready to leave and immediately said, Squad leader, we've thought about your situation. If you're still this weak, you'll die the moment you step onto the battlefield. But he didn't care. What's the point of fearing death when you've already died and come back to life? Is yesterday just going to repeat itself? Then I need to get there early. The sky was still dark. The moon hadn't even set, when suddenly a light shone in his face. His eyes were drowsy, and he wasn't fully awake. He opened them and jolted in shock. What is this? He blinked, and suddenly he was back in his bed. It was still the very first day. The old man scratched his head in confusion. Captain, we were thinking about what happened yesterday. If you really participate in the battle, I get it. I can only move on to tomorrow, after I break through this wall. Well, it doesn't matter. That was my intention from the start, anyway. This is no different from the fears I've faced before. No matter what, I have to go in, feel it, the presence of death. Every step had to be carefully considered. 40 days passed, then 50, and even after 60 days, he was still taking those first initial steps. By day 70, he felt himself growing stronger and stronger. After getting past the first steps, he reached the inner tunnels, where the ground was littered with white bones. Airen proceeded step by step, just as he always had. He immediately recalled the scene of Gon charging at him with a knife. He dodged a trap, reliving it over and over, training in that cellar, then coming back to train with Jason. Jason's eyes widened in amazement as he asked, "In just a few days, you found the gateway to the sixth sense?" He had no idea. "I've already been through this day 72 times. As soon as I woke up, the old man asked, "You said you were going to the shoe store, but what kind of battle are you planning to face there?" An replied dismissively, "I won't be back until I've destroyed the shoes." Once again, he faced the cellar with its 6 paths. One of them is safe, or at least I thought so. The bastard who built this cave was a real piece of work. He put traps in every single path. There was no safe exit from the start, but that doesn't mean there isn't a way. The traps only activate when you step on them. The first path I chose, one wrong step and you get incinerated. This time, he closed his eyes and prepared to enter a different cave. He stepped forward, and this time, a massive sphere of light appeared right in front of him. That's not good either. I have to go to another cave. Every step has to be certain and careful, then the next careful step. I have to memorize every single safe footstep. Feeling the door and the trap with his sixth sense, he closed his eyes and followed the safe steps he had memorized. His heart pounded with suspense on the final step. His eyes were still squeezed shut, but a light shone through. He opened his eyes. Looks like he wasn't dead yet. He must have reached the end of the cellar. I've successfully broken through the wall again. A jet-black demon with its mouth wide open charged out to attack. On swung his sword and cut it down in one go, splattering blood everywhere as it died instantly. He burst out laughing with delight. "Thanks a lot. Now that I've run into these monsters, I'll just consider this a gift after all those days of stepping on traps. There really are quite a few monsters in here. A gargoyle's claws are highly poisonous. Even a light scratch can cause a serious injury. Normally, it takes several soldiers to deal with a single gargoyle. But now, these gargoyles are no challenge for me." He took them all on by himself, not afraid of a damn thing. He finished them all off in just a few minutes. Even I have to admit I fought really well just now. The other squad members should have seen me fight like that. But it's not over yet. There were still more creatures, not quite human, not quite animal, charging at him. Airen knew they weren't wolf monsters. They were a random mix of all sorts of beasts. What in the world lies ahead? He fought and fought, but it seemed endless. Elsewhere, the Black Panther back home was also getting restless. She leaped from one place to another. He's acting so strangely today. Why would he arm himself just to go to a shoemaker's place? If he dies because of that reckless nature of his, it'll be a huge problem. I have to find him. Right now. Suddenly, she sensed an aura coming from inside the shoe shop. It smelled like a magic spell. Inside, Anne had just finished off the last monster. He went deeper into the cave and heard a breath. It was very weak, as if it would stop at any moment. Another monster? Or was it the one who dug this cave? It was only after going inside that he saw how horrific it was. Dozens of dried-up corpses were hanging from the cave ceiling. I've spent so much time on the battlefield that most dead bodies don't faze me. But this... Suddenly, a weak voice called out, "Please." It was a living person, trapped up high. The girl struggled to speak. "I just want peace. Please, kill me." She was in so much misery that she'd rather die. He looked closely and saw a ring on her ring finger, identical to the one the old shopkeeper had shown him. "Soldier, have you seen a girl with brown hair and acne? If you find a girl wearing this wedding ring, please, let me know." Airen suddenly felt a terrifying killing intent. A voice echoed from behind him. "I hear that a new, healthy ingredient has arrived. I don't know how you got here, but this is perfect. I can make you a friend for my Bilo." Airen wasn't afraid of him and turned to look him straight in the eye. "Are the bodies here you're doing?" The man sneered. "If not me, then who else? Those worthless things were just failed experiments. This child here is Bilo." As he spoke, he pointed to the giant monster beside him. "This is what I call a masterpiece. And you. I'll turn you into a magnificent thing of my own design." Airen recognized it instantly. He was a mage. An alarm went off in his head. Run. If you die fighting a mage, consider yourself lucky. If you survive, you'll find yourself in an even worse situation. But he wasn't afraid. If I die, I die. He readied his sword. I will kill you. Even if it takes tens of thousands of my lives to do it. In a flash, he flew towards the mage, attacking at incredible speed, but he couldn't even touch a single hair on him. The man had a spherical protective barrier around him. Not only could he not touch him, but he was also hit by a counterattack that sent him flying like a bird. The Black Panther had also found her way here. She hid behind a wall, watching, and activated her all-seeing eyes skill. Of course, he's a mage. My own power is still weak from recovery, but if I use all the magic I have, I can handle someone like him. The mage had no intention of letting Airen recover, pointing his hand to prepare another attack. This spell was truly terrifying. It felt like a bullet just grazed him, but the impact felt like it blew his arm off. I can't hear or see, but I can feel his killing intent. The mage was also surprised. He dodged it? Of course, I have my absolute concentration skill, after all. He recalled a past conversation. One day, he had asked his squad members how to deal with a mage. Lem said, shoot them dead with a bow. Jason said, kill them, before they even notice you're there. Auden suggested, just get as close as you possibly can. His brother-in-arms, Brett Lloyd, believed that any living creature will die if you cut it. That's how it is. And now, Airen chose his approach, raising his sword high, preparing to strike straight down. But there's an invisible magic shield surrounding the mage. If I can't break it with my windblade, I'll use brute force to shatter it and cut right through. The mage looked very confident, smirking as he said, cut through? And it was true. Airen's slash didn't hit him at all. The Black Panther watched closely. She realized he had already won, but of course, he needed her to channel more power into him. Thanks to that, Airen was able to shatter his barrier. The mage couldn't believe his magic shield was broken. Just like that, the sharp sword sliced him in two. It was so fast, so awesome. A strike that cool. And the sword only got a small chip. Luckily, it's just the sword that's cracked. Even Airen Pareira himself felt something was wrong. The shock wave from that impact should have torn my body apart. But why am I completely unharmed? Is my armor really that strong? The mage was dead, but sadly, the woman couldn't be saved either. Even her faint breaths had stopped. Well, nothing to be done but to leave. I've mastered my sixth sense and finished off a mage in a single strike, but I don't feel happy at all. Foolish and pathetic mage, you created that golem but couldn't even use it. That's why you failed. Your golem was designed to compensate for a mage's physical weakness. To Model Ide decided that with just one final line, it would awaken. I will take it. All of a sudden, she's become useful. After completing his mission, N returned to report to Raz Igne, a dark sorcerer's lair. Beneath a shoe shop, she thought to herself about the city's people being kidnapped and dragged into these horrific experiments. If this news got out, it would cause a massive uproar. On seemed to understand her worries and proactively made a suggestion. It would be best to let this incident die down. She didn't quite understand why. If that happens, all your hard work will be buried along with it. I don't need any credit for this. The peace of the people is the top priority. And so, the young captain sent her people to repair the hole. The townspeople passing by were all wondering what happened at the shoe shop. Why were soldiers saying they were sealing a tunnel dug by a gang of thieves? The old shop owner didn't know much either, turning to ask our guy. So it wasn't a monster behind all this, but a gang of thieves? What a surprise. He shoved a large bag into his hands. Take this. This is my token of gratitude. I noticed your boots were getting old. Now I have one less thing to worry about so I can get back to business. If only my wife could have returned safely, that would have been wonderful. Anne looked at the old man with a somber expression. The old man was still holding on to hope. I know it's selfish, but please, find her. He knew very well that she was already dead, and that she had died a horrible death, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. It was better for the old man not to know. He could only reply, I'll do my absolute best. After that day, our guy was deeply tormented, sitting alone and wondering, was it really right to let him live with false hope, or would it be better to tell him the tragic truth? If I become a knight, will I be able to prevent these tragedies before they happen? I still don't know. All I can do is try. Life went on, and he would occasionally go fight monsters with his comrades. The whole group formed a circle with their shields, as the wolves were still itching to charge. Stay calm. Hold the formation. Right after I took down the sorcerer, I immediately got a request to eliminate monsters. But I can't feel myself getting any stronger. Maybe it's because fighting these monsters is too easy. Old man Lem stood beside him, laughing his head off. This is the standard fighting style for a soldier. Maybe I should have taken a solo mission instead? You seem disappointed with this mission, don't you? In that case, let me take care of it. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man, with both hands, didn't even need a shield and just charged out like a wild beast. His comrades got a headache just watching him fight. Why is that lunatic showing off again? Hey, mages, somebody stop that bastard right now. The soldiers were shocked when even An charged forward, his serious sword roaring. He's just as crazy. Have you been corrupted by that insane squad too? Our guy ignored them and just dove in to fight the beasts. Old Man Lem still found time to argue with the soldiers. Let's get one thing straight. Our squad leader is the one who corrupted us and made us crazier. Our guy got annoyed and turned to yell at him. You're the craziest one here and you have the nerve to say that? He put on an innocent face. Huh? How am I crazy? And so, the two of them fought beasts while bickering, not missing a single beat. The other soldiers huddled to one side in fear. They're really insane. Why do they just keep charging in like that? But they're so strong, I can't complain. And it was true. In a matter of minutes, the two of them had finished everything. Old Man Lem started getting antsy again. Looks like you're not satisfied yet, huh? A soldier looked over, curious. Hey, if you guys want to go all out like that, why don't you join the heavy infantry? And immediately asked, are there stronger monsters there? The heavy infantry squad had been dispatched to deal with 7 monsters, but the monsters over there looked completely different, way more disgusting than the beasts here. Archers, where are the archers? We need support. Hold the line until reinforcements arrive. The fighting style of this group was no different from the other one, just standing in a circle with shields up, which wasn't accomplishing much. The heavy monster looked neither human nor beast, something like a lion but with wings. Fighting these was much better than those wolf-like monsters. They were stronger, more vicious, and were throwing soldiers down from mid-air. An and Lem saw this from a distance. Oof, getting hit by that would really hurt. Our guy recognized those monsters as harpies. The scene reminded him of the mercenary squad he had joined not long ago, which had been completely wiped out by harpies. They were good people and had helped him a lot, but things were different now. He was back, and stronger than ever. Now, it's time to get revenge for my old comrades. I won't let anyone else die in this battle. Without a hint of fear, the two of them charged straight in to fight the monsters. A large one, acting on instinct, flew down to grab him. An knew it, but the pain was nothing compared to the deaths he had already endured. There was no reason for him to fear these things. He swung his sword at its wing. In a single strike, he completely severed it. On the other side, Old Man Lem was catching monsters with his bare hands, laughing triumphantly as he issued a challenge. Hey Captain, having fun flying around over there? Let's see who can take down more. Wanna bet? The moment he spoke, he took one down. Just then, another one targeted N from behind. N replied to the old man with his usual serious tone. We didn't come here to play around. That's what he said. But in his head, he was secretly counting every single kill. With the two of them there, the other soldiers could only stand aside to watch and gossip. That damn Lem has always been a great fighter, but the Cursebreaker, yeah, he looks pretty cool too. The madman fought with increasing fervor, and our guy was no less fierce than the old man. Even the captain watching from the sidelines had to admit it. And he's gotten stronger. One of the men in the group spoke up hesitantly. But is it really okay for us to just sit here and watch after coming as reinforcements? What choice do we have? There aren't any monsters left to fight. It looks like they don't need our help. Suddenly, a monster knocked the sword out of our guy's hand, and its whole pack took the opportunity to charge him. But these idiots miscalculated. Without a sword, he still had his throwing knives. One shot, right between the eyes. No chance of survival. Nothing could stop him now. Our guy fought its sharp claws with his bare hands, just as he picked his sword back up. You're so dead, you monster. One diagonal slash, and its life was over. No other monster dared to fly down and attack. The harpies were fleeing. The soldiers were speechless. They made the monsters run in fear. Those guys aren't human. He couldn't help but remember the scene of his comrades lying dead all over the ground. The harpies had killed the mercenary group back then. Maybe they weren't from the same flock, but back then, one of them had come down to mock me. This happened because you were weak, you insect. These people died protecting you. Thinking back on it was infuriating. But now, I have power. I will save them. The captain's group stood frozen, asking each other, the harpies are gone. Should we head back? It feels weird to go back empty-handed. Shouldn't we at least hunt a few of those man-faced hounds? The other soldiers called out to the two of them. We only came here because of the Hadi, so we can leave now. But Old Man Lem wasn't satisfied yet. He turned and asked him, what do you think? Airen felt the same way. If he wanted a fight, he'd give him one. It was too soon to leave. Now, everyone had to admit it. That guy was completely insane. Word of what they did spread all the way to the main camp. I heard he saved the heavy armor unit. They sat and watched him train, whispering amongst themselves. I had my suspicions, but now I see he's really on another level. Even someone that strong is giving it his all. Shouldn't we be doing more? As for me, everyone started working much harder. I'll take care of this mission. Didn't you just do one yesterday? I'll finish it quickly and take another one in the evening. How many bodies do you have? You idiot. But no matter how hard they tried, no one could match his dedication. He was still training late at night. He never skips a single day of training. Should I try that? He wondered in disbelief. Does he really enjoy living like that? The thought had barely formed before he acted on it, pulling out his sword to practice that very night. Day after day, he kept up the diligent work. But with each passing night, the number of people training alongside him grew. The commanders noticed that the atmosphere in the unit had changed recently. I hear everyone's trying to imitate the Cursebreaker. Do Igne let out a sigh, thinking she couldn't let this continue. She went to find the mastermind himself. We've had a long talk about you all. This is a decision from the Holy Council, so just follow it. She had news for him. From now on, Squad 444 will be promoted to an independent platoon under the 4th Company. And from this moment on, you are the independent platoon leader. Airen Pareira was confused and questioned her. I only have 5 members under my command. That's not nearly enough for a platoon. She could solve that problem. We will provide you with the members you're lacking. But he felt that wasn't enough. Becoming a platoon leader was fine and all. But if more people join, the crazy ones I have now will make everything a huge headache. She cut him off. Once you become a platoon leader, your regular duties will also disappear. That meant he would have more time for training. This was too good to be true. If she was offering, why wouldn't he take it? Without another word, he bowed his head and accepted. I will fulfill the responsibilities entrusted to me. Suddenly, she took the initiative and proposed, it would be a shame to let you go just like that. Let's have a match. Platoon leader, use this weapon. As she spoke, she demonstrated a move, and he immediately understood what she wanted. After his defeat in the last match against the company commander, he had trained in martial arts with Auden as if his life depended on it. Now was the time to put it into practice. Airen dropped his sword and sealed the deal. All right, it's time to see the results of my training. He immediately got into a ready stance. Auden had mentioned this before. Hand-to-hand combat is a technique used in close-quarters fighting. He once said, why waste time with flashy moves? The faster one wins. Miss Do Igne was using martial arts as well. Bare-handed combat? The thought had just crossed his mind when she lunged forward. She gained the upper hand in an instant, but Airen Pareira managed to block the first blow and quickly slammed her to the ground, pinning her beneath him. Looks like I win, huh? But who knows what she was thinking. She put on a deadpan expression and teased him. Is that so? Human marriage proposals are so rough. His face changed color, and she did it again. He was too tired to even speak. In the moment he was stunned, she swung her leg in a basic maneuver, instantly reversing their positions and sitting on top of him. She was clearly playing dirty, but still looked smug. Find your opponent's weakness, then crush them with your strength. My fiancé, you did well. Keep up the good work. But the only thing he cared about right now was, I am not your fiancé. Please get up. They both stood up, dusted off their clothes, and ended the match. Suddenly, she spoke up. I'm sorry for not being able to protect you. After saying that, she left, leaving him completely clueless. Not being able to protect me? What kind of nonsense is she talking about? As the weather warmed up, the war, which had been temporarily halted, resumed once more. It wasn't often they fought, but when they did, it was an all-out battle. Aien's strategy had been changed to compensate for the last defeat. Therefore, the Ninla army also had to get ready for battle. A battle of destiny. The old man stepped up to the platform and announced, the new battalion commander has been appointed. It's Markush. Jana gasped in shock. If that battalion commander is really here, then it seems they're planning a full-scale assault this time. Unlike the previous commander, he was a truly brilliant strategist, with command experience second to none. He's the real deal. One of the most important generals of the CZ. Old man Markush stood on the platform, thinking to himself that Aien was not an easy opponent. Excluding the heavy assault team and the border defense force, our army is mostly made up of a ragtag bunch of recruits. The only ones who show any potential are the independent platoon, especially that platoon leader, the one they call the Master Killer. There's something very strange. Ever since the last battle, his team's list of achievements has grown thicker and thicker. Is it luck, or is it real talent? Prove it to me. Prove your worth. It seemed the old man had taken notice of them. They received a mission right away. But Lem started complaining as soon as he heard it. A mission to scout the terrain around the Ben Hain River? And it was a direct order from the battalion commander. He looked at the whole team, silently assessing them. So this is what that elven company commander was talking about. However, that place, the fortress city of Ain, is close to the Sword Protectorate, similar to our border patrol forces. It was built for military purposes. The person speaking now is a new member of the independent platoon. His name is Enley, the one we met before. Going there now would be no different. Lloyd cut in. It's a reconnaissance mission, isn't it? Lem held his face in his hands and groaned. It's best not to go. But Airen obviously can't defy a direct order from the battalion commander. I can't disobey. The old man suggested, then let me go with you. But as soon as he spoke, he was shut down. All members of the platoon are ordered to, except for the platoon leader, stay put and await orders from the new squad leader. This is also a direct command from the battalion commander. Therefore, all of you will listen to me. This loudmouth is the new squad leader of the independent platoon, a member named Andre. He couldn't help but show off in front of the old scar-faced man, daring to use that tone with him. Old man Lloyd Cyrus immediately brandished his axe and licked it threateningly, his vile face contorting as he glared and stuck his tongue out. He growled with open contempt. Why is there suddenly a grasshopper in our platoon? Andre nearly wet himself in fear, his whole body trembling. He quickly changed his tone. I am the newly appointed squad leader. Everyone listen to my orders. Auden burst out laughing, teasing. My man, you're shaking like a leaf. I can feel it from all the way over here. Jana glanced over disdainfully. Is that kid really the squad leader? Andre was terrified but still had to act tough, trying to stand straight and shout, if you have any complaints, come to me. As long as I can serve under. If it's with you, platoon leader N, I'd go through hell and high water. I won't run away like a coward. Isn't this just challenging the old man? Lem excitedly pulls out 2 axes, one in each hand. This little grasshopper is pretty feisty, huh? Auden also cracks his knuckles. Let me give you a little adjustment. Gayson pulls out a dagger. Just one finger probably won't be an issue. Airen Pareira also turns to watch eagerly. Go ahead. Jana snaps, annoyed. Why are you spacing out during a sparring match? A terrified Mark quickly pleads. Stop them. Sir, please stop them, platoon leader N. He pretends not to understand, joking around. Why? They seem to like you guys a lot. If they were the ones who suggested a practice match first, it means they really like you. How the hell could Mark believe that? Are you sure this is just a practice match? It looks more like I'm about to be executed. Why did the other side suddenly go quiet? The threat didn't even scare that guy. Ignoring Mark's attempts to stop him, he keeps provoking them. Come at me. And Andre, from the Gers clan of Brett Lloyd, never runs away. Stop provoking them. It's dangerous. Airen Pareira ignores it and asks Enley, do you know much about the area around the Ben Hain River? Of course, he knew. It was a place filled with countless hidden dangers. Before we set out on our mission tomorrow, would you like to hear me tell you about it? Airen Pareira nods immediately. Yes, I have to leave tonight. The old man sees him approach and calls out. Hey, so you'll be my partner? We sure run into each other a lot. Is it fate? I heard you were promoted to platoon leader. Congratulations, he replies politely. It's still nothing compared to a Brett Lloyd Royal Guard. Why worry about that? Don't be so formal. How old are you? 30 years old. He couldn't believe it. With that face? You're older than me? You don't look like you're joking at all. He turns away bitterly. So, I'm the only one aging around here. Airen Pareira is tired of the small talk. Since you were the one who said not to be so formal, I won't beat around the bush. What's the plan for this mission? The two talk as they walk. First, we'll cross the Ben Hain River together. After that, we'll rendezvous with the others, and we'll discuss things further then. But when they get to the dock, there's no one there. Are there no ferrymen? Nothing to be done but rest while we wait. As soon as he says that, Cyrus appears. He has to take every spare moment to practice, which is exhausting to watch. I told you to rest. And replies, I am resting. He's speechless. This stubborn bastard is a lost cause. Through arduous training, his skills have been recognized. The more he looks, the more envious he gets. On top of that, he's young and handsome. He has everything. Maybe a little too much, don't you think? As his jealousy flared, did he just sense killing intent? But looking closer, his face looked more resentful than anything. He's just as confused. That's not it? With that look on his face? He suddenly sighs, puts his hands on his knees, and stands up. Back at the inn, didn't I win 1,420 matches? You can't beat me in a fight. En bursts out laughing. You're underestimating me a little, aren't you? I'm a completely different person now. He mocks him. Is that information from the Dark Ages? The frontier soldier, Cyrus, issues a challenge. You're not the only one who's gotten stronger. Then I'm even happier. This sounds like it could be interesting. And so, the two of them sparred while they waited. You never know until you fight, and once they fought, he was shocked. I could feel it just by watching him fight. How did he get so monstrously strong? This is going to be tough. Their skills were now evenly matched. He decides to use every trick he's got. On is startled by the fist coming at his face. A punch? Luckily, he realizes it in time. Hidden in that fist is a razor-sharp dagger point. He leans back just in time to dodge. This guy is too devious. Looking closely, he sees the knife hidden in his wrist guard. This is the first time he's ever seen a trick like this. He asks immediately, "A knife that comes out of your arm?" He grins smugly and shows it off. "My secret technique. The hidden blade." And can't believe it. That's ridiculous. He furrows his brow, annoyed. Don't tell me you're going to call me a coward. Contrary to what he expected, Airen Pareira is totally into it. That's so cool. Teach me. He gives up. You really are a learning fanatic. Let's start by training your wrist first. Rotate your wrist. No. Watch closely. Hey, you're not very flexible at all. Look. Like this. The ferryman has arrived but has no idea how to get their attention. The toothless old man struggles to call out. Are you boys crossing the river? Dawn is about to break, and the two are still drifting on the river. We're supposed to meet the reconnaissance team here. Where's the rendezvous point? He casually points down at the water. Before that, let's wash up. There's no need to rush. That sounds reasonable for someone on a mission. The two of them strip down and jump into the river. Hey, the water's cold. Hurry up and get in. He calls out, turning his head just in time to see Airen Pareira taking off his pants. He doesn't know what he saw, but the color drains from his face. You greedy bastard. I've lost all my will to fight. It seems Airen Pareira doesn't quite understand what he means. Stop complaining and get in the water. Let's go. He retorts immediately. Who's complaining? I just wanted to challenge you to an underwater sword fight. Just then, a young woman's voice calls out. You guys were so slow that I had to come looking for you. And here you are, taking a leisurely bath? Airen Pareira turns around, startled. When did she get here? I didn't sense her presence at all. He wonders if she saw anything when he took his pants off. There are a few more guys with the young woman. They remind them impatiently. We have to get to Fort Jawa before dark. Hurry up and get out, you two. It's the first time he's seen the big guy, Torres, embarrassed. You're just standing there staring. How am I supposed to get out? She blushes but still retorts stubbornly. What's there to look at? I don't know what you're mumbling about. If I'm not embarrassed, then you're the one who should be. Seeing that she won't turn away, he stands straight up. Her face goes pale, and her eyes widen in disbelief. She was hooked the moment she saw it. So, you do have something worth looking at, huh? After checking out Airen Pareira, she sees Torres still hasn't gotten out. Hey, your staring is a little too obvious. She even jokes, I'm just admiring those abs. She holds her hand out to him. I'm Finn, the reconnaissance platoon leader. It's a pleasure to work with you. N hasn't even put his pants on, but figures he might as well shake her hand first. Torres is still standing there, touching himself. My muscles look pretty good, right? They set off, talking as they walked. Before I explain the mission, let me summarize the situation. Our spy inside Fort Jawa, Kat, has gathered important information. We were supposed to receive the message 4 days ago, but they didn't show up at the meeting point, and we've lost contact ever since. Airen Pareira continued. Sounds like Kat's in danger? She replied, that's what we're about to find out. We're going to infiltrate Fort Jawa and rescue Kat. In front of Fort Jawa is the territory of wild beasts and monsters. The enemy sees it as a natural defensive barrier, so they rarely patrol there. We've secured 3 routes to infiltrate the enemy's position. First, we use the dog hole. It's a passage used exclusively by smugglers in the city. The guards know about it but turn a blind eye because they get paid off. The second is to climb over the city walls at night. It requires great physical stamina, but it's the safest option. The final choice is to disguise ourselves as a group of merchants and sneak in. This one requires going through the main gate, so it's very risky, but it's the most convenient. My squad members will be stationed at the rendezvous point in case something goes wrong. They'll arrive at the meeting point later. Only the 3 of us will enter Fort Jawa. All routes are equally difficult. Just pick one. That's the optimistic way of putting it. But even a child could tell it was a lie. You make it sound so easy. Torre spoke up first. But you know this isn't that simple, right? You know the situation here better than anyone. Shouldn't you be the one to choose the route? The woman made her decision instantly. In that case, we'll leave tomorrow morning. We will infiltrate Fort Jawa through the dog hole. That night, they rested outside. As soon as he had a free moment, Airen immediately began training, still practicing that move with the dagger up his sleeve that Lloyd had taught him. He was getting tired of teaching him. How can you learn swordsmanship when your skills are so poor? A female teammate encouraged him. Well, you'll learn eventually. Keep practicing. I was wondering why you all skipped dinner. So, you were out here fooling around. Huh. Airen argued that he was training, but she didn't care, and handed him a pastry. Eat this while you train. One of our squad members dreams of becoming a chef. This is delicious. It seemed she wasn't exaggerating, as everyone praised it. This is really good. What is this jerky made of? The marinade is excellent. You'll have to ask him for the details. His parents run a tavern in the borderlands. You should stop by if you get the chance. The young woman also gave a kind warning. If you're going to keep training, don't go over there. Under that flat, yellowish rock there are. Before she could finish, Airen cut her off. I know. Poisonous snakes live there. I learned that from a squad member. He's a hunter. She seemed to have taken a liking to him. You're always so well prepared, aren't you? I like men like that. This girl wasted no time making her move. Do you want to train with me? In a more mature way. Airen's face went blank as he tried to figure out what mature way meant. Taurus couldn't help but butt in. That's obviously flirting. She's confessing to him. The girl continued to tease flirtatiously. So, what do you think? I might look a little rough, but I'm good in many other ways, you know. Taurus's face turned black with anger. Hey, can you flirt with him when I'm not here? Airen spoke directly. I refuse. The girl stared at him, disappointed. Why? Do you already have someone? Yes, I do. He was surprised she even knew the rumors. You're dating the Elven Company commander, aren't you? He couldn't be bothered to explain. When did those ridiculous rumors become true? Before she left, she added, You speak comfortably with him, so please do the same with me. Airen didn't refuse. If you're okay with that, we're going into Fort Jawa tomorrow, so get some rest. Torres was furious that he was completely ignored until the very end. That night, they spread out their bedrolls to sleep. He dreamed of that faceless figure again, appearing and disappearing, making it impossible to sleep. After so long, you've appeared again. You must have something you want to tell me. He suddenly remembered what Lloyd had said. I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you. Now, it was starting to make sense. This mission is a huge wall, one that will be difficult for me to overcome. The next morning, the three of them stuck to the plan and crawled through the dog hole. Even as they were entering, Torres was still asking, But why are we moving so early in the morning? Shouldn't we be infiltrating at night? But the girl's thoughts were basically, Are you an idiot? Even if the guards neglect this path, they don't ignore it completely. Airen also turned back to explain it to him. They would never expect us to blatantly break in during the day, so we'll catch them with their guard down. The girl immediately chimed in. That makes sense. As expected from a handsome man, you think differently. Torres stood there, fuming. Why do I feel like I'm being made fun of? The ranger goes first, she said as she went inside. Next, you should stick close to the ranger. They always take the lead in finding the way, so they have to wear light armor and be able to move in silence. He followed her closely. She moved with almost no sound from her footsteps. I wonder if I can copy that, he thought, trying it immediately. Just then, a group of fierce-looking men in armor, holding spears, blocked their path. Gotcha. You rats thought you were so clever, but we caught you in the end. The woman yelled, It's an ambush, fall back, but they were blocked from both front and behind. There's nowhere to run, you rats. Kill them. 3, against so many. This was going to be tough. The girl yelled, Clear a path, quickly. But their enemies had crossbows. Firing arrows in a narrow space like this, it was only a matter of time before they died. The woman fought like a demon, hacking furiously even after being wounded. And Torres also fought with all his might. Airen Pareira could tell at a glance that Torres and his companion weren't suited for fighting many people in a confined space at once. In a situation like this, they couldn't use their full abilities. And it was true. They were getting torn to shreds. On the verge of death, Torres was speared and died first. Airen looked around, unable to think of a counter-strategy. This was definitely a high wall that was hard to climb. But I'm not going to give up so easily. He decided to fight as long as he could. He managed to kill quite a few on his own, but it was just a drop in the ocean. The enemy leader yelled again, Surround him! Just then, Airen was stabbed straight through the stomach. The entire mob swarmed him, pinning him to the ground with their spears. A forest of spears stabbed down at him, ending his life. Then, he woke up again. He had to think fast. They couldn't have gathered this many soldiers in such a short amount of time. This is definitely a premeditated trap. Did the enemy anticipate our infiltration? Just then, Finn walked over and called out, "What are you doing? We have to go through the sewer entrance now. Of course, I'd have to die and come back to life first. I can't stick my head in there. That path gives me a bad feeling. How about we climb over the fortress wall instead?" Torres was 100% behind him. This guy once found and destroyed a magic flag during a battle just by using his instincts. Only N knew the truth. In reality, today's success was thanks to knowing the future, not his instincts. Finn nodded nonchalantly. "All right, but it's safer to climb the wall at night. So, we'll have a lot of free time until then." "And what do you do with free time?" Naturally, he stood up straight and issued a challenge. "So, how about you spar with me?" The young lady let out an amused laugh. "Oh? So you like to do that in broad daylight?" N was so done with these girls. He cut her off, making it clear. "I mean a normal sparring match, not adult stuff." Her face fell with disappointment. What a letdown. "Fine, but swordsmanship isn't my specialty. How about hand-to-hand combat?" "If you insist." Airen indulged her as she grinned victoriously. "Now I'm feeling confident." The two decided to fight bare-handed. "I'll use Auden's martial arts." He calculated in his head. If the enemy already knows we're going to infiltrate, there's a high chance we'll have to fight for our lives, no matter which path we choose. Assessing my teammates' strength will be very useful for future planning. And this is also good training for me. "Ladies first, you can make the first move." But she wasn't having it. She beckoned him closer with a provocative gesture. "I'll let you go first." He started things off by throwing a lightning-fast punch at her. Finn was truly no pushover. Not only did she dodge it, but she also landed a brutal knee strike that sent him reeling. Even after he fell backward, she wasn't done, lunging forward to continue her assault. Airen recognized the tactic. It was just like when he fought the Legion commander. "I'll use my weight advantage to overpower you." He directly pinned her down to restrain her, but she wasn't like Rogan. Her body was flexible, and she wrapped her legs around Airen Pereira's neck. "You made the wrong move." Her two legs clamped down on his neck as she twisted her body. The two were entangled like snakes, evenly matched with no clear winner. Just as things got intense, a shout rang out. "Stop, that's enough." It was Torres. He acted like a referee and broke them up. Only then did they let each other go. If he hadn't, they probably would have been locked like that until they turned blue. Now Airen knew. She had a small but solid body. She was definitely better at close combat than swordsmanship. She stood up, dusted herself off, and looked down at him still lying on the ground with a smirk. "Looks like you lost completely, huh?" And lost, but he was enjoying himself. "You're the perfect sparring partner. Want to go another round?" But his invitation was misinterpreted by her yet again. Are you saying another normal sparring match?" Where does her mind go? As the two of them flirted, Torres just sat there, clutching his aching heart. "Please, don't do this when I'm here." As night began to fall, the group got ready to go as scheduled. "We'll be at the fortress wall soon." The group stared at Airen, who was armed from head to toe, and asked in surprise, "Are you really setting out with that much gear? You're carrying too many weapons. If you carry something that heavy, you'll pass out before you're even halfway there." Finn even crouched down to examine it all. Big old Torres, standing there, couldn't help but feel a little dejected. "Hey, what do you think of my armor?" She turned and looked at it for a few seconds, her face expressionless. Then she turned away. "Yeah, it looks well prepared. Nothing more to add." He was too frustrated to even speak. "I swear, I'm starting to get hurt by those comments." But Airen stubbornly made his decision. "I have enough strength to climb the wall, even with all this equipment." She let out a laugh. So naive. "We're not just climbing over the fortress wall. We have to cross a mountain before we even get to that guarded wall." Torres felt a headache coming on. Damn it, that cliff is really high. He knew getting there wouldn't be easy. But was there ever a wall that was easy to climb? When we returned from the sorcerer's cave, I picked up a few things to get a new weapon to replace my broken sword. They were the blue stones that had captivated Brett Lloyd. Mana stones? If we sell just one of these, we can fully equip the captain from head to toe with new gear. Airen sealed the deal right then and there. Then I'll use that money to buy the best sword. At the time, Torres had wondered, "Captain, do you really only care about swords?" Of course. For someone who lives by the sword, their weapon is their livelihood. I would never neglect my sword. Halfway up the climb, they were breathless. Finn was still scolding him. "This is why I told you to leave that greatsword behind. Even if you ditch your other gear, that thing alone will drain all your strength." "I know. The weight is definitely dragging my body down, but muscles that are pushed to their absolute limit become stronger." He put all his strength into it, refusing to leave the sword behind. "I've faced and overcome countless limits. This isn't enough to stop me." And in the end, he actually made it to the top. How long had the other two been waiting? The young lady let out a helpless sigh. You really like to make things harder for yourself, don't you? As for Torres, he just stared at him, guessing silently. Don't tell me that bastard brought it along just for training. He thought it over, and realized how crazy he sounded. No way, he can't be that insane. Suddenly, they heard a wolf's howl. Airen looked down. A pack of werewolves? It's rare to see them moving in such large numbers. Finn immediately became alert. This means it's time to get serious. The wall was just ahead. The three of them crawled close to the ground. Damn it, there's nowhere to hide. The guards were walking right above them with torches. Finn seemed to have a lot of experience. Don't worry, on a night with 2 full moons, it's extremely bright. The guards will get distracted and become careless. Just as she predicted, the moment a guard turned his head inward, the 3 of them acted in unison and ran. They moved quickly and silently, and Airen had to focus completely. At that exact moment, the guard on the wall glared down, but he couldn't see a damn thing below. Luckily, the 3 of them were already hidden behind the wall, completely undetected. Finn spoke smugly. Completely different from last time. See? I told you. A night like this makes everything easier. But he was still worried. I have a feeling we've been spotted. Or is it just my imagination? The young lady rubbed some sand in her palm. As long as we get over the wall, there's a slum on the other side. If we hide in the slums, they'll never be able to find us. She still had the same thought for Airen. Drop the sword before you start. This wall is twice as hard to climb as the Rocky Mountain. Airen remained stubborn, unchanged. I need this weight for training. Torres was speechless. You really are insane. They continued to climb up the rope. Now I understand why this is called the safe route. If we can successfully climb the wall, we can infiltrate close to the guard unit. That is, if this is just a wall, unlike how the Grey Wolf squad ambushed us at the choke point. There's a high risk of traps on the wall, too. Just as he was thinking, so, how do you guys plan on stopping us? Phi had just made it to the top, but the moment he did, a soldier spotted him. You guys are still working so hard at this hour, it's time to rest. The one blocking their path was an old woman, a mage. Phi quickly yelled, Mage, get down! She's powerful. A barrage of long vines shot toward them. They were already out of breath from the climb, and now their only option was to jump back down the wall. He couldn't believe it. A mage here? It was an unexpected move from the enemy, a perfect trap. Airen had to charge in and fight right away. He figured he'd just fight and see what happens. I've taken down a mage before. If I use my instincts to sense their killing intent, I can defeat them. The sharp tip of his sword was about to plunge straight into her neck. He remembered what Jason had taught him. Use your instincts, but don't trust them completely. Sometimes a strong opponent can deceive your senses. Mages are a prime example, and it was true. Just when he thought he had won, he was sent flying by her vines. The other two were hiding below, leaving Airen to fight the mage alone. Phi yelled out in worry, that idiot. What the hell is he doing up there? But as soon as she finished speaking, 2 sharp vines shot out and killed both of them instantly. Only our hero survived, struggling but unable to break free. These vines are too strong, I can't break free. Huh. She watched him struggle with amusement. I appreciate your courage. I am Latha, of the Thorny Rose. After saying that, she clenched her fist, and the vines tightened even more. His face turned purple, and finally, she crushed him until he exploded, killing him instantly. N was transported to the Faceless One's domain of Brett Lloyden. Just as there are different levels among warriors, the same goes for mages. I was too confident. I was obsessed with the idea that I had gotten stronger. I rushed in without properly assessing my opponent. The red-masked man's voice rang out again. Do you understand your level now? You try to get stronger by hurting yourself, but in front of a wall that's too high, you're nothing more than an ant. But he didn't expect the main character to reply so calmly, Thank you. Thanks to you, I've regained my spirit. This is the wall I need to overcome. The man laughed contemptuously, challenging him. Let's see if you can still say that after facing the third wall. He looked at N. You're a special one. You get stronger by hurting yourself, but in front of a wall that's too high, you're nothing more than an ant. No matter what he said, the main character wasn't afraid in the slightest. Thank you. Thanks to you, I've regained my spirit. You are the wall I need to overcome. The man smirked disdainfully. Let's see if you can still say that after facing the third wall. Now. Return to today one more time. Phi wondered if he intended to infiltrate by pretending to be a merchant caravan. Why so suddenly? The main character could only reply, I have a bad feeling about that fortress wall. She readily agreed, it should be fine. We just need to blend in with the merchants who regularly pass through that area. Anne asked immediately, when do they pass by? I need to have a plan by tomorrow morning. Tomorrow? If we can't get past that wall, we won't be able to sneak into the city. Right now, it's too hard to predict how the enemy will attack, Torres asked in confusion. So we have to wait another day? Phi's eyes lit up as she suggested. Since we have some free time, why don't we have a party? Bring out everything we have. The soldiers agreed immediately. An had no idea what she meant. They took out a ton of food and laid it on the table. There was no shortage of meat and wine. He was shocked by the sight. Don't tell me they planned to drink right under the enemy's fortress? Are they crazy? He felt he had to warn them how dangerous it was to be so careless. But the young lady was way ahead of him. When your body is stiff and tired, your vision narrows, and you lose focus. Come have a drink with everyone. Your body is as stiff as a rock. Don't think that pouring all your energy into fighting is the only way. He had to admit she was right. When he was tired, his vision really did narrow. I always thought that moving forward was the only way, but actually, every stop has its meaning. Desperate effort isn't the only answer. It's time to stop and reorganize my thoughts. I'll make today meaningful. You'd think after having this thought, he'd sit down to eat and drink, but instead, he took out his sword to train. Phi couldn't believe it. I told him to rest. So what is he doing? Only Torres knew that this was his way of resting. Well, the others didn't mind. They just sat, ate, and watched him train. The woman's eyes sparkled. Well, I don't mind. His body is nice to look at anyway. That night, they lit a fire and rested, and quietly made his calculations while cleaning his sword. Today, I saw something new. Just that alone makes my day brighter. Now, we have to get past that difficult wall. The Grey Wolf Squad is preparing an ambush in the tunnel, and the witch is waiting on the wall. So this time, I wonder what will stand in our way. Just then, the same wolf howl as always echoed out. Everyone flinched and turned towards the sound. Everyone was extremely tense. The main character stared intently, wary of the sound. Everyone stood up, the main character gripping his sword tightly. The werewolves we saw before. The whole pack was rushing towards us like madmen, their eyes a terrifying, bloodshot red. Phi screamed, "Run!" But where could they run now? The whole pack of werewolves surrounded them from. Torres looked around. To fight one werewolf, we'd need 10 elite soldiers. There are 20 of them, and only 6 of us. He figured this battle was a fight to the death. This is the end. Even Phi didn't see this coming. There were no signs of monsters approaching. Damn it, where did they come from? N didn't know either. I couldn't even sense their presence. He understood. Concealment. Is this that witch's magic? He had to immediately activate absolute focus. I've faced a lot of despair on my journey, but that doesn't mean I'm going to give up here. Even if I die, I'll fight until the very end. Relentless attacks came from all directions. The wolves were both ferocious and numerous. The main character knew he couldn't fight back effectively. Maybe I focused on a single point, and that narrowed my vision. He had it all figured out. If the problem is narrow vision, I just need to widen it. The others couldn't fight back, and were bitten in the neck and mauled to death by the wolves. Even Torres was having a hard time fighting them off. He was horrified by the scene. Even though he knew he would have to repeat all of this the next day, witnessing these gruesome deaths was still painful. The others couldn't hold on any longer. He fought until he was exhausted and overwhelmed, and was even punched squarely in the stomach by one, causing him to spit up blood. It can punch? This one is smarter than the rest. Looking at the tall one in front of him, he understood. Is it the leader of the pack? It attacked N with a lightning-fast combo, finally sending him flying into the air. Below, the other wolves opened their mouths wide, waiting for him to fall so they could tear him to shreds. Everyone else had been bitten to death. There were no survivors. The faceless masked man appeared again. No matter which wall you climb, it will be difficult. As long as today exists, you will relive these scenes. Do you still think this is fun? Returning once more, he said the same thing. Yeah, I feel uneasy. The others didn't quite understand. Why? What's wrong with you? Are you tired? He couldn't explain everything. That's why I can't just sit still like this. He had to act immediately, pushing himself to his feet. I'm fine. Let's go, everyone. Even if all paths forward are blocked, I just need to create a new one. Even if all 3 directions are blocked, I will create my own path. I've thought about what I could do if I were surrounded. There's no way. I wouldn't be able to fight the enemy when surrounded. Being surrounded by such large numbers in a narrow place like this truly means it's hopeless. The best way is to avoid getting surrounded in the first place to find a way out. I'll use my senses and my ability to feel killing intent to find where the attackers are. Just like the first time, the enemy only appeared after they were completely inside. Got you, you little rat. They blocked the front and back, leaving no escape. He couldn't understand why his senses hadn't detected a thing. It wasn't until he was falling that he thought, "Don't tell me there's a mage here, too?" Airen decided to confront her directly. "The magic traps in the crawl spaces. Was that your doing too?" How could she deny it? She admitted it right away. "Tsisk, you found me out? I guess Captain Doe did his job well, huh?" With that, she killed him too. Once again, Airen Pareira revived and resumed his training. This time, something was off. He kept trying, but it wasn't working. Why isn't the stone flying out? Torset, exasperated, reminded him, "You're too hasty, aren't you? Learn step by step." He came to a realization. When a mage is part of an ambush, you can't sense their traps with your instincts. Even if you're lucky enough to dodge a trap, the enemy will just form an encirclement. In that situation, am I certain I can escape? It's the same when facing the werewolves. In a battle where we're outnumbered, we're completely defeated. Airen had thought it all through. In that case, I need to find a way to create an advantage. I have no choice but to train until what I'm doing now is not enough. He had to try swinging his sword again. And so, upon entering the crawl space, he swung his sword exactly as he had practiced, taking out the entire ambush party inside. He fought while reminding himself, "Don't be hasty," and rush to a decision. In a battle, opportunities to attack are incredibly rare, but the final result was still him getting stabbed to death. Airen died over and over again. "I can't waste this time. It should be used to learn more and hone my skills until they're second nature." He fought the men in the crawl space, then the mage, then the wolves. The faceless ferryman appeared again. "How much longer are you going to play around? If you don't want to be stuck in today forever, you should pick a wall and just run headfirst into it." But Airen had never once thought about giving up. "The more I repeat this, the more I realize just how difficult it is. All three of my current paths are blocked by solid walls, so it would be a waste to just choose one." Another loop. Airen didn't waste a single second, waking up before everyone else to train. When Torset woke up, he saw Airen already practicing his swordsmanship. When Airen wasn't practicing with his sword, he was practicing Torset's stone-throwing technique. It seemed he'd had a breakthrough. The man watched him throw a stone sideways. "You couldn't do that yesterday, could you? When did you manage to do that?" To his surprise, Airen replied, "About 30 days ago." Of course, the man didn't understand. "It's only been 2 days. Where did you get 30 days from?" "What do you mean?" Only Airen knew he had practiced this skill enough. "This is my 79th time reliving today. Can I finally break through that wall and step into tomorrow?" He didn't just train, he also planned ahead, asking one of Phi's soldiers, "There's still time before we go through that crawl space, right? Can you make me a small pouch? About this big. I'll wrap it around my wrist." Did he agree right away? Too difficult. He then turned his attention to the girl and asked Phi, "Those boots of yours? Is there anything different inside?" She took one off to show him. It's stuffed with more fur. On the inside to muffle the noise when moving. There are a lot of beasts around here that are sensitive to sound. Airen immediately copied her boots. He also told Torset, "You do the same." The man asked in surprise, "Me too?" She said, "There are a lot of beasts here, but that doesn't mean we'll actually encounter them." That night, they entered the crawl space, one by one. She asked Airen Pareira, "Have you ever worked as an assassin before? Even with extra padding in your boots, it's very difficult to move without making a sound. Only you can do it. I've been training constantly by repeating today over and over. To survive this crawl space, I need to find the enemies and attack first, then create an open, clear terrain for everyone to fight in. Finding signs of an ambush in the dark is no simple task, but there's someone here who's an expert at that." So he asked Phi, "What if there are enemies waiting in that crawl space?" She replied confidently, "The chances are very low, but if there are, we'll retreat." He immediately asked again, "And what if our escape route is also blocked? How high and wide is this tunnel? If both main paths are blocked, is there any other way out?" Torset got nervous hearing his questions. "Hey, are you scared? Or do you have a bad feeling?" "That's a lot of questions." Airen simply stated a fact. "You know, if ambushing soldiers with weapons are up ahead and blocking our retreat, we'll all die, right?" They hadn't even gone in yet and he was talking this much. Phi, annoyed, changed her tone and glared at him. "If you're scared, you'd be better off waiting out here for us. Doing that would be better than you spouting all that nonsense." But he wasn't joking, nor was he someone to be easily intimidated. He looked her straight in the eye. "I'm just telling everyone to be a little more careful." Airen had already anticipated this reaction. "This is one way to make my teammates act as I want them to. Based on her personality, I can't use force to make her obey. So I need to persuade them. The pressure I'm emitting is making them fearful and cautious. A genuine pressure will convince people. This is necessary because of the difficulties that lie ahead. She finally relented and agreed. All right, I admit it. I was a bit too careless about watching for enemies. He immediately knew her attitude was changing. Once Phi started to raise her guard, she did indeed notice, this is strange. These tracks, like these footprints, they look like they've been deliberately erased. Her heart skipped a beat. What? She immediately issued a command. Something's not right. Turn back. We have to get out of here first. Just as he said that, a horde of enemies appeared. Luckily, the three of them managed to hide behind a boulder, as archers ambushed their only escape route. Just then, En ran out, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, hold your fire. I have an urgent message. It's an emergency alert from Captain Joger." The other two were so scared they nearly wet themselves. Has he lost his mind? But to their surprise, he actually fooled the soldiers. The whole group just stared at each other in confusion. An alert? No one said anything about a messenger coming from the enemy's side. Just as they let their guard down and started murmuring among themselves, On seized the opportunity. This is my chance. While they're hesitating, I can make my move. Joger is the name of the enemy captain, which I learned from that other guy. Besides, in this darkness, they won't be able to make out my face or my uniform anyway. So he gambled and kept shouting, "In the city! Damn it, there are monsters!" A soldier pointed at him, demanding, "Captain Joger? What do you mean by that?" On understood immediately. Because I know Joger's name, they must think I'm one of their own. Of course, if I get too close, they'll definitely recognize who I am. I have to kill him before they can make a move. But getting close also means that by the time they figure it out, it'll be too late. The whole group started shouting, "He's not on our side. He's an intruder. Shoot him." He grabbed the nearest guy, using him as a human shield to threaten the others. That's right. Shoot and this guy dies. The hostage screamed in fear. "Don't shoot, damn it, don't shoot." Seeing they didn't dare to shoot, En yelled out, taunting them even more. "What's this? You call yourselves elite, battle-hardened soldiers? You can't even handle one guy? Do something, you idiots." The other two were hiding behind the rock, just as scared. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to provoke the enemy? Damn it, what if there are more of them hiding around? Are those crossbows just for show? Or maybe your brains are the only things for show here. Shoot me. It's not like your feet are made of lead, so why are you standing there like statues? Come on and attack me. The girl, Finn, was worried, trying to figure out a way to sense her surroundings. So, did your Captain Joger teach you all to be such cowards? But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't, feeling both helpless and angry. Ugh, it's too noisy. I can't hear a thing. Suddenly, she jumped. Huh? She saw our guy outside, holding the hostage tight, screaming his head off. Are you cowards just going to stand there and not attack me? Now she understood. In the chaotic darkness, the soldiers were probably thinking, Tsk, what are we supposed to do in this situation? Just then, Finn rushed out from behind them all, silently sneak attacking the last guy. By the time they realized what was happening, they were being taken down from the rear. Tors also struck as fast as lightning. From being surrounded, they were now the ones surrounding the enemy. She couldn't help but admire him. He used all of them to hide his own movements. En, that brilliant bastard, he's quick-witted. By the time they realized something was behind them, is there another intruder? Where? Before he could even figure it out, Tors had already lopped his head off. Where? As if I'd tell you. The darkness scattered, the moon faded, and the sun took its place, shining on the waiting dawn. The panicked soldiers told each other, "Watch out, they're making their move." He raised his crossbow, aiming to shoot the hostage. "Don't you dare mock me. If they're willing to kill the hostage, they're willing to charge and attack our guy, too." By the time they dared to charge, shouting, "Kill him," their team was already cut in half. In was ready to fight. Playtime's over. That's enough messing around. Time for action. Don't let them get close. His hand moved like lightning, throwing daggers, killing every last one. The three of them had a temporary escape route. Finn shouted, "To the exit." Just then, heavy footsteps were heard. En knew it was them, the main force of the dog unit, led by Joger. So he yelled out, "The far-off sorcerer has an order." The leader froze, startled. How does that guy know about the far-off sorcerer? Taking advantage of the few seconds they were stunned, he screamed, "Run!" He realized he'd been tricked, grinding his teeth in fury. "Damn it!" He pointed and ordered, "Get him, quickly." By the time the chase started, the three of them were already near the exit. Finn couldn't believe it. Are they really going to chase us? Where do we run to lose them now? To the stream? Or to the cliff? While she was hesitating, On yelled, "Head for the campsite. Now! What are you even wondering about at a time like this? Why there?" He snapped in frustration. "There's no more time for chit-chat. Quickly, she immediately led the way. On looked at the brilliant red sunset. The sun was about to go down. It's time to lure them in. Anne had once said that near the Benhunan River, there were clay-colored rocks. Beneath them was a nest of vipers, incredibly dangerous. This was the moment. On plunged his sword deep into the clay, and with one move, flung the viper-infested clay towards the enemy forces. Furious, they raised their swords and managed to block it. That bastard has a lot of tricks, but they only blocked the clumps of dirt. They had no idea about the snakes, so how could they block them? There are snakes, poisonous vipers. There's a snake under that rock. By the time you spot it, it's already time to meet your maker. Finn, running ahead, didn't understand a thing. What the hell are those maniacs trying to do? If they keep making all that noise, the werewolves will. Our guy smiled smugly. That was exactly what he wanted. With ears that big, there's no way they wouldn't hear. Finally, he had waited for the moon to rise. Nighttime is the playground for monsters. To them, it doesn't matter who is in front of them. Their only purpose is to tear flesh and drink blood. He quickly told his two comrades to split up. Finn, Tories. The two of them didn't understand and wouldn't listen. Huh? Are you telling us to abandon our friend? That's right. What makes you think we'd leave you here alone? These two, their enthusiasm combined with their ignorance is just destructive. And had to yell. Just do as I say. There's a plan. Your job is to listen to me. And with that, the other two split off in a different direction. Our guy stood alone to face the enemy horde. Seeing this, the soldiers were thrilled. They've split up. After them. Excellent. Just as I planned. Now the dog unit and the werewolves are gathered in one place. I'll let them slaughter and destroy each other. This will be the turning point of this battle. To stop them from chasing Finn and Torres. I have to make them focus only on me. So much so, that they lose control and pour all their attacks on me. It was killing intent. A heaven-piercing, blazing aura erupted from his whole body. All the soldiers snapped their attention to him, and even the pack of wolves below took notice. The leader, Joger, couldn't help but order, advance. Kill that one first. And just like that, they fell step by step into the trap he had laid. The cliff was right behind him, and the wolves were climbing up. The most ferocious one, the pack leader, leaped high into the air, and quickly leaned back and dodged. He knew its current state. Friend or foe, it was too chaotic to tell anymore. This chaos is my chance. The wolves charged, attacking every single soldier in the other group. Elsewhere, the two were running and worrying, asking each other. He said he had a plan for this, right? Do we need to go back and save him? Just then, a sky-shattering roar echoed from behind them. They both turned back and immediately saw the scene of the wolves fighting the enemy soldiers. That guy really is right in the middle of the enemy, Taurus decided. We need to save him. But then he noticed something, rubbing his eyes. Wait a minute. How is he dodging so well? He had calculated it all, taking advantage of the enemy fighting each other and sensing whether their killing intent was aimed at him or not. Using his expanded senses to focus on places he couldn't see, and then making split-second decisions. A single mistake would lead to death. I don't think that's going to happen. He was a master at this now. His skills were second to none. Joger roared an order. All troops, assume a defensive formation, and had to immediately think of his next move. Those gray dogs are veteran warriors. If they regroup into a formation, the werewolves might not be a match for them. My plan can only succeed, thanks to this chaos. There's something I accidentally discovered during the repeating today from the past. Captain Joger never takes off his helmet when he fights. Back then, I wondered, why would he never take off that old helmet? And so, he decided he had to get that helmet off. The whole group froze in shock as the helmet fell to the ground. Captain, don't tell me. That's the reason you never take off your helmet. It turned out the guy's head was so bald, not even a weed could sprout from it. It was shinier than a polished road. To top it off, Anne added, It's just a bald head. What's there to be ashamed of, Sir Joger? The captain had never been this furious in his entire life, his face turning beet red. You know my weakness? This guy's bald, so he's terrified of losing his helmet. Anne roared, Why don't you take off your helmet? Let everyone get a good look at that bald head of yours before you go to hell. Let your men see that shiny dome of yours. Joger instantly lost it, forgetting everything else and just cursing. You son of a bitch. He knew he needed to stay calm. I can't let him provoke me. But then, Anne deliberately ran a hand through his own thick, luscious hair, flaunting it for all to see. At this point, not even a saint could have kept his cool. Watching from the sidelines, Finn and Torres felt a chill run down their spines. No way, he's completely lost it. But the tactic actually worked. Joger was provoked into a blind rage. You arrogant bastard. You think I'll let you have an easy death? He charged forward, attacking instantly, and just calmly dodged his attacks. Let's see if you've got what it takes. The two clashed in a fierce battle, but En was aiming squarely for the helmet on Joger's head. Joger dodged desperately, willing to lose his head before he lost his helmet. He was so distracted by protecting his helmet that he was quickly overpowered. On prepared the final blow. It's time for you to be reunited with your hair in the afterlife. Joger's eyes widened in terror. Just then, a werewolf's claw shot out. Before On could even bring his sword down, the werewolf had already killed the captain. The enemy forces were now a headless snake. With no one to command them, their formation crumbled, leaving them as nothing but prey for the pack of werewolves. The alpha werewolf stood there, towering like a mountain. En was also surprised. He's already been finished off? I didn't even get to do anything. Now, all he could do was focus on dodging the werewolves' attacks. In this chaos, anything was possible. That alpha wolf was a difficult opponent, intelligent, powerful, and savage. If I draw its attention, escaping will be tough. But of course, his worst fears came true. The massive werewolf had appeared right behind him, without him even noticing. The situation is chaotic. I need to use this to end things once and for all. He had to face the alpha wolf head-on. A single slash severed its arm, followed by another across its torso, as he tried to end the fight quickly. All right, there's an opening. He plunged his sword in for a fatal blow, finally piercing through its massive, colossal body. Finn and Torres watched from the sidelines, completely dumbfounded. They were in utter shock. That monster didn't even get a chance to fight back. He fights so intelligently and quickly. I'm stunned just watching him. He always knows exactly what to do. With the situation more stable, Finn ran toward him. Let's regroup. En, let's get out of here. Fast. He immediately ran after the two. But the remaining soldiers wouldn't let them go. He's getting away. Stop him. But they were already struggling with the werewolves. They had no chance of stopping On. Damn it. For now, the three of them could make a clean getaway. Finn, in disbelief, asked, "Did you plan all of this? How did you know the werewolves would show up right then?" On gave his usual reply. Just got lucky. Torres, who had known him for a while, was just as confused. I don't get it. When did you become so strong? And how did you know that Captain was bald? En had anticipated this question. For me, knowing everything that happens today isn't strange, but for them, it's impossible to believe. So of course they're curious. But there's no way I can explain it to them. Since he couldn't explain, he just changed the subject. More importantly, there's something we need to focus on. Our mission isn't over yet. We need to get over that wall first. The female mage was, of course, already waiting there. They began to climb just like before, but this time, En took the lead, and the other two struggled to keep up. What's gotten into him? Was he a cavalryman before? I don't think so. Then how can he move like that? Torres gave up. Damn it. I don't understand him at all anymore. On reached the top, hiding behind a pillar to peek out. Because of that mage, I still can't use my instincts, but I know where she'll be. That mage never changes her defensive position on this wall. He crouched there cautiously, waving a signal to his comrades. There's an enemy up top. I'm going in first. The others whispered amongst themselves. What? Without giving the other two a chance to react, En charged out on his own, launching a sneak attack from right behind her. By the time the sorceress sensed him and turned around, En was already right there, his sword at the ready. Her vines immediately shot out, wrapping tightly around him. But this time, his sword sliced through all of them. The sorceress couldn't understand how he was even here. I was sure my subordinates had already taken care of him. On just sneered. Those soldiers of yours are a bit busy dealing with monsters right now. Perhaps you didn't train them well enough? His words sent her into a rage. She attacked even more frantically. She watched his every move, but he just deflected her vines and sliced them in half. He was completely fine. His two companions watched from their hiding spot. Finn thought, to face a mage with that level of skill? Is that even possible? Torres was hesitant. Should I help? If we jump in now, we might just get in his way. Just then, a group of soldiers rushed forward with their weapons drawn, shouting, "Protect the mistress! Get him!" But anyone who charged forward was cut down by a single blow from Finn and Torres, who blocked their path. Don't let them get near En, the soldiers panicked. More enemies, stop them quickly. That damn sorceress was furious. The strongest mage, Ignis, you nameless swordsman, how dare you, she shrieked, going all out. But no matter what spell she used, I wasn't afraid. I learned how to defend against a mage's attacks last time. It's just like they say, they're only human. Cut them in half, and they die. I just had to find a way to apply that. All I needed was to find an opening and cut her down. To do that, I'd picked up something useful. Brett Lloyd and I had fought her before, but a direct attack would never hit. She was too strong. I had to use a sneak attack. My secret weapon, the knife I had prepared. Earlier, Brett Lloyd had asked me, "What about the magic items that were left behind after you got the sword? Should we just sell them?" I shook my head. "No, let's hang on to them. They might come in handy at some point." And that time was now. I fashioned those blue stones into a blade hidden under my wrist. They were magical artifacts taken from the mage's lair. So of course they'd have the power to kill this witch. The two powers clashed with a blinding light, so bright that Finn screamed, "My eyes, I can't see." It was a massive flash of light, visible even to those at the foot of the city walls. The witch covered her eyes in panic. This was my chance. I took the opportunity and sliced her in two. I'd planned her assassination carefully. The blade would only drop and stun her when I relaxed my shoulder. I didn't need to stick to just one fighting style. I'd use every trick I had to take down this enemy. All my past experiences had led me to this very moment. I did it. I was going to survive today. Over on the other side, the last soldier finally fell. Both Finn and Toj were completely stunned. Where did you get that item?" I cut them off. Now's not the time for questions. Enemies will swarm this place after seeing that light. We needed to move now. The three of us had to get out of there fast. Elsewhere, a group of guards was searching with torches. We put on our cloaks, blending in with the crowd. We'd already infiltrated past the guards. Now, as planned, we just needed to rescue Kat and get back. Finn pointed. "That's the place." The last spot we had contact with Kat, Toj suddenly peered inside, his brow furrowed. "Hey, look at that." The room was a complete wreck. The chair in the middle of the room was smashed to pieces, a clear sign of an attack. Had our Kat been discovered as a spy? Finn stared into the room, her expression confirming it. Kat was dead. I knew it. Enemies were mobilized on every street. The Kat we were supposed to meet had been dead for a while. I, Airen Pareira, figured it out immediately. This mission was a complete trap set by Airen. Even the message about Kat's critical intelligence was probably fabricated to lure us in here and kill us. It was all orchestrated by Airen. Toj had to admit it too. We were completely played. Just then, enemy soldiers started running around, shouting, "Over there! Did you find them yet?" "Nothing. Over here." They were searching for us everywhere, checking every nook and cranny. We huddled up. At the very least, we had to get out of here alive. With guards everywhere like this, moving was a huge gamble. "Is there any way to divert their attention?" I spoke up immediately. "Yeah, I know a way. Want to try it?" It was the same trick as before. Set a large building on fire. The guards quickly gathered to put out the flames. "Fire! There's a fire! This place is burning." I smugly led the other two away. Nothing grabs attention better than this. Doing this repeatedly made me think about it. At this rate, I'm going to become an arsonist, not a knight. I'll have to practice my swordsmanship more when I get back. This trick feels a bit cheap. We reached the border guard post. The three of us had escaped safely. Scene changed to a large castle, where Ain's men were reporting. So, the intruders escaped during the fire. All the plans that we set in motion have ended in a single night. Their leader was furious. They actually beat us. I can't believe a mage like Ignis died in a place like this. It was a perfect plan to wipe out the enemy's spies and knights before the war even began. It was supposed to crush their morale, but it failed. He gave a bitter laugh. "You win some, you lose some. It's fine. We still have plenty of other options. Let's go. We have much to prepare for the next step." This handsome, sinister-looking man was Ain's master strategist, a man named Air. The three of them had escaped, now on a boat heading back. Everyone was exhausted and worn out. Well, except for Finn and Toj, who were still as energetic as ever, practically brimming with fighting spirit. "Toj, want to have another match after we dock?" He flared up, roaring at him. "You lunatic! We already fought a dozen times before we even got here." The ferryman recognized them, wondering to himself, why are these customers always sweating buckets? They finally reached the shore. As they disembarked, they were still talking. The mission was over, so why weren't they resting? "Oh, right, resting was your idea, wasn't it?" I called out to Finn. She was so tired she could barely breathe. "No matter what you offer me, your intentions are obvious. You training-obsessed demon." Just as they reached the city gates, they heard someone shouting and cursing. "Why am I always stuck on a team with a bunch of psychos?" Toj glanced in that direction. "What's with that bald guy?" I replied, "You guys go report back first. I know him." Just then, the man looked over at me and immediately yelled, "Squad Leader N." He dropped to his knees, begging desperately, "It's dangerous. You have to be careful." Sir, Brett Lloyd is in danger. I didn't understand, and had to ask, Zin, what's going on? He was so scared he could barely speak. It's here, the frog. The moment he said it, I was overwhelmed by a sense of déjà vu. I remembered him telling me that his old squad leader, who had died, was just a pawn under contract, working for Airen for money. Every spring, Airen sent someone to investigate their guild. And then a frog arrived. Now, I understood. So it's here? That frog. The timeline rewound. 3 days earlier, piles of gold and silver treasures were spread across a table. This should be enough. Brett Lloyd sat there, thinking that he still had a ton of things to prepare before the deployment. It's already been a week since I got back to the garrison. The higher-ups are all benefiting from the supplies I've arranged, so this is a good place to stop for now. Just then, Zin came in to report to the guildmaster. An innkeeper reported seeing a suspicious person they believe is a spy from Airen. Brett Lloyd immediately gave the order, send someone to check it out. If it really is a spy, capture and eliminate them. The guild, which called itself the Deep Night Patrol, was responsible for maintaining order in areas the border forces couldn't fully control. Thanks to them, the community's awareness has improved significantly. Collecting tributes has also become much easier. Brett Lloyd was extremely pleased. Now, the residents here have to report everything to me. The intelligence system has completely changed. If I push for more expansion, our influence will grow even stronger. If everything goes smoothly, within the next year, no, maybe just 6 months, I can take over all the districts in this place. As he was daydreaming in his room, the guard suddenly noticed something. A figure appeared in the tunnel, completely covered in a cloak. The guard recognized the threat. Who are you? But before he could finish speaking, he was slammed to the ground by the newcomer and sent rolling into the room. The figure appeared, looming in front of the door. The bald old man, Bin, turned his head and recognized him instantly, squealing like a pig in stuttering fear. Brett Lloyd had no idea what was happening, only that he was in serious trouble now. The visitor was the green frog creature, and he was massive and powerful, clearly a tough opponent. Looking over at the guard, who had been beaten senseless and thrown inside, Brett Lloyd knew he was no match for this frog, but he noticed the creature didn't seem to have any killing intent, so there was still a chance to negotiate. He immediately put on a beaming, friendly smile. Come in, come in. The creature seemed very pleased with this attitude. Quite cheerful, aren't you? Do you know who I am? Brett Lloyd stood up straight, gesturing forward with his hand in a respectful invitation. Who you are doesn't matter, sir. Have you had lunch? The frog creature stroked its chin with a smug look, thinking what a funny fool this was, believing flattery would save him from a beating. But he still got punched so hard he coughed up blood. The creature lifted Brett Lloyd into the air as easily as lifting a kitten, his hand gripping the boy's collar tightly. Humans tend to be more understanding and polite after they've been punched. That's my philosophy. Brett Lloyd didn't argue at all, still smiling as innocently and sweetly as he could. Sir, there's no need to hit me. I'll tell you whatever you want. So, what would you like to know? The creature finally got down to business. You can still smile after a hit like that? Interesting. What happened to the previous guildmaster? Why are we stuck looking at a freak like you in here? He answered immediately. Ah, the former guildmaster? He's dead. Dead. Who killed him? The border guards did it. At this, Brett Lloyd fell silent, his eyes wide with shock. He quickly scrambled to come up with a name. Finally, he chose the name of the person most capable of killing the man. Jana. A soldier named Jana did it. The creature was very satisfied, licking his lips and turning to Bin. Hey you, the bald one. Bring this Jana here. The clueless bald man was still confused. Huh? But Brett Lloyd, afraid he would blow their cover, quickly shouted, Just do it, Bin. Bring the real guildmaster here. Only then did the old man understand the hidden meaning and run off as fast as he could. Now, he was recounting everything that happened to N. So, following Sir Lloyd's orders, I went to find Sir Jana, but all the members of the independent squad had already been chosen for a high-level military deployment and were preparing for battle. N understood immediately. That bug-eyed guy is pretty sharp. Among all of us, Jana is the laziest. He only gets serious, any member of the squad capable of killing a frog like that. But he probably didn't expect all the squad members to have been deployed on a mission. Still, the way he gained the enemy's trust in that situation is truly impressive. He asked about Brett Lloyd's condition. It's been 3 days. The bug-eyed guy is still in one piece, right? The bald man nodded. Yes, he's still alive. All his limbs are intact, I think. What do you mean? I mean, he hasn't been tortured, right? The old man quickly nodded. Ah, no, he's still doing very well. Unthought to himself. After taking down the Workanine commander and successfully killing a mage, I've become many times stronger than before. But what about that frog creature? Can I take him down? I suffered a crushing defeat against someone like him before, and the memory still haunts me. But now, I believe I can do it. Even as he thought that, he was still nervous. To be honest, I want to fight that guy. I want to test how strong I've become. I just need one day to recover from the fatigue after that last infiltration into the enemy's fortress. So, he gave the order. Go back and tell that frog. Tell him Jana will be there tomorrow. Right now, I need to sleep and stretch out a bit. A one-day delay. Brett Lloyd probably won't die that easily. You can tell from the enemy's actions. They may look like mindless animals, but they're like humans too. They adapt and they plan. This guy wants to use Brett Lloyd as a hostage to lure me out. A mindless animal couldn't do that. The first thing he did when he returned was to report in. Squad leader of the Independent Operations Unit of the 4th Company, ENJ, reporting. The old man nodded. All right. I heard your squad was merged into the high-level unit. Are you joining them right away? An refused. I'm still a bit tired. I'll join in 2 days. He had it all planned out that night. Lying there and hugging his Black Panther, he thought, if I'm defeated by that frog and need a rematch, I have to make sure my body is in peak condition. So after a good night's sleep, he woke up and ate a huge meal. Next up was stretching and training. Also, he brought along some throwing knives. Since I couldn't repair all my weapons after the last battle, I only have 2 daggers left. I have to find a way to get a few more. Just then, the Black Panther approached him. He looked over at it. Ether? It's rare to see you being so affectionate. You must have been left alone for a long time, huh? Want to come with me? But you can only watch, okay? I've been really looking forward to today. The moment I get my rematch with the frog. He looked absolutely ready for a fight. In the guild room, the frog creature spoke as he ate. I think I've waited long enough. He promised he'd come today. He'd better keep his word. Brett Lloyd stood by his side, chiming in. Of course, Sir Jana will definitely be here today. As he spoke, he respectfully offered some food. But first, please try this, sir. Fresh earthworms, perfectly suited to your palate. The creature seemed pleased, smiling as he looked over. Humph, you know your place. I'm starting to think killing you would be a waste. Brett Lloyd's face was bruised and battered, but he had managed to keep his life and limbs. He forced a flattering, fake smile. You're too kind, sir. He was smiling, but his face was pale as a ghost, silently begging for help. Can someone from the squad please get here already? I think I'm gonna die. Meanwhile, the frogman just sat there with his feet up, eating and waiting. Brett Lloyd was burning with anxiety, glancing at the door countless times and cursing under his breath. They're late. What the hell are they doing? Taking so long. I want to go find them myself. But there was no escaping this guy. He even made him run errands, ordering him to bring this and that. This crazy frog barely slept, keeping a constant watch on him. He tried to comfort himself. Just hold on a little longer, and we'll crush that frog. All I need is for one person from my squad to show up. Just as he'd hoped, N arrived, 2 daggers in hand, poised and ready. The frogman was about to take a bite of an apple when he froze. He sensed N's presence. In less than half a second, N kicked the door in and burst through. He looked incredibly cool, holding 2 daggers. Brett Lloyd turned his head sideways to see who it was. When he recognized him, he felt even more hopeless than before, and screamed, You? Not you. You're the last person who should have come. He even started cursing at him. You're the weakest one on the squad. But this wasn't the time to settle a score with him. He had to deal with the frog first and sort things out later. The frog dodged with incredible speed. He was even stronger than N had imagined. No matter how many times N slashed, he couldn't land a hit. The two fought furiously, their eyes locked, weapons clashing and sending sparks flying. Neither one would give an inch. Had his skills improved so much that even Brett Lloyd couldn't believe it? Is that really our squad leader? How is he holding his own against a frogman like that? An himself was startled to realize it. Only an amateur would try to block the frog's attacks with brute force. One wrong move, and my bones will be dust. He tried to redirect the force of the attacks using the flowing water sword style, but it wasn't working. He aimed for the frog's only weak spot, its heart. He had to pierce it with a single blow to stop it from regenerating. That was the plan, anyway. But when he thrust his blade, it couldn't break through. Worse, he was struck back. The frog kicked him so hard he went flying like a soccer ball, tumbling into the corner of the room. Brett Lloyd nearly wet his pants in fear. This is bad. If he passes out again like last time, squad leader, you're my only ticket out of here. The frog's eyes turned red with genuine anger. You dare aim for my heart? He realized N had an eye for discerning others' talents. This is quite a formidable opponent. We frogs can see the strengths and weaknesses of our enemies. But that guy, I really can't figure out what he's thinking. In the frog's eyes, N had already reached a level of skill, strength, and talent equal to his own. Right now, he's about to hit a wall, his limit. I can't let him live long enough to break through it. But N wasn't unconscious. He could still get up and fight. Brett Lloyd's face lit up with joy. He can even withstand the frog's kick now. The frog, of course, wouldn't let him rest, charging forward like a moth to a flame. You detestable bastard. I'll kill you right here. On used the same move, trying to aim the tip of his blade at the frog's heart. He looked extremely annoyed at the approaching blade. This guy is aiming for my heart again. Meanwhile, N thought, definitely. I have to stab the heart to prevent regeneration. But at the last second, Un suddenly changed the direction of his sword, unexpectedly slicing off one of the frog's arms. He had calculated it all. He wouldn't have the energy to regenerate a severed arm in the middle of a fight. If I can just slip into that opening. The frog, utterly enraged, went all out, using his strongest move. Even with only one arm, I can still kill an insect like you. He was indeed very strong, easily kicking N again. N was sent flying once more, and the frog seemed to grow gigantic as it prepared to finish him off for good. N braced himself for death. So, this is it. It all ends here. I will challenge you again on the next today. But for some reason, his descending blade suddenly stopped, just inches from N's head. N wasn't dead, and he couldn't understand why the frog had stopped. N stared at him in confusion. Why did he stop right before killing me? This frog had sharp senses. He glanced to the side. I can feel it. The eyes of that panther are watching me. A powerful surge of magic. That aura radiating from the beast. It's like it's warning me that if I kill the man in front of me, my own life will be in danger. The closer the panther got, the tighter his heart squeezed in absolute terror. He looked from N to the panther. I want to kill him. A human who has surpassed the limits of his talent. An unpredictable man. This is the kind of person who must be killed. But he couldn't bring himself to strike while the panther was there. Finally, he spun around and left. His life isn't as important as my own. Before leaving, he tossed back a final sentence. Remember this, human. My name is Myun. Next time, I will kill you. On wasn't afraid, staring back at him defiantly as if to say, if you're so tough, then kill me now. The panther watched his retreating back until he was gone. Only the two of them were left in the room, staring at each other in a daze. Brett Lloyd asked in disbelief, is he gone? He's gone, right? He's really gone? He finally let out a sigh of relief. I really thought I was a dead man. Since when could our squad leader fight on equal footing with one of those frog things? But On knew that being on equal footing wasn't enough. He looked down at his bruised red hand. His last attack broke my right wrist. I even dropped my sword. He clenched his fist and told himself 3 times, if I had just 3 more days like today, I could have won. The two headed back, talking as they walked. No wonder we were waiting forever for them to show up. I can't believe the Berserker Guild was actually deployed to fight in secret, and nodded. I was surprised by that too. In any case, it's a good thing that Frogman left, but I can't wrap my head around it. Why would he just leave like that? He could have killed me and Brett with a snap of his fingers. Why? Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the Black Panther beside him, which was meowing incessantly. What is it you're trying to tell me? He asked it. Brett Lloyd, walking beside him, looked on in disbelief. Whoa, you've really lost it. Now you're talking to panthers? Just then, an old man walked up, shouting, Hey, where the hell have you been? On recognized him as the captain of the first squad. The old man noticed his wrist and lowered his voice. Huh? You're injured? N answered vaguely, just ran into some annoying guys. The old man was speechless. At a time like this, really? But even if he was injured, the old man wouldn't let him off. We don't really need your strength, but if possible, I hope you'll join the battle. This is a request from your direct superior. On was a bit puzzled. The elven captain? The scene changes to Igne. She stood on high, looking down at the battlefield below. So now I see why they're called the Berserkers. A countdown echoed ceaselessly from below. He counts every kill. It's none other than Old Lem, probably competing to see who gets the most kills again. But it turns out, as soon as he kills exactly 3, he resolutely heads back, having met his quota for the day. He couldn't care less if others are screaming, or that there are still enemies behind him. He blatantly ignores it all. My kill quota for today is met. As for that guy Jana, he's covered in blood, carrying a head straight back to the barracks. The surrounding soldiers watch in fear and start whispering. Wasn't he the one who went missing on the last battlefield? We thought he was dead, but he managed to come back alive? He hands the head to a soldier while complaining. If you guys are going to move the camp, you should at least give some notice. I've been looking everywhere for you. That guy, Hoang Fat is crying his eyes out for this. We didn't move it. You're the one who got lost. He doesn't give a damn. Whatever. I'm going to sleep. Don't wake me. The other guy took the head and screamed bloody murder. What the hell? It's the enemy commander's head. Did that guy really go into the enemy ranks and come back alive? Next up is Auden. His appearance alone is enough to scare the enemy to death. Anyone who sees him screams. Ah, a giant. Auden grins from ear to ear, snapping their arms with a crack. This brother of ours is too loud. You need to learn some manners. Everyone is scared to death of him. He's snapping that guy's arm like a toy. We're allies, so why are we backing away from him? Because if you get too close, he'll snap you just like that. See? Even our own soldiers are afraid of him. Next up is Jason. He doesn't do much. He just hangs around, taunting the enemy until they get frustrated and scream. Why can't I land a single sword strike? Come on, just one blow, please. Just hit me. The guy starts crying and begging, but Jason still refuses. In the end, he doesn't even bother killing the enemy, just lets him die from a heart attack out of pure rage. Please, just one hit. Just kill me already. Don't humiliate me like this. All the antics of these three caught Igni's attention. Back at the meeting tent, the old captain asked her how on earth she managed to bring those uncontrollable guys to the battlefield. She calmly replied, getting them to go was actually the easy part. At the time, she stood outside their room and said just one sentence, "You need to go to the battlefield in place of your captain." And Andre agreed immediately. Yes, I'll prepare for battle. But Lem wasn't so easy. His face darkened as he glared and questioned her. Why did you drag our captain away on a mission and make us take his place? The young woman retorted firmly. The captain is responsible for his subordinates disobeying orders. Are you trying to make things difficult? He didn't back down. His face was full of killing intent as he made his demand. 3 enemy lives a day. I won't do any more than that. And just like that, the whole group went off to battle. Even she had to helplessly admit, getting that bunch of lunatics to do even that much is a huge accomplishment. However, the higher-ups won't see it that way. Our unit is responsible for leading this battle. The outcome here will have a major impact on the main army's campaign. Is the Airen army still provoking us with duels between soldiers? They were completely defeated last time, and now they're up to their old tricks again. Igne replied nonchalantly. Even so, only their strongest enemies have come forward to fight, and we haven't won a single duel against them. After losing repeatedly, some soldiers have started saying, if the skill gap between the two sides is this big, won't we lose in an all-out war too? But the old man believed that if they let the situation continue, their army's morale would collapse. We have to send someone skilled to fight them. That crazy bunch would solve this situation perfectly. Of course, it wasn't that easy. It's hard enough just to drag them onto the battlefield now. If we push too hard, they'll refuse to fight at all. Are you okay with that? The old man clicked his tongue, helpless. Such insubordination. It's a shame their combat skills are so good. Isn't there any way to control them effectively? There is a way, she decided. I understand. I'll bring their captain here. Only the old man was left, plotting. Those damn Airen bastards love to play dirty. We will never rely on such despicable tactics to win. Recently, intelligence reported that a young tactical genius has joined the Airen army as a strategic advisor. The old man immediately guessed this must be his doing. As sunset fell, and Andre and his men returned to their tent, his face etched with annoyance. I am Andre, the future heir of the Brett Lloyd family of Anil. Currently, I am leading this lunatic combat unit. I have the great responsibility of looking after them in their captain's absence. Enli walked behind him, looking worried. Are your eyes okay? Maybe you should stop dueling with him. But Anandri refused. Then who will satisfy his bloodlust? If we leave him alone, he'll turn our own side into a bloodbath. And yet, when I fight him, I feel like I'm going to die. But I can also feel myself improving every day. It's like crossing the line between life and death every day, and I'm getting stronger because of it. M looked miserable, but he agreed. I hate to admit it, but it's been helpful for me. Enli felt it was a relief that the other 3 members were too busy with their own things to cause any more trouble. But the problem was, when the people inside weren't causing trouble, outsiders would come looking for it. A tough-looking guy barged in and shouted, "Are you the independent unit or the lunatic squad? Get a grip!" He walked right up to Lem. Don't you see everyone else risking their lives fighting? Do you think war is a joke? The one being yelled at was Lem, but the one whose face turned pale with fear was an Andre. Is that guy the new captain here? Does he have a death wish or something? And Andre quickly stepped in front of Lem just in time. Our independent unit only takes orders from our direct commander. The guy wouldn't be told, pointing his finger and yelling. So, you're all just proud of being lazy, is that it? Too late now. His killing intent flared up hotter than fire. Maybe I'll feel better if I see his guts. The only thing an Andri could think was, no. We have to save this innocent captain. And fast. He quickly shoved the guy and shouted, if you've got a problem, fight me. Winner takes all? You dare? Huh. Who do you think you are? Just a lowly squad member. Come on. I'll teach you a lesson. And so they started shoving each other, intentionally pushing the captain a little further away. Seeing this, Lem backed off. He looked up at the sky, bored. So damn boring. Fighting is tedious. I finally find something to let off some steam, and someone steals my turn. Well, I'm going inside. There's nothing fun out here. Inside the tent, it was strangely quiet. He made up his mind. Maybe I should just leave the army soon. Gianna was lying flat on his bed, secretly pining for Airen Pareira. Captain. There's no news. If he's this late, could he be dead? Auden was also bored. Is it time for me to go back to my hometown? If there's no reason to stay here, I might as well quit. Even Jason couldn't stand this place anymore. I'm about to meet the quota to join the Royal Brett Lloyd Army anyway. No need to waste my time here. All four of them, without saying a word, had the same thought. If he doesn't come today, I'm leaving this place. Meanwhile, the moment she saw Airen Pareira, Igne urged him on. Hurry back to your unit. Your beloved captain has truly returned. Just then, he saw an Andri and the others practicing their swordsmanship, while the other four sat gloomily in their room, not speaking or smiling. As he stepped inside, he was just as happy to see them. I'm back. Lem was like a child waiting for his mother to come home from the market, lifting his head. Captain. And Andri was the second fastest, rushing in right after. He couldn't stop crying as all his pent-up frustrations burst out. Wah! Captain, what took you so long? Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting? Sob. If you'd come back any later, Lem would have probably beaten my face into a pulp. Wah! All the pain I had to endure. Lem laughed heartily. Honestly. He decisively pulled the other guy off of Airen Pareira, who was clinging to him tightly. What the hell is this? How did he get to you faster than I did? The group crowded around him, not letting go. You were way too late, Captain. That night, he knew just by looking at them. On the surface, the reason they were pushing him to deploy was probably to keep an eye on these guys. So, he tested the waters, suggesting they all try following a superior's order for once. The reckless one replied, without even thinking, that depends on my mood. He knew that no one would really listen to him anyway. The man staggered to his feet. More importantly, that wasn't the issue at hand. He'd been itching for a crazy fight for days. He glared at Airen with a thrilled smile. Are you feeling any better? Airen understood what he meant and glared right back, his intensity not a bit weaker. Gianna couldn't miss his chance, drawing his sword, ready for a match. Brett Lloyd, who usually didn't care, had to speak up this time. Hold on, can't you see the captain is injured? And just like that, Lem and Brett Lloyd turned on each other, finding an excuse to argue. You idiot. Are you blind or something? It's always my turn to spar with the captain first. Since when do we care about the order? You want me to smash your face in? Auden had to separate them. Ho ho. Cool down, brothers. It's been a while. We should loosen up first. How about a warm-up? The bickering between two had now become three. Don't butt in. Get lost. You're in the way. Airen's head throbbed, and he had to step in. Everyone. Stop fighting. Brett Lloyd let out a sigh of relief. Phew. That's right. Hold them back. Captain, you're injured, but you're still a beast. He then declared, I'll fight every single one of you. He ignored Brett Lloyd's shouts. No. Captain, you're hurt. You shouldn't be fighting. I can handle all of you. No bones are broken, and I can move just fine. Jason, still worried, came to check. Don't take your injuries lightly. Take off the bandages. Let me see. Airen complied, thinking to himself that he really shouldn't overdo it, but he felt he could still swing a sword. After returning from the Joe camp, and after the fight with the frog, I've gotten stronger. Of course, the path of a knight is still a long one, but no matter how far the destination is, I've already climbed a very steep slope. I want to show off the strength I've honed so far. Jason came over and remarked, pushing yourself too hard might make the wound worse, but you're the one who'll have to suffer the pain later. He wasn't wrong. If you play the game, you accept the consequences. Not in the least bit scared, Airen still decided to step out and fight the others. Old Lem laughed mockingly. You sound pretty confident. Let's see how much you've improved. I'll have to test it myself, won't I? Before he even finished his sentence, he lunged forward, and just like that, the fight was on. The sharp point of Old Lem's axe was inches from Airen Pereira's eye. But, surprise, Airen blocked it perfectly. Even Lem himself was shocked. Oh, this feels a little different. There's no hesitation in your movements. That kind of decisiveness only appears in those who've reached another level. The more they fought, the more excited Lem became, charging forward with a joyful laugh. Excellent. Show me more. This is the most intense fight I've had in a long time. The others sat around watching. Brett Lloyd even had to comment. We've only been away from the captain for about a week, yet his stagnant skills have progressed this much. Auden, usually the calmest in the squad, now wore a hungry look. I'm running out of patience. Jana sat to one side, trying to restrain himself. Hurry up and get out of there. Everyone was glaring intently at Lem. Of course, he noticed their dagger-like stares. Well, who could hold back after witnessing a scene like this? He had to take them all on, one by one, that night. By the time it was all over, it was very late. Only after the fiery battle did they start asking questions. Now tell us, where did you get those injuries? It's nothing. I fought a frog before I got here. And Andri was shocked just listening. And you call this nothing? The old man turned in surprise to ask, you went to the Joe camp, so why was there a frog there? Brett Lloyd, sitting nearby, chimed in to explain. He was there because of the guild. I got injured after returning from the border war. So you couldn't even take down that damn frog and came back injured like this? Auden also asked with concern. How did the mission go? Were there any problems? He answered every question. The enemy had set a trap. A hound unit, werewolves, and a mage were waiting there. Airen does all these insanely dangerous things, but when he talks about them, it's like it was nothing. Listening to him, and Andri's face turned dark. It's strange. I know I'm still trying my best. I've been constantly facing those lunatics. Why can't I close the gap with the captain? Someone even told him, you're lucky to be alive. And he had to agree. He really was lucky. That night, sleeping with his Black Panther, he couldn't help but think that today's matches taught him a lot, but he could tell that Lem had held back out of concern for his injured wrist. I want to recover quickly and fight him with all my strength. I want to see how far I can push this team at my current level. Old Lem really did care. Airen thought he was asleep, but Lem spoke up. From now on, don't lose to things like that frog again. Jana felt the same. You still have a lot to learn. It seemed his loss to the frog really bothered them. The only answer is to train, Captain. Even Brett Lloyd couldn't stay quiet. I see I still have my own flaws. Airen had to make them a promise. Next time, I'll win. The old man let out a derisive laugh. Haha, look who's so confident. The room fell silent again. Airen finally got some rest. But just when he thought he could sleep, old Lem spoke up again. When will your hand be healed? Let's have a proper match. The others immediately chimed in. Training is an endless process, brother. I have to break you of that bad habit of yours. There are many ways to use your senses. It was obvious they all really enjoyed today's sparring session. All right. When my hand is healed. The room fell silent once more. But old Lem's mouth just wouldn't stay shut. Technique is nothing. He talked so much that even the Black Panther got annoyed, glaring and covering its ears. The old man couldn't lie still, jumping up and waving his arms and legs around. You just need to block like this, and bang. It's easy. Just recover. I'm going to turn myself into a frog exterminating machine. From root to stem. The others couldn't stand it anymore and sat up too. One by one, they added their thoughts. It's time you mastered stances other than just your offensive one. Even if your right hand is resting, don't neglect your enemy isolation techniques, brother. It was as if they had lost the fight, not him. Never let your guard down. Airen got annoyed. Aren't you guys going to sleep? Perhaps this room only allows sleep when the old man checks the commitment. I'm sleeping now. A peaceful night passed, and by the time Airen woke up, everyone had already gone outside. Did I oversleep? It's been a while since I woke up this late. Looking to his side, the panther was also sleeping soundly. You overslept too, huh? Airen went outside and only saw Sir Lloyd. You're awake. Airen asked about the situation. Have all the squad members gone to the front lines? Seeing the deserted camp, he already figured it all out. All soldiers capable of fighting had gone to the front lines. All that was left here was the logistics unit and a platoon to guard the base. His job now was to train like any other day, but his wrist hurt too much. It seems it's taken a toll after yesterday's match. Looks like I overdid it after all. But when I saw how motivated they were to fight me, I just couldn't ignore it. Thinking about it now, I really want to hold a sword again. No sooner said than done. I grabbed my sword, ignoring my injured wrist. A long sword is supposed to be held with two hands, but with enough force, one is enough. I used to swing a long sword with just my right hand, so I'm trying to practice with my left. But it's not looking good at all. So clumsy. The trajectory of the blade is awful, as if it's the first time I've ever held a sword. I need to review everything I've learned up until now. There's no better time than the present. Starting from scratch isn't easy. Thanks to the isolation technique, I don't lack for power. As I was training intensely, some guy walked up, looked at the scene, and was left speechless. He said he was injured, so what the hell is going on here? Airen Pareira turned and recognized him immediately. Captain Vengian, weren't you supposed to be on the front lines? He replied. Our squad was assigned by Brett Lloyd to defend the barracks. He noticed the sword in Airen's left hand and took out a bandage himself. Tisk, both the sword and its master are a mess. Give it here. How are you planning to wrap that with one hand? This guy is actually pretty nice. He voluntarily helped him rewrap the cord on his sword. Airen was completely taken aback by this. He used to growl every time he saw me, and now he's acting this friendly. Airen himself wondered why that guy had been so unpleasant back then. He decided to just ask him directly to get it over with. Why do you hate me? Tell me. The guy's face scrunched up like a monkey's butt. He spat out a single name, Jenny. Airen didn't understand at all. Who the heck is Jenny? That alone was enough to provoke him again. He yelled, You bastard, Jenny, the one who sells herbs, that Jenny. Furious, he shoved the sword back at Airen. Forget it, I'm not talking to you anymore. He stormed off, both angry and embarrassed, kicking pebbles on the ground. Airen had no choice but to explain. I wasn't even interested in her. Jenny liked me on her own. He then started to recall. Now that you mention it, I remember. Jenny used to have an herb shop here at the border patrol. She was pretty cute. Her herbs were really effective, so I went there often. I guess she developed feelings for me over time. So it turned out Vengian also had a secret crush on Jenny. He could only explain to him, I was only interested in the herbs, not Jenny herself, but he never realized the guy had misunderstood. I know, Vengian said. You've always been more serious about your sword than about women. In reality, the reason he was so upset was, to put it bluntly, his own inferiority complex. Jenny wouldn't even glance his way, but she was infatuated with that guy's face. Just thinking about that lucky bastard made him furious. Still resentful, he yelled, Just make sure you take care of your sword. I'm off to work. After all that, he was still like this. Airen could only give up. That guy's mood changed 5 times a minute. He really was a strange one. Inside the tent, the panther was just stretching and waking up. Airen sat beside her, stroking her fur. You seem strange today. Are you feeling unwell? The panther lay sprawled out, thinking to itself. Of course it's because of you. You were already injured, and you still went to spar. I tried to use magic to ease your burden, but I overdid it. Looks like I won't be able to use magic for a while. Airen just sat there talking to her. Either way, we'll have some time to rest since we're stationed in the rear, so let's get some rest. Outside, the soldiers continued their regular patrols. Tu Duong felt something was off. He looked around and said to his comrade, What's going on? Hey, I'm talking to you. I just saw something by the water's edge. Before he could finish, an arrow pierced him right between the eyes, killing him instantly. The sudden noise outside startled both Airen and the panther. Vengeance soldiers yelled out in alarm, Enemy attack. Both Airen and Brett Lloyd rushed out to see what was happening. Defend the camp. We can't let them break through our defenses. Where is the enemy? The young boy saw Airen and couldn't help but shout. What can an injured person do? Captain, get back inside. But the enemy was already here. While the two were still arguing, Airen saw the foe and quickly drew his sword. But the moment he saw the enemy, he froze. It was fate. He never thought he'd meet this guy again here. They were the Ain assassins, having infiltrated by moving underwater. The man leading them was a familiar face. Airen even remembered his name, Muher. The man saw him too, and their 4 eyes locked, blazing with hostility. Seeing Airen again, he was thrilled. The gods have answered my prayers. I was hoping I'd see you again. So, Airen replied, You still remember my name. Thanks to you, I realized my own arrogance and awakened to a new level. I wanted to end things with my own hands. It was time for them to settle their bloody score from their last encounter. Airen only had time to push Brett Lloyd away. Brett Lloyd, protect them, he ordered, while he charged forward to fight the man himself. After all, there was no one else here capable of fighting him but Airen. The 2 sharp swords clashed with a deafening clang, sending sparks flying. But Airen Pareira couldn't hold out for long. His wrist was in too much pain. He couldn't even grip his sword tightly. And unfortunately, his enemy noticed immediately. Injured? How unlucky. Seeing Airen's injury made him even more gleeful, and he quickly swung his sword, aiming for a swift victory. Just as the sword was about to strike down, Vengian rushed in and blocked the blow. He had truly saved Airen Pereira's life. and he roared at him. "Airen, run!" he yelled, taking on the man himself. But this was an uneven fight. Even if Airen ran, Vengian wouldn't last. "Vengian, fall back. He's not someone you can handle." The moment Airen finished his sentence, the man had already slashed Vengian's neck clean off. He died right in front of Airen, and there was nothing he could do. His head flew through the air like a kicked ball. Airen was seething with rage as his eyes followed the falling head. It was over. The man, Hoisin, glared down with blatant contempt. "You pathetic small fry." The Black Panther, Ether, could no longer stand by. It lunged forward to save Airen. Brett Lloyd rushed over in a panic. "Ether, stop, come back." Airen barely had time to think. "No, if you go that way." Everything happened just as he'd predicted. The Black Panther was stabbed and killed by Hoisin in a single blow. Airen's face went dark as he rushed toward her. He had to witness too many deaths today. And now Brett Lloyd, too. He was no different from Ether, throwing himself onto the sharp tip of the enemy's sword. Airen tried to stop him, but it was too late. It was too fast, too dangerous. Brett Lloyd was stabbed and killed as well. No one could survive this man's blade, not even Airen. In a flash, he appeared right beside him. "What a pity. If only your wrist were intact, I could have shown you how much stronger I've become." After saying that, he sliced Airen down, killing him instantly. In less than a few minutes, 3 people and 1 animal were all dead. The day reset. Airen woke up. The Black Panther was still sleeping beside him. He remembered the sight of everyone dying in front of him, and his own powerlessness. "I couldn't do anything. Just because of an injured wrist, I became useless." He went outside to think for a bit and saw Brett Lloyd walk by. "Captain, you're awake?" Airen now had no choice but to train while trying to figure out a solution. "Are there any squad members who need help? Before afternoon, the assassins will attack the camp. Training my sword techniques like a madman is the only hope of killing him." In his mind, he once again remembered the humiliation of the past. "Because you were weak, you insect. They died trying to save you." It was the same for Brett Lloyd and the others. Hot sweat dripped onto the ground. He could not let the painful past repeat itself. Vengian approached, just like the last time. "Your right hand is injured, so now you're swinging with your left? Any progress?" he asked. Airen was determined. "This time, if I can't do it, I'll just die and come back until I can. If there's no way, I'll make one. I will protect all of you." Vengian didn't understand why he was being looked at with such intensity. This time, Airen spoke first. "I'm sorry about the Jenny thing. The guy didn't expect that at all," and he scratched his head in embarrassment. "You knew? Ah, forget it. It's not like you did it on purpose." His attitude was pretty okay, but Airen couldn't resist throwing in a jab. "Cheer up. There are plenty of women out there who don't care about looks." It was true. After spending so much time with his squad, he couldn't say anything nice anymore. "Nice one." Vengean's expression changed instantly. Who wouldn't be pissed off by that? He started cussing up a storm. "Go ahead and show off your pretty face and act all arrogant because of it." Getting yelled at just made Airen laugh with amusement. Everything was happening just like last time. The assassins arrived. Enemy attack. "We're under attack. Defend the camp." This time, our hero was properly armored, ready to face his enemy. He knew Mon was powerful, beyond the elite level. And now that they met again, he was even more cautious. Airen Pareira had also prepared, but an injured hand is still an injured hand. "I can't use both hands, and my strength is inferior to his. I don't know what to do now. I can barely manage to block a few attacks, but I definitely can't last long. His more experienced swordsmanship is sweeping me away." And then the inevitable happened. He went straight for my neck, ready to kill me on the spot. It was only then that he realized, "What's wrong with your right hand?" I raised my bandaged wrist, answering, exhausted and in pain, "It's injured." Hearing this, he seemed even more pleased, laughing maliciously as he thrusted his sword down. "What a shame. I wanted to defeat you at your full strength." Airen was stabbed to death. He knew that no matter how much stronger his opponent got, there was only one thing he could do: train his left hand. That was his only path to survival. How to grip, how to swing, how to step, vertical slash, downward slash, thud. Everything I learned from the village instructor as a child, the great sword techniques I learned, and even the fundamentals of other sword types. There's nothing I don't know. I won't get lost, because it's the path I've already walked with my right hand. Now, he trained his left hand in the exact same way, starting again from the most basic steps. Once, twice, 3 times, he was still killed by that guy just like before. The force of the slashes from his left hand was still incredibly weak. Thanks to that, I've improved quickly. But even after all this time, my trajectory is still off. I can't figure out why. Is it because I'm not used to it? Just then, Van showed up. Seeing Airen training so intensely, he took the initiative and asked, "Want to spar?" This was new. Airen was surprised. Spar with Van? This had never happened before. What brought this on? His face didn't look like he was joking at all. It seemed he really wanted to. Airen Pareira was a bit skeptical and asked himself, is he serious? This was also a chance to test his left-hand's skill level, so he agreed immediately. There was no reason to refuse a sparring match. The two stood facing each other, ready in their stances. Van charged first. Airen immediately blocked the first blow with his left hand, silently assessing as they fought. This guy is a captain after all. He's very strong, so it'll be hard to hold on with just my left hand. Just as he thought that, somehow he still had enough strength to knock him flat on his face. Looks like I win. This was a bitter defeat for Van, no joke. Teask, damn it. And you only used your left hand, Airen explained. I've been training my left hand for a while now. Why did you suddenly ask to spar? Van didn't have any particular reason. I don't know. Seeing you like that just fired me up. The more he talked, the less our hero understood. I haven't done anything. I haven't even touched you. I was just practicing basics. But somehow, he still managed to get on his nerves. Well, that's just how it is. Watching you reminds me of the first time I held a sword. That thirst to become stronger. The pleasure of just swinging a blade. But your sword feels strange. Even Van himself didn't understand what he was saying, let alone Airen. What do you mean? He thought for a moment. How should I put this? It feels like a dead sword. Now that's an interesting concept. A dead sword? Van cleared his throat. I know it's a confusing explanation. What I mean is Airen ignored him as he continued to speak and turned to walk away. As he walked, he thought, a dead sword. What does he mean? Am I lacking power in my strikes? Meanwhile, Van was still trailing behind him. Hey, I'm still talking. Are you even listening? Ding! Airen's brain finally clicked. Looking down at his two hands, he realized he had been trying to follow the path of his right hand. That's right, he had been blindly copying it. Left hand, right hand, they never felt the same from the start. I need to find a trajectory that suits my left hand. The moment he slashed along its proper trajectory, the force was clearly stronger, much sharper. This is what he needed. A straight line from the sound of the wind to the path of the sword. It was completely different. Nice. This Van guy is actually useful. He couldn't help but smile at him. Thanks. Because of you, I've found a clue for using my left hand. His task now was to use his left hand constantly. That was the secret to mastering it. He started by changing his daily habits. Carl also noticed the difference. You usually eat with your left hand? Airen simply replied, my right hand is injured. Not using it for a while will help it recover better. Only a child would believe that. He was sparring with his right hand just yesterday, and now he's pretending he has to eat with his left. To that extent, isn't that going a bit too far? Airen didn't care. He was determined. Eating, changing clothes, training. He did everything with his left hand. And to become even more proficient, he also started practicing throwing knives with his left hand. Torres had once instructed him that technique was what's important. Use the feeling in your hand to throw the dagger. The hidden dagger technique would now be used with his left hand. The skills he learned from Torres would be useful. 50 days passed, and today, Van came with another proposal. Airen, want to fight me? This time he was defeated in an instant, falling to the ground, looking like he was in pain. Van had to praise him. That was a good hit, even though you only used your left hand. But your sword still feels off somehow. Hearing that, Airen understood. It's still not good enough. I have to keep training. And so, Van came at him again and again. Here I come. By the 60th time, his left hand had become incredibly strong. By the 70th time, its power had increased by another level. By the 80th time, defeating Van was as easy as flipping his hand. This time, he even added a left-handed knife throw to his repertoire. With one throw, he knocked the sword right out of Van's hand. This time, Van was utterly defeated. Damn it. You're that good with just your left hand? Airen laughed and teased. Why so serious? Van's face darkened, clearly feeling helpless. Once I return from the battlefield, I guess I'll need to work at least twice as hard as I do now. Our hero waited for him to finish. Now, no one can call my sword useless anymore. He didn't have much time to console him, just throwing a line back before leaving. Yeah, keep trying. Maybe one day Jenny will like you too. And after all the help Van gave him to improve, Airen just had to hit him where it hurt the most. Van gritted his teeth, wanting to bite him. You little punk. It's not about skill. It's this face. You know that and you're still teasing me? Get back here. I'll beat you to a pulp. The angrier he got, the happier Airen became. unable to stop thinking. He always reacts like that. It's so fun. Our hero had it all planned out. At the very least, I have to get him to confess to Jenny. To do that, I can't die here. This time, Airen put on his armor and waited at the door for his sworn enemy to arrive. What is talent? It can't be defined by just one word. Physical skill is one thing, but the ability to forget everything, to focus on the task at hand, is also a part of talent. Ever since he was a child, the thing he was best at was training, but now, for the first time in his life, he could feel his own talent, training his left hand every single day, little by little. In just 101 days, he had been able to master it to the same level as 30 years of using his right hand. Today, on the 112th attempt, he was ready. Come at me, my enemy. I will overcome this. The wall named Huidi. The men by the cart roared, holding their ground and pushing back the enemy. Brett Lloyd, holding Ether with one arm, reached out with the other to pull him back, looking extremely worried. The injured are fighting too. Get back here. But of course, Captain Airen wasn't having it. He'd been waiting for this day for a long time. Huidi Hoisin spoke first. I should thank God. I really wanted to see you again, Airen laughed. Me too, Huidi. He was actually looking forward to this. You made me take a good look at myself back when I had lost my way. The guy's aggressive blood was boiling. Before the fight even started, he brandished his sword in challenge. I will use everything I have to take you down, and from that, I will grow even stronger. Airen was terrified, of course, he thought sarcastically. Sorry to say this, but I've already seen your full strength hundreds of times today. And I've realized I can't beat you in a sword duel. This time, he launched a preemptive strike, not letting his opponent go first like all the other times. Huidi hurriedly blocked it, just in the nick of time. His feet dug into the ground as the two fought on even terms, the tension thick. Airen's strength had increased immensely. Fighting with his left hand was no different from his right. In fact, the other guy was being overwhelmed. He had to strain his entire body and grit his teeth so hard they could have shattered just to block a single crude strike. But the most unexpected thing was when Airen opened his mouth wide and bit straight into his arm. Right after that bite, Huidi kneed him, sending him flying. Airen had bitten down so hard that the pain made him unable to hold his sword, his whole body trembling from the shock. That bastard. Playing dirty like that. I keep replaying this day. He always wanted to beat me with swordsmanship. I wanted that too, but staying in this moment any longer won't improve my left-handed skills. The fight with Huidi was fun, but I need to overcome, today. I have to find a way to end this. For now, I've managed to disable his dominant hand. The other guy was in pain for a moment, but he quickly recovered. His arrogant tone hadn't changed. So, that's your game, is it? It won't work. He picked up his sword again, this time with his left hand. Airen hadn't expected this. He declared, I'm ambidextrous. Airen, who had only recently started using his left, immediately raised his sword in defiance. Yeah? Well, today, so am I. This was the battle to defeat him and move toward tomorrow. Airen had been preparing for this for a long time, but not with swordsmanship. That was hopeless. A technique to be used only at the very last moment. The secret technique of the Valen-style mercenary swordsmanship. He swung his sword in a dizzying circle, then suddenly threw it straight ahead. Huidi quickly parried, sending Airen's sword flying into the air. He couldn't understand what kind of trick this was. Airen had calculated it all. A way to fight the enemy hand-to-hand. The way to defeat Huidi Hoisin and reach tomorrow. The secret of the Valen mercenary sword technique was field combat. It was using his fists. Airen changed tactics so relentlessly that Huidi couldn't keep up. Enraged, veins popping on his face, he charged. This bastard! It didn't matter what Huidi did. Airen just kept executing his own plan. Stick to the opponent and kill them by any means necessary. With one move, he tackled Huidi to the ground, biting and tearing, finding a way to seize victory, using every method required to win. This was field combat. Wild. Like savage beasts tearing at each other in nature. Each of Airen's punches rained down like heaven's judgment, aimed straight at his face. But just then, Huidi suddenly threw him off with a powerful shove. Airen, who was on top of him, was pushed off and sent tumbling to the ground. This was getting dicey. Airen was empty-handed, but Huidi rushed at him with his sword, fast as lightning. Get serious, raise your sword and fight for real. That was what he had been waiting for in this fight. But unexpectedly, Airen deliberately offered his shoulder to take the direct slash from his sword. It was absolutely shocking. This looked like an easy win, but it turned out his sword was useless as it struck Airen's shoulder. Because Airen had meticulously prepared, wearing iron armor for protection, the blow had no effect. I wasn't joking. His eyes blazed as he glared at his enemy. I am being completely serious. As he finished speaking, he thrust his left hand, which had a hidden knife, forward, and just like that, blinded one of his opponent's eyes. He stabbed continuously, with the sharp knife hidden in his hand. Caught by surprise, Huidi Hyson couldn't defend properly. His only option was to drive the sword deeper into Airen's shoulder. But that was all he could do. Airen quickly and smoothly broke free. First my wrist, now my shoulder. If this drags on, I'll lose. Meanwhile, his opponent had lost an eye, and his ability to judge distance was gone. I have to end this. If not now, when? He threw a knife, right then and there. And yet, Hu Di still managed to raise his sword to block it. But it was off target. The dagger plunged cleanly into the back of his hand. Now both of his hands were injured. It was hard to see how he could possibly fight anymore. Airen charged straight in and slammed him to the ground, sending his sword flying. Now, he had no sword, one eye was ruined, and both hands were crippled. The only thing still working was his mouth, which was cursing up a storm. This bastard. It was time for Airen to use Auden's martial arts. He grabbed Huidi's shin with both hands and snapped it. The pain Huidi Hyson felt in this fight was indescribable. One by one, his limbs were being disabled. He still had one good leg and kicked out quickly, but he could only struggle for a moment before he was completely at Airen's mercy. Another crunch, and his remaining leg was broken. The pain was so intense he could have passed out. He screamed so loudly it echoed across the entire battlefield. The enemy soldiers turned in alarm. Captain, a genius who didn't need to try. Someone born with natural talent, who ultimately let himself rot in indifference. But Huidi Hyson had changed. Ever since the last battle, I never left the training grounds and constantly honed my blade. With effort combined with talent, my sword finally began to shine. But in the end, what did it matter? He was still beaten to a pulp by Airen Pareira. In this life-or-death moment, his entire body shook uncontrollably from the pain, covered in wounds. How? How could this be happening to me? He struggled to look up and saw Airen standing there. Airen was also looking down at him, that hopelessly high wall. He had finally surpassed him, the enemy who helped him realize the truth. And yet, Huidi still tried to drag himself up, pushing himself off the ground with his hands. I never wanted a fight like this. I just wanted. He screamed in despair. The more he crumbled, the higher the wall in Airen's heart began to break down. This seemed to be his only wish before death. A real duel with you. It was time for Airen to end this. He raised the sword in his left hand. Sir Hyson, this is a battlefield. On a battlefield, it doesn't matter how you fight. What's important is killing the enemy. This isn't a sparring match where he gets whatever he wants. By the time he understood, Airen had already stabbed him to death on the spot. The sword pierced through his neck, ending Airen's more than 100 cycles of death and rebirth. He was freed from the loop. Airen's soldiers ran around in chaos like a headless snake. The squad leader, Ven, seized the opportunity and charged forward, shouting an order to the army, "Kill them all." Airen's job was done. It felt so liberating. This is quite fun. Sir Hyson, I will step over you and climb even higher. Back in the tent, Sir Brett Lloyd bandaged his wound while saying, if this place had fallen, the situation could have been much worse. The main unit knew this place was dangerous, so they sent archers. Thanks to them, we survived. Just then, Ven pushed the tent flap open and came in. We survived because you bought us time. This is your sword, isn't it? How could you just leave your sword lying on the ground like that? You should treasure it more. The young man looked over in surprise. Huh? Didn't I already pick that up? Airen glanced at the sword, realizing this one belonged to Mid Hyson, the enemy he had just fought. The other two turned to look. Hey, that looks pretty impressive, doesn't it? Let me get a closer look. When the light hit it, it gave off a faint blue shimmer, as if it were forged from night iron. That's from a famous iron mine in A. It's definitely much more expensive than the Vale steel or Noi iron the captain usually uses. Money was the only thing on that guy's mind. Airen ignored him, already thinking of selling it. He looked at the other guy and asked Lem, are you heading to the front lines soon? What about it? You planning on going too? That's right, he replied. Airen knew he couldn't leave his team members behind for too long. He planned to leave his old sword at home. Brett Lloyd asked in surprise, are you planning to switch swords? Lem also chimed in. No matter how good a sword is, it's never as good as the one you're used to. Airen Pareira took the sword right out of his hand. But who says I have to use just one? Can't I just use both? Now that looked seriously cool. The scene changes to the group marching down a road. One of them looked like he was just out for a stroll, whistling as he thought, our captain is about to reach a whole new level. I never thought in my life I'd be this captivated by some guy from the continent. Someone like the captain might just be worthy of learning the ultimate technique born from the heart of a beast. Auden, walking ahead, was also thinking about Airen. After reconstructing the muscles, next come the joints. Once his posture is adjusted, his entire frame will change. It's a way of training the body to not collapse from a joint lock or a critical strike. If we did it all at once, your body wouldn't be able to handle it, Captain. That's why we're taking it one step at a time. He got so excited that he stopped dead in his tracks, causing Lem, who was walking behind, to slam right into his wall-like back. Oh my god, that actually hurt. It would be a waste not to get angry over that much pain. He glared and shouted, "Hey, giant! Are your feet glued to the ground? Get a move on." Unexpectedly, Auden decided to start something today too. Looks like our boy here still has some growing up to do. The two of them immediately charged at each other. "Let me lower your gaze for you with my axe." But just then, Ga, yawning widely, walked right between the two men who were about to fight. "Hey man, you think you can just laze your way through here? You're really asking for it." Inside this lazy guy's head, he was also thinking about Airen. He needs to train until the sword becomes a part of his body. It's not just about swinging it smoothly, but about controlling the tip of the blade as if it were one of his own limbs. But first, I need a nap. Jason was no exception. It would be better if he adjusted his footwork. He doesn't need to be as light-footed as an assassin, but being able to move cleanly with minimal motion would definitely be a huge help. But, do I really have to be the one to speak up and give him advice? He's too nice. Ga was dozing off and almost wandered off again. Lem had to grab him. Tsk, tsk, tsk. Look at him, heading straight for the enemy again. What a lunatic. At least I'm more normal than you are. Oh, is that so? You looking for a fight? And just like that, their war of words was about to turn into a full-blown brawl. The others avoided them like the plague. It's those lunatics again. Quick, spread out. You'll get killed if you get caught in the crossfire. Jason watched this from a distance, making a firm resolution. I can't let the captain turn into one of those idiots, too. I'll whip him into shape myself. This time, Lady Igne was personally leading the troops into battle. Suddenly, she raised a fist, signaling a halt. We're being ambushed from both sides of the road. Igne spotted them in an instant. The enemy soldiers pounded their chests and shouted, "I am Lone, a soldier of the Count. Is there no one here brave enough to face me in single combat?" Igne looked on, bored. She saw right through their plan. This again? Aien's dirty trick of trying to lower our morale with single combat. How unoriginal. But with casualties piling up like this, our troops' morale is clearly wavering. If I ignore them, they'll just say we ran away because we were scared to lose. A duel is still the better option. A commander wouldn't step forward personally, right? Come on, surely they wouldn't stoop that low. But in this situation, it would be awkward for me to step in. If I crushed them in a duel, it would turn the tide. Suddenly, she remembered Brett Lloyd's words. If you need to send someone out, just use those lunatics. Since their captain is here, they'll probably behave for a while. That advice was a real lifesaver. But she didn't dare order them directly. She just glanced towards the ones who were fighting. "Lem, want to handle this?" His expression changed, and he sneered contemptuously. The enemy soldiers looked at him, frowning deeply. What? Is that all they've got? Just some crude barbarian? That one sentence was enough to unleash the beast in Lem. He grabbed his axe and stepped forward. Fine, I could use a little entertainment. The enemy soldiers laughed and mocked him. Hey, look, those idiots are sending out a savage because they have no one else. The moment he finished his sentence, an axe silenced him, sinking deep into his face. His head flew off effortlessly. The other soldiers nearly pissed themselves in terror. A little trash talk had escalated real quick. "It's a waste to only kill one," he roared. "You're next." His own teammates watched, completely unnerved. He really is a madman, but man, he's terrifying in a fight. The enemy's cries echoed endlessly, screaming, "Please, spare me." Lady Igne looked on with satisfaction. Just having one expert step up was enough to send morale skyrocketing. It was too late for any of them to beg for mercy. I surrender, but it made no difference to Lem. You call that surrendering? Just listening to it made Igne's face darken. The troops' morale had gone from high to horrified. How long does he plan to keep this up? Tsk. I can't even bear to watch. She'd managed to unleash Lem, but now stopping him was the problem. She ordered, "Stop." I said stop. But no matter how she yelled, Lem acted as if he were completely deaf. The soldiers on the other side were crying pathetically. "You monster. I told you I surrender. Please, I'm begging you, let me go." But the old man was like a rabid beast, killing without hesitation. I can't hear a thing. Now it was having the opposite effect. Her own soldiers were turning pale with fear. I don't want to go into battle with that monster. I'm too scared. I want to run away. Lady Igni sighed, her head throbbing. Their morale had plummeted again. I shouldn't have sent him out. As I thought, the only one who can handle those lunatics is you. I'm no one but Airen. That evening, voices could be heard at the farm. I told you to rest. Why did you come back in an even worse state than before? Several people gathered around Airen, examining him. If you're going into battle, you shouldn't even be thinking about fighting. You haven't fully recovered yet. Pushing yourself too hard will only bring disaster. Just then, that woman arrived. My fiancé has a habit of overworking himself. Airen had no idea why she was there. The captain didn't say much, just tossed him a vial of medicine. Take this. It's an elixir. Even someone with Brett Lloyd's resources couldn't afford to buy it. Jason, standing nearby, put the medicine away and teased, "Looks like this is even better than my ointment." Lem added sarcastically, My, Captain, you really do care about our captain, don't you? Of course I'll take something this good. Thanks, I'll treasure it. But, why are you giving this to me? She teased Airen relentlessly. I just realized that, even though we promised to face the future together, we never exchanged any kind of token. Think of it as just a small engagement gift. The captain's words left no room for argument, silencing any further questions. Before leaving, she tossed one last comment over her shoulder. Welcome back. Get some proper rest. The other guys couldn't find anything else to tease him about, except for Cleet, who poked his head out. See? I told you. You should just open a beauty salon with me. Airen was furious. Get lost. But even Lem had to admit it. I'm serious. He's much better at this stuff than he is at swinging a sword. Jana chimed in as well. It's truly captivating. He was being teased so much that he started to wonder himself. Why does the captain keep calling me her fiancé like it's some kind of joke? I guess I'll never understand the heart of an elf. It had been a few days since we arrived at the front lines. So far, the enemy had only sent a few infiltration units without launching any real attacks. Thanks to that, I've had time to recover from my wounds. Despite that, he still trained like a beast all day long. Just then, Auden walked over. You're as diligent as ever. How have you been lately, my friend? Airen replied as he set a large rock down. Thanks to the recovery potion, I'm feeling a bit better. He took the opportunity to make an offer. Then how about a little training session? What do you think? Airen never knew how to say no, so he agreed without a second thought. Of course, the result was the same as always. He got completely thrashed by him. Auden even offered a few comments. Your wrist, shoulder, and body. They're all still too stiff. I knew you weren't ready to push yourself yet. But even if I warned you, you'd still charge into battle, wouldn't you? He wasn't wrong at all. As long as my body can move. At that moment, the sun was just rising, and the fog hadn't yet lifted. Auden suddenly called out seriously, Commander. Airen turned, and suddenly, a golden light radiated from him. The surreal light emanating from his body grew larger and larger, enveloping them both. Airen's eyes widened in astonishment. This power, it was holy power. His hand pressed lightly on Airen's back, and in an instant, the light erupted, shooting straight up into the sky in a brilliant display. A moment later, it was over. He lifted his hand. Airen felt completely different. Auden, you! He immediately cut him off. My friend, don't say a word. His expression was strange, a mix of serious and frightening warning. And you shouldn't tell anyone else about this. Swear to God that you'll do as I say. Airen had no reason to refuse. He nodded slightly. I swear. The man acted as if nothing had happened, turning and walking away. This fog covering the river. Perhaps this too is a gift from God. Holy power is the true testament to a priest's devotion, a miracle that can heal wounds. Auden had always prayed, but he had never shown his power. That's why I didn't know he was a priest from the beginning. Auden knelt, clasped his hands, and whispered with his eyes closed, Please forgive me, my lord. Airen watched in silence, wondering, is he bound by some doctrine that prevents him from using his power? And yet, he used that power for me? Despite knowing the risks, if he didn't want to talk about it, Airen wouldn't ask. He simply said, thank you, and quickly left. What he did was a trade-off. If this gets out, the Inquisitors will come. I left that church with a heart full of countless, painful shackles. That seal has always held back and suppressed my holy power. Even though this shackle is tearing my body apart with unbearable pain, I couldn't let him suffer any longer. He was so exhausted he cried out, O Lord, you are always there, but you never speak. But after meeting our leader, I am certain that you have now given me your revelation. Therefore, I will follow the guidance of my heart. After the meal, Brett Lloyd proactively approached him and offered, Do you need help applying medicine? Airen Pareira immediately refused. No, I can do it myself. Airen gently touched his wound. I haven't fully recovered, but my wounds have all closed up. I can't let anyone know about this. I have to be even more careful on the battlefield. He asked the young man. When will the battle begin? Brett Lloyd was quick with information. I heard both sides are currently gauging the other's strength. Our battalion is led by Mao, a warmonger who has been tasked by Brett Lloyd with defending the flank of our front line. Meanwhile, our main army will be deployed to Ginbion, because both sides used tactics like sorcery and magic in the last battle. Now, we're using warrior units for a full-scale assault. Lem, hearing this, looked visibly annoyed. We should be transferred there too. It's so boring here, nothing but small skirmishes. But Brett Lloyd sensed it, but it seems like things are about to change. This fierce battle is about to end. On the enemy side, their army was fully prepared. The two armies stood facing each other, their war cries thundering across the field. The enemy forces. The enemy is advancing. Our people are here too. The other side sent 3 men forward, and these soldiers started yelling the moment they arrived. You bastards! I've seen this trick 1,000 times. It's just more useless fools trying to provoke us. Are you looking to die? Brett Lloyd watched silently. A blatant provocation. Both our side and the enemy are equal in military strength, but that will change if warriors or special forces are added. They're trying to crush our morale. We could shoot them with arrows before the battle starts. But as soon as our side raised their bows, those men started pointing and jeering. What do you think you can do with those pathetic bows? He knew. But if we act while our morale is this low, we will lose. Our battalion commander knows that too. That's why he's holding back. The old commander thought, we have a plan, but we can't use it in this state. Relying on those madmen alone could get us all killed. The old man grit his teeth, using 100% of his brain. We need a... Both he and Brett Lloyd thought of the one great hope. If only we could change the army's morale right now. The enemy soldiers aimed their taunts directly at the regular soldiers. Haha, looks like they're all still virgins. Suddenly, Airen Pareira stepped forward, blocking a fresh-faced young man in the troop. Calm down, Ondu. You'll get your chance to release that anger soon enough. The young man's face was a mask of confusion. It's fine. No one had even mentioned him, but Airen had just actively outed him to everyone. There's nothing to be ashamed of for being a virgin. Save that anger for the real battle. Now, even 100 mouths couldn't explain what Andre was doing. Wait, I'm not even angry. I'm being serious. But when he turned to look, even Airen and Mar were covering their mouths, looking at him, snickering, looking utterly shocked. His bird hasn't even left the cage, not to mention how much crude guys like old Lem and Auden were teasing him. My brother, why don't you offer yourself to the Lord? Just you wait. You'll understand someday. Andre was on the verge of tears. Why is everyone picking on me today? The more he panicked, the more viciously he was teased. Come on, there's nothing to be ashamed of. The rumor started to spread. Everyone knew what those crazy guys were up to. It seems that Pretty Boy has taken the bait. Pretty Boy? Who's that? Is it him? He's pretty handsome, but he's a pretty boy? Andre couldn't argue against the hundreds of mouths laughing around him and screamed in despair. Shut up. All of you. Just shut up. I'm not mad. Do you want me to introduce you to a famous brothel in the capital? Sir, I don't need it. Jason couldn't help but speak up for him. This bullying is going a bit too far. Was Airen still deliberately teasing him? Andre is still young. Let him relax a bit. Even Sir Brett Lloyd couldn't figure it out. I don't know if they're being serious or just joking, but he really did change the subject and shift the atmosphere so naturally. He's so strange. That guy was becoming more and more fascinated with his big brother Airen. The kid took the initiative to call out, Captain, don't you have anything to say to them? He replied, I'll let it slide, but it seems Sir Brett Lloyd has no intention of doing so. He smiled smugly. I have a plan. The two of them whispered back and forth for a moment. It's simple enough. Sir Brett Lloyd knew he had chosen the right person, with just a few words. Captain, you can change the tide of this battle. The momentum he would ignite. Airen stepped straight forward and shouted, Mad Dog Squad, I am Airen Pareira. The entire army roared in unison. Airen will lead the charge, and we will use that momentum to win the war for our kingdom. Sir Brett Lloyd stood to one side with his arms crossed, waiting for the result. If it was a captain with the strength of a demon, he could surely change this battlefield. The tide of change the captain created would spread like ripples in water. Everyone else who had heard his name turned to look. That Mad Dog Squad. That's Airen Pareira. Airen Pareira has entered the fray and is about to forge a path to victory. He recalled Sir Brett Lloyd's whisper, show the enemy your audacity. Get right into their arrow range and provoke them. Ven saw him approaching and asked in surprise, Airen, what are you planning to do? You just joined the front lines and you're already volunteering to lead? You're really bad luck. That guy was infuriated. Shut up, you idiot. But the whole squad kept moving forward as usual, ignoring his shouts. You'll get hit by arrows if you go there. Hey, what are you really planning to do? 3 enemy soldiers saw them and immediately began to mock and jeer. Look at this. Where did these cowards crawl out from? I had asked Sir Lloyd earlier. What should I use to provoke them? I have nothing I want to say. He had replied nonchalantly. Once you get out there, you'll think of something. The captain is talented at everything, after all. With him saying that, I had no choice but to think of something. And Airen really did think of something. He pointed directly at the enemy and said, What the hell are you? Why are you wearing that disgusting demon head? The enemy's smile vanished, his face turning purple with rage as he ground his teeth. Ven, hearing this, felt the sting. This guy, he's doing it on purpose. He knows damn well the power of his looks. Airen continued, even acting dramatically by clutching his head. Ah, I get it now. My apologies. From my narrow point of view, this is beyond imagination. The next thing Airen said was even more shocking. Is your mother a demon? When someone's parents are insulted, there's no way they can stay calm. The opponent's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, baring his teeth like a stray dog. This bastard. Even Auden had to exclaim. Even a god couldn't withstand that provocation. Old Lem, on the other hand, was clutching his stomach, laughing so hard he couldn't close his mouth. Ha ha, my stomach hurts. How could anyone stand being compared to him like that? Andre, getting his revenge, grinned from ear to ear. Ha ha, that's right, even if you have something that good. It's useless if it's attached to that face. That's a good way to provoke someone. The MC figured it out right away. Andre, are you still holding a grudge about what happened earlier? The soldier on the enemy side couldn't take it anymore. He drew his sword instantly. Get over here. I'll cut out that lying tongue of yours. Airen also readied his sword, thinking to himself, the provoked enemy has fallen into the trap and demanded a duel. Now all I have to do is overwhelm him with my superior strength. Old Lem's group also readied their weapons, understanding the plan, and surrounded him, not intending to let him fight. Jason reminded him, be careful with your wound. It probably hasn't fully healed yet. Airen glanced over at Auden, who was also looking at him. This guy is quick on the uptake. Ah, that's right. I have to stay healthy so I don't get exposed. Lem looked over at Andre. Given his size, this guy should do. Hey rookie, go kill him. Andre, receiving his first mission from Brett Lloyd, thought to himself, you have lived for Brett Lloyd of the Anil clan. Now, try to bring glory to the Brett Lloyd clan. Nothing else matters, so there's nothing to be ashamed of. But being teased for being a virgin, FDR, that was truly humiliating. Now was his chance to wash away that shame. Cirrus sword, to battle. It's all because of that guy. He's the one who shouted and provoked me. The enemy commander refused, roaring. Don't bring me these small fry. Get that loudmouth who called me a demon head out here. Or is he too scared to show his face, huh? Following the group, an Andre, who had matured considerably under Brett Lloyd, shouted in a cold voice, shut your mouth. Let me tear that ugly gob of yours apart. With that yell, he charged into battle. The old man in charge calmly stood by, observing the situation. The soldiers who challenged them to a duel were all veteran warriors, strong enough to cut down anyone on our side, definitely not opponents who could be easily defeated. It's no wonder an Andre struggled a bit at first. Unable to finish his opponent quickly, he even had to use all his strength just to barely hold his ground. For a moment, it looked like his head was about to be chopped off. Ren stood to one side, smiling. But that guy is pretty damn stubborn. He was right. It didn't matter what the opponent's strength was, and Andre would just charge in like a moth to a flame. He fought recklessly, believing that as long as he gave it his all, there would be no regrets. With Anil Gaynor and Brett Lloyd, no matter what hardships came his way, no matter what adversities blocked his path, no matter how many times he was beaten to a pulp, he was determined not to give up an inch. He even actively let old Lem beat him up, knowing he was growing stronger each time. I've always overcome everything for my dream. And it was the same now. He succeeded in landing a fatal blow on his opponent. Finally, he could smile in triumph and say, you're just too weak. Mark stood there, watching his master without taking his eyes off him. Sir Andre had always been a talented man. He was just overshadowed by the exceptionally brilliant people around him. Our soldiers erupted in cheers, shouting, he killed the demon head. That rookie actually pulled it off. And had to admit, seeing this, there was no denying it. And Andre was ecstatic amidst the crowd's cheers. Awesome. And Andre, he's also a member of that Mad squad. Mad and Andre. See? You bastards. I've done my part. The old man loves to watch. But that Mark guy is a real headache. Why would Sir and Andri say something like that there? It's so undignified. The other members of the squad clapped and celebrated. Airen breathed a sigh of relief. The first shot was a complete success. Brett Lloyd smirked to himself. Just as expected, the captain didn't fight directly. But this method is much more effective, isn't it? The old man in charge seized the opportunity. Now was the time. He roared out the order. Move out. Break the Aben army's formation. Immediately, a horde of men charged forward, clashing thunderously. On their flank was the Nemalian army. When did they set up that ambush? Next up were the border defense forces. While they were still in confusion, the border defense team suddenly appeared from the side. The old man ordered, "Archers, fire." The combined forces worked in perfect harmony, giving the enemy no room to breathe. Arrows rained down, killing countless enemy soldiers. The tide is turning. Look closely. You Aben bastards. No matter how many psychological tricks you use, the unchanging truth of the battlefield is that the better fighter always wins. Min's group also began to enter the fray. Lem and Janna handled long range. Jason and Auden stayed close to protect Airen while the enemy ranks broke, chaotically calling for their commander. Platoon GDAP was also here. He told his comrade that all preparations were complete. It was time to fall back. Who knows what they're planning, Brett Lloyd thought, as the soldiers finally roared with joy. The Aben are retreating. They're running for their lives. We won. We won. Everyone was celebrating, but Brett Lloyd felt that something was wrong. What is it? Even though the tide had turned against them, he never expected the Aben to retreat so easily. The commander also noticed something unusual, something suspicious. Just then, a soldier came up and suggested, "Captain, let's pursue them and finish them off." The old man waved his hand to stop him. "No. We'll fall back here as well. They're definitely up to something." The scene changes to the enemy camp, where a scar-faced blonde man walked in, his face taut with tension. A few figures were already waiting for him at a table, each one wearing a hooded cloak that concealed their face. Before he could even sit down, an impatient voice asked, "Did you deliver the message to them?" The blonde man nodded. "Yes. They're currently holding their position, waiting far from the camp. The ones they're talking about are strange, built like mountains." Another man spoke up, annoyed. "Those damn Nojinla are still using those same old attrition tactics. They've always just charged in with their Sky War border guards and their well-defended turtle-armored infantry. That's all they know. Lord Ani's strategy is different. A small, elite force can still gain the upper hand on the battlefield. The existence of knights has already proven that. Anil has planned it all out, but those elite soldiers don't necessarily have to be knights. The others were like a pack of old wolves, chiming in with immense confidence, as if they knew some great secret. The victors of this war will be us, the Aben. Meanwhile, back at Camp A, everything was still peaceful. Brett Lloyd fiddled with a toy, his mind constantly working. It had been 2 days since they returned from the front lines, and they were still waiting. It felt more like the calm before the storm than the end of a battle. Right now, the Aben only had 2 possible moves: retreat or deploy a disproportionate force to fight back. The commander was preparing for the possibility that they might use magic again. The scout team had doubled their patrol efforts, but still found nothing. What the hell are the Aben plotting? When it came to strategy, Brett Lloyd's mind was no joke. Yet, he couldn't figure it out. He glanced over at the others. What were they thinking? Being so carefree in the middle of such a tense war. It was Airen's group, training as usual. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Are you ready to move?" Airen turned to see Igni approaching. "What brings you here?" she asked in her usual teasing tone. "Is it so strange for me to check on a valuable soldier who's useful in this war?" Airen couldn't be bothered to argue back. What he meant was, why would the captain herself do something like this? As he was talking with her, Brett Lloyd, who seemed to have figured everything out, walked over. "His recovery seems to be progressing as expected. Looks like we need a little practice today." It was Brett Lloyd, and he was itching for a fight. "We're about to do this, aren't we?" Airen readied his sword immediately. "Last time, I went easy on you because you were injured. I don't have to do that today." His eyes flashed. "And I'm not about to let you off the hook, either." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a sharp, direct slash. Of course, Airen managed to block it. Fighting him, Airen realized just how far he still had to go. His swordsmanship had no wasted movements. His blade work was beautiful. In contrast, his own style was raw. It was messy and unrefined, but powerful. Still, every style has its own uniqueness. With all the skills he'd learned up to now, even to the naked eye, Airen's sword was now incredibly fast, appearing and disappearing in flashes. Janna even wondered to herself, Is the unconventional swordsmanship the captain uses some kind of mercenary style? The more he fought, the more thrilled and fired up he became, putting the blade work he had honed for so long to the test. The longsword style he'd practiced finally had a chance to be used against a powerful opponent, and now, a new possibility he had never considered emerged in this fight. It seemed Airen had changed so much that he could hardly recognize him. The tip of his sword, tricky and unpredictable, suddenly shot straight towards his face. But, worthy of his reputation, he dodged to the side, avoiding it instantly. But even he didn't expect it. The Hoisin sword style? Airen had already calculated this. I have chosen this path. He understood now. He chuckled. Are you planning to wield 2 swords at once? Airen didn't answer. He simply swung his swords. What's so strange about it? Bring it on. Jana certainly wasn't about to back down. Our sparring match isn't over yet. Airen Pareira didn't lower his sword either, instead laughing heartily. Quick as a flash, the two charged at each other like moths to a flame. The fight was so intense that old Lem, watching from the sidelines, couldn't sit still. That sleepyhead is actually going all out. Ugh, if only I hadn't lost that bet before. My turn. Hurry up so I can get in there. Jason was also getting anxious. I'm not usually the type to charge in like this, but I really want to fight the squad leader. After thinking that, he startled himself. Calm down. This isn't like me. Even Auden, the calmest of the group, felt his hands itching as he watched his incredible progress. It seems he could afford to be a bit more aggressive. If it were me, I'd go for his hand next. No, wait, I don't sense the right timing yet. Last time, I almost sent you to the afterlife, with that dangerous move. He kept muttering to himself, to the point that Jana, standing next to him, couldn't take it anymore. Are you in your right mind? Oh, right. I forgot your mind isn't normal to begin with. Igne stood and watched the whole scene. They were as impatient as children. She glanced over at Jana. Even that lazy soldier was getting fired up now that Airen Pareira was fighting Brett Lloyd. Why is that? In the end, I can only conclude, he has some kind of charm. I'm drawn to him too, she even muttered. If I could, I'd want to face my fiancé too. Brett Lloyd was at a loss for words. What a headache. Did those lunatics infect the captain with their madness too? Arg, I can't take this. Naya and Old Man Lem couldn't sit still anymore. They shot up and yelled. Arg, I can't stand this anymore. Hurry up so I can get my turn. He even pointed straight at Igne and warned, I'll kill anyone who cuts in line, even if it's the captain. She calmly looked at him and replied with a small smile. Would that be considered disobeying an order? On was speechless watching them. He knew those people were both strong and insane, perhaps because this was a sparring match. They weren't going all out, but I could still catch a glimpse of it. To them, it was all just a playful competition. Every single one of them is the same, even the lazy ones, and Igne, who has only fought me twice. I've had this all planned out. On the day we returned from that scouting mission in the tall grass, I swore I would make everyone wear that surprised expression again. He held a sword in each hand, daring to challenge them like this for the first time. Less talk, more fighting. I won't stop until I've taken down every single one of you. His dark, weak past, where he was constantly berated by others, the days of being yelled at, you bastard, I told you not to charge in, were truly over for him. Now, there was no one left to shout, get to the back, now. Their words were rough, but they were loyal comrades. This mercenary group took me in, a drifter with mediocre skills, without any prejudice, except for that bastard. Even now, he could still remember his face as if it were yesterday. Among the mercenaries, he was the strongest. And with that very strength, he mercilessly slaughtered his former comrades. He killed them all, saying, don't even think about running, because all of you are going to die right here. At that moment, only Airen Pareira was left alive to face him. He couldn't believe it and demanded to know why. It turned out his reason was, I got a better offer than this cheap-ass mercenary group. You have to clean up annoying baggage like you guys, so there are no loose ends. You swordsmen, you filthy, weak little bugs, always rambling on about camaraderie and meddling in other people's business. I'm sick of it. After speaking, he contemptuously spat on his dead comrades and watched, his heart filled with hatred. Even with his limited strength at the time, he grabbed his sword and charged, wanting to tear that bastard apart. But with a single flick of his wrist, the man sent his sword flying, then grabbed him by the neck and slammed him to the ground. The bastard humiliated him further, saying, go on and live, you pathetic coward, because even if I let you go, you can't do a damn thing to me. Tisk, tisk, you pitiful kid. Looking back now, En could still feel how overwhelmingly strong he was. He had no choice but to accept defeat. He endured the humiliation and watched the man walk away, able only to grit his teeth in bitter frustration. Damn it, I was too weak. It was painful enough watching my comrades die helplessly before my eyes, but what tortured me even more was the fact that I survived because of his filthy pity. Spending one's entire life seeking revenge is no different from being led by the nose. He buried the pain of losing his comrades deep in his heart. I will move forward for my own dream. On was filled with immense regret. Still, if only I had been strong enough back then. He remembered the despicable look on that bastard's face as he left, a savage smile. And this time, I'm really going to kill you. In his mind, the man was a colossal opponent, a figure of boundless, aggressive fire. Suddenly, a gentle voice echoed in his head. It's just a meaningless nightmare. Don't be troubled by it anymore. The space around him suddenly changed, and there she was, the Black Panther girl, Ether. She watched him intently, knowing he was having a nightmare. Huh, what a troublesome guy from the rear guard. Ether thought back on all their battles until now. I went all out to drain the enemy's energy for him. And yet, when my own life was on the line, he was too exhausted to do a thing. That won't happen again. The scene changes. It was morning, and the loud blast of a horn sounded outside. Airen Pareira and the others woke with a start, looking out in confusion. What's going on? Lem guessed the hidden enemy had finally come out to declare war. He grinned excitedly. Time to move out. Ga stumbled out, yawning. Looks like everyone's up. Brett Lloyd cursed bitterly. Attacking this early in the morning. Those bastards. On recalled last night's dream. For some reason, the last voice in it reminded me of Ether. He patted her, giving instructions. Stay here and guard the camp carefully, okay? Soldiers from both sides swarmed out for battle like ants. Old Man Lem chuckled, looking pleased at the scene before him. They must have prepared something special after making us wait this long. I have a feeling today's going to be interesting. Everyone was serious, 100% focused. I think so too. He wondered about Ben's forces. What have you prepared? What's the trick you've been hiding all this time? The morning mist slowly began to dissipate. The soldiers on the front lines nearly pissed their pants in fear at the sight. With pale faces, they trembled and screamed, "Fire! Fire! Now!" Looming before them were several massive, towering giants. Their own soldiers were terrified, but they still drew their bows, firing and cursing. Damn it! A rain of arrows fell upon them, but the giants were completely unharmed. Even N was stunned when he got a closer look. Giants. So this was Ben's trump card. I can't believe they went this far. These giants were incredibly ferocious. A single swing of their weapons wiped out the first few rows of soldiers. The remaining men stood trembling in fear, unsure how to fight back. The giants' eyes gleamed as they bared their teeth in a hideous grin. Ka. N's squad stood firm, awaiting orders. He thought to himself about the various non-human races living on the continent. Elves live in dreams and yearn for lost souls. The Tutin worship nature, while dwarves are immersed in metal. Beastmen prioritize food above all else. Dragonkin are solitary walkers, and giants. They revel in slaughter. They worship violence, made manifest in their own bodies. They are what's known as the bloodthirsty war gods. Jason looked around and spoke up. They're attacking from both sides. What a pain. Just then, enemy soldiers launched a surprise attack. A shout echoed across the battlefield. The enemy is attacking from the right. The left side too. There are enemies on the left. Brett Lloyd panicked. If we can't stop them at the front line, our entire army will be surrounded and annihilated. Captain Airen Pareira, however, remained calm as always and gave his command. Then we'll just have to stop them. Brett Lloyd couldn't understand his attitude. Huh? How can he be so calm? Just then, Igne walked up. Just as you said, it looks like my people are on the left. I'll handle that side. Wait, did you know she was going to do that? She was still in the mood to tease him. Not even a good luck kiss for your husband? He coldly dodged her like she was the plague. No? Well, I'm off then. She was still joking around. You're so cold. N thought, exasperated. How could she still be joking in a situation like this? The left flank is for the platoon leader. The rest are the non-humans at the center and on the right. The old man with the axe ran forward with glee. Huh? Good. Very good. I've been itching for a fight for a long time. On this occasion, I'll give you all a little show. Watch closely, platoon leader, because this will be your lesson for next time. Airen couldn't believe it. Why is that guy so excited? What on earth is he planning to do? One look was enough to see how thrilled the old man was. This feeling. It's so exhilarating. This felt just like his first time on the battlefield. I've never truly needed the beast heart skill before. Even if an axe flew right at my face, I wouldn't so much as blink. Yet, I still deliberately learned and trained the beast heart skill, because it gives me a far greater advantage on the battlefield. He began to show off his power. His heart beat faster than normal, pumping blood throughout his body. While the old man was reveling in the fight, the other, weaker soldiers stood frozen to the spot, shouting, "Cyrus, retreat! Where's the order to fall back? How are we supposed to fight that giant?" The giant raised its axe, and the soldiers practically wet themselves. "Help me! Spare me!" Luckily for them, Lem was already charging forward like an arrow to deal with the giant. Just as the giant swung its massive weapon straight down, Lem dashed past everyone. One man, one axe, saving the entire squad's lives. Lem's strength was truly no joke. He was barely a tenth the size of the giant's leg, but his strength was more than enough to stop it cold. His blood vessels dilated, his muscles bulged. His body pulsed with excitement as the tendons in his muscles popped out like earthworms. The magic technique originating from his heart empowered his entire body. The old man let out a roar of pure joy. This is it. This is the power of a monster's heart. But his axe snapped in two, the pieces flying into the air. The giant's power was also immense. The swing of its arm created a powerful gust of wind. If this axe breaks, I'll just get another one. Undaunted, Lem charged forward again. This time, he got in even closer. "You damn insect." The old man wasn't all muscle. He had brains too. He leaped onto the giant's knee, using it as a launch pad to soar up to its neck, and landed a direct blow to its head. The blow definitely dealt some damage, but the axe head went flying off. Only the handle remained. The old man was furious. Tch, what a piece of junk. Just then, someone who understood the situation threw a spear at him. Lem caught it instantly. He looked to see who it was. Turns out, it was an Andri. This kid's pretty sharp. He shouted with confidence, "Take this and win." Lem grinned, completely satisfied. These greenhorn kids, at least they're finally starting to use their heads a little. And Andri led the entire squad, roaring, "For victory! Advance and help that madman. Everyone, make sure your weapons don't break in the fight." And just like that, the whole group swarmed the giant, attacking it from all sides. Airen Pareira watched intently from a distance before joining the fray, comparing Lem's strength to that of the giant. He's still fighting so fiercely, even seeming to surpass the giant itself. This is truly an immeasurable power. Could that be what he's going to teach me next? The thought alone made a huge grin spread across Airen's face. Suddenly, Jana walked up to him. "Platoon leader, don't just stand there watching. That man, he's just toying with the giant." Brett Lloyd quickly proposed a strategy. "The enemy company commander is on the left. For now, let's leave the giant to him. If we clear out the enemy's right flank, we can completely turn this difficult situation around for our forces." Airen trusted his sharp, tactical mind. "Agreed," he said without hesitation. En asked their remaining comrade. "The soldiers have likely already engaged the enemy formation. Jana, what's your next move?" He had already made up his mind. "I'll go with the platoon leader. It's boring to just stand here and watch." Airen placed a hand on his chest, trying to calm himself, pushing aside his excitement over the new combat technique for the time being. "First, we have to win this crucial battle." On another part of the battlefield, blood was splattering everywhere as soldiers held each other up. The commander is Vengian. His entire body was covered in wounds. He was exhausted, but still tried to quietly fall back. The enemy standing before him smirked mockingly. What a tear-jerkingly moving situation. But let's see how much longer you can last. As he spoke, he charged forward, preparing to finish off the unfortunate soul. Just then, a sharp sword flew in. Airen appeared out of nowhere to block the attack. He even took the chance to taunt the enemy. What a pitiful sight. Vengean chuckled, not the least bit angered. "Shut your mouth. These are honorable wounds I received saving my men." "Thanks, Airen." Hearing his name, the enemy soldier immediately took an interest. "What's wrong?" Men immediately looked over at him. "And you are?" The other guy grinned. "Long time no see, kid. Don't tell me you've already forgotten an old friend's name, have you?" How could he ever forget Brett Lloyd's wicked face? He just had a nightmare about him last night. Standing behind them, Jana scratched her ear and asked, "Is that the squad leader's friend?" "It's him. There's no mistaking it." Old memories immediately flashed back to his time in the mercenary squad, when he was forced to bow his head to this piece of trash. Back then, I couldn't say a thing if someone called me his friend. But it's different now. This bastard can't be called a friend. My friends are the ones who are willing to risk their lives to save their comrades on the battlefield. As for him, the one who betrayed and killed my comrades, he deserves to die. And suppressed the rage rising in his throat and calmly replied, "I still remember your name. I think it was. Scum. He ignored the guy's face, dark as ink with his eyes burning red with rage. Still talking? You're mistaken. That's just a nickname. Your real name is Bastard, isn't it? As he spoke, he got into a fighting stance, deciding that if he didn't kill this man today, he wouldn't deserve to be called human. Meanwhile, the other guy was driven mad by the taunts, roaring as he charged forward. You weak bastard, how dare you be so arrogant? Things are different now. He effortlessly blocked the attack. When we last parted ways, there was one thing I didn't get to give you, and that's revenge for my friends. The man froze, completely stunned. Revenge? His expression turned even more vile as he bared his teeth in a grin. I never understood how a piece of trash like you managed to survive this long. So, that's the reason, huh? Just then, Brett Lloyd ran over and called out, Squad leader, is he fighting again? That bastard is still living in a delusion. He twirled his weapon defiantly. This guy's gonna die soon. The commander isn't someone we can just gang up on and take down. He's not someone an ordinary soldier can handle. Jana stood to the side, observing silently. That weapon, and that stance, the sheer killing intent. His skills were forged on the battlefield. They practiced the sword just for the pleasure of killing. That old bastard closed in on N, gripping his sword tightly with a smug grin on his face. While you were obsessed with revenge, I've already advanced far beyond that. He swung his sword sideways with a laugh. If I win this battle, I'll become a nobleman in Aben. But N wasn't the least bit scared. He looked at him calmly. Once I climb to that position, you'll never be able to touch me again. Hearing this, the man seethed, grinding his teeth. Is that so? He flew into a rage and charged straight ahead, shouting curses. You son of a bitch, those dead fish eyes of yours. I've hated them from the very beginning. N stood there, watching his every move. He tilted his body, dodging as easily as breathing. Why am I only now seeing how pathetic his skills are? He wondered, as the man thrusted his sword forward like a blunt tool. Is that really an Eastern sword style? And couldn't help but remember how he used to be. That same vile face Brett Lloyd had, that same arrogant voice. Even if you survive, you'll never be able to do anything to me, you disgusting insect. Today's scene was almost identical to that day, just him and N fighting each other. He charged with his sword, threatening, this time, I'll kill you. N's eyes blazed as he threw himself forward like a moth to a flame. Brett Lloyd watched in horror, unable to read the path of his blade. But N wasn't scared in the slightest, calmly assuming his stance. This guy is nothing compared to the opponents I've faced before. I learned how to use sword ki from Ga. As long as I stay calm and swing my sword, this old dog is nothing. No matter how strong he was with that sword, if he made even the slightest mistake in combat, he would pay the price. Jana could tell at a glance that the squad leader knew this well. In just a moment, his sword slashed across the man's body, sending blood flying. He watched the blood spray from the man's mouth. Now, it's my turn to talk. Let me repeat something you should remember. You're no longer worthy of being the target of my revenge. He quickly landed another slash, ending years of resentment. You're not my nightmare anymore, you bastard. The man lay motionless in a pool of blood. On wondered to himself what the dead would say. He felt as if he could see his fallen comrades smiling at him, hoping this was enough to repay their loyalty. With his revenge complete, the remaining men were itching for a fight and approached with their swords drawn. All right, if that's the case, I should get a little exercise too. The other guys, not knowing his reputation, fearlessly challenged him. What the hell? You insect. Don't tell me you plan on facing all of us alone? Of course I am, Jana lazily replied. Let's just warm up first and see what happens. A single slash from his sword was enough to kill one of them. It was a clean decapitation, smoother than slicing a chicken's neck. After killing the loudest one, he asked, Did you say something? Brett Lloyd was all too familiar with this scene and was left speechless. How can someone answer after you've cut their head off? Seeing their comrade killed so quickly, the rest of the men furiously charged all at once to swarm him. But in his eyes, they were just bugs. It was just him and his sword, one slash per head. Whoever came first, died first. On stood to the side, his eyes wide with amazement. In just a few steps, he had seized the initiative and finished his enemies with a clean blow. The efficiency of it, even now, still sent a shiver down his spine. He was suddenly bewildered. Just how much stronger were the other members of the squad? He was sure he hadn't even learned 1/10 of their skills. The remaining men saw Jana's true strength, yet they still dared to charge. You son of a bitch, kill him. Watching the new wave of enemies approach, Jana spoke softly to N. You should watch closely, because this is the path a commander must walk. His ready stance was incredibly cool. Time to get to work. He took a deep breath, his red eyes flashed, and in a blur, he vanished. The bodies of the first 3 men were sliced in half in the blink of an eye. It was absolutely shocking. On was stunned, frozen like a block of wood. For a moment, I thought a wall had appeared before me, a sword strike so magnificent and perfect. Jana showed off for N and gloated smugly. That move I just used, I've come up with a name for it. He tried to act cool. I call it split in two. The great atmosphere was instantly ruined. The sword technique was as amazing as the name was lame. Anne looked at him, confused. Is that really the best name you could come up with? On the other side of the battlefield, the beleaguered soldiers raised their weapons and roared. The giant is on our side. We still have the advantage. All Aben troops, advance. Kill those fools. But our own troops were scared too. They hadn't even finished dealing with the giant. And now, they had to face these guys. But they'd forgotten one thing. Auden hadn't even entered the battle yet. And how is he any different from a giant? In fact, his martial arts and muscles were far superior to those pot-bellied giants. The Aben soldiers looked on and nearly wet themselves in terror. How does Nainla have a giant too? Auden just looked at them with an expression that said, surprised, you little ants? Auden even stopped to laugh and tease them. Ha ha ha, a giant? My dear brothers, I am merely of the stature of an ordinary mortal. The entire group was terrified and panicking. Don't mock us. Your body is clearly colossal. You're so huge it's terrifying. He wasn't having fun anymore. His smile vanished as he looked at them. From this moment, I grant you a few seconds to cling to your lives. The group, on the verge of death, was still clueless, frowning as they asked, what? Auden didn't waste words. He just started counting down from 5 as he walked forward, step by step. 4. He held 2 large wooden clubs in front of his chest. Getting into position, the soldiers who still had some courage roared, what are you standing around for? Spear formation, advance now, charge forward and kill him. The entire group pointed their spears at him, but it was like mosquitoes trying to bite steel. Auden continued his countdown. 3, 2, 1. The whole group was officially beyond saving. He didn't need to do much. A single, powerful stomp on the ground was his finishing move. The stomp was like a hurricane, completely obliterating the soldiers. Auden alone was enough to handle an entire army. For today, I have answered the call of the war god. O Lord, please receive them unto you. He even prayed to the Lord right after slaughtering them. The soldiers on the other side fell to the ground, screaming in terror. Damn monsters. Get out of my way so I can kill him. I'll finish him right here. But these guys couldn't even lay a single finger on him. Auden fought with increasing ferocity, his muscles bulging as he roared, come and embrace your god, brothers. On the other side, Igne went straight for the elves. Since ancient times, the elves have maintained a tradition of living secluded deep in the forest, gathering with their own kind. But as times have changed, so have we. Her elven opponent was a bit surprised to see her, realizing he still had a kinsman. Some elves had been captured and exchanged for gold and silver by the Royal Knights of Brett Lloyd, becoming mercenaries or enlisting in the Brett Lloyd army, which was the current situation for these two. Cyrus readied his weapon. If you run, I won't chase you down to kill you. Igni was just as honorable. Those were the very words I was about to say to you. The man realized, your Nyla leaf blade and my Kim Nila blade. Between these two swords, which one is stronger? Today, the two of them were determined to fight to the finish, giving no quarter. Even being of the same tribe didn't stop the fight. They were evenly matched, lunging at each other in a blur of motion. Their weapons clashed, sending sparks flying, but she very quickly gained a significant advantage over him. Elven weapons are not inherently superior or inferior. She was teaching him a lesson. Everything depends on the skill of the user. In a single beat, she had his arm locked up. The Brett Lloyd commander grinned smugly, thinking he had her trapped and it would be easy. He turned to his underlings and yelled, all of you, charge! But before he could finish, his entire body froze solid. All his underlings were dead, and he didn't even know when it had happened. The only person who could have done this was Jason? The man's face turned grim, his brows furrowed in confused panic. Then Igne clued him in. I drew your attention to me, so my new comrade could move in and finish off the enemy. Pretty good plan, don't you think, you idiot? With that, she stabbed him, killing him on the spot. The two of them were a perfect team, wiping out the entire enemy squad in just a few short minutes. Igni looked at Jason with some concern and asked, you left your squad leader back there. Will he be all right? He laughed in response. If he was going to die in a place like this, he would have been dead long ago. She was surprised. You really trust your squad leader, don't you? Jason didn't bother arguing, turning to leave as the tide of battle was now heavily in their favor. She nodded. Unlike the previous commander of this army, who was completely useless, this man was a true commander who knew how to lead a fight under any circumstances. He wouldn't miss this opportunity to achieve victory. And she was right. The old man was roaring with all his might. Heavy infantry, advance. Immediately, the heavily armored troops, carrying shields and spears, marched into battle. The terrified Aben soldiers called out to each other, "It's the turtle-armored infantry. If they corner us, we'll be crushed. Fall back, now." But it was too late, and Andri led the charge straight at them, leaving no room for escape. The men instantly recognized him. He was the one from the last battle, the madman, and Andri, who had never tasted defeat. "If you value your head, run." And Andri became more and more like a beast, his eyes glowing red as he slaughtered them. "I'll kill every single one of you. You bastards." Old Mark, who had followed his master for years, was so shocked his jaw dropped. He never expected to see the image of Lem in Andri. His personality had been influenced. That madman was having a serious effect on his comrades, making them even more bloodthirsty in battle. Airen Pareira, Jana, and Brett Lloyd gathered in the middle of the battlefield. They say the spring wind carries magic, and Auden had already finished his fight. As for Lem, it went without saying. Not a single giant survived his wrath. Igne and Jason also made their way back. That same spring wind was now blowing across this battlefield, signaling a new beginning from the front lines. The soldiers who had just been slaughtering each other now wore casual expressions, laughing and joking merrily. The battle was over, and now it was the commander's turn. He galloped on his horse, shouting. The commander cleared his throat. "The enemy is fleeing. Send the border defense force to hunt down their leaders to the very end." He couldn't pass up this chance for victory. He knew in his heart that foiling the secret plots prepared by the enemy had drastically changed the direction and course of the battlefield, and it was all thanks to that one squad, led by the madman. If it were the madmen of the past, they certainly wouldn't have taken the initiative to charge and kill the enemy like that. The commander looked at the man's back. Squad leader. His influence has dominated this entire bloody battlefield. Igni approached Airen Pareira's group. "It seems we've all become intoxicated by the magic of the spring wind. Let's give a cheer for the greatest heroes of this battle." The entire army roared in unison. "The madman! Victory! Our legion has never known defeat! To victory!" Brett Lloyd stood listening, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. He wasn't sure if the chant was entirely appropriate. Oh well, as long as the entire army is happy, that's all that matters. Airen Pareira celebrated with the army, raising a clenched fist to the sky in victory. The defeated soldiers fled for their lives. One thought bitterly, Lord Ani's plan couldn't have been wrong. He just never expected a single soldier to be able to defeat our giants. Impossible. Was this Marcus's plan? That bastard. He interfered in the last battle. This curly-haired scarred man was incredibly bitter, still fuming over the outcome. I lost an elite warrior because of him. Just as he was cursing under his breath, his horse's legs were shot repeatedly. The horse, in agony, lost its balance, and he was thrown to the ground. The old man with him quickly turned and shouted, "Captain of the hounds!" He couldn't let the whole squad be affected. He yelled, "Just run!" But the others didn't listen, stopping in their tracks. "We'll hold them off." Before the captain of the hounds could even get to his feet, he was attacked again. It was their pursuer, the captain of the defense force. He sneered at his enemy. "Everyone says the captain of the hounds is so strong, but it looks like this is as far as you go." Seeing their comrade about to die, the others immediately turned and fled. He understood. Too many of the hounds had died along with that elf hunter. We can't fight them anymore. The old man with his group decisively abandoned his comrades and galloped away. Damn it! But he didn't get far before Tourette's cut him down. The captain of the hounds struggled to his feet, turning to flee while screaming, "Cyrus, retreat! Hounds, we have to retreat!" Tourette's asked the old captain, "Should we pursue them, captain?" The old man shook his head. "Forget it. A hunting dog that can't catch its prey is just thrown away. They're just stray dogs now. There were only a few pathetic runners left. Let them go. We have won a great victory against Aben, but our squad only fought in the first battle. The main battlefield will still be on the plains." That night, Brett Lloyd announced, "They say we'll start moving out tomorrow. We need to increase the pressure on Aben's army." Airen felt like something was off. There was no victory celebration, but shouldn't there be a reward for the soldiers' contributions? He was sprawled out on his bed, relaxing comfortably. "With the privileges of being a war hero, we don't have to pack up our own tents. It's so nice. It's all thanks to me taking down that giant." Before the old man could finish bragging, Auden turned back, pointing and taking credit. "Wiping out the enemy's entire army was my doing." Jana, of course, wasn't about to sit back. Those enemy mercenaries weren't simple, but for me, it was nothing. The old man looked like he was about to go crazy, screaming his head off. Are you guys bragging? Where do you think you are? You were the one who started bragging. Jason didn't waste words and said it plainly. You idiot. If Airen hadn't stopped them, a fight would have broken out right there. That's enough. If you want to fight, then come out here and fight me. Lem was loving this. Squad leader, you never miss an opportunity, do you? Andre was still buzzing with excitement, tightly gripping Chiho's hand. This is the first time I've ever felt like this. The excitement of our squad echoed across the battlefield. It's addicting. Lem turned to tease him. If you're this excited already, you won't be able to handle the long road ahead. He even had the guts to argue with old Lem today. Don't provoke me. You dare talk back today? Just as the atmosphere was getting lively, Airen suddenly noticed someone sitting dejectedly outside. It was Enli. He looked clearly saddened. Airen went over and sat down beside him to ask what was wrong. You look so serious. What are you thinking about? He intentionally teased him. Thinking about those flower girls? But he had a reason for saying this. He'd heard a rumor around the camp that Enli's dream was to marry a courtesan, but that dream couldn't become a reality during a war. Seeing that he remained silent, Airen asked again, do you want to go back home? Only then did he speak. I'd be lying if I said no. But everyone is fighting. How can I go back alone? So that was the reason he was so sad. Airen knew this. The man's knowledge as a hunter had saved everyone from danger more than once. We escaped that deadly plane thanks to him. And at the border, he warned us about the venomous snakes in the rock crevices. He was also a skilled archer, providing excellent support on the battlefield. But Airen Pareira had made his decision. He stood up abruptly and left, ignoring the man who watched him, confused, calling after him. Squad leader Airen Pareira believed that he carried a sword because he dreamed of becoming someone useful. Everyone lives for their dreams, and he was no different. The man had no idea what he was thinking. Turns out, Airen went straight to Igne's tent. The very next morning, the decision was made. Igne, aware of the situation, readily agreed. Enli, soldier of the 4th Squad, your discharge is approved. You will leave with the convoy escorting the wounded back from the battlefield. Enli couldn't believe it, and asked again, Sir? What do you mean? Forgive me, company commander. But what do you mean by that? He looked completely dumbfounded as she spoke. Haven't you heard? Your squad leader proposed it to me. That very day, he packed up all his belongings and left. Lem, who was resting, propped himself up to ask, Hey, you're leaving? Auden was as warm as ever. I wish you the best of luck for your future. His brother Jason was a little envious. You get to sleep comfortably now. You're lucky. Both Brett Lloyd and Jason also said, You've endured a lot of hardship all this time. It's good that you're leaving. Andre also came to see him off. Travel safely. Airen met him at the gate where Airen was waiting. He owed all of this to him, squad leader. Actually, Airen knew all along. Unlike Anil and Mar, who were a good fit for the squad, Enli always seemed detached from this place. It was probably because he wasn't cut out for the battlefield. That's why Airen had taken the initiative to request his discharge. He didn't forget to pat his shoulder in farewell. Travel safely. The man bowed his head deeply, his voice choked with emotion. Thank you for everything. After speaking, he walked straight away. For him, escaping this place was like escaping a great calamity. Just then, Igni arrived. Finished with your goodbyes. Seeing her, Airen immediately stood at attention. Thank you for granting my request. She seemed to be in a very good mood, teasing him with a deadpan expression. It was a request from my fiancé, so there was no problem. So, when will our wedding be held? This time, Airen was too exhausted to be angry. So he just played along with the joke. Let's see. In 10 years. She seemed satisfied and left. 10 years? Not bad. I prefer younger men over old ones. The opportunity he'd been waiting for had arrived. After waiting so long, he finally got to land a satisfying jab at her. Well, if we're talking about preferences, elves aren't my type either. This time, it was her turn to taste bitterness and discomfort. She spun around, her eyes wide with disbelief. Don't you think that would hurt my feelings? He remained stubborn, looking her straight in the eye. But that doesn't actually hurt you, does it? This time, she truly admitted defeat. She let out a sigh and turned away. Fine, let's be serious for a moment. Walk with me before you head back to the barracks, she said. The battalion commander wants to see you. Well then, of course he had to go with her. The old man was already waiting, a cup of tea in his hand. Actually, Brett Lloyd had warned him about this before. You need to be prepared. If you survive the infiltration mission at the border and achieve so much on this battlefield, the battalion commander will summon you soon. That time had now come. But the first thing the old man asked him was, "Do you like tea? Would you like a cup? You must be very busy with the relocation of the camp. I promise I won't waste your time." Airen quickly replied, "Sir, I'm free. I don't have any luggage to carry." The old man burst out into hearty laughter. "Haha, I didn't expect you to know how to flatter." Airen's face darkened. "I'm just telling the truth. I have no intention of flattering anyone." Suddenly, the old man's tone turned serious. "Good, and the truth is, you've achieved impressive results in this war." Airen understood his actions. Calling him through his direct commander, the Elf Corps commander, and making an offer meant he didn't want any unnecessary fuss. But the old man's voice continued to drone in his ear. "Seeing you so calm like this, I think I've chosen the right person." Airen simply replied, "Yes, sir." The old man stared at him without blinking. "So, your answer is?" Airen was even firmer, looking straight back at him and answering without a second thought. "I refuse." This took the old man by surprise. "I heard you've refused others as well, so I anticipated this. But you should know that my offer is different from the others, shouldn't you?" For the first time, Airen dared to say it. "I have a dream." The old man stood still, listening to him. "A dream? The time has come. I am finally capable enough to stand here and declare, I will become a knight." The old man couldn't believe it, his eyes wide with astonishment. "That's right. A person with a dream shines brightly. I was once like that." Airen's words made the old man think back on himself. "The day I was trained to become the Emperor's sword. But as time passed, I gradually faced reality. Now, I'm just something trying to survive day by day. Someone who forgets their dream loses the motivation to move forward." The old man understood. "I have no right to command you." Because Airen absolutely refused to give up on his dream. The old man bowed his head and waved his hand. Airen understood, bowed in farewell, and left just like that, without a hint of regret. The old man asked Igne, "Do you think he'll become a knight?" "It's hard to say. I really don't know. It all depends on him." And that was that. The old man was at a loss for words. Being brutally honest was both a strength and a weakness of the elven race. He stood there silently, watching the sunrise, still thinking about him. "A knight. I respect your dream. Anne and I will also continue to move forward. Noin La is a feudal kingdom of Brett Lloyd, but the real power belongs to the nobility. They are the true rulers. I am also a noble. But now, the dream I had long forgotten, I want to remember it." As he thought this, the old man took out a letter with a wax seal, and just like that, the entire army began to move, leaving this place behind. Their march began at dawn and ended at dusk. They had set up a new camp. The old man's squad had it the easiest. Thanks to their rewards and achievements on the battlefield, they didn't have to do anything. But sitting around so much made their hands and feet itch with boredom, and they started to complain. Auden came over, suggesting, "Times like these are perfect for training. A squad leader's muscles only grow through constant practice." Gianna, lounging to one side, also spoke up. "Have you guys practiced your swordsmanship before? If you want to use dual swords, you need much better balance." Jackson didn't miss a beat, adding, "Focus on your senses. The louder it gets outside, the sharper your senses become." He looked at a man standing far away by a tree and called out, "Is this part of your training, too?" Old Zem couldn't take it anymore, quickly jumping in to claim the spot. "All right, it's training time. You remember, don't you, squad leader?" He said it with a crazed glint in his eyes. "The Berserker squad. We will never lose on the battlefield." But before they could do anything, Igne arrived with a group of soldiers. "We need to set up the command post here. The road ahead looks difficult," she said, glaring at En's group as a warning. "This area is for reinforcing our defenses. Go find somewhere else to train." And so, the 5 of them were chased away. Huddled together, they immediately started bickering. "You meathead, you should just curl up into a ball. You're so annoying." Taking responsibility in the army is a skill in itself, you know. Wherever Zem went, a fight was sure to follow. Mac and Andri stood to the side, cringing with secondhand embarrassment. "We didn't even do anything, and we still got dragged into this. I think only the squad leader can handle this." "I guess so. This is a real pain." Just then, Claude Brett Lloyd happened to walk by. "But the squad leader is just as crazy as they are, so we're out of luck." The two of them went back to talking to each other. "This is what you call unmanageable, right? Let's not get involved with those lunatics anymore." As Claude Brett Lloyd wandered around, he suddenly spotted something. "Oh, look at that. This isn't just some random spot. Looks like an enemy camp used to be here." He even sat down and pulled at the old leftover tarps. "Let's see, somewhere around here. Here it is, and another one." Surprised, En walked over and asked, "What are you doing?" He's figured it all out. When soldiers go into battle, they always hide something important. Ah, so if you find it, you hit the jackpot. An didn't understand any of this. How would you know where they hide things? Claude tapped his head smugly. You just have to think. If I were a soldier, where would I hide it? It has to be a place that's easy to recognize. That way, even if the camp is destroyed, they can still come back and get their stuff. And just like that, it seemed An was starting to follow his train of thought. And continued. It has to have a landmark, Claude shouted excitedly. Exactly. And sure enough, he had found something. Look, this tree root is pretty unique. Based on the traces of the camp, this seems like the most convenient place to hide something. This spot is absolutely perfect. Watching him rummage around, An couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. He's really smart. Even on the battlefield, Claude Brett Lloyd always assessed the situation correctly. He was great at predicting what would happen in a fight. He claimed he got it from his survival instincts, but he was much better than many other Brett Lloyd strategists. And yet, his dream was to open a tea shop. The only thing on this guy's mind was money. As he searched, he muttered to himself, "Show me the money." But what he pulled out wasn't what he expected. What's this? A map? Could it be? Why would a valuable map like this be here? The old man watching this scene started spouting his usual unpleasant remarks. He's off in his own world again, and now we have to waste our time cleaning up his mess. En looked up at the sky. There's still time before dark, and what do we have to do until the camp is set up? He turned to the old man and brought it up. Zem, you didn't finish what you were saying earlier. Zem had just been waiting for him to ask. With a smug look, he declared loudly, the core of berserker strength, the heart of the beast. Just as the name implies, it gives me power that far surpasses ordinary humans. It's a technique I developed myself. It makes your heart beat faster and stronger, granting you immense power. He looked very serious as he gave his warning. However, one mistake, and you're finished. But for something this interesting, there was no way En would be scared. He laughed, full of excitement. Don't worry, even death doesn't scare me. He meant every word, but to a normal person like the old man, it was still strange. Like a beast on the hunt, he's overflowing with ambition. Zem couldn't stop himself from breaking into a wide grin. No wonder I can't stop having high hopes for him. Enough talk. He suddenly grabbed Anne's wrist and placed it on his own chest. All right then, let's see how you handle this technique. Let's see if you just make your own heart explode and die. En focused with all his might, feeling the old man's hand on his own heart. Normally, humans can only unleash monstrous strength in moments of crisis. But with this training, you can draw it out even under normal circumstances. That is, the berserker's heart. The most important things for this are focus and feeling. The others watched the two of them from a distance, and thought to himself, I've learned a few things from those guys too. Thanks to his training, the vessel to withstand this brute force had more or less been formed. The old man looked at him and said, what you need is belief. Make your heart explode just enough so it doesn't shatter. That was a bit confusing. Make it explode? Suddenly, his heart gave a violent jolt, and An felt it instantly, and immediately felt the explosive beat of the heart. He could feel Zem's heart pounding incredibly fast. That brute force was being transmitted through his fingertips. It seemed he was starting to get it. So, this is what it feels like. The two of them sat cross-legged on the ground. The old man reminded him, do it gently. Only at 1/4 the level I just did. One mistake and your heart will go pop, and you'll die on the spot. I understand, he muttered to himself. Just follow the feeling from before and ignite the heart. The others watching from the sidelines were getting nervous for him. Suddenly, the old man felt a slight vibration in his hand. His eyes lit up, but that expression quickly turned to disappointment. Turns out I was worried for nothing. You surprise me. You learn some things so quickly, but then you're so slow with others. It was the same before. You'd be growing by leaps and bounds like you're some kind of genius, and then suddenly, you just stop. The old man's face turned black with frustration. It drives me insane. Are you doing this on purpose just to mess with me? Jackson and Auden also chimed in. I can't deny it. He really is fast sometimes and slow at others. I agree. The squad leader is definitely hard to figure out sometimes. En didn't know what to do, weakly trying to explain himself from the very beginning. I'm dead serious about this heart control thing. The old man's eyes rolled back in his head. From last night all the way through today, and we're doing it again? He still couldn't get it, making the old man roar in frustration. What in the world are you doing now? His shouts echoed throughout the area. Are you even trying? The old man had completely lost his composure. Fine, let's just try cursing at it and see what happens. Right now, a full day has passed, and it's already the evening of the next day with no change. Just do it faster. The old man's shouting was so loud that someone else had to yell at him. I don't know what the hell you people are doing, but let someone get some sleep. The old man, out of ideas, turned and walked back to his tent, still fuming. Brett Lloyd looked at him and asked, "What about the squad leader?" The old man answered curtly. He said he's going to swing his sword for a bit and then come back. Jason was still in the mood to taunt him even at a time like this. Is it because your technique is useless that he refuses to learn it? Humph. I'd be better off taking Brett Lloyd and training him myself. Of course, the old man wouldn't let that slide. Shut your mouth, you little brat. Just wait your damn turn. Jana also chimed in with a tease. If it isn't because he lacks willpower, then the teacher must be incompetent. The old man immediately shot back. Oh, I suppose you think you're so clever, you sleepyhead. They started bickering again, and the barbarian, Brett Lloyd, had to step in to stop them. Hey, if you're going to fight, take it outside. Lem wasn't in the mood to start trouble today. He was focused on thinking. The beast heart was originally a technique of my tribe, which I modified myself. At first, I used a spell to show him the rhythm of the heart, but after that, he has to sense it himself and activate it by feel. No matter how hard he tries, I can't figure out what he's doing. Frustrated, the old man flopped onto his bed to sleep. Truth be told, not even the people of my tribe can learn it in one go. Even with the spell, even after learning it, one slip-up or losing the feeling could send you to the afterlife. Tisk, I shouldn't be so impatient. The squad leader, back when he was learning the beast heart, it took him a very long time to master that skill. His will to learn is immense, so I'll just give him more time and observe. If he still can't get it, then I'll have to give up. But he couldn't bring himself to give up. The more he thought, the less he understood, and he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Meanwhile, N was outside practicing his sword until late into the night. He was getting frustrated, too. It was clear the old man had taught him everything he could, but it was like it was going in one ear and out the other. Lem was so fed up he sighed and turned to leave. That's enough for today. It's going to be a long time before you get this right. But, On firmly grabbed the old man's hand. Again. Do it again. The old man's brow furrowed tightly. I know you're determined, but it's useless to keep practicing if you're not getting anywhere. But N was furious now and refused to give up. He gritted his teeth. Harder. Stimulate my heart with more force. With that look on his face, how could the old man refuse? Let me remind you of something, squad leader. You must have forgotten, but if you're not careful, the heart is something that can burst in an instant. Are you telling me you want me to kill my own squad leader with my own hands? But N had already calculated everything, showing not a shred of fear. Do it. Just do it harder. The old man complied, worrying as he thought, if he isn't afraid, then there's nothing I can do. Why? Even if I indulge this stubbornness of his, I don't expect him to master the beast heart any faster. No, he might just die, and even if he doesn't die, he'll be crippled. Squad leader, you have that determination, but this order, I don't want to refuse because of that will of yours. The old man made his decision. If he wants it, he'll get it. Who knows, it might just work. He placed his hand on N's chest. All right then. If the squad leader wants to be a fool, that's his choice. He must have something he's counting on to be this reckless. Lem did exactly as N asked, stimulating his heart with even more force. The pain was so intense that veins bulged on N's face. He clenched his jaw, trying to endure the agony radiating from his heart. But this was the only way he could feel it clearly, and he couldn't help but smile triumphantly. So this was the right answer, after all. But it was too much. N's heart couldn't take it and exploded, causing him to spurt blood from his mouth right on the spot. The old man was horrified, the color draining from his face. Damn it. The others quickly rushed over. Auden caught him. Jana and Jason quickly pulled Lem away. Jana was furious, glaring as she cursed. You maniac. Everyone was worried. What the hell did you do? Meanwhile, On was at death's door. His heart had truly shattered. There was no way he could survive. Then, out of nowhere, that faceless ferryman appeared again. He looked at On, sitting there, unable to understand. You're not here today because you ran into a wall. N replied to him, let me be the one to decide everything. The ferryman couldn't comprehend it. He was intentionally dying and coming back to life. What in the world are you thinking? Of course, I have to take advantage of this ability. To master the beast heart, I'm just using a familiar method. One day before this, today began its loop. That night, he was up nearly all night, sitting on the grass, placing a hand on his chest to feel it. Even though he could feel it when Lem stimulated his heart, he was completely unable to do it on his own. Lem scratched his head in frustration. This is a real pain in the ass, but if you can't do it, you can't do it. A leader also needs to know how to accept his limits and give up. En's hands clenched into fists. He refused to lose. To give up is to be content with the present. That's no different from death. In the past, when I learned new skills, I wasn't like the other geniuses in the squad. I found a method that suited me. Instead of fearing death, I learned how to heighten my concentration through battles with powerful enemies. So, then, what does the beast heart need? He spent that entire night trying to figure it out. Where does the beast heart originate? Back in the present, he was on the verge of death. The others were grabbing Lem, the crazy savage, by the collar. Auden was desperately trying to call out, "Stay with us." Squad leader, he was truly dead. All he could hear was the ferryman's voice. Is this the only method you could come up with? To just let your heart explode and die over and over? This skill is worth it. The beast heart is what allows you to unleash monstrous power in critical moments, and even use it during normal times. In other words, if I create a critical moment, activating the beast heart will be easier. The ferryman was at a loss for words, finally muttering, "You really are an incurable madman. Have you not thought about the pain of death you'll have to endure? This pain is nothing. I can endure it. If I can move forward even a single step." And so, the day resets. The two sat opposite each other. Lem said, exhausted, "That's enough for today. Stop being so stubborn about something you can't do. Go wash your feet and get some sleep." Time passed. This was the 27th time, and he still couldn't make his heart move on his own. Just as he had every time before, he grabbed the man's arm to stop him. "I just need you to stimulate my heart more forcefully." For the 27th time, his reaction was the same. He glared and asked, "Are you telling me to kill my squad leader?" Un nodded gravely. "Yes." The old man clenched his jaw, conflicted, and turned to walk away. "If you're going to be crazy, at least do it with some style. I don't want to kill my superior." Huh. His words this time were a little different. On was a bit surprised. He immediately teased him. "Since when do you care about things like that? The slayer of nobles." He had hit a sore spot. Every time the old man tried to forget, "Do you really think your mouth won't get ripped open if you spill the secret?" He also clearly noticed that the reaction was different from all the other times today. From the first day I decided to use this method, I thought that even if it was a wall I created myself, if I couldn't overcome it, this day would just keep repeating. Brett Lloyden had plenty of time, so there was no problem focusing on training. But why wouldn't Lem listen until I repeated myself over and over? By the 30th time, Maine told him to stimulate his heart even more strongly. The 40th time, it was still, "Just do it." The 50th time, he still had to tell him, "Just do it." By the 60th time, he understood how to manipulate the man from the very first word. "Trust me, this is an order." Sure enough, the old man's attitude changed completely. "Place your hand on my chest, right now." He finally understood. After repeating it about 60 times, I'd finally figured this guy out. He only listens when I give a direct command. It's the same with Lem and the others. They're all a bunch of insubordinate punks, cobbled together into one useless squad. I figured they wouldn't listen to me either, so I didn't bother trying to control them. But at some point, they started to faithfully follow my orders. I was curious why, but for now, I had to focus on the wild heart. Make the heart pound, push the blood through my entire body, feel the power that surpasses all limits gathering in my muscles. He clenched his fists tightly. "Do it." That guy froze solid, staring at him in disbelief. "Do it. Do it." Ignoring the damage to his heart, he roared, spitting up blood. "Just do it." It was always the same phrase. "Do it." Gradually, with each attempt, he was able to endure it longer, but he would always end up violently coughing up blood. Maine fought to withstand it, his heart hammered in his chest, but this time, not a single drop of blood escaped his lips. He wasn't going to die this time. The old man watched, completely stunned. "You managed to grasp the feeling of controlling your heart in just one day?" Only mine knew the insane ecstasy he felt after all those repetitions. I finally succeeded in making my own heart burst with power. Hundreds of todays had passed. Now that he'd mastered it, he had to test it while the iron was hot. The others stood around, watching him train. Old Lem's eyes went wide as he gasped in astonishment. "He's insane. Maine actually did it." Controlling his heart to swell to its limit, pumping blood and fueling his muscles, he drove his sword straight into the massive rock wall with a single thrust. Instantly, the entire cliff face shattered into pieces. He had nearly pierced straight through it. His teammates stood watching, jaws agape. Only mine knew that he had finally broken through the wall he had created for himself. Old Lem, trying to regain his composure, spoke up. "Monstrous strength. I have 2 questions for you, squad leader. First, are you from the western regions? And second, are you secretly a genius?" Maine just looked at him with a slight smile and replied, "Neither." That night, long after the others were asleep, He lay awake in bed, thinking, even though I've figured out how to safely surpass human limits, I never expected this consequence. Unable to bear it, he asked the old man, I can't move. Lem, is this skill always like this? He replied nonchalantly, you're still not cut out for it. Auden sat by the bed, examining him. This is the first time in your life you've pushed your muscles past their limits. So, it's only natural for them to be stiff and sore. Maine lay face down on the bed, in absolute misery. Still, this muscle pain was as terrifying as the wild heart itself. It was a captivating skill that granted its user power far beyond that of a normal human, but if used without control, it puts immense strain on the body. I understand that all too well now. True knights have no need for a skill like this. They surpassed the limits of humanity long ago. Though they appear human, they possess the strength of giants, the swiftness of the wind, and the sharp senses of a wild beast. That is what it means to be a holy knight. To reach that level, the path ahead is still incredibly long. He looked him over once more. He could only advise. At the very least, don't do anything today. Just rest. Let me help you relax. Auden grinned and climbed on top of him. I call this blood, sweat, and tears. The name alone sounded horrible. Maine's face went blank. What? Before he could react, Auden used both hands to press down on his muscles with incredible force. The pain was so intense that Maine's hands clenched the blanket and his teeth ground together. It was worse than dying and being resurrected. Sweat drenched his body, and even he had to admit, ugh, I feel like I'm about to die. This is almost like another wall you've built for yourself, he explained as he pressed on his leg. Memorize the pressure points I'm pressing. This is a technique to loosen up seized muscles. The official name is the Bala-style acupressure method. He was in agony, but he knew this technique would be incredibly useful if he could learn it. I have to endure it. Even if I see a river of suffering as wide as the Brett Lloyden before me, I have to endure. He was truly in agony. Unable to hold it in any longer, he let out a blood-curdling scream. Lem, watching from the side, was horrified at Auden. You brute! Are you trying to kill the squad leader? The next morning, the first thing he thought upon waking was, thanks to Auden, I almost met the ferryman on the river Styx. His entire body was covered in bruises, but the muscle pain had lessened significantly. Even though I was told to rest and do nothing, I feel like I'm just wasting precious time here. Maine tried to think of something to do. At the very least, I can maintain my weapons. But the moment his hand touched his sword, Auden's face appeared right beside him, repeating slowly, do nothing. He snatched the sword from his hand. I told you not to make any movements. Maine quickly tried to explain. Hey, I was just going to perform some maintenance on my sword. Corbett Lloyd eagerly stepped forward and took the sword. If the sword needs maintenance, give it to me. I'll do it for you. He hastily tried to pull the sword back, not letting him take it away. You're not going to do it for free, are you? Corbett Lloyd was caught and couldn't argue. You're a sharp one, Captain. 20 coins. 18. 10. A flurry of haggling began. Maine snapped. What? For a service fee? The man finally relented in frustration. Fine. 17 coins, and not a penny less. He still refused. Why is it so expensive? He replied slickly. Because the captain's sword is a high-grade weapon, it requires more meticulous care. The greedy man then brazenly held out his hand again. And another thing, you use 2 swords, don't you? And just like that, he happily walked off with both of his swords. Seeing the 2 blades suddenly reminded me. Even though I'd said I would use dual swords, everyone just accepted it as if it were perfectly normal. I thought at least one person would try to talk me out of it. The art of dual wielding is something that even the most talented warriors rarely attempt. Its practical application is far outweighed by its difficulty and the danger of using it on a battlefield. Without sufficient muscle strength, it's hard to even manage the weight of one sword in a single hand. Compared to swinging a sword with 2 hands, you can't put as much force into your attacks, which reduces your offensive power. Still, his curiosity got the better of him, and he had to ask them, why didn't any of you try to stop me from using dual swords on the battlefield? Old Lem shot back. Why the sudden question? Auden just grinned and raised an eyebrow. Why do you think? Jason even said directly. Because the captain's a stubborn guy. Who else would take this on? On pointed a finger right at his own face. Me? You can't be serious. Auden even chimed in to agree. He doesn't listen and just insists on doing things his way. The captain is extremely stubborn. He let out a sigh and tried to argue. I'm not unreasonably stubborn. Jana suddenly asked, is there any particular reason you want to use dual swords? It's not for any special reason, he answered vaguely. I just like it. Using dual swords just feels so much cooler than a single sword. Thinking about it reminded him of the old days. The reason was similar to why he admired knights. Back then, someone said that a talented knight would bring an end to this war. We call him the Knight of Glory. At the time, he sat and listened, hanging on every word. But in return, they stomped on him and mocked him. There he goes, showing off like an idiot again. Hey, listening to that song won't make you as strong as the Knight of Glory. Before they left, they looked down at him, sprawled on the ground, and cursed. Pathetic. But he never gave up. Even though everyone laughed at me and said I could never achieve my dream, I kept living for what I yearned for, because I loved and admired that knight. Because of that, I have no intention of giving up on my dream, nor on becoming a knight or using dual swords. The others stood still listening to him, and they all felt the same way about him. He was truly different. The old man looked at himself and thought, I'm different. Even though I was born with everything, I threw it all away and turned my back on it. All I have is a sword and my pride. Even so, I pushed forward without wavering. The old man laughed at himself, then looked straight at Airen Pareira and said bluntly, That's exactly why I like you, Captain. Jana, as usual, immediately started teasing the old man. Oh, come on, shut your mouth. Before he could finish, the annoyed old man pointed a finger and growled, I despise people like you who stick their noses where they don't belong. The man just laughed mockingly. Yeah, well, I hate you too. Jason, sitting a little ways off, decided to chime in. I feel the same way. Auden grinned from ear to ear. God tells us to embrace all things in the world of Brett Lloyd and forgive them. But as a mere servant of God, I have my limits. I hate you all just as much as you hate me. These old guys were the definition of cold on the outside, warm on the inside. The old man roared in frustration. Is that all you people have to say? Airen was speechless and turned away. You all get along so well, don't you? Now. They understood his ideals. Jason brought over a pile of stones. Captain, saying that makes us sound like we're committing a crime. If you're that bored and have nothing to do, just train. Airen looked up at him and replied, I was told not to do anything. His training methods are always different. Yes, you don't need to do anything, because this is an exercise that only requires you to move your eyes in place. Visual sense. Next, I plan to teach the captain this visual skill. Sounds good, right? Airen never turned down their top-tier lessons. Outside the door, Brett Lloyd had finished polishing 2 swords. They look brand new now. A few soldiers walked by, and their conversation reached his ears. Looks like this battle is dragging on for too long. The enemy has no intention of retreating at all. The great Captain Makut has a plan. Our company is looking for a way to control the enemy's supply line. A new unit has been sent to capture the position behind the enemy camp. I heard the enemy remnants there were repelled by our forces and fled. Hearing this, the young man immediately thought about the unstable situation on the battlefield. He needed to gather more information. This guy's mind was always that sharp. It seemed Aben was using a new tactic. No matter what was happening in the battle out there, the task for Airen Pareira and his comrades right now was to train. He explained, Dodging is about using your eyes to observe and evade attacks. To hone your dodging ability to its maximum, you need to increase your reaction speed. But first, the most important thing is to have a comprehensive field of vision. I'm going to throw these stones with letters carved on them. Your job is to watch and guess what they are. Airen focused with all his might. Jason threw a stone horizontally, but of course, the first time, he couldn't see a damn thing. With a dumb look on his face, he still hadn't figured it out, even after the stone hit the ground. Jason just picked up another one and threw it. After throwing it, he'd ask what letter was on the stone. But even after training from morning till night, Airen still couldn't make out a single letter, no matter how much Jason urged him to focus and observe carefully. During the day, it was eye training. Late at night, when he was asleep, Auden would come to stretch his muscles. He looked at his body with satisfaction. You've improved significantly. You can move much more flexibly now. But before Airen could even prepare, a stone whizzed past his eyes. As his ears were hearing Auden's words, his eyes had to look fast. Naturally, the stone flew far away before he could see it. Jason asked, what was the letter? But all Airen cared about was, you intentionally waited until I was off guard to throw that, didn't you? This is normal. There's no room for mercy on the battlefield. He was absolutely right, and Airen had no comeback. And so, his training continued. Day after day. Anytime, anywhere. Jason even hid behind a bush, stalking Airen more carefully than he would his prey, ready to throw a stone at a moment's notice. After countless throws, it was time for Airen to level up. As a stone flew past, he faintly saw the letter carved on it and was ecstatic. Look, just as the two of them were training, a group of soldiers rushed over with swords drawn, shouting, The enemy! It's a surprise attack. Everyone, assemble immediately. Jason ignored them. He stayed behind and demanded of Airen. What was the letter? Airen couldn't believe it. He was about to run, but had to stop. How can you still ask that in this situation? The letter on the stone was, me, right? Only then did Jason let him, even letting out a sigh of satisfaction. After throwing 40 me stones, you finally saw it. Wonderful. Now I can start carving a different letter on the stones. Airen felt a little sad hearing that. Was that a compliment or a sarcastic jab? The old man, Lem, ran out of his tent in a frenzy, screaming at the top of his lungs, "A surprise attack! The enemy! Where are they?" The old man had been itching for a fight for a long time. Airen watched him, speechless. What's wrong with that guy? Has he gone crazy? Jason explained, with a completely serious face. He's frustrated because the squad leader is sick and bedridden, which means he can't unleash his fierce battle instincts on the battlefield. They looked over at Anandri, beaten to a pulp on the ground. He had tortured his own squad, letting them take a beating, but he still wasn't satisfied. And Andri, who was used to being beaten, was trembling and flattened but still managed to talk tough. Bring it on. Attack. Mark, sitting nearby, reminded him dryly, get a grip. But the old man was in for a disappointment. When he got to the scene, there was no fight to be seen. Why isn't anyone fighting the enemy? Why are they just standing there shouting? He was extremely dissatisfied. Where's the enemy? Where are the giants? Where have all my toys gone? And Andri, completely confused, asked, Hey, what's going on? Mark replied, It seems the enemy just shot some arrows, and then ran off. Just a few random shots. But our side still suffered a few casualties. The heckler told the old man, That archer will be caught by the border patrol, so we don't need to get involved. The old man stubbornly refused to believe the border patrol could catch him. He turned and told Airen Pareira to look closely at the arrow. The shaft is longer than a normal arrow, and the fletching at the tail extends further back. This is a special type of arrow, one that can be fired from a very long distance. It's an arrow I've seen before, the eagle's talon. It turned out the old man was being serious. But what Airen was more concerned about was, But don't eagles have talons? The old man asked, confused. Really? So, is it eagle's teeth then? How should I know? I'm just guessing. I don't remember clearly, but I don't think that's it. The old man sighed sarcastically. Your memory is terrible, Captain. What can I do about it? Airen couldn't just say, that happened a few months ago. But for someone like me who has to live the same day over and over, it feels like years ago. He reminded him, remember when the squad leader was beaten to a pulp by that frog-faced guy and had to be treated in the infirmary? Back then, someone used this arrow to cause chaos on the battlefield. Now that you mention it, I remember. Ah, I remember now. The soldier named Bayo was about to die, and he saved him with his shield. The eagle's talon was that dangerous arrow. But this isn't a one-time thing. They've been shooting at us like this several times a day. From inside the tent, Raga's voice grumbled. Humph. Another surprise attack? Give me a break. All that commotion was happening and he had no idea. What were you doing this morning that you didn't know about it? Never mind. I know what you do all day. For a guy like Brett Lloyd, it could only mean he slept the entire day. Look at him, sweating in his sleep, his face all shiny with grease. He suddenly spoke up, wide awake. I was thinking about the squad leader's dual swords. Perhaps the captain needs to get more accustomed to using both swords. That sounded interesting, so he immediately asked, Is there a way? Who knows what got into this guy? But he proactively started to instruct him. I'll explain it so the captain can easily understand. From now on, the squad leader will have 2 lovers. Old man Jen, sitting nearby, couldn't pass up the chance to tease him. Oh my. If the squad leader's fiancé finds out about this, there's going to be trouble. On was the same as always with the same retort. She is not my fiancé. Eat, sleep, and fight. Captain, you must carry both swords with you in all your daily activities. First, the captain must get familiar with the dual swords. Following his words, he took both swords to bed with him, placing one on each side. The panther girl, Ether, looked on, startled. There's no room left for me to sleep. Is this man training even in his sleep now? How annoying. Despite saying that, she still climbed right on top of him. But before he could even fall asleep, a loud shout rang out from outside the tent. Both the man and the panther jumped in surprise. A surprise attack. Are they just going to shoot an arrow and run again? Get the border guards here, now. The men lay back down, frustrated. What a buzzkill. The panther, having fallen to the floor when he jolted up, got mad and smacked him right in the face. Come on, just let me get some sleep. I said, go to sleep, and yelled as she scratched him. Ow, Ether, that hurts. He cried out in so much pain that Brett Lloyd had to look over. The young man clearly saw that something wasn't right. This was already the second surprise attack. In the following days, the training repeated, non-stop. Airen, Pareira, and Jason would be in the middle of training when they'd hear the shout, "Surprise attack," and between those instances were the eagle's claw arrows. This happened so often that no one even bothered to react anymore. But after a few of those attacks, a soldier was shot and killed, and there was nothing they could do. Lem got furious, feeling that something was wrong. That bastard is a damn good shot. Meanwhile, N's training progressed. He could see the letters on the stone faster than before. Another attack. From morning till night, they heard the shouts at any given moment. Another attack. The frequency seemed to be increasing. The next day, Jason ramped up the training level. Normally, he'd throw 1 stone, but now he was throwing 2. After throwing them without warning, he'd ask what letter it was. He still saw it. Why? On realized it then. This isn't funny, and if you put together the letters that had appeared, so far, they spelled out crazy barbarian, which was basically an insult to Lem. He grabbed his axe, ready for a fight. "I'll tear you to pieces instead of that enemy archer, you bastard." He understood the problem immediately. "Jason, you were trying to start something earlier, weren't you?" But he just shrugged his shoulders, acting like it had nothing to do with him. Brett Lloyd was always observing his surroundings. A few soldiers were talking. "We can't find a single trace of the enemy. That guy is too fast. This archer, he doesn't leave any tracks. Chasing and catching him seemed impossible." Coincidentally, Lem said the same thing. "He can't be caught." Brett Lloyd grew worried, trying to think of a way. Several times a day, the attacks were relentless, but they still couldn't catch the person behind them. Although the damage was minor for now, if things continued like this, it would get worse. What are the higher-ups doing? Why isn't there a proper countermeasure? I don't want to step forward because I'm afraid it'll complicate things, but is there really no other way? His only option was to present a plan to N. The squad leader calmly and confidently pointed to himself. "I have an idea." He also asked the captain directly if he wanted to propose a plan to deal with the enemy to their superiors. The scene changes to the commander's tent, where loud cursing can be heard from inside. "Those able bastards keep provoking us. Let's just charge out and kill them all at once." They had no real solution and just kept arguing endlessly. "Are you really suggesting we send our troops charging out without considering it might be a trap? So what, we just sit here and wait for them to shoot arrows at us?" The commanding officer sat with his chin in his hand, looking bored with the scene. "Not a single useful opinion. I don't have a solution for this situation either. I'm good at deploying troops on a battlefield, but these kinds of dirty tricks and schemes aren't my specialty." Just then, Judith Ignat walked in. "Apologies, Commander, I'm late." The old man immediately asked, "Company 4's commander, what took you so long?" She reported, "The crazy team leader, Airen Pareira, has proposed a plan and is requesting temporary command of the operation." The old man asked in surprise, "He knows tactics to deal with them?" She shook her head. "Sir, the detailed plan comes from a team member named Brett Lloyd." The old man, whose head had been throbbing, asked immediately, "So, what's the plan?" And so, the people in the tent gathered to listen to the steps of Brett Lloyd's plan. It was flawless. The old commander stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment. This could work. We'll proceed with this plan. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The crazy team will command this eagle hunt mission." The whole team set out immediately. "Eagle hunt? Huh? I thought I'd finally gotten a mission I like." Old Man Lem grumbled the entire way. "Why aren't we tracking the eagles? Why are we heading towards the enemy camp?" Brett Lloyd was also with them. He was already tired from the long walk but still had to answer the old man. "We're not going to find them. We're going to make them find us." Airen Pareira, walking alongside, also reminded him, "The crazy team will be acting as a guerrilla unit for now. If we find an enemy camp, we'll attack and retreat repeatedly. The enemy will have to dispatch another unit to defend their camp." And at that, the old man started to understand the plan. "So those damn eagles will come to back them up?" "That's right. If everything goes smoothly, they'll fall back to a defensive position. Even if the eagles don't show up, we can still attack the enemy camp." The old man figured it out right away. A bit annoying, isn't he? Now they'll be on the defensive. Brett Lloyd's face wrinkled. Even a blockhead like Lem wouldn't have thought of this. But this is the best way. The old man, insulted to his face, glared threateningly at the kid. "What? You talking to me?" Of course, the captain wouldn't let him bully the kid. He cleared his throat and called out to Lem. The muscular old man had to back down. "Watch your mouth, kid." The young man was already weak, yet he dared to tease a mammoth. He clutched his chest and let out a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped death. On asked them, "Are we far from the target?" Phi was surprised this girl was coming along too. Shielding her eyes, she looked ahead. "It seems we're right there." Men had already calculated that the essence of this plan was the ability to hit and run, allowing Cirrus to retreat safely. Therefore, a marksman with skills in finding a safe path was essential. When I requested support from the commander, Phi was assigned to the assault team, but he was still curious. But why transfer you to the assault team permanently? Wasn't it just a temporary assignment? She didn't answer in detail, just gave a vague response. It's a bit complicated. The commander's reasons. Just know that my current position is a bit odd since I was sent as support. He looked at her seriously and said, I owe you for this. The young lady chuckled. I'll ask you to pay me back later. Her eyes also glanced toward his silver purse. Well, if you say so. He was speechless, putting on an innocent face. Are you targeting me? Old man Lem, walking beside them, couldn't help but chime in. Hey, you have a fiancé, you know. Behave yourself. N, annoyed, repeated the same sentence for what felt like the 100th time. I told you, she's not my fiancé. The group argued as they walked, finally arriving at the enemy camp. The whole group hid on a cliff, looking down. On clenched his fist, signaling them to get down. I can see the enemy. If they keep heading south, we need Cirrus to fall back to the ambush point. We can't fight them all, so let's just send a few people. But old man Lem from the squad wouldn't listen and just charged straight down like a madman, shouting loudly, Arg, I'm getting pumped up. I'll kill anyone who gets in my way. The old man was so fast that N couldn't stop him, and the group could only watch helplessly as he rushed toward the enemy. No one fights a battle like you do. Jana didn't even bother to lift a finger. Instead, she told him, let's see what he's capable of. It was only then that An realized it. So, this was a test. The training was still ongoing, and with that, the two of them also charged down. The enemy soldiers were shocked to see them. The old man stood right in front of them, waving and smiling as he called out, Over here! The enemies were dumbfounded, looking at each other. What the heck? Does anyone know that guy? Isn't he your friend? Who is that old man? Before they could figure anything out, the old man dashed forward. With a single strike, he split the nearest guy's head in two. The remaining soldiers finally snapped out of it and started screaming. Hey, it's the enemy. Arg. Anne and Jana arrived, just in time to see old man Lem shooting forward like an arrow, faster than ever, appearing right in front of the enemy in an instant. An had never seen this technique from the old man before, and was startled. What the hell was that? He's faster than we've ever seen him. His eyes lit up as if he'd found a treasure. Lem, has he been hiding his skills? I want to learn that. The old man wiped out the whole group just as more soldiers arrived. It's the Zinla army. Kill them! And waved his hand to give a command. Fall back, Cirrus. Pull out before they surround us. Jana was speechless. I haven't even drawn my sword yet. The three of them turned and ran, still managing to trade jabs with each other. So, how did it go? You lunatic. You have to observe when you fight. Humph. What did you say? You want me to slit your throat? Go ahead. It's still part of the plan. You'll get your chance to fight. This went on until evening. The team would occasionally attack, exactly the same way the others had harassed Nozilla's camp. The soldiers were in disarray, unable to eat or sleep in peace. Watch out! Another hit, and another. Meanwhile, and taunted the enemy while muttering his lessons, using his senses to dodge their attacks. The moment you see it with your eyes, dodge it. Those were the words Jason had taught him. Putting it into practice, that guy really was a master. Even while running, he could track N's every move. Brett Lloyd's reaction time, from sight to response, is 0.4 seconds. We need to get it down to 0.1 seconds to be considered proficient in this skill. Keep practicing. This is unbelievable. Simply amazing. He asked in disbelief. Are you really counting Brett Lloyd's time right now? Auden, running right behind him, reminded him. Training is fine, but you also need to focus on the plan. Brother, they're coming. Waiting for just that moment, he immediately gave the order, good, fall back. This harassment continued until midnight, and the enemy was exhausted and helpless. How are these guys so fast? Brett Lloyd, sitting on Auden's back, watched the soldiers chasing them. He thought to himself, honestly, I thought these lunatics would ruin the plan. But it seems my worries were for nothing. He was the only one in the group who couldn't run and had to be carried. It was very late. An still gave the order, keep running. Old man Lem got bored and started complaining. Can't we just kill them all? Just keep running. That Jana guy was, as usual, terrible with directions. Luckily, Ain grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back. Jana, just follow the person in front of you, don't wander off. He even argued back. This looks like a shortcut. I can't believe you'd go this way. Now Brett Lloyd understood why those lunatics hadn't ruined the plan. It was because Airen Pareira was carrying the whole team. I didn't think the captain could command everyone like this. Is this really a berserker squad? Finally, the group could rest. The enemy had stopped. Let's rest here for today. After that day, En felt an even greater difference. Remembering the day he learned the heart of the sorcerer, he realized his team members were following his orders, and commanding them had become easier. The attack I saw from Lem today was really impressive. He's also more obedient than before. Maybe he'll teach me if I order him to? No sooner said than done. He turned and called out to the man resting behind a tree. Lem, how did you do that attack this morning? The old man's eyes widened, and he warned with extreme annoyance. If you're seriously asking me that, you'd better think again. He had never refused to teach something new like this before, which made En curious. Why? He also felt like he'd never been refused before. Lem was different now. He was becoming warier of him. His ability to learn is excellent, but you've forgotten something. You figure things out by thinking for yourself. He has forgotten how to do that. Getting too used to following others' orders like this is not good. A tree pampered in a greenhouse is incredibly fragile. You need to go back to the basics. Struggle and think relentlessly. So that was what the old man was thinking. He just wanted what was best for him. On couldn't help but smile. That's what makes you worthy of me teaching you new things. That's what Lem thought, but he didn't say anything. Meanwhile, En sat down, cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to ponder. The next morning, Andre's group was exhausted, barely able to breathe. We've been marching at a breakneck pace from the start, and at this speed, especially in the mountains, I feel like I could pass out at any moment. He looked at the group ahead. Of course, I expected those lunatics to endure it, but I never thought Brett Lloyd would hold up so well. The squad leader, too. I'm sure that when I first met him, he wasn't this strong. He couldn't understand how he had gotten so incredibly strong. His body was soaked in sweat. Unable to go on, he stopped, bending over to catch his breath. He could rest, but he couldn't give up. He pulled himself together and pushed forward again. I want to be able to do as much as he does. Mu, behind him, was the one who felt the difference most clearly. Lord Indu, ever since I've known you as the Master's son, after the fall of House Anil and after the Master passed away, I took on the responsibility of caring for you, Lord An. He, who was just a child, has suddenly become a true man. Looking at his back, I feel that day is drawing near, the day that the glory of House Gainer will be restored. Up ahead, Airen Pareira suddenly turned back. Lem, I've figured out the principle behind your technique. The answer is the core of muscle strength. You strengthened your leg muscles to get that explosive burst of power in an instant. The old man was extremely pleased that he had used his brain, and he grinned smugly. See? Why ask something you can figure out on your own? You should understand his intentions. Now that you know, I'll test it out myself. Right, that's it. Suddenly, Finn, who was in the lead, raised his hand to signal a stop. Everyone, look, a base situated on a plateau between the cliffs. If their rear is blocked, their escape route will be cut off. This terrain is perfect for an ambush. On looked down and immediately recognized it was a trap. Brett Lloyd also guessed. Setting such an obvious trap means they want us to avoid it. They want to corner us and kill us when we attack down there. This means the Great Eagle's Claw army will show up soon. As he spoke, he glanced over at Jason. They looked both bored and tired. The kid was speechless. Are those guys even listening to me? Of course, that group just follows orders. On crossed his arms, discussing it with Brett Lloyd. So, are we just going to do what they want? Jason sighed in exasperation. This is so annoying. Let's just destroy everything. Lem immediately agreed. I like that option better. Anne realized something. If their trap doesn't work, maybe that Eagle army that specializes in sniping us will take longer to show up, huh? This time, they have a lot of troops there, so let's all move together. Brett Lloyd flinched. Me too? The guy couldn't fight at all, and assigned Brett Lloyd to stay behind, with Finn and Andrew protecting him. The two of them immediately accepted the order. Got it. Okay, the other four didn't hesitate any longer. Let's go. All right then, let's move out. And took the lead. Inside the enemy camp, the blonde captain paced back and forth, trying to think. This was the last chance for his Black Dog army. I have to help the Great Eagle's Claw army hunt down the Nozilla guerrilla unit that's been causing trouble in our rear. An elite force like our Black Dog army has to end up here acting as bait for those bastards. I'm so furious, but there's no other way after our failures. It's humiliating, but I have to do this. The mere thought made him grind his teeth in anger. He resolved to succeed in order to revive his army. Just then, a scout shouted his report. They're here! It's the Nozilla guerrilla unit. The captain looked on in shock. I can't believe they walked right in, even though they knew it was a trap. What kind of idiots are they? Just as he saw N leading the group, his face turned black as thunder, and he ground his teeth so hard they could have shattered. So, you're the captain of this guerrilla unit? But N had already forgotten who he was. He turned and asked, "Do I know him? Why are you asking me? He looks familiar, but your memory is terrible." Old man Lem was at a loss for words. Hearing their conversation, the blonde captain's anger flared. He immediately cursed, "You damn brats! It doesn't matter if you remember me or not, because I'm going to kill all of you right here." He spoke without a shred of shame. He couldn't even dream of taking one of them down, let alone the whole group. On quickly summoned his weapon to block him. A powerful enemy he'd faced before. Min Shich couldn't escape then. Would this confrontation be any different? He finally remembered him. Wasn't this the perfect opponent to test the results of his recent training? Another soldier in full armor, holding a mace, approached with a sinister smile. "That guy seems to have a grudge against our captain. He'll take him down. The rest of you sorry soldiers can target the others, while we finish off you idiots." Auden, Lem, and Jason showed open contempt. They didn't even bother to glance their way. Humiliated, the soldiers charged forward. How dare these bastards ignore us? Before he could finish, Lem's axe flew straight into his mouth. "Shut up for a bit." The group didn't even bother to fight. They just wanted to watch N's battle. He's concentrating on his fight. Don't disturb him. On the other side, the two began to clash. The fight was as tense as a bowstring, an even match. But only for the first few moves. Very quickly, the blonde man was slashed across the chest by N, drawing blood. Jason observed everything, silently grading him. He dodged the sword strike after seeing just the enemy's preparatory movement. Reaction time, 0.1 seconds. He was satisfied. You could say that's a passing grade. The other guy, in pain from the cut, screamed a curse, "You bastard!" An hadn't even gone all out yet. With his other hand, he drew another sword. Jason loved this. A defensive posture while summoning the sword. He's learning how to dual wield. That guy couldn't even block one sword. With two, he's definitely dead. Auden stroked his chin and smiled, watching intently. It seems he still isn't strong enough to block that attack with one hand. He decided then and there, next time, I'll have to add another stone to his training. Meanwhile, the blonde man knocked N back and charged forward in a rage. Dual wielding. Such an arrogant brat. But charging forward at this moment was a huge mistake. N's eyes blazed, and old man Lem grinned with delight, holding his breath in anticipation. This is it. The core of muscle strength combined with the heart of a beast, an instantaneous burst of power. An did exactly as the old man had thought. He unleashed a burst of speed, rushing right in front of his opponent. He was so fast the man never saw it coming, unable to react in time, taking a sword straight to the face. But this blonde guy was something else. He braced himself, holding on, prolonging his inevitable defeat. But it only lasted for a moment. In the end, he was still stabbed straight through the chest by N's sword. Blood sprayed everywhere as his body fell to the ground. The soldiers watching from the sidelines were horrified. "No way! The commander can't lose!" Old man Lem was the most ecstatic. He roared to the heavens. "That's it! I knew the core of muscle strength would be perfect for the squad leader." Even Jason had to admit, not bad. Auden beamed. "The gods will rejoice at your growth. The show's over. Now it's time to clean up the trash. Hey, you idiots, hurry up and get over here." The whole group got into a ready stance. "It's time for our dessert. I'm so pumped up right now. I really want to slash something." The enemy soldiers, unafraid of death, still charged forward foolishly. Show them our pride. Advance and kill them. But they had no idea how to kill them. No matter how hard they slashed, they couldn't even scratch Auden. He killed them as if granting a blessing. "In return for your courage, I will send you all to the gods." One punch straight to the head, and a man was dead. Andrew's group, watching from above, went pale. Did that guy just block a mace with his bare hands without a single scratch? As for Finn, she was already crushing on Auden. He seems pretty useful. Then there was old man Lem, fighting tirelessly. A frenzied killing machine with no off switch, with Jason fighting alongside him. But whenever those two were in the same place, they bickered non-stop. "You psycho! Are you trying to slash me too?" Jason deliberately provoked him further. "Too bad, you dodged it." The two of them fought the enemy while cursing at each other. "You bastard. One day, I'll definitely chop you to pieces." Jason wasn't scared in the least, and even challenged him right back. "One day? What are you, sleepy right now?" Lem's face darkened. "Hey, big guy, tell your gods I'm about to send a dear friend of mine to meet them." Auden grinned, adding fuel to the fire. The gods don't need a friend like him. Andre couldn't help but shout, "Hey, please, is this really the time for us to be fighting amongst ourselves?" The enemy soldiers thought they could take advantage of the chaos, telling each other to block them and kill them during the conflict. But he was mistaken. The moment he finished speaking, he died on the spot. Ji-sun wasn't even involved in that argument with Brett Lloyd. He was speechless. What were they thinking, coming up with a plan like that? The fool reminded them, "We don't need to kill all of them. They're almost wiped out, so we'll go easy on them." Just then, a blue light flashed from the grass by the roadside. Ji-sun immediately went on 100% alert and whipped around. It was a long, sharp arrow hurtling towards them. Luckily, Ji-sun was quick enough to smack it away. The arrow fell straight to the ground. "That bastard archer is back?" He nodded. "Yeah, that's Eagle's Talon." The old man picked up the arrow from the ground. "Captain, do you know the difference between a marksman and a hunter? Hunters are much more interesting, especially when hunting with an axe. It's so satisfying to take down your prey." Men didn't quite understand him. "What do you mean?" The old man chuckled, holding up the arrow. "If we receive a favor, we must return it." Without waiting for the others to react, he dashed off like a flash of lightning, ignoring Fai's call. Hey, where are you going?" The young woman was speechless. So reckless and lawless. How can he just leave like that? Acting alone? Brett Lloyd could only reply, "He's not easy to kill. For now, don't worry." Andre quickly said, "Captain, I think we should get out of here. The enemy's main force might be pursuing us. If we stand still, we'll become their targets." Men agreed immediately. "All right, then we'll use the best method to distract them." The group immediately set fire to all the enemy tents, and after they were lit, they fled. They were so skilled at it that On felt like it had become a habit. The archers standing from afar watched the fire and wondered, "Smoke? We can't see a thing to shoot at. They've vanished from our sight. What do we do now?" Eagle's Talon. The leader ordered them to hunt them down. The group had to cling to the cliff face, moving step by step. He felt that Lem's solo action wasn't part of the plan, but it wasn't a bad strategy either. In the current situation, Lem is targeting Eagle's Talon, and Eagle's Talon is targeting us. This way, we can act as bait to make them lower their guard against Lem. I deliberately chose a rugged path, a terrain where Eagle's Talon would have a hard time seeing us and find it difficult to pursue. Jana was even nestled tightly against a protruding cliff face. He was about to fall asleep. It was more comfortable hiding here. The captain ignored the stubborn guy. As for Lem, he could do whatever he wanted. The old man was truly on the hunt, extremely excited. "This reminds me of the old days. Back then, I was the future hope of my tribe. An excellent hunter. Now I've left and can't return to those old days. But I can still relive that beautiful memory for a moment, ever since the first time I met you." In a flash, the old man was standing behind the enemy archers, and they hadn't even noticed. "You are my prey, you damn Eagle's Talon." They were still standing around, talking and planning. They're good at running away in treacherous terrain that's hard to follow, but that's just a way for them to buy time. "I have never lost my prey." Just as he finished speaking, the head of the man standing at the back was sent flying by Lem's attack. While he was talking as expected of Eagle's Talon, the group was caught completely by surprise, unable to react, only able to scream. "Ambush! Scatter! Quick!" But it was too late for the old man. Does he ever spare anyone? The more they ran, the more excited he got, like a mad dog, determined to slaughter them all. How could long-range archers possibly compete with him in close combat? The Eagle's Talon leader ran for his life, unable to comprehend it. "What? Since when was that bastard following me without me noticing?" Right now, Old Man Lem was right on his tail. On the verge of death, he still gritted his teeth and declared, "I'm the real hunter here." He whipped around, drawing his bow to shoot him dead. Of course, his measly arrow was instantly split in two by Lem's axe. He then conveniently slammed the axe right into the middle of his face. Before letting him die completely, the old man decided to preach a little. "Hey, you damn eagle, stop being ridiculous. This was a special hunt. I had high hopes for it, but it ended so blandly." The old man took one of their own arrows and stabbed it right into his opponent. Easy game. He couldn't help but criticize him. Utterly tasteless. "I was hoping you'd give me a little more trouble." His face was clearly disappointed. He looked smugly at the axe in his hand, so that I could brush up on my rusty hunting skills, but it didn't work out. But after doing that, something felt wrong. Wait, didn't I just act exactly like the captain? It must be from spending so much time with him. I've picked up his habits without realizing it. The captain accepted his own lack of talent and thought of ways to continue practicing and improving his strength. That attitude of acceptance and self-awareness of his, he suddenly felt that if he had that same diligence, everything he did might have turned out differently. It's not too late. Let's give it a try. Let's learn, just as they learned from everyone else. He had never felt his mind so clear before. On had successfully enlightened them, and just like that, they managed to escape. The Mad Squad had just finished their hawk hunt. On the tall grass fields, two figures appeared, one wearing a red cloak. Their opponents emerged, both clad in armor that concealed their faces. The strength of the one in the red cloak was extraordinary. He vanished in an instant without a trace. The two sides clashed, evenly matched. Just then, En saw it from a distance. He realized it was the main forces of both sides battling it out. It looked like only the Night Squires were fighting. En's interest was piqued. He wanted to watch the clash between the Night Squires, but then he immediately thought of his teammates. The captain wants to watch? But Min shook his head. Forget it. We have to prioritize completing the mission. Victory on the battlefield is our #1 priority right now. According to Brett Lloyd's plan, the Makut Company would soon advance into the Rot stronghold. The battle didn't end until late that night. The brown-clad bastards of Jinla had already taken over the main courtyard of the stronghold. The old man pointed and screamed, unable to bear the humiliation of the city being ransacked. Send a division of the Knightly Order here now. They started arguing amongst themselves. The city has its own standing army. We need to focus on the main battle. Shut your mouth. What does a stupid civilian like you know to be meddling in this? Anayor thought helplessly to himself. As long as those nobles remained this stubborn, anything he said would be useless. Every single soldier in the Knightly Order is a strategic weapon. If Cirrus spares even a fraction of them, the scales will tip. This war is over, he thought. That settles it. We're returning to the royal capital first. Yes, sir. Up on the wall, the soldiers on guard duty looked down, asking each other in confusion. Where did the enemy army go? They were right over there, on that hill. But no matter how hard they looked, there wasn't a single soul in sight. Where the hell did they all go? The old company commander spurred his horse, riding like the wind. He'd figured it all out. If they pretended to attack the Krot outpost to force Aben to send reinforcements, then our knights wouldn't miss that opening. Their scattered forces would be no match for our knights. The more he thought about it, the more he chuckled to himself. With just this plan, our company achieved a great victory, and it's all thanks to those lunatics. With this defeat, Ain had suffered such heavy losses that they couldn't continue the war. In the end, they requested a ceasefire agreement at the cost of all their territory in the high grasslands, and Nozinla accepted the terms. On a warm spring day, as flowers bloomed, Airen Pareira's squad returned to the roaring cheers of the people. The long war with An had finally come to an end. 10 days after returning to the border outpost, it was a period of rest granted by House Lloyd, where all soldiers could relax outside of their duties. Airen, as always, was training tirelessly, but he just couldn't bring himself to stop. There were so many battles to review and countless skills that needed polishing. Just then, someone approached him. Sir, could you teach me a thing or two? I'm a private. The name's Bao. Airen looked at him, wondering, isn't he one of the few soldiers who always trains, just like me? The guy was pretty diligent, so his face was familiar. I just train. I'm not much of a teacher. Why me? I've never taught anyone before. I probably won't be able to give you any good advice. The man's face fell with disappointment, but he asked again with dead seriousness. So, is that a no? Airen looked him straight in the eye and saw his gaze, brimming with passion. It suddenly reminded him of himself. It reminded him of how he used to be, so he couldn't just ignore him. Airen realized he couldn't turn someone like that away. All right, come on. Let's spar a bit. Other soldiers were just strolling around with their hands in their pockets. But the moment Airen's blade came swinging down, it snapped the dazed man back to his senses. Airen, of course, won. He pointed his sword at Bao, instructing him. Your lower body strength is still too weak. But that guy, just like Airen, absolutely refused to give up. One more time, please, sir. Jana, who had walked over, was a little surprised by the scene. Heh, the squad leader is personally coaching someone, being taught by a great teacher like me. I'm sure he'll do a fine job. But it looks like the squad leader himself has forgotten his basic swordsmanship. I'll have to remind him about that later. As Airen sparred with the soldier, he wondered, since when? He recalled what an old instructor had told him. To truly improve, you first have to understand your own position. Because I was always looking up to those with superior skills, like my squad members. It's only now, by looking down, that I can see where I currently stand and what my weaknesses are. For so long, my training has been too focused on technique. I have to return to the basics, to the standard form that I'm supposed to be teaching. Realizing this, he corrected his own stance. His action surprised Jana. He stood there stunned, watching with satisfaction, thinking to himself, as expected. Just as I was muttering to myself, that old man Lem overheard and immediately asked, as expected of what? Wherever those guys go, it gets noisy. They never hold back on the sarcasm. Hey, big guy. Looks like something's finally clicking in that thick skull of yours. Always muttering to yourself. Auden chimed in. Haha, attaining enlightenment isn't that easy. If you ask me, it looks like he was praying to the gods. So, what did the gods say in response? Teased to his limit, Janna snapped. Get lost. Old man Lem deliberately pushed his buttons. Did the gods tell you to get lost? You stupid barbarian. Why are you getting mad at me, you bastard? After a few more jabs, they looked ready to start throwing hands. Auden stood by nonchalantly. Brothers, please restrain your violence and foolish actions. Airen watched them, completely exasperated. Here they go again. Just then, Jason pointed out that many eyes were focused in their direction. Airen hadn't even sensed him approaching, which made him jump. When did this guy get here? He could only reply, well, they've always been a noisy bunch. Jason could tell Airen was startled and asked pointedly, Captain, have you been properly training your senses? He then had to point out, those stairs, they aren't for those idiots. They're directed at you, squad leader. It was true. The soldiers were whispering amongst themselves. Man, I'm so jealous of Bao. Maybe I should ask for a spar too? Damn, resting right now feels like such a waste. If we keep training, do you think one day we could be like squad leader Airen? Even the old company commander noticed. From a ragtag squad leader to the leader of the crazy squad, his non-stop growth had become a symbol of change for the soldiers, an icon they now worshipped. Now, he had become a hero, acknowledged by everyone. The scene changes to a grand stage, where the old commander stood on a high platform, looking down. The reason I have summoned the nobles and soldiers of this border outpost here today is to bestow rewards for your contributions in the recent battle. So then, in this battle, whose contribution was the greatest? If I have to spell it out for you, then your head isn't even worthy of being a helmet rack. It seemed he'd caught the crazy squad's spirit. Hearing this, the nobles began whispering, such vulgar language, and from Inanis, a man from one of the 5 great noble houses of Lloyd, no less. But the old man didn't give a damn. Even if the foolish nobles hated it, every soldier in the crowd agreed with his praise. He continued, you, who led the tides of battle to victory, step forward. Squad leader of the crazy squad, Airen. Airen stepped onto the stage. Everyone's eyes followed him. It was the same platform of glory he had stood on when he broke the tidal fog spell. But instead of the jeers and contempt from that time, there was only focused silence. The commander stood before him and said, seriously, I have thought long and hard about what reward would satisfy a soldier with such a great achievement, a soldier with accomplishments as great as these. Therefore, I have prepared a reward that contains my sincerity and represents my highest gratitude. Airen stared at the box presented to him, completely stunned. Is this a royal family dagger? He's really giving it to me. This is an item that certifies the identity of individuals who have performed great deeds for the royal house of Lloyd. This dagger from the royal family not only guarantees a high status for its owner, but also grants them the right to be an honored guest of the royal house of Lloyd at any time. To be honest, Airen wasn't too thrilled. A blade covered in impractical decorations was completely useless as a combat weapon. But then, loud cheers suddenly erupted from the crowd. And understood then, this was the honor he had earned. All the soldiers here were chanting his name. Airen Pareira, Airen Pareira. If a knight only focuses on pursuing pure strength, they're no different from a common mercenary. And got it now. He looked down with a serious gaze. A knight is someone who uses the honor built upon a foundation of their true strength to prove their own worth. His hand tightened into a fist, and he punched straight up into the air. This moment will be the stepping stone for me to become a true knight. Down below, Lem was getting a headache from jealousy. I completed the mission too. Why are they only calling for the squad leader? Auden, standing next to him, clapped with a wide grin. He looks like a god who just descended to answer our prayers. Ga let out a long yawn. So, are we heading back now? And Andre was the loudest one there, screaming his lungs out. That was truly incredible. The old squad leader, Inoki, stood beside Airen Pareira and said softly, I'm glad it seems you're pleased with your reward. But don't get complacent just yet, N, because there's still a private gift from me, just for you. The old man's face was a mix of excitement and mystery. Go ahead and look forward to it. You'll never be able to guess what it is. What could the old man possibly be planning? Still, N found himself looking forward to it. Before he could ask a single question, the old man looked down at the crowd, waved his hand, and boomed, Tonight, we celebrate with a grand feast. I've prepared the finest wine. Let's all drink until we drop. The nobles were at a loss for words. There he goes again, spouting such outrageous things. Even Min felt that the old man's personality was truly free-spirited and generous. A party? Suddenly, he found himself looking forward to it a little. That night, the party went on until dawn, a feast of non-stop drinking. The old man, his face flushed red, looked over at Ga and asked, "Hey, why aren't you drinking?" The other man just chuckled mysteriously in reply. "My mission is far more important and noble. You go on and keep drinking." Annoyed, the old man threw his mug of beer straight into his face. "Stop being so picky and drink, you bastard." The two immediately looked ready to beat each other to a pulp. Jana, the red fox, grabbed the old man by the collar, glaring and grinding her teeth. "This disgusting drool from you barbarians." But before she could finish, Auden appeared out of nowhere and dumped an entire barrel of beer over both of them. And just like that, a two-person conflict turned into a three-person brawl. "Everyone just enjoy yourselves, all right? I'm going to stuff you back into that barrel. You got me all filthy, you giant oaf." And watch this scene, completely speechless. Even without any special wine, it seems you all still know how to cause a scene. He glanced around for a moment but didn't see Jason anywhere. Did he already head into the city? That guy's personality never really suited loud places like this anyway. I get it. I'd also rather be practicing with my sword than attending parties like this. Just as he was pulling out his sword, Finn walked over. "Is training all you ever think about?" she asked, sitting down next to him. "At times like this, you should try to relax and mingle a bit. When it's time to play, you should play with all your heart. Come on, have a drink with me." Unexpectedly, Igne also came over. She saw En sitting next to Finn, and, with a completely straight face, began to tease him. "The fact that you would abandon me to be with another woman. It's breaking my heart, you know. You horrible man." En was at a loss. He was tired of arguing with her. Playing along, he just went with it. "Yeah, you're probably right about that." But as soon as the words left his mouth, the surrounding soldiers immediately erupted. I can't believe the squad leader is that kind of person. How could you say something so thoughtless and cruel? Can't you see the wounded look in the company commander's eyes?" Hearing that, Igni laid it on even thicker, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she lowered her head, looking utterly heartbroken. Even Finn was fooled. She turned to look at him with concern. "Geez, I really didn't expect you to be that kind of person." En was speechless. Since when were we that close? What did I even do wrong? The tears of an elf are naturally sparkly like that. It's just a racial characteristic. The panther girl, Ether, nestled in his arms, was starting to get annoyed too. To think someone had to expend so much energy just to return to her human form to help you recover quickly. And yet, here you are, casually chatting up another girl? You despicable man. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and she slammed her head right into his chin. The soldiers watching this were stunned. Is it possible for a panther to get jealous too? He's truly a philandering demon lord. He doesn't discriminate against any species. Vengian was the most furious of them all. Cirrus, Igne. Then who? How many more are there going to be? I can't stand it anymore. I've got to teach him a lesson. Min was furious now, gritting his teeth and glaring daggers at him. But that alone was enough to make the coward piss his pants, too scared to charge forward. En's eyes lit up, looking at him like prey. Just when I was looking for a way out of this mess, Vengian immediately sheathed his sword. "I give up," but the others egged him on, pushing him forward for their own entertainment. "You're a man of your word, a true hero. How can you back down now? Come on, fight him." "Fight!" Brett Lloyd, never one to miss a chance to make money, immediately brought out a wooden tray. "Since there's no official wager on this match, how about we bet a little something amongst ourselves?" one of them shouted. "Go for it, Vengian," someone else cheered. Just then, a voice cut through the noise as someone approached. "So, it seems everyone is gathered here, huh? What's going on here?" I was about to introduce this friend of mine. He's the captain of the border patrol and is often on duty outside the area, so he's probably never met the most famous person in our battalion. Igne looked at him and replied, "Then you've come at the wrong time. Right now, the only thing on NG's mind is training." That's right, he just defeated Ren Vexi in a few sword strikes without a care in the world. The soldiers were shouting, "You weakling, give me back the gold coin, I bet on you. Shut it, or why don't you try fighting him yourselves?" But En wasn't satisfied. It still wasn't enough. "Once I start, I just want to train even more. If possible, I want a stronger opponent." Just thinking that, his eyes actively shifted towards Igne. But this time, she just shook her head, refusing right away. Old man Inoki's face turned beet red as he pressed his lips together. And the newcomer had no intention of fighting either. He was even avoiding his gaze. Our main character couldn't understand it and asked directly, "Why did you refuse to join the Lloyd duel?" She answered nonchalantly, Because not everyone is a maniac like the captain. Mark looked over at Anil, wanting to step forward and ask, "Is this kid really going to join the Lloyd duel?" He nodded, his mind made up. Yes, that's right. This was to prove a point, making even Auden's group, who were dueling on the other side, turn to look. He actually dared to step up. It was quite surprising. He drew his sword, Cirrus. I learned the never-give-up spirit from the squadron leader, although I once dreamed of restoring the Lloyd clan according to my mother's wish. Because I was so aware of my own weakness, I became anxious and hasty. For someone like me, the squadron leader, who always perseveres towards his dream, is a role model I've always looked up to and someone I deeply respect. He then said politely, I, Anil, request a duel with squadron leader N. I have also tried my best not to be left behind by you. I will show you that right here. Suddenly, a cool breeze blew by, and chuckled in delight, tilting his head up to meet it. They say there's a magical power in the spring wind. The wind signals a fresh start. Today is truly a wonderful night for us to fight. I accept this challenge. He also got into a ready stance. I will use my full strength to fight you. The two of them fought as fast as lightning while talking. Do you remember that day? Try to seize command. If you have the ability to defeat me with your own strength. Our main character repeated that exact line. His face flushed bright red. What an embarrassing memory. In any case, that's all in the past. After saying that, our main character knocked the sword right out of his hand, and replied with a smile. But things have changed now. He blocked a move, fighting more fiercely the longer it went on. Of course. Old Man Lem and the others cheered from the sidelines. Don't go easy on him, squadron leader. After spending some time together, the old-timers had grown fond of this Anil guy. This inexperienced division leader had some impressive determination. Airen Pareira also realized this guy had changed significantly. Anil's naive arrogance had vanished, replaced by caution and seasoned experience. He thrusted straight forward, and luckily, Airen leaned his head back to dodge. He knew the kid had truly improved by leaps and bounds. The connection we had when we first met is different now, and both of our abilities have improved as well. But the Anil standing before him now was still green and inexperienced. Very quickly, he was pushed far back, sweating buckets. He fell to the ground, utterly defeated, and extended a hand towards him, wanting to help him up. Anil took his hand and suddenly said, I have to leave soon. This was news to Airen. As he stood up, he explained further, It's time for me to go back and rebuild the Lloyd clan. When you come to the capital, squadron leader, I will invite you to stay at the mansion of the Lloyd Gare clan. He smiled shyly and looked away. Of course. Since you received the Royal Lloyd dagger, you might visit the royal capital anyway. An chuckled and ruffled his hair like he was a child. I'll look forward to it. This Anil guy was so moved he was about to cry, his face on the verge of tears. Finally, he beamed, his face blushing. Yes, sir. Gianna also turned to ask Mark, Hey, are you also planning to follow Anil? Mark was already a sobbing mess, with tears and snot running down his face. Gianna's question went completely ignored. Ugh, how disgusting. Why are you crying like that? He was crying because he was unbelievably moved. Since when did Anil become so dependable? Auden and Lem had to turn and console him. Come on, wipe your tears. But Mark dared to use Old Man Lem's hair to wipe his tears and snot, driving the old man crazy. Arr, you've got some nerve now. Anil rushed back. Lem, don't bully Mark. Old Man Lem yelled. But I'm the one being bullied. But nobody believed him. N looked around. The party would last all night, so there would be no regrets. Let's enjoy this moment, Anil and Mark. After the sun rose, Anil and Mark boarded a carriage headed for the capital. They looked pretty rough since their squad mates had forced them to drink all night. But the next time they met, they'd be the masters of the noble Lloyd clan. So seeing them like this one last time wasn't so bad. After seeing them off, Airen Pareira trained as usual. Even though there was a feast the day before, he didn't miss his morning practice. This was a commitment to himself and a necessary duty to become a knight. Suddenly, a voice called out, As expected, you're out here too, Squadron Leader N. He recognized the old man and greeted him. Company Commander Marcus. But the old man hadn't come alone. Behind the company commander, he saw two figures, one wearing a full mask, and the other, a frog. Something felt off immediately. What was going on here? Old man Marcus explained. I told you I had a special gift for you. He then looked at the masked person. I'm counting on you for this match. This person was a knight. They struck immediately. Airen Pareira was startled, quickly raising his guard. The knight's speed was just as he remembered, too fast, too dangerous. Luckily, our main character managed to block the first blow. The frog stood watching from the sidelines, its eyes glowing a brilliant gold. Airen's hands trembled as he blocked the knight's sword, barely holding on by gritting his teeth. but the knight just chuckled mockingly. You can block this sword path? Let's try a little more. As soon as they finished speaking, they attacked even more fiercely. A series of pink light orbs suddenly shot out. There was no way to block this attack while standing still. All he could feel were countless blades rushing towards him, his thigh pierced, his hand severed, his neck slashed. All those blades were telling him that if he retreated, he would live. Otherwise, he would die. But it was all just an illusion. En's body was still intact. No matter how they threatened him, he wasn't afraid. He was determined to move forward. In that case, I'll risk death. I will no longer retreat from my dream of becoming stronger. Even if I have to die hundreds, thousands of times, even if it's just one step forward, I will not give up. His determination was as hard as iron. If I can't walk, I'll crawl forward to reach that dream. I will do anything to move forward. Even the knight was surprised by his iron will, and risked it all, continuing to step forward. Finally, the frog had to step in between them. Stop. The knight took off their helmet. I've never met anyone like you. You don't even know how to control the sword's path, yet you can endure this much? If you had pushed any further in this fight, you would have really died. But even if he were to really die, he wasn't afraid. Soaked in sweat, he looked at her and asked, "Who are you?" It turned out the knight was a woman. She answered succinctly with just her name, Asia. She was the knight from the Red Cloak Knights, Knight Asia. Our main character only had enough time to hear her name before he passed out and fell backward. Luckily, Jason was there in time to catch him. So what if she's a knight aspirant? The other three also surrounded him protectively. Lem, especially, looked like he wanted to eat her alive. Your way of greeting is a bit blunt, isn't it? She stared at them, looking a little intimidated herself. Who are those guys? Acha's eyes widened as she looked at them. Why would people like that show up here? The wild-looking guy in front is too strong. Then there's one whose presence I can't even sense, and a giant. The abilities of all three are no joke, especially the one with the sword in the back. Blonde hair, red eyes, a northerner. He looks like he just drowsily woke up, but that sword stance is incredibly dangerous. Ah was so intrigued, she cried out. The old man had to step forward to stop them. The situation isn't what you think. All of you, back off. The squad members of this crazy team, she recognized them now. Oh, so they're the crazies? They're definitely not normal. Old man Lem glared, veins popping on his face, holding his stance. We want to know what the hell you've been doing all this time. The old man ignored them and turned to ask her, so, does he have what it takes to be a knight? Now, they understood. All four of them stood frozen, listening intently. Jana was the first to react. A knight? Aesh understood now. So Marcus summoned Asia and me here to use our expert eyes for talent identification to assess his potential? Is this the special gift Marcus prepared for him? But Aesh spoke her mind. His skills are still far too lacking. His natural talent has a clear limit. Reaching this level is already a huge effort on his part. On the other hand, how about you? Do you have any interest in me? The person she was targeting was Jana, but naturally, he couldn't care less, and waved his hand. I've got nothing. Forget it. H was surprised, thinking to herself, I heard these crazies only give their absolute loyalty to their squad leader. Is that so? She asked again, her brow furrowed. To dare refuse an invitation from the Red Cloak Knight Order. What about her? Asia wants to leave. I've fulfilled the request. Company Commander Marcus, the old man, nodded. Of course. You've worked hard. There's nothing left for you two here either. Let's go. But Ayek didn't want to. I'll stay a little longer before I leave. The old man was shocked. What? You're planning to stay? He had already arranged her accommodations. About that, I have a proposal. Ah guessed. Is she planning to make a different offer to that blonde guy? That's just like Ah, acting on her own whenever she finds something interesting. She looked back towards the squad leader's group. Jason was carrying him away on his back. She remembered earlier. He clearly withstood my pressure, and even took a step forward. That's the first time I've seen someone endure that pressure. If he can endure it and advance that far, then he might be able to. She couldn't help but say it out loud. If he masters this power, he might become a monster. But she scoffed. Then again, if it were that easy, any dog or cow could become a knight. With that, she left. As Jason carried the unconscious Airen back, someone was peeking at them from the shadows. It was Ren Vexe. His face was pale with fear. No wonder it was so noisy during the night watch. What on earth is happening here? The thought kept circling in his mind. Airen Pareira dreams of becoming a knight, and since he never hides that ambition, everyone in the unit knows. That's why I'm a little worried. Even when mocked for having an impossible dream, he endures it and keeps moving forward. But to hear, you can't, from someone who has reached the level he's always longed for. I'm afraid even Airen. He suddenly felt incredibly worried for him. The next morning, he couldn't help but go find him at his tent. The one who opened the flap was Old Man Lem. The moment he saw his face, he shot a comment at him. "Oh, it's the squad leader who got rejected by a girl for being ugly. What brings you here? Why do you have to use that long nickname for me? Alright, what do you want?" Ren Vexi sensed something was off and peeked inside, jumping in surprise. Why is Aeh here? What's more, she was sitting right next to Airen's bed. Aeh turned her head and answered curtly, "I'm here because I owe a debt." How could he believe that? He immediately thought to himself, looking closely, how can these guys be so calm? The dream of the very squad leader you all believe in was just shattered. This is a crisis that could drive him to despair. Just then, Airen Pareira's brow furrowed. It looked like he was about to wake up. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Aeh sitting there. She crossed her arms and asked, "You're awake?" His head was still foggy when the guy with the foul mouth chimed in. "She just declared that you can absolutely never become a knight." The very thing Ren Vexi was most worried about, and he just blurted it out. Lem even deliberately dragged it out, adding another jab. "Even if there was a tiny chance, you don't even have a sliver of one." Ren Vexi rushed over and clamped his hand over his mouth. "You bastard! Stop it!" But Airen showed no sign of disappointment at all, simply replying calmly. "Is that so?" Ren Vexi exclaimed worriedly. "Hey, you don't have to pretend you're okay. I completely understand how you feel." Lem, annoyed, pushed him away. This crazy guy. But what he didn't expect was that Airen was made of steel. A few words meant nothing to him. In fact, he didn't even understand what he was getting at. Ren Vexi now realized he'd been overthinking things, just like the end of Brett Lloyd. With a blank face, Airen walked outside as usual. "Lem, I'm going to train." The old man, still holding the other guy's head, asked, "Right now?" The only thing Airen Pareira cared about now was that there wasn't much time left with Brett Lloyd. "Because I fainted, I already missed this morning's training session." Jana, who had just woken up, let out a huge yawn. "Huh? What's this? The squad leader is already going out?" He grabbed his sword and followed. "I'm going to train too." No one paid any attention to those words of theirs. Even Aeh had to chuckle and follow along. These guys are really interesting. Ren Vexi, however, couldn't understand it. How can that NG be so calm after hearing all that? Lem taught him a lesson right then and there to cure his meddling habits. What do you expect? He's a stubborn, obstinate guy. Auden also chimed in. It's not just about Aeh, the one who can see talent, telling him he has none. Even if a true knight came and said the same thing, Airen would be exactly the same. Jason also had to admit, to be that tenacious. If you look at it positively, it's his ironclad faith. Now, Ren Vexi understood. He's a man who doesn't know disappointment, doesn't know despair, and doesn't know how to give up. That's why he'll never crumble, because of some negative words. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Damn it. And here I was, so worried about him. Seeing him groggily get up, Lem asked, "Are you leaving?" He answered honestly, "I have to go train, too. I don't want to be left behind by Airen. You're a real source of motivation for them, you know." He's really been thinking, hasn't he? The power of a knight aspirant. That sword aura was so oppressive, I couldn't move. It wasn't just bloodlust. It was a wall I needed to overcome. The frog suddenly appeared beside him. "You're curious, aren't you?" The pressure she just displayed. That's the kind of power you want to know about, right? Of course. Who could refuse that kind of terrifying power? He asked it. Pressure? Is that the name of a skill? Jana walked over and interrupted them. What's so different about knights? Those who overcome their own limits often aim to become knights. But if someone can't grasp this true power, they can never become a knight. The chances of grasping it are 1 in 10,000, or it might even be a mysterious power that no one can ever comprehend. The frog clicked its tongue. Well, if I told you, you might fall into complete despair. I don't care. Nothing can make me despair, he said, immediately asking, what is that power? I'm serious. I'm not joking. Please tell me. It actually explained. The pressure that EIA exudes is also a form of this power. Jana continued. The thing that allows knights to display power far beyond that of a human is the collective name for all such powers. En's eyes widened, hanging on his every word. It's called Nguyet. Nguyet is the power of will, which is why some people call this ability willpower. To possess Nguyet, the first step is to face the harsh realities you encounter and break your own limits. Next, to awaken Nguyet. At this point, he suddenly stopped talking. You'll understand eventually. En's face went blank. Understand what? Just when it was getting good. You can't grasp it right now. The more men listened, the more his head spun. So in the end, am I going to understand this or not? X explained further that each individual manifests a different, unique form of power. The method to awaken your moon is something only you can discover. Isn't it too early to be talking about this when you haven't even broken your own limit yet? Jana immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, that's exactly what I was trying to say. Men finally got it. I understand the main point now. So what do I need to do to break my limit? Even the frog couldn't answer that. That's also something only you can find out for yourself. Only you can recognize your own limit by experiencing it firsthand. What you can do right now, he didn't need them to say any more. He understood completely. Picking up the sword from the ground, Men thought, I know what I need to do now. All that's left is to repeat my training until I collapse from exhaustion. The frog chuckled, but I don't think that method will get you any results. The innate judgment of the frog species is usually quite accurate, and combat instinct is typically formed from experience. I have witnessed and tasted the talent of countless humans, it said with immense confidence. When it comes to judging talent, I am superior to anyone else. My criteria for judging talent has two parts. First, is the person's talent genuine in the literal sense? And second, does that person have the will to move forward? Usually, if they fail the first part, the second part isn't even worth considering. But that Kenji guy standing over there didn't care about its words and just kept on training. It discovered that men possessed a will so strong it could overwhelm others. Something I've never seen in anyone before. This is truly a nameless existence. For the frog species, to live is to immerse oneself in personal desires. Some set their hearts on absolute power, others drown themselves in carnal love. But what I desire most is to discover the unknown. Finally, it informed him, Squad Captain Airen Pareira will be staying here for a while to help everyone in the barracks. It's time to get acquainted. Men extended his hand for a handshake, asking, So, what's your name? It gave the name Lon. He thought to himself, I'm very curious about you, Squad Captain. A nameless existence. I wonder how much further you'll go in the future. That evening, in the barracks dining hall, all the soldiers turned their heads, their chatter growing loud. A frog. Cass. Is a frog living with that squad of lunatics? Ah, so, that person really is staying here? Hey, how should I know? Someone was so shocked he slammed the table, stood up, and yelled, What the hell is going on over there? Why is there a frog? You all reek of sweat, don't come so close to me. Even Old Man Lem hated the sight of that guy. His people skills are truly terrible. Jason, sitting next to him, said sarcastically, Someone like you has the nerve to say that? With that, he took a punch from Old Man Lem, which of course, he dodged completely. The two of them started fighting right there in the dining hall, making Brett Lloyd too embarrassed to eat. Ugh, not a single person in this group has any sense of civility. The guy just sat to one side, observing. I've already recognized that their talents are exceptionally brilliant. However, to be precise, they aren't just brilliant, they're outstandingly brilliant. All four of them have already surpassed their personal limits. If they awaken their moon, they'll easily become knights. But luck is also a factor that decides everything. Phi, sitting beside him, couldn't help but ask En, Hey, should we intervene in this? Men was already used to it, but they look pretty in sync when they fight. Just let them be. The girl was speechless. Are you nuts? They're causing a scene? He could tell with just a glance. Compared to before, they now talked to each other without holding anything back. They were close enough not to actually injure one another. That fight will probably end on its own. But when the girl looked over, she almost jumped out of her skin. What the? He summoned his axe, and Jana summoned her sword. Everyone, get out of the dining hall, now. Men remained as calm as ever, even turning to talk to the frog. Have you chosen a place to stay in this barracks yet? It nodded. Being near you would be for the best. Just then, Old Man Lem's axe was knocked loose and sent flying toward them. Men quickly grabbed his sword, stood up, and blocked it. The frog almost lost its head. Old Man Lem deliberately turned and started yelling, That's my spot, you presumptuous frog. Don't even think about stealing it. Turns out, even while fighting, his ears were still listening to their conversation. The frog was at a loss for words. People said they were crazy, and I didn't believe it. Now I see they really are insane. En, embarrassed, said, On his behalf, I apologize. It's all right. It's fine for a pretty boy to be a little rough around the edges. They say the frog species has a keen eye for human beauty. But Phi, watching the fight, was also captivated. I admit they are. The frog suddenly said, By our standards, you also qualify as a pretty boy. En, I can overlook minor rude behaviors, you know? And Is there nothing you'd like to ask of me? He never expected it to make an offer so proactively, but it was exactly what he wanted. He agreed instantly. Of course. Then how about a duel? For the sake of mutual learning. It was speechless. After training all day, you still want to fight? For men, this was no big deal. I'll keep training until I'm exhausted. It let out a long sigh. Then you must be the biggest lunatic in this entire place. Phi, sitting nearby, added, I admit it. Only he didn't understand why they said that, but the frog saw it too. Normally, just a day's worth of training would be enough to make a person collapse from fatigue. It seems your mental strength is many times that of a normal person. It wondered, if you were to possess the moon, what kind of powerful knight would you become? N was talking with Phi. But, I just feel like I'm an ordinary person. Are you being serious? The frog had made its decision. Normally, I wouldn't waste my time on someone without potential. But men is an exception. It grabbed a long leather whip. But for you, I'm willing to spend my time. Before they even started, it declared, I will not show any mercy in this battle. N's eyes lit up with excitement. That's exactly what I was hoping for. The scene changes to the Duchy of Aben. A man sat by the window, pondering. A failure. My prediction of an absolute victory, has failed? It was air, and he couldn't understand it. I had prepared so many trump cards, so I thought there was no way we could lose this battle. The source of our failure was Mier's death. After that, the provocation plan fell apart, and even the giant he dispatched was defeated. And at the center of it all was the captain of the squad of lunatics, the soldier named Airen Pareira. He still held on to hope. The war wasn't completely over. When the temporary ceasefire ends, Aben could still win. But what if Airen Pareira gets in my way again? The Greyhounds had once sent assassins after him. At the time, he found it strange that they were paying attention to such a mediocre squad captain. But now, perhaps that was the most correct course of action. He thought of a dirty plan, Monster Swamp, a mission that had never failed, thanks to the superior skills of the Assassin's Guild from the Palace of Aben. We issue this order in the name of the Aben Palace. The soldier named N must be eliminated. He wanted to kill N by any means necessary. An assassin was dispatched, hiding in a tall tree outside the house. Inside the dining room, N was talking to the frog. He drew his Cirrus sword. Target confirmed. Just then, Jason's voice rang in his ear. Hey. Before he could even react, Jason's sharp dagger was pressed against his neck. Who are you? What are you doing here? So much for assassinating N, foiled from the very beginning. In the outskirts of the Aben territory, at the secret base of the Monster Swamp Guild, the man inside was furious, slamming his fist on the table and cursing. Damn it. We lost contact again? That's the 5th one already. Someone is constantly interfering with the assassinations. This time, even though we sent a high-level assassin, we were still caught off guard. They wouldn't believe it even in death, but Jason caught them all single-handedly. The bald old man was panicking. This was a direct commission from Prince Brett Lloyd Aben. If our guild, which is under Prince Brett Lloyd, fails this commission, our very existence will be threatened. At this point, only they can handle this. The best assassins in our guild, the Loot Brothers. The old man played his best card. We must complete this commission. Today, while walking down the street, people were cheering for him wherever he went. The war hero. Sir, are you on patrol? They crowded around him, offering gifts. This is for you, sir. Please take it. In immediately refused. I can't accept these things. But they looked so sincere. Thanks to you, sir. My son came back alive. Please accept this token of my gratitude. Are the shoes I gave you holding up well, sir? Please stop by our shop later. I'll pack you plenty of dried meat. However, among the crowd offering gifts, one man was secretly hiding a sharp dagger. On a rooftop near where he stood, there was another one. Farther away, in the window of a 2-story house, there was a third. All 3 of them attacked at the exact same moment. Meanwhile, N's hands were full, holding the gifts from the people. But a throwing dart flew out of nowhere, knocking their sharp daggers off course. Both daggers met the same fate. So much for this assassination. As for the knife wielder closest to him, a wire wrapped tightly around his neck before he could dodge. It was only then that N realized he was being assassinated, and he stared coldly at the man. The man was being strangled by the wire, on the verge of death. Jason was dealing with him as the remaining assassins charged forward. So, it's you? The one who's been interfering with our assassinations. But even 2 against 1, they were no match for Jason. He handled them all by himself. One assassin hadn't joined the fight yet. He decided to attack On instead of Jason. He thought quickly. This is too dangerous. The others were taken down in an instant. I have to take out the target first, but he couldn't even lay a finger on N. A wire tightened around his neck, holding him back. Just then, N walked over and asked him, "What are you doing over there?" Jason just gave a vague explanation. Some drunkards were passed out in a dangerous spot, so I moved them so they wouldn't get hurt. And sure enough, N did smell alcohol, but something still felt off. "You'd do something so kind?" He walked straight away. "Got a problem with that?" N had to shake his head. "No, nothing." Jason had it all figured out. The squad leader was in a phase where he needed to get much stronger through training. He couldn't let these small fry get in the way. Besides, more skilled enemies were gradually on their way. Previously, some cowardly goblin also targeted the squad leader, but no matter how strong they are, Jason can take them all. He let out an arrogant snort. "Whose territory do you think this is?" As night fell, he went to an inn and headed straight upstairs. Inside, someone was waiting for him, a seductive, platinum blonde woman in a red dress. Jason said, "Ah, the alley assassins. They disguised themselves by pouring alcohol on their bodies." She immediately bowed low. She seemed to be one of the people from the monster swamp. "What should we do?" He gave a cold command. "Handle them our way." After saying that, he left, leaving the woman alone. She seemed a bit resentful, trying to call after him. "You're leaving again without any hesitation, sir?" She received no reply and could only glance away. Several assassins were already standing there. In unison, they acknowledged the order. "Send a warning to the Monster Swamp Guild." The warning arrived quickly. The bald man on the other side received a head in a wooden box and trembled uncontrollably in fear. She had given the order, "The time for leniency is over. From now on, any assassin who steps foot in this city will be killed without exception." So, did Air finally get the message that the assassination was impossible? The bald man knelt and reported, "The ones escorting the target are on a completely different level than us. We only operate within the Duchy of Aben, but our opponents are people who operate on a continental scale, at the very least." The man was furious after hearing this, but he still asked, "So you mean he's not someone who can be finished off with a simple assassination?" "I see. I will reconsider the commission." His only option now was, "If there's really something about N, I'll confirm it on the battlefield." 3 months had passed since they returned to the border. A few soldiers were resting wearily under a tree. "Is it because it's getting hotter? I feel exhausted just standing still." They looked out at the field, speechless. "That guy really doesn't miss a single day, does he?" Airen was practicing his swordsmanship. They had to admit, you don't get strong for no reason. After training like that, how much has he grown by now? Just as they said that, Old Lem's extremely annoyed voice came from behind. "Grown my ass." Ga also looked dejected, holding his sword. "This is so strange. I'm sure I didn't teach him anything wrong." Auden was also helpless and could only kneel. "Oh Lord, our brother, the squad leader, has been possessed by a fearsome demon." Jason's face also darkened with frustration. You could tell they couldn't teach our boy anything again. He's even starting to doubt himself. Did I misjudge him? No. My initial judgment that he had no talent was correct. He's completely hit a plateau. But only Airen knew that wasn't true. Right now, I'm grasping something that others don't know. Taking a huge step forward. That night, after everyone had gone to sleep, a light was still on under one of the blankets. It was Brett Lloyd, reading a book. Not this one. This one's not it either. What does this character even look like? He was studying so intently that the frog, unable to sleep, yanked the blanket off him. "It's too noisy. What are you mumbling about so early in the morning?" Suddenly, he froze, his eyes fixed on the words on the map. Brett Lloyd seized the opportunity and asked, "Don't tell me, you can read this?" Suddenly, Airen shot straight up in bed. The first thing on his mind after waking up was morning training. When Old Man Lem woke up, he saw Airen outside in the courtyard, carrying rocks to build his strength. The other 4 watched, bored. That guy isn't making any progress at all. He must feel like he's hit a wall, but we don't get why he looks so happy about it. Old Man Lem couldn't understand. "Squad leader, what on earth are you thinking?" Suddenly, someone came looking for squad leader Airen Pareira. "Sir, do you have a moment?" He turned and asked, "What is it?" The man reported, "Company Commander Marcus is summoning you." As soon as he arrived, the old man made his request. "I, Brett Lloydo, am entrusting you with a mission." He took the mission papers and read through them. Eliminate the swarm at the Pioneer Village. At this time of year, the danger level outside the city was high. Summer was the season when monsters and demonic beasts multiplied. As their numbers gradually increased and they appeared, the one leading them would form a massive swarm, becoming a major threat to the surrounding villages. It was said there were signs of a massive swarm around that Pioneer Village. "I will grant you temporary command of the village's self-defense force. Take care of it and return." Upon returning, he immediately gathered his teammates to leave. So, you're getting ready right away? Back at the Cross Stronghold, did you also carry this much stuff? Because it's better to be as prepared as possible. After reading the mission details, the frog-faced guy had to agree that preparing this much to deal with a massive swarm was the right call. After all, even stupid corpse-eating ghouls become a threat when they gather in numbers. Brett Lloyd also wanted to see the commission paper. Let's see. It'd be even better if we also had a blade-breaking emblem. After using up the ones I got from the half-elf, I have no way of getting more. They're rare weapons to begin with, so I guess it can't be helped. As Brett Lloyd read the paper, he suddenly gasped in shock. "Hey, this is," he yelled, calling for the squad leader. His eyes sparkled with a brilliant golden glint, trembling with excitement. "I'm going with you this time." Anne could tell this was going to be trouble. "What's with that look in your eyes? Knock it off." But the guy pleaded desperately. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't you get it? There's treasure hidden right next to the pioneer village. It's the fortune that the legendary merchant Dawn hid over 100 years ago." As he spoke, he held up a map for N to see. He remembered it now. That map was the one the guy had picked up on the battlefield last time. This is a famous story among treasure hunters. Dawn's treasure dungeon is over 100 years old, so the traps won't work anymore. If we find it, we'll hit the jackpot. Phi didn't understand. "But I can't read this writing. Isn't this an ancient language?" The frog-faced guy chimed in. "I've already taken care of that. Since I'm a scholar, deciphering ancient languages is a piece of cake for me." Anne looked at him in disbelief. "What? A member of a warrior race is a scholar?" Phi was also incredulous. "This is the first I'm hearing of it. How annoying. You shouldn't lump everyone together like that." Brett was dying to go. "So, are we going, or what?" And only agreed on one condition. If it was just a quick stop. He reminded them they would be departing early the next morning. All the squad members were getting ready, but old Lem flatly refused. "I'm not going." Auden was the same. He gave the excuse, "The spirits haven't given me an answer." Jana was too lazy to move. "I'm going to sleep." Jason also refused directly. "Because I have something to do." Brett Lloyd watched his retreating back in surprise. "What's going on?" He's usually so eager to follow the squad leader. Phi felt worried. "But will our forces be okay like this?" She proactively suggested, "I'll go with you. If N isn't here, then I have no reason to stay either." Brett Lloyd's face lit up with joy. "Having Phi with us will be a big help. Let's pack our things first." N stood silently, watching the others. It was obvious they were intentionally not going, and guessed it was probably because, in their eyes, he hadn't made any progress recently, and so, they set off 4 people and a little panther named Ether. "If everyone's ready, let's go." Brett Lloyd asked in surprise. "The panther is coming too?" Ether immediately growled, making his heart jump. "Ah, she's always hated me." Suddenly, Jason called out to the squad leader. He tossed a small bag directly into his hand. He opened it and saw it was exactly what he needed. A blade-breaking emblem? Before he could ask, Jason said, "I managed to get it my own way." Airen Pareira could only guess. "Is this why you were busy yesterday?" he explained. "Because I figured the squad leader could use even one more weapon right now." Lem also watched them leave, as did Auden, but no one said a word. Before leaving, he simply told them, "I know why you're all doing this. When I get back, let's have a few matches. It's going to be fun." With that, he left. Lem watched him go, a puzzled look on his face. What on earth is the squad leader thinking? Jana also commented, "No matter how you look at it, I don't see any signs of growth." Jason still held out hope, but there have been many cases like this before, where skills suddenly skyrocket. Auden still had some faith. I want to believe in that confidence of his. All 4 of them were thinking the same thing. How is he going to surprise us this time? Just how much stronger will he become? Old Lem grabbed his axe. "Anyway, he's a strange one, that's for sure. Let's spar, you sleepyhead. Let's go all out." Jana agreed, grabbing her sword immediately. "Don't blame me if you die." With N gone, they were raring to go. "I'm in too. I'll take you guys on." In truth, old Lem was secretly hoping for what the squad leader had said. "When we return, it's going to be really fun. We'll have a reward ready on our end too." That massive swarm had attracted beasts from the surrounding area, so I predicted the journey to the pioneer village wouldn't be a smooth one. They had to fight beasts all day long. The frequency of encounters is pretty high. Since we set out, we've already run into about 7 or 8 monsters. Phi stated firmly. "Forgive me, everyone. I swear I'm not leading us the wrong way." Anne understood. "Don't worry about it. Let's just keep moving forward." Night had fallen, but they continued to press on along a narrow path. This shortcut through the thorn bushes. God. Wild beasts rarely come this way. Phi has been leading us perfectly, but we're still running into monsters as usual. Everyone was shocked, exclaiming, "More monsters?" Even N couldn't figure it out. Despite that, wild beasts kept appearing. The frog-faced guy felt that even with a large swarm nearby, this was still too abnormal. Besides, this place isn't the Magic Kingdom. He knew that the Magic Kingdom was a forbidden land, the cradle of monsters and beasts. Legend had it that an entity at its center endlessly spawned monstrosities, a place where humanity could absolutely not set foot. A sense of unease grew within him. He felt that something was very wrong here. After a long struggle, they finally reached the village. "Welcome, everyone." A young man came out to greet them. "I am the head of this pioneer village." Airen Pareira introduced himself. "We've come on a commission from the Mercenary Association. We heard there are signs of a large beast tide." As they were talking, another man walked out. "Discuss the rest of the details directly with me." The young man frowned at him. "Wait, you are?" The man had a rugged face and was blind in one eye. The man extended his hand to shake. "A pleasure to meet you all. I'm Deu Bullman, leader of the Self-Defense Force." N introduced his team as well. N's squad, from the border guard. The man didn't waste any time and started talking right away. "Let's get straight to the point. The wild beasts have been wiped out. My defense squad members are actually all seasoned mercenaries. A bunch of young wild beasts are no problem for us at all. Plus, we have that defensive fence system. It's a masterpiece that the hunters in the village poured their hearts and souls into building. Common monsters or wild beasts would never be able to get through it." He scowled, half threateningly. "There's nothing left here for you to get involved in. I'll report that the mission is complete, so you all can head back now." Airen Pareira hated hearing that. How could he just trust their words? He stated plainly to the man, "I'll find my own work to do here." Ko also stepped forward with a smile. "We've traveled a long way to get here, and we're pretty tired. Even if we have to leave right away, we should at least get some rest, don't you think? Don't you agree?" They agreed immediately. "We'll arrange a place for you to rest." The villager grinned from ear to ear. "Yes, just leave it to me." The frog seemed to sense something was off. "Huh?" Ko turned and asked him right away, "Is there a problem? With my frog-like aesthetic and senses, I just can't ignore a guy like that. For some reason, I just find him so irritating I want to punch him. Just hold it in." Kermit, of course, wouldn't act without reason, but he trusted his instincts. The aura coming off that guy was exactly like those other people, especially that one named Hugo who was inviting them. "I'll take you to your quarters." Looking at his deceptively innocent face, Kermit brushed it off. "Man, I'm probably just overthinking it." That night, they were assigned to a small house, and voices could be heard. "He's openly monitoring us," Ko observed sharply. "Well, I have a pretty good idea why. The squad leader is in temporary command, isn't he? That kid must feel threatened, thinking we're going to take his leadership away." Airen thought deeper, "But I'm afraid it's not that simple." Phi also questioned whether the beasts had truly been wiped out. Kermit answered immediately, "Of course not. You just need to look at the monsters we encountered on our way here to understand. The pack is still out there, plain as day. It'll be a hassle without their cooperation." Airen decided, "It doesn't matter. We'll just do our duty, and we'll be fine." He wondered, "But how long are you going to keep training? We still have plenty of time. Where did you get these rocks? You get here and you're still training as usual. You guys must be exhausted." "Phew, that's it for me. I'm going to bed first." "Me too." Kermit really wanted to say, "If there's no progress, training is just meaningless repetition." But still, how could Airen make a face like that? The sight of him reminded Kermit of the past. "Training is fun, isn't it?" That person had also smiled just as brightly as Airen was now. Back then, Kermit didn't understand what the hell was so funny, but he smiled along anyway. "If you wish it, I will be by your side to support you whenever you need me. The love of my life." Suddenly, the rock in his hand fell straight down. She was still standing there, leaning against the window, watching him train. A frog who still carried a spiritual love for a human. And to this day, that feeling remains completely unchanged. If only the one I loved hadn't been murdered by them. She had also asked him the same question. "Is training really that fun?" Airen smiled with delight as he looked at him and replied, "It's a lot of fun." The scene was so similar to that year that it startled him. Outside, two men were walking when one of them called out, "Hey kid, we've pushed back a few waves of wild beasts, but their numbers are still huge. In this situation, we should request aid from the city." But the stubborn leader absolutely refused. "We can't do that. This is our village. Everyone gathered here to escape the brutal exploitation of the nobles. We worked our fingers to the bone, day and night, to build everything from scratch. If we let the city's army get involved just because of a few measly monsters, They'll take away our right to self-govern too. He even dared to assert confidently, "Don't worry, we're strong enough to protect this village ourselves. Right this minute, my most trusted subordinate is guarding the fence." The other man asked, "You mean that Hugo guy you brought to the village?" The kid nodded. "That's right. He's resourceful and dedicated. He's a very trustworthy person." At that moment, that same Hugo was standing below, asking the soldiers above, "Anything unusual happen?" "No, sir. Everything is ready." They shared a wicked smile. "Well then, no need to keep up the act. Let's start the plan." The next morning, before the sun had even risen, glowing eyes appeared in the bushes. The alarm bell rang out thunderously. "Attack!" The group, who were in the middle of training, immediately became alert. Men were shouting that a pack of gnolls had invaded the village. It was only then that Kermit realized the bitter truth. Damn it, so that energy signature really was them. That cult. The leader, that despicable Hugo, grinned, baring his teeth as he gave the order. "This is all for our supreme god, who is imprisoned in this magical kingdom." Chaos erupted in an instant. The ordinary villagers didn't understand the danger and were still talking normally. "Started work already?" "Ah, yes, you've worked hard." In this once peaceful village, the smell of fresh blood filled the air as a horde of crazed monsters poured in. The kid, the leader, roared, "Local defense squad, protect the people now." Ko also quickly called out, "Airen, Captain, this is a trap set by the gnolls." Airen had no idea what to do either. "Damn it, we have to stop this monster horde." Kermit's eyes glowed as he grit his teeth. "Sorry, but I have to go. I promised myself that I would exterminate every single one of those damned cultists. The ones who took the life of the person I love." With that, he took off immediately, leaving the others behind to deal with the monster horde. Airen tried to stay calm. "Fee, check the situation on the walls. Don't leave my side for a second. Be careful, there are a lot of enemies." There were so many that Airen couldn't possibly defeat them all himself. "We'll just have to kill as many as we can and then figure it out." He promised himself, "We will definitely get through this. We've survived monster attacks before. Just like that time, we'll dodge their attacks while killing the enemy to carve a bloody path forward." And that's what he did now, slaying monster after monster without hesitation. But it was tough. There were too many of them, and there was even a mutated gnoll that was twice the normal size. These monsters were completely different from the werewolves before. There was no end in sight. They just kept pouring in from everywhere. Fear and screams filled the air. Even the kid couldn't hold out. And then, everything gradually fell silent. The village, built on the hope of survival. The houses were all burned down. Bodies littered the ground. There was no one left standing. Everything had been mercilessly destroyed by the monsters. Airen Pareira was still alive. He pushed his heart, mustering every last bit of strength to fight. The girl, Ether, also charged into battle. Casting an attack spell strong enough to deal with this horde of monsters is impossible until I regain my human form. The flag bearer had it even worse. He was stabbed through the neck and died on the spot. The girl could do nothing but watch him get killed. That person with no pupils in their eyes. Damn it. If it weren't for this curse. She quickly climbed onto a burning roof. There were no other options. Continuing to fight would only lead to a pointless death. "I have to get out of here. I'll avenge you later." Damn, that guy Hugo is getting away in his cloak. The plan is in motion. Now I just need to escape through the back. But there was no way he could escape the frog. She caught up to him and threw a punch. Unexpectedly, the guy wasn't a pushover. A protective barrier appeared around his body, blocking the punch. This time, I'm sure of it. "It really is you. You damn cultist," he even fought back. The girl was in danger now. She might lose to him. Meanwhile, Airen Pareira was still fighting with all his might. But he was covered in wounds and bleeding profusely, barely able to hold on. "My body is so tired. I don't even have the strength to lift my arm anymore." Just then, he saw a child hiding on the ground. The little one was covering their mouth, too scared to even cry. Our hero knew he had to save that child, but there were countless monsters, and their leader had arrived. He struggled to raise his sword to shield the child and challenge the beast. "Come on." It immediately charged, and the two fought fiercely, but in the end, Airen was the one who died. His entire body was in excruciating pain. "I've been poisoned, and my whole body is paralyzed, but I will not regress to today. Right now, the monster leader is enjoying the sight of my suffering, so it's intentionally delaying the final blow." Before he died, he knew that to wipe out the entire horde, taking down the leader was a must. Even though it was just a small, young Genon creature, its speed was so fast that it was unreal, and it had even coated its blade with a deadly poison. "This is a life-or-death battle where I can't afford a single scratch. How am I supposed to fight an enemy like this? Finally, it delivered the finishing blow. The red-haired guy's voice rang out again. Faced with a flood of monsters, what can a single person possibly do? He woke up. Back in the present day, he had to think of a plan immediately. I told Brett Lloyd to stay behind me, but there's been no sign of him for a while. It's highly likely he's already dead. Phi, you moved to the city walls with me, but I haven't seen you come back. Something must have happened over there. Suddenly, the frog's voice rang out. Getting your weapons ready at the crack of dawn, are we? And this guy, too. I almost forgot. He had to take the chance to ask her, do you have any information on the evil cult? Of course, she knew. It's a fanatical organization, rotten from the inside. Among the cults spreading heresy across the continent, the most fearsome is the Borderland Holy Site cult. They believe this borderland is their own sacred ground and worship 6 archdemons. A bunch of lunatics. Really. But why would the evil cult reveal themselves here, at this specific time? Our guy remembered the scene from before a horde of monsters. The Genon creatures had already raided deep into the village. He had to stop them as soon as possible. Now's the time. I sense a bad omen. Outside, screams filled the air. The frog flew past him. Just as he'd expected, it was the butchers from the evil cult. However, there was no more time to convince anyone else. He had to rush out and fight first, then figure things out. He would charge out and kill whatever he saw first. He killed it with a single thrust. Facing a wave of monsters, the only thing a person could do was pour all their strength into the skills they had honed for so long. He'd already taken out a few of them when the group with Phi and Brett Lloyd rushed out, shouting, "Captain, what the hell is going on?" The rookies also charged in at the right time. Civil Defense Squad, protect the villagers quickly. But the moment one of them ran out, he froze in shock. Hordes of monsters were surrounding Airen Pareira. Their spears were about to run him through. He was forced to use his monstrous strength, dodging all of their thrusts in one move. He also activated his super-sensory sword perception, quickly throwing several more daggers. He activated his throwing skill to eliminate the monsters from a distance before they could get close. Each throw killed a monster instantly. So far, no villagers had been lost. Before he could finish one, another would take the opportunity to charge in. Without utmost concentration, he wouldn't be able to fight. Just like that, he took them all on by himself. Unable to defeat him, the beasts went crazy, grinding their teeth and unleashing every fighting technique they had. Brett Lloyd's face went pale as he watched in disbelief. That man was fighting all of them entirely on his own. The villagers he'd rescued realized it too. As long as that warrior was here, they still had a chance to survive. A man named Jude quickly ordered the militia forward to support him. That guy was finally starting to get it. We will protect this village with our own hands. En's fighting spirit grew more ferocious. With a single horizontal slash of his sword, several bloody heads went flying. Not a single monster could even lay a finger on him. In the distance stood the pack leader. He'd been staring at him for a while, and it was getting on his nerves. The young man with the sword pointed forward, and a massive horde of monsters charged, growing larger and larger, swarming like a mountain. The soldiers watched in absolute terror as the voice of the faceless ferryman rang in their ears again. All your efforts are futile. This is your limit. But he was talking to the wrong guy. En wasn't scared in the slightest. I will never give up. The monstrous heart was proving to be very effective. En had pushed its power up a bit more. Luckily, his heart hadn't burst yet, but he knew he couldn't beat the pack leader otherwise. The creature stood behind its horde as they charged, its 2 eyes glowing as it flew straight towards him. In this life, he wasn't afraid at all. He would just fight until his last breath. The pack leader was unbelievably aggressive. It tried to cleave him with a downward strike, but as he blocked it, another monster stabbed him straight through the thigh. The other soldiers were also being slaughtered by the monsters. Even Day took a fatal blow to the neck and died on the spot. Phi and Brett Lloyd were done for too, leaving only him. With a long spear stuck clean through his leg, how was he supposed to fight? He collapsed, unable to stand, and the pack leader seized the opportunity to finish him off. Drenched in sweat and completely exhausted, he looked at the demon and cursed. You cunning bastard. Were you just waiting for me to be exhausted from my wounds before you made your move? Now, whether he charged or just laid there and died, the result would be the same. He gathered the last of his strength for an attack, but it dodged everything. To make things worse, his face was slashed open, blood spraying everywhere. He just missed his chance. In the end, he died right there and began to live again. The repeating day still started with screams. The monsters are here. Protect the villagers. We have to wipe out all these Junon. The captain who was shouting suddenly froze, completely stunned. Brett Lloyd couldn't believe his eyes as he stared ahead. Is that really our squad leader? The beast looked on in shock. It was insane. Surrounded by such a massive swarm of Genon, he seemed to be performing some kind of magic trick on them. He dodged every single attack without fail. He controlled every movement to conserve as much energy as possible. He had to predict their attack patterns and move before they even struck. All these calculations had to be done simultaneously with his actions. But in the end, he was still killed by the pack leader. He had no freaking idea how. Blood soaked the ground. After a few more deaths, he realized something. The mastermind would only appear when he was critically injured, and it would only use a single move to send him to his grave. I've died to that signature move too many times. I'm starting to figure it out. Instead of writhing in agony for a long time, choosing this method was much better. Everything started all over again. I'll dedicate one day to honing my dodging instincts. The frog girl watched him throw off his blanket and sit up, propping her chin on her hand with interest. Fully armed this early in the morning? If I don't prepare early, I'll just die. In this endless loop, he had to pay close attention, because she hadn't changed at all. She would relentlessly pursue that evil cult, and then never return. On once again asked her directly, "Do you know much about the cult?" Just like last time, she told him everything she knew. It's the largest heretical cult on the continent. They perform filthy acts in service of a god they believe is imprisoned in the demon realm. They even conduct summoning ceremonies using human lives as sacrifices. On knew a little about that. When it came to summoning rituals, there was a rumor circulating among mercenaries about a magical beast covered in flames called a salamander, and the ones behind its summoning were the cultists. The frog girl's expression turned serious. That's not just a rumor. I witnessed the cultists summoning the fire serpent, salamander, with my own 2 eyes. Recalling the previous loops, he knew the monsters would launch their raid on the village at the crack of dawn. The Genon swarmed in, their attacks coming in endless variations. The day had finally come. I finally understand. He had never felt so confident. Though, it had taken quite a while to get here. The 170th time, the 180th, then the 190th. Each time, he died at the hands of the pack leader. The sensations were deeply engraved after Daib Cyphram thousands of repetitions, and his body was beginning to move and react naturally. This was a golden opportunity to improve his skills, dodging, parrying, and counterattacking with his sword. Choosing the optimal response usually relied on intuition or the experience he had accumulated over all this time. The first day was about to end. He hadn't died today. Fires blazed everywhere as the sun began to set. This was the first time he'd lasted this long, fighting for an entire day straight. He knew that beyond those hills, the battle would only intensify. The sky turned pitch black as the red sun disappeared, but the rising moon was even redder. It was strangely large and full. En's face brightened. He stared at the blood moon and continued to fight with all his might, showing no signs of fatigue. The key to this skill wasn't just about precise vision and quick evasion. It was about the ability to make split-second decisions and train the body to coordinate and act on them. A sense for dodging, and gently closed his eyes. I've finally mastered it. The faceless ferryman's voice rang out. Just holding out isn't the final solution. You understand that well, don't you? He woke up again. It was still dark out. Of course, I know that. I've already got a plan in my head. Day 200. A day where he had held his ground without dying. He immediately went and woke up Brett Lloyd, who was sleeping soundly. The man shot up, startling him. What's going on? No time for talk. Just do as I say. Everyone, wake up. Finn, Ether, you two are with me. Pack your things, quickly. Brett Lloyd, I have a separate mission for you. The frog girl immediately had questions. Why the rush so early in the morning? Anne replied, there's no time to explain. We don't have much time to waste. He had it all planned out. At dawn, the monsters would swarm the village. We need to finish all preparations before then so we can get past that wall. Anne gave them a brief explanation. Time is running out. At dawn, the Gnon will attack the village. All preparations had to be completed before that moment, and on top of that, I had to overcome the obstacle of this wall. Of course, I started to spin a story, and that's when it hit me. I remembered a group of cultists who had escaped from a mission back when I was a mercenary. There are a few people in this village who bear a striking resemblance to them. The moment I brought this up, the girl went pale and stammered, Are you sure that memory is accurate? I confidently looked her right in the eye. When it comes to memory, no one can top me. The girl then dared to claim that her intuition had never been wrong. I'll go check on him myself. Airen Pareira watched her leave, not stopping her. Even though in the past, she had never managed to return, but since I let her act before the monster raid, the outcome this time might be different. And even if it doesn't go as planned, it won't affect the bigger picture. As for that guy, Brett Lloyd, bring Jude here to see me. Airen Pareira gave him a mission that had to be completed. Would that guy obey the captain's orders peacefully? Use any means necessary to drag him here, even if it means taking the village chief hostage. He was shocked. What? Are you sure you can handle the consequences of that? But who was he to question Airen Pareira? He just watched the other two set off. Finn and Ether ignored Brett Lloyd, who was still standing there dumbfounded. Airen Pareira had told Finn that taking control of the wall was the top priority in this battle. You two need to be as fast as possible. After several loops, I suspected the monsters had already gotten into the village. To get in, they had to have passed through that wall. The very structure the villagers were so proud of, claiming it was impenetrable. Could the goblins have climbed the wall? With those short little legs of theirs? There was only one possibility. The gate had been opened by that traitor, Brett Lloyd. The reason Finn failed when I sent her to the wall for the first time today was because the enemy was already lying in wait up there. The ones guarding the wall were actually members of the cult. The men standing on the ramparts looked down, startled. Hey, look over there. That's the guy who arrived in the village yesterday. Airen Pareira didn't waste words. As soon as he arrived, he declared, "From this moment on, command of this location belongs to me, the squad leader. From this moment forward, all soldiers present here will follow my orders absolutely." At first, the men didn't listen, and even threatened him back. What the hell are you talking about? You dare make changes without Captain Jude's permission? With guys like these, violence was always the quickest solution. Airen Pareira drew his sword. Anyone who disobeys will be executed immediately. They could no longer keep their composure and screamed, "You're insane!" Airen Pareira remembered how the warning bell would always ring whenever monsters appeared. If all the guards were cultists, they would never ring the alarm bell. This proved that there was still one genuine militiaman among their ranks, and that person was this guy, the one running towards them now. Airen Pareira recognized him, a face I've memorized over the 200 times I've lived through this day. The other men drew their bows, aimed at him, and yelled, "Kill him!" The genuine soldier quickly shouted, "Stop! Don't fire! I'm here too!" But of course, the others didn't stop. A rain of arrows was completely blocked by our hero, who saved the soldier's life in the process. The Black Panther, Ether, didn't stand still either. It leaped forward and attacked the men on the wall. Finn was no slouch either. She captured them alive in just a few moves. Golden light shone everywhere as dawn began to break. This time, he managed to keep the gate from opening, but he knew that on the other side of the closed door, the goblins were approaching. Airen Pareira turned and asked the old man, "That gate, did you secure it properly?" The man assured him, "The bars have been firmly locked." Of course, Airen Pareira didn't believe him for a second. "Check it again." The captured men on the wall realized their plan had been exposed and cursed angrily. "Damn it!" Only then did the old man realize the door was wide open. What's happening? Why is there a crack? Outside, a horde of monsters was crashing against the gate. Finn, watching from above, was horrified. This is insane. The monsters are swarming in. The old man panicked, quickly grabbing some large wooden beams. "I have to find something to replace the wooden plank immediately." One of the soldiers held by Finn still managed to reach out and attack the old man. "Don't you dare interfere with the great sacrificial ceremony for our god." The one whose arm was being chewed on by Ether did the same. These guys use magic. Airen Pareira quickly yelled out an order. "Throw them outside." The girl used all her strength to lift the man up, gritting her teeth as she threw him like a sandbag. The panther also managed to push the other one outside the walls. Now, they would surely be eaten alive by the monsters. There was no way they'd survive. Luckily, the old man blocked the gap in time. The massive horde of monsters couldn't get in this time. They roared furiously outside. After it was all over, Jude finally arrived. What the hell is going on here? Brett Lloyd had the village chief held hostage, which was the only way to lure Jude here. Our hero looked over at Jude and the militia. Brett Lloyd had brought them at the crucial moment. He told them plainly, "The goblins are heading straight for the village. The situation is extremely urgent. Based on the authority vested in me, I am taking full command." That guy didn't believe him, his face darkening with rage. This damn bastard. All of a sudden. Just then, the gate was hit with a powerful blow. Airen Pareira was getting impatient and yelled at him, "Don't you realize what's most important right now? All of you, fire your arrows, now." The man was still stubborn, pointing and shouting one more thing. "You insolent fool. After this is over, you will explain everything clearly." He then quickly ordered his soldiers, all troops, to the top of the wall. They rained arrows down below continuously. Seeing this, Airen Pareira still couldn't feel at ease. Even if they could hold the gate and prevent the goblin horde from flooding the village, as long as the monsters were still surrounding the gate, he couldn't consider this day to be over. Suddenly, he noticed something in one direction. "Is that a side door?" The old man quickly replied, "Yes, it is. But what for?" He didn't understand what plan Airen Pareira had, and only asked if the old man could open that door just a little. The old man's face went pale with fear. The soldiers' shouts echoed, "We're being pushed back. Hold the front line." "Are they launching an all-out attack now?" Airen Pareira quickly called out, "Ether, it's your turn to join the fight. Use what you've got and go support them." Ether immediately charged forward. The monsters panicked when they saw the big, imposing black creature. The entire horde was distracted by Ether. The soldiers quickly seized the opportunity. Luck is on our side. The goblins were brought to a standstill by the panther's appearance. A good number of monsters near the gate were killed. It seemed the situation was saved. The old man also took the opportunity to open the gate for him to go out, because he knew the only way to defeat the monster horde was to kill the leader. "We'll charge straight through, break the encirclement of these young G-monsters, and take their leader's head." This time, his swordsmanship was even more impressive. With a single horizontal slash, the entire front row of monsters was decapitated. The soldiers watching this nearly peed their pants, their jaws hanging open in utter shock. That absolute madman. He's actually charging right into the middle of the young Gs. The one named Dayut, who still had some sense, started giving orders. "Cover him. Focus your arrows and provide support. Now. Fire, militia. All of you, don't stop. Keep shooting." But before they could even secure a victory, reports started coming in. "There are too many young Gs. We're running out of arrows. It's the same over here." Hearing this, Dayut panicked, not knowing what to do now. Fee hurriedly called out to her younger brother, who was using all his brainpower to calculate a solution. "Hey, Kretlord Airen Pareira is outside, and we don't have any decent siege weapons here. The castle walls are being damaged bit by bit. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before they break through." He covered his ears, trying to focus. Get a grip. The captain's reckless move must be part of a plan. Finally, he thought of something to throw. "If we're out of arrows, then pick up rocks and throw them." An old woman even offered a suggestion. "There's a quarry behind the village. We need an all-out assault now." Kret yelled at the villagers. "Just us isn't enough. You people over there, all of you, come and lend a hand." The villagers were stunned, fighting monsters for the first time in their lives. Outside, Airen was swinging his sword relentlessly, drawing as much attention as possible. Ether is biting the monsters alongside him, so that all the surrounding young Gs focus on us. Man and beast fought back to back. With that, Kretlord, on the wall, also used all his strength. Throw. The group of people without arrows used rocks, throwing them down to take the monsters out. Seeing the massive stones, the monsters turned and ran for their lives. Airen seized the opportunity. A moment of chaos would create a huge opening. "Good. If you move along that route," he quickly told the panther girl. "I need you to guard our rear." It was a simple task, something he was sure she could handle. Airen stopped fighting and just bolted in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, she stayed behind, taking out any creature that blocked the way, not letting them chase after him. She was doing a great job. Fight as many as you can, and if you can't, run. Ignoring Airen's shouts, she leaped straight toward the fortress wall to find the others. He quickly looked down. "Where's the captain?" Airen was crawling and scrambling through a patch of thorn bushes, calculating in his head that he had bathed in the blood of the gnolls to mask his scent, using the terrain to hide and advance, minimizing injury and stamina loss as much as possible. Originally, the wall he needed to overcome was to kill the pack leader while dodging its poison-laced blade, even while heavily injured. Once he got the hang of dodging, it wouldn't be impossible. But doing so, he couldn't help but remember the deadly scenes from his previous attempts, and the sight of Brett Lloyd being stabbed to death. If he was the only one to survive and overcome this wall, it would be meaningless. He didn't want to witness any of that again. The target he had run all this way for was singular, the pack leader standing on the cliff's edge. It still hadn't noticed him. He stealthily threw a dagger to test the waters. To his surprise, that damn monster dodged it. Not a single fatal wound. In that case, he'd have to jump up there and slash and kill the pack leader himself. As the two battled up there, the other monsters finally saw them. They immediately roared, about to charge up and help their leader, but the pack leader's face turned crimson as it glared down, warning them away. It didn't need help from its useless underlings. Airen knew why it did that. Just as predicted, the pack leader only shows up when it feels it has victory in its grasp, wanting to force him to his knees in front of everyone, as if to assert its authority. But not today. Today, he was going to skewer this thing for good. The two fought back and forth, evenly matched. This time, Airen Pareira had no life-threatening injuries, so for a mere human to get behind it and damage its honor, it definitely wanted to punish him personally, without the other gnolls getting in the way. That made Airen even happier. In a one-on-one fight, his victory was assured. That was the fatal mistake it made. Very quickly, he sliced off one of its arms as easily as cutting candy. Now, all that was left was the finishing blow. Brett Lloyd stood on the high fortress wall, watching anxiously without blinking. He saw it. The captain had killed the pack leader. Airen swung again, severing its other arm. Even if you're an agile, poison-using pack leader, in my current, unexhausted state, you're nothing more than just another gnoll. Its underlings below watched in horror. Phi and Brett Lloyd saw this and couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. The gnolls are in chaos. With their leader dead, the pack has lost all control. Run before we're surrounded. Of course, Airen had already planned for this step. Using the beast's heart skill for the first time today, he had more than enough power to warp off this hill. He flew like lightning straight down to the castle gate. Now, he could just kill any monster that got in his way. He shouted out a signal. "Open the gate!" A group of soldiers ran out, shouting, "We'll clear a path." The youngest one pointed and said, "Sir, hurry and get inside. Your job here is done." Airen obviously charged straight in. He'd had more than enough for one day, but he still had to fight a little more to feel at ease. The kid knew what to do, and coordinated perfectly with Airen. Just as Airen managed to run inside, the kid took care of the outside. "All troops, listen up. Retreat behind the gate. Now." Once everyone was safely inside, they shut the gate immediately. The villagers above continued to drop a storm of rocks. "You bastards, get out of our sight. Throw the rocks." The monsters didn't dare get any closer. Their leader was dead, and getting closer meant getting crushed by rocks. Their only option was to flee while they still could. The townspeople continued to roar, mercilessly crushing them all. After a while, it was over. Not a single monster remained. The entire field in front was empty. Brett Lloyd roared with joy. "Look, the gnolls are running for their lives." The villagers joyfully embraced one another. "We're safe." Everyone was smiling so wide they couldn't close their mouths. "We did it." Only Airen sat in a corner, exhausted, and catching his breath. The kid stood beside him, watching, not daring to ask anything. He knew that everything had happened in a flash, but it was long enough to realize the village had been on the verge of annihilation. Yet, thanks to this squad leader, this man had saved them. For someone who came to this place merely to fulfill a contract, he gambled his life. For a land he had no connection to, this was truly a noble act. Airen felt his gaze and looked up, speaking curtly. "This is the explanation for the actions I spoke of earlier." The young man didn't ask any more questions and turned to leave. "That's not important anymore. I'll go find some medicine in the village and treat you. The first thing we need to do is check your injuries." That night, several people held a meeting. The soldiers were in disbelief. One of my own men was a cultist? Brett Lloyd explained the situation more clearly. "So that's how it was. Now everything is clear. There's no way a monster army of this size could have formed on its own. Even the largest packs usually only have a few hundred, but the number that attacked us just now must have been in the thousands. Every gnoll was fully equipped with weapons. If the cultist had a hand in it, everything makes sense." The village chief asked, confused, "But why would they choose to attack this village?" "You'd have to ask them to find that out." Brett Lloyd could only reply, "You can't possibly understand the way those fanatics think. They are worshippers of the demon world and believe they must spread its influence everywhere. I suspect they intended to turn this village into a base of operations to establish a gnoll kingdom." The other two men felt their heads spin. It was getting more and more confusing, and they could only feel fear. A kingdom of gnolls? But we defeated them. Shouldn't everything be fine now? Airen rested his chin on his hand and calmly broke the bad news to them. Not yet. Defeating the pack leader broke the loop for today. However, he then revealed to them that Ash was currently tailing the cultist who had been hiding in their ranks and had just escaped. The kid guessed, "Does that mean there's still a traitor hiding here?" They were startled, and a memory clicked. "Wait, that guy. He's still missing, isn't he?" "That guy, Hugo. He's very likely the mastermind behind this whole mess," Phi clarified. "For that reason, if we don't capture him, this village will remain in danger, but someone is already taking care of it. Ash is in hot pursuit. We'll wait here patiently until she returns." Meanwhile, H was right in the middle of it. The guy was completely cornered by her. This damn woman. He actually dared to use magic against Ayech and even threaten her. "If you know what's good for you, surrender now." Of course, Petty tricks like these were no match for her, but he had a lot of tricks up his sleeve, and after a long back and forth, she still couldn't catch him. She looked at his magic tricks, completely fed up. This again? Ah understood. The power from the cult. The reason that trashy cult, the Lemon World Cathedral, was constantly able to recruit more fanatics to serve them was because anyone could easily obtain magical power to change their lives. Now, he was using that very power to fight Ayesh. It was weak, but it was enough to prolong his miserable existence. Based on the amount of dark magic he could wield, he was definitely a priest who had pledged himself to that wretched cult. He had long used that power to evade our pursuit. Ayesh was furious now. She hurled the spear in her hand. Your strength is about to reach its limit. But H fought on as usual, rushing straight at him and landing a painful punch right in his face. Just as she hit him, she saw a cloud of dust rising in the distance. An army was approaching, and H panicked. Goblins? She was all alone, and things were getting tense. Hugo took advantage of her distraction and shoved her away. The goblins were numerous and aggressive, their eyes glowing purple, and even AH was starting to feel nervous. Damn it. Late that night, while Airen Pareira and the others were taking a break from training, H walked in, looking completely unharmed. She was finally back. H, what happened to that cultist? She looked visibly disappointed. He got away. Shin gasped in shock. How could someone as skilled as Ayech let him escape? Brett Lloyd also asked in disbelief. Ayech, did you really fail? Ayech snapped furiously. Don't you dare mention that again in front of me. Hey N, your subordinate is starting to get out of line. But even N himself was disappointed. He truly didn't think she would let the guy get away. She retorted bitterly, you're the useless one here. Just command your troops properly. Humph, if that monster horde hadn't suddenly appeared at the last minute, I would have finished him. He used dark magic to manipulate the monster horde leader into attacking me so he could escape. N understood this. That cultist was indeed a stubborn and cunning foe. What Phi worried about now was that they would definitely return to attack the village. Does this mean we have to face another horde of goblins? That's a big problem. Airen Pareira had to think of a solution himself. He dropped the boulder he was training with. Those scattered remnants are still very dangerous. We can't just ignore them. It's best if we deal with that cultist at the source and end this once and for all. Phi rested his chin on his hand, worried. How are we supposed to take down 1,000 goblins? Especially when that cultist has now become their new leader. Brett Lloyd felt the situation was getting worse by the minute. Monsters are always unpredictable. But what about humans? We can still see through their thoughts and actions. That's right. No matter what he is, he's still human. Undecided. Let's head back. We'll formulate a counter-strategy. Before dawn, we all need to be ready for the new battle. This time, the leader we need to kill is that damn Hugo. Messenger birds flew across the sky. When the townspeople received the news, they were terrified. Another horde of goblins is coming? They huddled together, discussing in fear. Good heavens, are they fanatics? The demons charging towards us are those devils. We can't hold out any longer, the village chief announced in a panic. A request for reinforcements has been sent to the territory of Baron Bantra, the nearest domain. But even under the best circumstances, it'll take them a week to arrive. They'll only be coming to collect our corpses then. Doth gritted his teeth helplessly. We have no choice but to try and hold on. Brett Lloyd suddenly walked up and spoke. It probably won't even take a week. If the plan we've come up with goes smoothly. The chief didn't understand. There's still a counterplan? Of course. On couldn't just stand by and watch them die. This place is the fruit of everyone's labor. A village like this will never be left to be ravaged by goblins. The next day, just as the sun rose, the main city gate began to shake continuously. The men stood ready under the gate, waiting for their opponents. Just as he'd predicted, an entire horde of goblins arrived, kicking up a cloud of dust that filled the sky. Up on the city wall, Brett Lloyd looked down. Those bastards. They're smarter this time. The goblins brought ladders. Even H has to admit, she's impressed. How did he teach goblins to use ladders in a single night? Airen Pareira had to hand it to him too. That Hugo guy has more talent as a teacher than a cultist, he said nonchalantly. Brett Lloyd heard him and yelled impatiently. Is this really the time for jokes? The moment they get those things onto the wall, we're done for. N, now serious, drew his sword and signaled to Ayech. Do you see him? Loud and clear. She nodded, understanding. The target was easily identified. The operation began. Could the four of them really not outsmart a single guy like Hugo? When Hugo saw him approach, he immediately started cursing. You fools. If you're going to walk to your own deaths, then I'll gladly oblige. A monster holding a blade charged forward to strike first. Last night, they had discussed the plan. Brett, The principle of the plan remains the same. A horde will only disperse when its leader is eliminated, not to mention having to deal with the cultists' power. If we just kill the leader carelessly, the goblins will scatter everywhere and threaten the safety of the village. And hunting down and eliminating them one by one would be too much effort. Therefore, we will first significantly reduce the number of goblin troops. So today, I'll let that Hugo guy live a little longer. With a sword in each hand, Airen killed a whole bunch of monsters first. Among them were some he had fought just yesterday, who still came back fearlessly. Right now, N looked even scarier than the monsters. Tense as a bowstring, he charged forward with 2 swords, fighting like a madman. Hugo watched in horror, and even Ah was frozen solid. Yesterday, during the pursuit of the cultist, I heard that Airen Pareira had single-handedly taken down goblins. But to be honest, I didn't believe it. He had been stuck, stagnating without any progress for a long time. Until recently, I hadn't seen a single sign of improvement from him at all. However, watching him fight today, he has truly gotten stronger. All by himself, he's like a storm, sweeping through and wiping out the monsters without leaving a single one, strong enough to change the entire tide of battle on his own. Her eyes widened as she began to assess him. With this level of power, he's almost reached the level of a knight aspirant. The villagers continued to drop stones from the walls just like yesterday. The monsters had ladders this time, but they were killed before they could even use them, making the ladders nothing more than an extra burden. She's finally getting her hands dirty. Even she can see how dangerous this fight is. My own heart is pounding like crazy. She's no joke. With just a single whip, she's taking down countless monsters. Any of them carrying a ladder gets swatted down first. On got to witness his talent firsthand, and it makes my heart flutter like a young maiden's. A handsome man will always be my weakness. That guy Hugo was pissing his pants in fear, just watching him fight the monsters. Where in the world did that lunatic pop out from? He's single-handedly fighting off hundreds of Ganons. At this rate, we're going to be pushed back. He had no choice but to order a temporary retreat. Everyone scrambled to get away. Now's the time to make him disappear for good. On signals for help. She quickly helps him fall back. Squad leader. He's completely exhausted from hunting the Ganons. Hurry, get a medic over here. Hearing this, Hugo was ecstatic. He suddenly stopped trying to run, turned around, and let out a wicked laugh. Aha, but in reality, it was all a pre-laid trap. Yesterday, Jay had asked about this exact scenario. Even if we all joined forces with the squad leader at the front of the defensive line, how would we even manage to kill the fanatic? Hugo wouldn't just show his face to fight head-on. He's an extremely cautious and cunning man. But I could read him like a book, he thought with a smug smile. It's exactly people like him, once they're absolutely convinced of their victory, that they'll never agree to retreat. And it was true. Hugo had already made his calculations. The guy was too strong. That squad leader was absurdly powerful. As long as he was defending this place, conquering the village was impossible. However, him fighting like a true knight could only last for so long. He was certain he would win, so he stopped running. So, let's see now. We just have to wear down his stamina a bit. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. They kept at it day after day, attacking and then retreating. He figured that by constantly repelling the Ganon's raids like this, the guy must have used up all his strength by now. Our man put on a brilliant performance, fighting monsters with dark circles under his eyes, looking completely exhausted. This guy was just like the last monster leader, only daring to attack when he thought our man was weakened. The man was out of breath, and he saw his chance to strike from behind. By my mighty power, I will put an end to this. But he never would have guessed, not even in death. The moment he launched his magic orb, our hero spun around and severed his arm with a single slash. The guy's face went completely blank, unable to react in time, and barely held back a huge laugh as she raised a hand to wipe the fake dark circles from under her eyes. Putting on an act, she thought, is definitely not easy. Everything had gone exactly as he had planned. First, we showed them our overwhelming strength. After planting the idea in their heads that the Ganons alone couldn't stop the squad leader, we started to gradually show signs of fatigue. A suspicious person would take advantage of the Ganons, using them to attack relentlessly to wear down the squad leader's stamina and secure a victory. And thanks to that strategy, we managed to wipe out a large portion of the Ganons. And at the crucial moment, when the fanatic himself appeared, he walked right into our trap. By the time he realized it and started screaming curses, You lowly insects, you dare set a trap for me? It was already too late. Anne looked at him and calmly replied, The one at fault is the one who falls for the trap that's been set, isn't it? From the top of the wall, Jay gave the order to fire. Ian walked straight toward him with a warning. Don't even dream of escaping. He was about to be sent to the next world, but his mind was still cooking up dirty tricks. The situation has taken a turn for the worse. This freak's power is beyond all our calculations, leaving our rear completely exposed. I've worked so hard to get this far. An apostle of the noble Lamanic holy cult. Magic swirled around his body as he pointed a finger and glared menacingly. You think I'll accept such an easy end? Even if it costs me my life, I will carry out the will of the Lamanic holy cult and wipe this place clean. Black smoke began to billow from his body, thick and dark. Seeing this aura for the first time, our man quickly stood in front of his comrades. Be careful, En. He's performing a summoning ritual, and just as he said, a few more of those tall, dark, and ugly monsters appeared around them. Hugo glared and commanded, crush them. Lamanic hound Huayin. The demonic hound, with its mouth and eyes glowing fiery red, lunged forward with its maw wide open. En reacted instantly, striking back with a whip straight to its face, but it only left a small, insignificant scratch. Now she understood. It was a tangible yet incorporeal form that could pass through anything. That fanatic is summoning an evil spirit. In that case, we'll have to fight magic with magic. Physical attacks won't work on evil spirits, and immediately understood the situation. Could that whip be a magical artifact? A blue light emanated from the whip as she charged toward the monsters. I've been tracking these cultists for a long time, so I've always been prepared for scenarios like this. Her attacks were clearly effective now. Wherever the blue whip struck, the monsters were sliced apart. Watching from a distance, Hugo sneered. Struggle all you want, you pathetic little frog. The Lamanic hound Huayin was just a diversion. The real summon that I poured all my energy into is this. Unlike the other creature that just attacked and vanished, black smoke billowed furiously from his hand. A demonic soul that will surely crush its prey's heart. A grotesque warrior's arm, with no discernible shape, materialized, but after the summoning, he coughed up a spray of blood. Damn it, my body is at its limit. Controlling two entities at once is more than I can handle. This idiot. He was totally the type to kill 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of his own, but he was still thrilled to see that arm launch a sneak attack on our hero from behind. But even so, and quickly turned and shouted a warning. Look out! Hugo watched with absolute glee, incredibly pleased with himself. You won't have time to dodge. The evil spirit will pass through any defensive barrier and finish you. As long as I can eliminate you, victory will be mine. But he had seriously underestimated him. He might be a bit weak in this area, but his allies were top-notch. Would Black Panther Ether really let him get his way? The young woman made short work of his new monster. So much for his victory. He was so furious he just stood there, frozen on the spot. Even the hero was stunned, unable to believe it, and looked at the sword in his hand. What is this aura? No one knew that aura was magic, that Ether had transferred to him. She had planned for this. You're always rushing into dangerous situations. So, I anticipated that facing the cultists would be tough. That's why I secretly imbued your sword with my magic last night. Consider it a gift from me. The other guy had no idea what was happening and pointed his finger in a rage. You, that sword. What the hell is going on with that sword? To which our hero honestly replied, I'm not really sure myself. Hugo was dumbfounded. Was he joking at a time like this? Could he really say that? On top of that, he was losing. His face flushed red with anger as he started to scream. After all the schemes I've pulled, is this really all I could accomplish? But before he could finish, a sharp pain shot through his body. He clutched his throat and collapsed. Damn it. The backlash from the summoned evil spirits being defeated. To my heart. This time, he really did himself in. En didn't even have to lift a finger. The guy just keeled over and died. He was the type to collapse before his enemies did. The demonic souls he'd summoned vanished instantly, and carefully checked the body just to be sure before making an announcement. It's all over. We don't have to fight anymore. The cultist is dead. It's just too bad for those monsters, losing their leader once again. They had to tuck their tails and run for their lives. However, the remaining forces, now freed from their brainwashing, were also trying to flee. Reut quickly shouted, Militia, this is our decisive blow. Hunt them down and wipe them out so they never dare to show their faces in this village again. The crowd roared, grabbing their weapons and giving chase to finish them off. He approached En. Squad leader En bowed his head respectfully. Thank you, sir, for saving our village. Please, also forgive my rudeness on the day we first met. It's nothing, En replied politely. I was only fulfilling the duty entrusted to me by Brett Lloydo. You did the same, didn't you? With that said, the men went off to deal with the remaining goblins. Ah, He stared after them, stunned, and uttered a single sentence. That young man. He really did come back from the brink of death. Village chief, there are still goblins left. The chief quickly waved his hand. It's all right. They're no longer a significant threat. To have things turn out like this, everyone is more than satisfied. However, our defenses have been severely damaged. In any case, these wooden fences were only a temporary solution. If we want to turn this place into a proper town, we'll need to build stronger walls. Yes, you're absolutely right. The men were filled with hope. And when that wall is complete, we should name it after him, shouldn't we? He, of course, agreed immediately. That sounds wonderful. There's certainly no name more meaningful than that. I'm sure every villager will be on board. A wall named after the hero who risked his life to protect the village. The Wall of N. To think the day would come when his name would be recorded in the history of a region like this. That night, the entire village held a festival to celebrate the victory. The sounds of singing and feasting were endless. Have another drink. My family's cheese. Hey now, you can't just drink your fill and call it a night. Let us treat our village hero to a proper feast. They say that, but they seem to be having more fun than we are. On sat at the table, looking quite sober. They've already come by in droves to greet him. Brett Lloyd's companion stared at the table, stunned. What's with this mountain of food? Anne replied, they said they brought out their secret stashes from home. I hear the apple wine is a rare delicacy. The whole village only has 2 jugs. He immediately took a sip, then quickly stashed it away as his own. You could make a fortune selling this to the militia. But N couldn't quite relax and enjoy himself. I really appreciate this hospitality, but I'm afraid I'm depleting the village's food supply. His companion sat next to him and laughed reassuringly. What are you talking about? This is how the people you saved want to repay you. You should try to enjoy yourself a little more. Over there, some of the villagers are even saying, I've decided. I have to marry my daughter to squad leader N. That's right. You couldn't ask for a better son-in-law. She's only 5 years old, you old fool. What are you rambling about? A young kid even shouted, I'm going to enlist under the hero and train with him. A few people even started teasing the man. Isn't that right, Commander Reut? He didn't get angry at all and played along. Enlisting under him? Sounds good to me, Commander. Hey, is that treason? They even started saying to each other, should we celebrate this day every year? How about we call it N's Day? I like the sound of that, N thought. They look so happy. It had been 4 days. While deceiving the evil cult and fighting the goblins, he could feel that his own combat strength had surpassed its previous limits. His expression suddenly turned serious as he thought, and I've come to realize more deeply that without the lunar art, this power is still unstable. Even though I've used skills like monstrous strength heart to compensate for the weakness. Of course, the frog lady sitting next to me saw right through it. How can one obtain the lunar art? Aren't you curious? Of course I am, but what's the point in asking you? Didn't you say I'd find out on my own when the time comes? She laughed knowingly. I did say that. However, for you as you are now, that time might not be too far off. Knight adepts can freely activate the lunar art in 1 or 2 movements, or use it instinctively. En knew this. He immediately thought of how Knight Adept Aya would channel the lunar art into his aura to create immense pressure, or channel it into his legs for a high-speed boost. That's the lunar art being activated for specific movements. Being able to use the lunar art in a few such movements is what makes a Knight Adept. But Knights go even further. They can use the lunar art freely in any situation to unleash extraordinary power. There are many cases where people can use the lunar art in a few stances, but can never become a knight. No, I should say most cases are like that. And yet, you still think you can become a knight? Why wouldn't I be able to? It's a dream I've held for a long time. I will become a knight. His face and eyes seemed to be covered in a layer of light. X stared at him, stunned. He looked like he was about to tear up, but I can feel the blazing fire in his heart, a passion so great, it's enough to captivate those around him. Suddenly, she said, once we leave this village, I have to go back to my real job. For the Frogkin, there is a wish that Brett Lloydo, a wish that is placed above even personal desires. I can't be away any longer, Anne nodded. So we part ways here. You've already stayed longer than planned. Suddenly, she added, hey, stop using polite language with me. She gave a sincere smile. It's fine, really, but it just doesn't feel right to be treated so formally by someone I've given my heart to, you know? Then she added, if you become a knight, I'll fall in love with you. For the Frogkin, spiritual love is an emotion completely separate from procreation. It's the deepest giving of one's heart. It doesn't matter if the object of that spiritual love has another lover. It doesn't affect anything at all. We even inform that person of our existence. hoping for their understanding. It's very rare for a human to receive the love of the frogkin. A special event, as rare as it was, N didn't seem to care much. Suit yourself. The frog girl was at a loss for words but didn't press the issue. Do you have any idea how much weight those words carry? Even that side of him is appealing to me. I'm so done for. The next day, on the vast plains, a group of people was traveling. Is this the village? They asked as they walked. The one that sent the distress signal about being besieged by a large goblin nest? The man in the lead was one of Viscount Venchara's men. Inside the village, people were singing cheerfully as they worked. Boom! One man took down 500 of them. We should name the city wall after Airen Pareira. The youngest one reminded everyone, the monster's flesh and blood will make good fertilizer. We're almost done burying them, just a little more effort. Seeing such a peaceful scene, the other guys arrived abruptly. Weren't we told there was a goblin nest attacking? What attack? It looks more like they're farming on monster corpses. As soon as he saw them, the village chief immediately asked, "Are you Viscount Vencha's men?" He seemed a bit flustered. "You've come all this way for nothing. The goblin problem has already been resolved smoothly." The man asked how it was resolved. The village chief honestly recounted everything. It was an unprecedentedly large goblin nest, and an evil cult was involved. There were 1,000 of them in total. We thought we were done for, but an outstanding hero single-handedly cut down 500 of them and defeated the entire evil cult to protect our village. The men looked skeptical. Is that hero the Airen Pareira from that song? Is he a legendary freelance knight or a mercenary? The village chief shook his head. No, sir. He's the squad leader of our civil defense force. The more they heard, the more unbelievable it sounded. Just a squad leader? I want to see this squad leader. He's already left, sir. He said the mission to destroy the goblin nest was complete, so he left immediately without any hesitation. The old man's face twisted with disgust and contempt. I knew it. They just turned tail and left. If it's safe now, let's just go home. On the way back, they were still talking. Captain, do you think that rumor is true? The part about one guy killing hundreds? It's definitely an exaggeration. The only witnesses to this Airen Pereira's feat are the villagers. But people's memories tend to get fuzzy when they're cornered. That's just how it is. The goblin corpses are all buried, so it's hard to verify. I'm sure he only killed about 50 of them, and they blew it up to 500. It's just the bragging of some squad leader. The part about him saving the village is true, but he's just an arrogant guy who likes to build up his own reputation. If I ever get the chance to meet him, I'll teach him his place. Meanwhile, on the other side, Brett Lloyd held up the treasure map, grinning from ear to ear with delight. Finally, all our hard work is about to pay off. Finn also gave in. Now that we're here, I'm curious. What exactly is the treasure? Airen Pareira turned and asked Luagan, "Are you leaving us here?" But it seems the lady changed her mind. Well, once you've decided to leave, there's no reason to hesitate. Hearing this, Brett Lloyd's eyes lit up, but to his dismay, she had changed her mind. I helped decipher the map, so I want to see the result with my own eyes to be satisfied. He pouted and muttered, I thought there'd be one less person to share the treasure with. Finn was furious and embarrassed for him. Is there something wrong with your personality? Airen Pareira asked. The treasure's location is about a day's journey from the village, right? The traps might have rusted over the years, but it'll be a pain if any of them are still active. The kid clicked his tongue in disdain. Tsk, tsk. You guys are such amateur treasure hunters. Airen Pareira shot back at him. Aren't you an amateur too? He pointed with a smug, proud face. Come on, just trust me and follow along. I'll show you what real skill looks like. It's been exactly a century since the dungeon containing Dawn's treasure was built. For those 100 years, treasure hunters have racked their brains trying to figure it out. How to get the treasure more easily, how to strike it rich, without lifting a finger. Our main man had to admit those were some very practical thoughts. Suddenly, he stopped and pushed a huge boulder. Let me check. Based on the map's coordinates, this boulder is it. I found it. It seemed he wasn't bluffing. There really was a secret passage here. Whew. Next up, he didn't go down but kept looking around. Finn had to ask, isn't the entrance right there? Where are you going? It looks like he's up to something else. This is a technique born from the struggles of our predecessors, a method of deducing the central chamber's location based on the main gate and breaking in directly. It's called the backdoor entry. As he spoke, he mapped out the hall and got to work. It was an effective method, surprisingly so, allowing us to bypass all the traps inside. Airen Pareira could tell at a glance it was just a shortcut. The guy still argued. But it's very useful and super convenient, right? Our main man still couldn't get on the same wavelength as him. From the looks of it, it wasn't convenient at all. The kid got exhausted after digging just a little, forcing the others to take over. He really just made things harder for himself. Although shortcuts can be useful sometimes. I'm looking up. They saw the sky had already turned dark. Maybe the best plan is to sleep down here tonight? Looking down into the pit, Brett's eyes lit up again, showing no signs of fatigue. My precious gold. Finn volunteered to go down first. Let the scout check out the situation first. Inside, it was pitch black and ancient. She couldn't see anything. Going deeper, she found a chest and a sword, but nothing dangerous at all. So she called out, "Hey, it's safe to come down now." Brett Lloyd ran straight to her. "What about the traps?" "There's no sign of any." Finn looked around confidently. "With the basic skills of a scout, I can easily spot common traps. To fool my eyes, it would have to be a magically enchanted trap. But for an old, rich guy from ancient times to set something like that up seems a bit beyond his means." The Panther girl, Ether, also went to look around. Brett was getting impatient and immediately took out his tools to open the chest. "If it's confirmed to be safe, then I won't hold back." Watching him drool over the money, Airen Pareira couldn't understand. "You already have so much Kona, yet you're still so eager to collect every single coin." He strained until his whole body trembled, but still couldn't open it. "You don't understand, Captain. This amount is far from enough. My salon brand won't just stop at being the leader in the capital. My ambition is to have branches covering this entire continent." His dream was as big as our main characters. He'd do anything to achieve it. Huh? Is his desire really that strong? Brett Lloyd nodded eagerly. "The gold is a given. The salon is the best tool for harvesting Kona, because only money can save this life." They were all gathered around the chest, not paying attention to anything else. Only Ether sensed that something was wrong. There was a very faint scent wafting through the air. The girl was instantly startled, her guard up as she growled at the chest. That thing was cursed. The Black Panther couldn't speak, so she could only roar, trying to say, "Get away from there now." "It's a trap." Brett Lloyd jumped in surprise, but at that exact moment, he managed to open the chest. As soon as it opened, a round, white shadow emerged from the box and spread, quickly filling the room. Even Luagan couldn't react in time. The Black Panther hurriedly leaped away, but it was too late. The white shadow swallowed half of the panther's body, pulling her in tight. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't get out. This was it. No one was escaping. Ether's entire body was thrown backwards. Luckily, Ain rushed in to catch her just in time. Finn was the one who insisted there were no traps. The girl could only give up. "Hey, this is a magic trap. How was I supposed to predict this? This is bad. We're completely sealed in." The Black Panther was furious. "I was too careless. If it wasn't for this trap being so old that its scent had faded." The girl reached out and touched it. "This isn't a very complex seal. However, to gather enough mana to break it, it would probably take us 2 whole days." While they were at a loss, they heard Kretlord wailing. "Is this chest empty? Where did all my gold go?" Ain couldn't believe this guy. He couldn't help but scold him. "We're in this situation, and all you can think about is money." Phi Tin noticed something. "It's not completely empty. There's a note left behind." It read, "Only those who truly touch the treasure will find a way out. So you chose to break in through the back door? What a pity. The only trap in this land is this very room." The girl finally understood. "Oh, so back in that era, the trick of breaking in through the back was called slipping through the back door? In short, that so-called ultimate technique was just a useless effort, right?" Kretlord looked like he had suffered too many blows today. He cursed in a rage. "The chest has no money, so what are we supposed to use as a treasure to get out?" "You damn scoundrel, Don." Ain suddenly pointed and said, "There's still one item left here. It was the sword that had been stuck in the ground this whole time, which no one had noticed." Kret looked back. That old rusty sword? Even though the blade has been worn down over 100 years, its core is still in excellent condition. This is a quality weapon. But he still looked openly disappointed. From any angle, it just looks like a piece of scrap iron. Phew. Fine. Whatever. It's the only treasure left anyway. As he said that, he pulled it out. But the moment his hand touched the sword, the space around him instantly changed. He appeared alone in a long, foggy corridor, completely confused. Huh? What the hell is this? Where am I? While he was still looking around in a daze, a dark figure immediately appeared behind him, bringing a two-handed sword straight down. The kid was scared out of his mind, sweating bullets and screaming wildly. How the hell am I supposed to block that? But it seemed it was all just an illusion. The moment he let go of the sword, he returned to reality. Everyone else just saw him suddenly scream in terror. Chin rushed over. What's going on? Did something happen? Kret was terrified. This is bad. There was a madman with a sword chasing me. Huh? Is he gone? No one understood what he was saying. What are you muttering about? You just picked up the sword and this happened. As she spoke, Fee also grabbed it. Instantly, the same scene with the black armored man slashing down appeared, exactly as Kret had seen. Fi also screamed, scared witless. Damn it, he really is a madman. If two people saw it, it probably wasn't a joke. Ek also stepped forward. Let me try holding it and see what happens. Ek's hand touched the sword, but he couldn't lift it, no matter how hard he tried. His hands only had 2 fingers and were slippery, so he couldn't get a grip, and nothing happened. Ain knew this. The skin of the frogkin has a very characteristic slipperiness. That's why the weapons of the frog people are always designed with a locking ring on the hilt. This sword doesn't even have a proper grip, so a frog person can't hold it securely. Ek tried his best but had to give up. Alright, spare me. She tried to lift it, and the same thing happened. Ah, I see him now. I saw the swordsman. She guessed that this object was likely a demon sword possessed by an evil spirit. According to Don's instructions, we have to destroy the spirit possessing the sword, and then pull the sword out. Only then can we break this magic encirclement. Kretlord wondered. Can't we just ignore the ghost inside and just pull the sword out? She immediately replied, it would split your head in 2 before you could even do that. Damn it. Only Ain hadn't touched it yet. A demon sword inhabited by an evil spirit. Huh? Normal physical attacks won't work on a spirit. It's an entity that can only be purified by holy magic or talismans. Ain decided to try holding it as well. Instantly, the scene was the same as what the others saw. He was thinking back to the battle against the dark cult. My sword once emitted a strange light and repelled an evil spirit. But after checking it again, it was actually just a normal weapon. I can't rely on some vague power. What method should I use to finish this entity? The figure in black armor slashed straight down. He quickly drew the sword at his hip and parried the first blow. But this was surprising. Why are physical attacks able to damage it? The armored figure's eyes glowed brightly, just like a normal person's. His strength was immense, and his moves were fast. An evil spirit, affected by physical force. Huh, this guy is different from other evil spirits. Let's try to subdue him. He immediately tried to use the beast heart that Lem taught him, but to his dismay, the beast heart, won't activate. His razor-sharp sword was about to strike, but An still managed to dodge it skillfully. He rushed forward, seizing the initiative to attack, but his opponent dodged just as easily. He knew he'd been completely seen through, and just like that, in the blink of an eye, his enemy counterattacked and sliced his damn head clean off. An jolted awake, letting go of his sword as he gasped in fear. Fi and Co quickly asked, "Squad leader, what's wrong?" He thought it was just a hallucination, but when he touched his neck, he could still feel the sharp pain from where he'd been cut. He was certain he had just been killed by that evil spirit. But why didn't he return to today? He immediately turned to his comrades and asked, how much time has passed? But guess what the answer was? Just a little bit. About 5 seconds. But I fought him for so many moves, the time I felt while fighting must have been over 20 seconds. The flow of time is also different. While holding the demonic sword, isn't that space completely separate from reality? He told them, I was just killed by the evil spirit. Both Fionn and Carl Lindsay's faces went pale. Killed? Then is the person in front of us the evil spirit? Only Ilya calmly placed a hand on his shoulder. It's best to give this up. You still look very much alive. Did she guess that dying in there wouldn't affect his physical body? He even had to ask back, was there anything else strange? I crossed swords with the evil spirit. He moved and read every move I made. Ignet listened and thought for a moment. That's a high-level true sword style. Swordsmanship, huh? So that's it. This isn't an ordinary demonic sword. This sword is a sword master. In the past, a genius mage, wanting to pass down his abilities to future generations, turned a person into a spiritual form and sealed them inside the sword. But that mage didn't understand humans well. A person trapped in a sword to become a swordmaster will have both their spirit and soul worn down, so they can only blindly focus on the sole purpose of passing on their abilities. Even if the one holding this sword goes mad and dies tens of thousands of times, that teaching will never stop. Only when you completely grasp the abilities taught by the swordmaster and use those very abilities to surpass the swordmaster will the trapped soul be freed, and the lesson will end. In other words, the treasure you mentioned is swordsmanship. The human spirit cannot withstand the pain of repeated death. Anyone would eventually become an incurable madman. Airen, standing there listening, felt a sting. That's me right there. The one who's died and come back to life countless times, and I'm not crazy. Carl Lindsay knelt in despair, clutching his head and screaming, Damn it, it's my fault. Fi wondered. If we wait, will this barrier weaken? Ak looked at his hand regretfully. If there was a ring or something on the hilt, I could have taken it off. No one was paying attention to men calling out. Ko shouted, I'll take responsibility for him being here. And Men, getting furious with this useless bunch, stomped his foot on the ground and declared, "Just let me do it." Just like that, he walked straight over, intending to pick up the sword again. Ilya hurriedly tried to stop him. "Stop. I know your willpower is unusual, compared to others, but you can't think this is a joke. I don't want to lose my future lover so pointlessly." Airen wasn't afraid of anything. "This is actually quite simple," he affirmed confidently. "Ilya, this is something I can do." Seeing that look in his eyes, she didn't dare stop him anymore. Once again, Airen Pareira returned to that space. This time, the other guy also rushed straight at him with a decisive slash. If Airen hadn't been quick with his Siru's sword, his head would have flown off. What a fierce greeting. "Were you waiting for me too?" Airen tried using a few different techniques. As expected, neither his sixth sense nor his one-point focus could be activated. Here, he could only use swordsmanship. For someone like Airen who loves to train, this place was a real treasure. Even if he died, he would just wake up in reality. No need to waste time repeating the day. This was a place where he could learn and challenge himself countless times. It was incredibly efficient. He was absolutely thrilled, willing to return no matter how many times he died. For me, there's nothing easier than repeating death. This so-called sword master is the most amazing tool. The people watching him hold the sword without letting go had to give up. This idiot. Even among the priests who serve the god of patience and suffering, 9 out of 10 fail at this. Fion felt that. But to escape the trap, is there any other way? For all we know, he's trying to protect our sanity, so he might be planning to shoulder everything himself. Just as Airen Pareira let go of the sword and returned to the present, his arm was trembling uncontrollably. The swordsmanship that cut off my arm at the last moment. It's incredible. Airen was completely engrossed. The swordmaster definitely moved like this. Something's off. I'm going back in to check again. I think I'm starting to get the feel of it. The way he looked, he was genuinely enjoying it. His companion, Fion, was speechless, completely frozen. Ahem. Sorry, I was mistaken. The two of them stopped worrying. Have you all forgotten that our squad is called the Madmen? We're already crazy, so we can't get any crazier, right? He'll probably be like that for a while. How about we go get some dinner? Only Ilya couldn't get used to it. Even so, it's still hard to understand. Doesn't it hurt you? With your talent, there's no telling how many times you'll have to die. Airen didn't care. It's not like I'm really dying. Since when is pain a problem? She was so intimidated by him she couldn't say a word. He doesn't seem to have any issues. Or am I just seeing things when it looks like he's enjoying the pain? Airen seriously told her a truth. No matter how painful it is, if there's something to be learned, I will learn it completely. That's how someone without talent moves forward. She let out a sigh, defeated. Even if you lack talent, it doesn't have to be to this extent. You really are an unstoppable madman. And so, the two of them practiced swords together, correcting each other's posture and footwork, the move you've been trying. Repeatedly, you need to step your right foot forward more. Airen praised her enthusiastically. You're a really skilled instructor. This Ilya girl was truly multi-talented. Among the things I do as a scholar, researching swordsmanship is one of them, and passing it on is also part of my role. Teaching is my specialty. According to my memory, I can't teach you a new sword style, but I can add to your other sword styles as much as you want. She didn't let him guess what she meant. She admitted, if you're still determined to try even after I tried to stop you, then I might as well help. I'll help you surpass the swordmaster's true sword style. It can't get any better than that. He was liking this girl more and more. His eyes lit up. He might even be falling for her. Dawn broke. Fion and Carl Lindsay had a good night's sleep. The girl, Ether, felt her body brimming with spiritual power. I feel my power gathering faster than expected. At this rate, I'll soon escape this trap. I can destroy it. But her sharp gaze turned to the other side, where Ilya and Airen Pareira were still practicing the sword without a moment's rest. That's not the correct form. You have to raise your arm higher. The two had been at it since last night, without eating or sleeping. Got it? Airen was drenched in sweat, but his face was always beaming with excitement. Again! Ether couldn't understand what made him so enthusiastic. If I destroy this trap, will it get in his way or not? What should I do now? Her head was pounding. She lay down, trying to cover her ears and just get some sleep. Maybe we should just stand and watch. The explanation is very thorough. Your swordsmanship is mainly based on the greatsword style you learned from that blonde guy. But the greatsword, standard, illusion sword, swift sword, flowing water style, every type of swordsmanship, all of them stem from a single root. You get it after just half an explanation. So it's best to train in all of them equally. That's right. If great sword arts are about straightforward movements, carrying power and weight, then the key to the standard sword style is reading your opponent, understanding their every move, and luring them into your own rhythm. That is the core of standard swordsmanship, prediction and counterattacking, accumulating enough experience to read everything about your opponent. Once you can perfectly replicate Master Brett Lloyd's movements, you will be able to surpass him. Our guy got it. Enough with the theory, it was time to go back inside for some hands-on practice. The moment he appeared, that Master Brett Lloyd guy rushed him, attacking relentlessly. Of course, Airen elegantly parried with his Cirrus sword. Lloyd attacked like lightning, and our guy had to block while trying to figure out how to land an upward diagonal slash. If I retreat now to create distance, I'll get caught in his next attack. In that case, I'll advance, get in close, and block his sword's path. And no sooner said than done. Master Brett Lloyd's eyes flashed with a blue light. He must have been surprised by my move. They clashed, swords swinging up and down, and the time Airen could hold out against Brett Lloyd grew longer and longer. When he was defeated and came out, the frog would analyze the moves to give Airen more experience. A good experiment, but just trying to block is too defensive of a reflex. And with that, class was over, and it was time to fight Master Brett Lloyd again. It was a cycle. Over and over. Continue to close the distance like before, but instead of blocking his sword, aim for his ankle. Our guy did exactly as the frog taught him. Looks like it worked. His stance is broken. This time, I'll seize the momentum. But before Airen Pareira could even smile, that Master Brett Lloyd guy spun around and sliced his head clean off. Our guy went back out to report to the frog about the mid-level horizontal slash. In return, he got the answer on how to counter that beheading move. Master Brett Lloyd's reaction to variables was also incredibly fast. His standard swordsmanship was sharp and flawless. This time, before Airen could even catch his breath, that Brett Lloyd guy was even more eager than he was, rushing in to attack immediately. Airen didn't even have time to summon his Cirrus sword, and was slammed straight into a pillar, writhing in pain. Calm down. He immediately summoned the Cirrus sword, not wasting a single second. A living textbook was performing right in front of him, and he had a perfect teacher guiding him as well. This is so thrilling. It was rare for the stars to align so perfectly. Things were going so well that he had to ask himself, is it really okay for learning swordsmanship to be this easy? I'm glad I listened to Kor's nagging and went on that treasure hunt. For that entire day, Kor and Phi sat there with blank looks on their faces, watching him train. First, the frog would teach him how to break the moves. Then when he went inside, the training space became quiet. The two of them actually dozed off. Then he'd come back out to spar with the frog, and they would jolt awake with a start. The two of them were getting exhausted just from watching. He's really been training non-stop all day. Don't tell me he hasn't even slept? Good grief. If you're going to be crazy, at least be elegantly crazy. Phi turned to tease him. You've lost interest now, haven't you? Is it because there was no treasure? But he didn't react like that. Just flopped down to sleep. Why should I care about something that can't even be sold? I don't get what's so great about getting stronger. You have to admit it though, don't you? I think I understand how Airen feels. If he can take a step forward, he absolutely will. He never settles for the limits others set for him. Watching Airen reminds me of a will so resolute that no amount of pain can stop it. He took on Master Brett Lloyd and died hundreds of times as if it were nothing. Is that perhaps why? He became proficient, skilled enough to copy him perfectly. Every movement he observed while fighting Master Brett Lloyd. Even the frog had to look at him in a new light. I have witnessed Airen's talent firsthand. A fool could never improve this quickly. She wondered, what exactly is he? Meanwhile, Airen just got better the more he trained. When I learned the feeling of dodging in the battle with the goblins, there was absolutely no time to think. I had no choice but to bet my life and feel it with my own body. After countless times of pushing my body to exhaustion, enlightenment came naturally, and I discovered a way to grasp skills more easily. Those who grasp skills faster and more easily than others, they are the ones with talent. A talent that I never possessed is finally starting to bloom within me. But she didn't see it that way. To be honest, what you possess isn't a human will. It's terrifying and utterly spine-chilling. Kor was becoming convinced that the boy was definitely possessed. Phi agreed. Should we stop by a temple on the way back? But the frog knew. It was time. That won't be necessary. This should be enough practice. Airen, go in there and surpass Master Brett Lloyd. She could sense his power, but Airen Pareira himself wasn't so sure. He picked up his sword, a bit hesitant. This time, when he went in, the man standing opposite him didn't rush in like usual. For some reason, our guy suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why are you just standing still? Come on. He never expected him to open his mouth and speak this time. "You are truly the first I have ever seen with a personality like yours." Airen was completely shocked. Holy crap, he strained his ears to see if he'd misheard. "Whoa, you can talk?" The man nodded. "Of course. Before I became a swordmaster, I was human, too. I must admit, your desire for the sword is incredibly strong. Your desire has awakened my consciousness." Before he could finish, our impatient hero rushed in to attack. "Blah, blah, blah. That's enough talk," he said, taking the offensive. "Let's just fight first. Come on, I'm all fired up now." The fight now was almost too easy for him. After facing this swordmaster hundreds of times, he could completely see through his every move. Helpless, the master was forced to engage. This guy. Before he even made a move, our guy completely predicted its path. He's going to stab straight for the heart. No, it looks like that arm is the real target. The head, that's it. He guessed it perfectly. And if you can predict it, you can block it. All of my opponent's moves are now in the palm of my hand. He had never been so confident. Right now, you've fallen into my trap. The master couldn't believe he had dodged everything. He raised his sword over his head and swung down. Truly praiseworthy. Even he had to admit it. You've improved by leaps and bounds from when you first started. From predicting my sword paths to your swordsmanship, everything has reached the standard. However, there is still a gap, and that is, but who knew who really had the opening? He thought he had him, but his own opening was far bigger. Airen retorted with a grin. "That's what I wanted you to think." He slashed the master's waist, drawing black blood. In a mix of pain and fury, he cursed, "You arrogant brat." But he didn't care, swiftly stomping on the man's sword to pin it down. With both hands, he pointed his own sword straight at his face, giving him no room to fight back. "Now, this is my real assessment. You fought very impressively." The man's eyes flashed with shock, his heart skipping a beat, but he couldn't do a thing. Airen thrust his sword into his neck, finishing him off for good. And with that, it was all over. A blue light shot out from the armor. He had finally surpassed Master Brett Lloyd. He turned to leave, wondering to himself what new threshold of power he had reached. To get the answer, he had to see someone. The ones who came to mind were none other than the 4 lunatics back home. He had to return there as soon as possible to find out for sure. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him. "Thank you. Before the day I took you on as my student, my spirit was already shattered. My ambition was to restore my family's lost art of swordsmanship. I dedicated myself to that search until my very last breath." Airen's ears were starting to hurt. He was dying to go home, so he cut him off. "Are you about to launch into another long-winded story?" The man fretted, utterly embarrassed. "Oh, is that how it is?" Annoyed, Airen just started walking away. "My time is nearly up," the man hastily yelled out. "Wait, just give me a minute." "No. Just 30 seconds. Airen wasn't completely heartless. "Make it quick." The man couldn't stop a smile from spreading across his face. "Thanks to our battle, I rediscovered my inspiration and was able to complete the essence of my unfinished swordsmanship. My life's greatest wish has finally been fulfilled, and from now on, it shall be passed down to you. Everything is finally over. I used to get creeped out every time you came back with that bizarre, mocking grin on your face. I have no desire to ever see you again. I mean it. Not ever." After saying that, he slowly faded away. Why do I get the feeling he's trying to play the victim here? You're the one who was torturing me from the start. But, whatever. It's all over now. Outside, everything returned to normal as the magic barrier dissipated. Hach immediately asked him, Did you actually succeed?" Airen gave a smug smile and nodded. The true spirit within Master Brett Lloyd was gone. Now, his hand wrapped around the sword, lifting it as if it weighed nothing at all. The sword had returned to its original form. Kurdai was ecstatic, shouting with joy, "We're finally free to go outside." Faye then suggested, "It's past midnight. How about we just rest here for one more day?" Now I get it. That old man, Master Brett Lloyd. He was definitely dragging things out on purpose. The others crowded around him, full of curious questions. "Huh? What happened to him?" The Black Panther, Ether, stared at him blankly. She couldn't comprehend how he'd managed to do it. That night, the group decided to stay. It had been days since Airen had gotten a good night's sleep. The Black Panther, Ether, walked over to his side, her eyes glowing, and leaned down to give his cheek a few licks. So delicious. The scene changed instantly. Airen Pareira was jolted awake and opened his eyes. This scene. He still remembered this place. It was the garden he was once so familiar with. Ruru appeared before him. "You cleansed Master Brett Lloyd's soul using pure skill, without any magic. Even the most brilliant geniuses might not have been able to pull that off. It was the same beautiful girl, with her familiar black hair and blue eyes. Airen didn't quite get it. Was that really so special? She simply replied, "You don't even fully grasp the value of the miracle you just performed. In any case, thanks to you, I was able to preserve my own source of magic." With that, she vanished. Airen returned to reality, a glimmer of understanding dawning on him. He glanced over at the Black Panther, resting obediently at his side. Its face was unusually intelligent. And those blue eyes, the more he looked, the more it resembled the girl from his dream, but it felt so wrong he couldn't believe it. He stared at it for a long time without blinking. The next day, as soon as the sun began to rise, Airen shot right up. The other two, still half asleep, immediately jumped up as well. Is something wrong? The squad leader thought it was some kind of emergency. Turns out, it was just time for his morning training. The other two were speechless, too exhausted to even comment. My God, this guy's diligence is actually terrifying. Is greater than. And that's all for now, folks. If you want to keep following this series, make sure to smash that subscribe button, and while you're at it, give that like button a little tap. Thanks for watching all the way to the end. Bye-bye, my loves.